Made by Fiction Logs.
Ready for a great story? Welcome to Fiction's Telling. Follow and get notified for tales that pull you in. And to our amazing existing followers, you rock. Next, All Hero Multiverse Novel Volume 1. Ryan, hurry up. We need to go to class. Google search and read. Early in the morning, golden sunlight shone, and in front of the detached house, the lawn was neatly trimmed and beautiful, with sprinklers rotating and spraying fresh mist on the ground. It seemed like a beautiful morning, and two gentle calls from his mother came from inside the villa. The little boy with azure eyes was playing with a toy car on a swing hanging from a large tree in the yard, immersed in his own world, and did not hear her. Outside the house's balcony, on the wooden steps painted with white paint, lying on a rattan chair with his feet casually resting on the railing, the young man had a handsome face and deep eyes, looking with a hint of disdain at the other side of the road. He completely ignored his mother's calls to his younger brother. It was as if he had no connection to this family, like an outsider staying there. "Ryan, did you hear me? Hurry and pack your things. You're going to be late." Soon, Becca, who had received no response, opened the door and leaned out halfway. She was in her 30s, with a somewhat beautiful face, wearing close-fitting trousers and a white home shirt, like a very capable career woman, and she gently called out to Ryan under the big tree again. "Coming, Mom." Ryan put down the toy car in his hand, smiled, and ran past them into the house. "This time, don't forget to bring your pencil. You'll need it for art class." Becca held the door, watching her obedient son run past her and up the stairs, a smile on her face and maternal tenderness in her eyes. The warm scene between mother and son was suddenly disrupted by a slightly sarcastic voice coming from the side at an inopportune moment. "Why don't you have the teacher come to the house? Isn't it tiring to go out every day?" The young man lying on the rattan chair slightly turned his head, his voice magnetic, looking at his mother very casually. "Ron, having the teacher come to the house costs more money." Turning to face her eldest son, who was born at the same time as Ryan but whose physiology and psychology were different from ordinary people, Becca's smile was no longer as natural, with a subtle hint of unfamiliarity and tension. "Still need to spend money? They'll do anything you want for free, won't they?" Ron was long accustomed to Becca's attitude. Although he was no longer an orphan after his second transmigration, his situation was not much different from an orphan's. The family lacked a father figure, and his mother looked at him like a freak. "This community, where we've lived for 8 years, isn't it specifically built for us? A seemingly beautiful cage?" He spread his hands, saying with cold mockery, "Enough, Ron. I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking nonsense again." Hearing this, Becca's face changed, and she pretended to be angry to cover it up, warning her eldest son in a stern tone. "Ron, you are not allowed to say these things to your brother." A woman becomes strong when she is a mother. When it came to Ryan, her attitude became firm. "Suit yourself." Ron shrugged disdainfully and said nothing. After the warning, Becca returned to the house with slightly flustered steps. She had 2 sons. The younger one was obedient and cute, while the elder one was different from ordinary people since birth, with an overly fast growth rate. At 6, he was as tall as her, and this year at 8, he surpassed her, his mother, in height, looking no different from an adult young man. From childhood, he never cried or made a fuss, rarely spoke, not at all like a child, always observing everything with a cold gaze, giving off an eerie feeling. Every time she spoke to her eldest son, she instinctively thought of the 2 children's father, that man who was the most outstanding hero in the public eye, but was actually a terrifying demon. Screech, screech. The black car drove away from the house as Becca left to take her precious younger son to class. "Becca, if you truly love your son, you shouldn't raise him in a greenhouse. After all, this is a hypocritical and terrible world." Ron lay on the rattan chair, casually retracting his gaze from the departing car, and sneered as he looked into the distance. And his gaze seemed to penetrate this seemingly neat community, this cage, seeing those who were constantly monitoring him in the distance, seeing the wall more than a mile away. After transmigrating, there were ubiquitous details. Too many superhero merchandise items, Homelander, A-Train, Queen Maeve. He found that he had transmigrated into the boys' world. It wasn't his first transmigration. Compared to the last world, which was full of dangers and frequently experienced major dangerous events, this world hasn't gotten much better. In some ways, it was even worse. A hypocritical, ugly, and dangerous world. Drugs that grant superpowers are abused, and a significant portion of the general public is used as test subjects without their knowledge. Superheroes are launched like carefully packaged products to attract fans. Each one is sanctimonious, corrupt, and hypocritical. Fighting crime is actually just acting and showing off, with everything prioritizing money and fame. The strongest superhero in the world, Homelander, possesses abilities similar to Superman. His power is enough to destroy the world, but he is actually a psychologically twisted, moody, and reckless ticking time bomb. However, it's only normal to act recklessly with such immense power. Ron curled his lips into a cold smile, licking his dry lips. How many people with Superman-like abilities would become like Superman Clark, who hides among ordinary people as a newspaper reporter, except when fighting crime, rather than Homelander, who stands at the top of the earth saying, "I can do whatever I want." He slowly rose from the rattan chair, closed the door, went upstairs to his room, and drew the curtains. He methodically packed the things he had prepared in advance. He changed into clothes that allowed for easy movement and put on his backpack. Underneath this world's calm surface lurked danger. Homelander alone, who could lose control at any moment, was a nightmare, and his own identity made it difficult to escape the vortex. He had to acquire power to protect himself. I should also set off now, to acquire power. In the room, Ron fastened the buttons on his jacket sleeves one by one while looking in the mirror. In the mirror, his eyes hid excitement. In the original story, Homelander and Becca only had one illegitimate child, Ryan, but for some unknown reason, he was added, making them twins. Saying they were twins wasn't quite right either, because Homelander's genes had mutated in him. I didn't inherit Homelander's abilities, but I got another surprise. Ron summoned the familiar panel. Ability points 21,000. Recorded templates. Homelander physique. Ryan's youthful state. Price 300,000 points. World searched. X-Men. A few days ago, this thing appeared, saying it detected that the suitable host's physiological state had reached adulthood, and it officially activated. By deflecting and influencing the fates of superheroes or supervillains, he could acquire ability points, purchase other people's ability templates, and transform himself. Ron had always thought his genetic mutation was a failure, unlucky enough not to inherit Homelander's abilities, and his lifespan was shortened by nearly 2/3. At 8 years old, he looked almost like an 18 or 19-year-old. Calculated this way, at around 20, when others were going to college, he could already collect his pension and retire early. But the appearance of this thing made him realize that perhaps it wasn't a failure. A shortened lifespan and an ordinary human physique in exchange for infinite genetic and physical carrying capacity, able to withstand any kind of genetic modification and ability infusion. Lowering the lower limit, making the upper limit close to infinite. It just perfectly matched this template system. Is it worth 50 ability points to travel to the X-Men world? Yes. Ron gave the command, using the template system's ability to travel to another world. Interfering with characters' fates and acquiring ability points could also be done in the boys' world. For example, his birth and growth. Over 8 years, he directly or indirectly interfered with many people's fates, gaining over 20,000 ability points. But in the current situation, there were huge obstacles to going outside and interacting with others to quickly gain a large number of ability points. He looked outside. The perspective pulled back, looking down from above. What looked like a free neighborhood ended in a tall gray wall, densely covered with an electric fence, with elite troops blocking and guarding outside, like a cold prison. Vought Corporation, the giant company that created the miraculous Compound 5 and single-handedly shaped many superheroes, needed Becca, him, and Ryan to be a secret contingency for when the world's strongest hero, Homelander, lost control. So the three of them couldn't go anywhere. Outside were fully armed special forces, and inside the neighborhood, others disguised as ordinary people monitored them around the clock. With his current strength, it was impossible to leave here. Since that was the case, then I'll go to other worlds to gain the ability to leave this prison. X-Men World, 1962, New York. In front of a dark alley, a rough, low voice sounded. "Girls, come closer. Be careful of thugs running out of the alley and scaring you." In front of the dark alley, a man with two sharp fangs like a beast, embracing two scantily clad, alluring women, took a gulp of wine, and his teasing words drew a chorus of flattering giggles from the women. After he walked past, Ron's face was cold as he slowly emerged from the alley, glancing at the ground beside him. Under the dim yellow streetlights, next to a green metal trash can, lay a newspaper largely soaked with sewage. On it was a black and white printed photo of a president, famous for his radiant smile even in death, giving a serious speech during a special period. The date on the newspaper was 1962. 1962, Sabretooth Victor. Sabretooth was tall, with a mane-like beard, two sharp fangs in his mouth, a fierce appearance, and behaved like an ill-mannered beast. He and his younger brother Logan, and other members of the X Squad, had just completed a mission assigned by Stryker and were enjoying a rare period of rest, indulging themselves separately, getting drunk and bringing streetwalkers they had picked up back to the hotel for fun, only to be unluckily encountered by Ron, who had arrived in the X-Men universe. Walking onto the street. America in the 1960s was not as modern or developed as it is now, but the big cities were still very prosperous, with occasional high-rise buildings bustling with nightlife and extravagance. In his line of sight, Sabretooth, with a woman on each arm, was telling vulgar jokes and laughing as he walked into a hotel with a neon sign not far away. Looking at the hotel, where people constantly entered and exited, Ron smiled faintly. His healing ability and long lifespan are no less than Wolverine's, and in terms of raw strength and speed, he is even slightly superior to Wolverine before he received the adamantium injection. "I'll start with you." He remembered that in 1962, a major event was happening in the X-Men world. To legitimately participate in that major event, an admission ticket was needed: the identity of a mutant. Although he wasn't one, it didn't matter. He would be soon. Knock, knock. "Who is it?" Inside the room, there was a faint rustling of clothes being taken off and low panting. "Sir, excuse me. Are you interested in learning about our benevolent Heavenly Father?" Two coughs and a man's magnetic voice sounded with a hint of gentleness. "Get out." Before he could finish speaking, an irritable roar came from inside the room. "Knock, knock, knock. Sir?" The knocking continued, and the voice outside remained polite, but it was truly annoying. "I hope when I pin you to the ground, beat you up, you can still maintain your faith in your so-called Heavenly Father." The room door was violently flung open. The temperamental and half-drunk Sabretooth grabbed the person outside and pinned him against the wall, his face ferocious like an enraged beast, and raised his fist as big as a sandbag, ready to severely teach this guy who dared to interrupt him at a crucial moment. Hiss. Ron smiled, raised his hand with a delicate miniature medicine bottle, and sprayed a cloud of white mist onto his face. "What is this, damn it?" Sabretooth inhaled a mouthful and staggered back. The next second, his head immediately became dizzy. "No matter who you are, when I open my eyes again, I will immediately send you to meet your Heavenly Father. I promise." Under attack, Sabretooth shook his muddled head, not flustered at all, but instead showed Ron a cruel smile. His super healing ability granted him a super strong resistance to drugs. Something that could render an ordinary person unconscious for a day would only last for about 10 minutes on him. Huh. Ron, who was indifferently covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, scoffed at his threat with disdain. The world in Sabretooth's eyes began to sway and blur, and the sounds in his ears became distant. With a thud, his tall body crashed to the ground. Ah. Inside the room, two scantily clad women screamed, thinking they were being robbed. "Shh, Security Bureau at work." Ron lightly placed a finger on his lips and smiled. A few minutes later, Ron easily carried the nearly 200-pound saber-tooth on his shoulder, walking through the hotel corridor. Others on the way, before getting close, smelled the strong scent of alcohol on Sabretooth and covered their noses, scattering, no one suspecting that he was kidnapping a guest from the hotel. There were even a few women who came up to chat him up, his handsome face and strong, powerful body, carrying such a big man effortlessly, surely promising a whole new experience that made one's legs go weak just thinking about it. Sorry, ladies, I need to take my dear friend to sober up. I don't have time right now. He smiled like a gentleman, brightly, politely refusing the ladies. Humans are visual creatures. A good face and physique can help achieve many things. For example, inside the room, he casually took out his wallet and flashed it, making people believe he was from the Security Bureau, there to apprehend foreign spies who had infiltrated America to plot terrorist sabotage. Sabretooth, with his ferocious, rude, and unkempt appearance, was hard to believe as a good person, but no one would doubt he was a bad one. Swish. Walking out of the hotel into the shadow. Ron, carrying Sabretooth on one shoulder, looked down at his right hand. Sharp, tiger-like claws extended from his fingers, and he frowned, showing disgust. Although it's a bit ugly, it's not a problem to use it for now. Upon contact with Sabretooth's body, it cost 3,000 ability points, and in an instant he possessed all of Sabretooth's abilities: rapid regeneration, extraordinary speed and strength, enhanced vision and smell, and sharp claws that could be extended at will, enough to tear a person apart. Ron walked down the street carrying Sabretooth, his body filled with power as if he had inexhaustible energy. After walking for a while, he came to a construction site, stopped, and thought for a moment. I originally wanted to find a factory, but a construction site works just as well. After direct or indirect contact with the target, the system can record their ability template for purchase and enhancement. Sabretooth's abilities were acquired, but there was still residual value to be squeezed out. Thud. At the construction site, Sabretooth was thrown to the ground like garbage, his back hitting a stone, the sharp pain making him open his eyes and look around dazedly. Oh? You're awake. Ron squatted on the ground, looking at the awakened Sabretooth, a hint of surprise on his face, and said slowly, "Congratulations. You don't have to leave this world in a coma. You can witness your death with your own eyes. Remember what I said before, kid?" The awakened Sabretooth grinned hideously, immediately wanting to use his sharp claws to give the kid in front of him a good reception, making him regret provoking him. But the next moment he found himself completely weak, his limbs limp, unable to even lift his hands. Don't struggle. This is a sedative spray specifically developed for powerful superhumans. He disdainfully patted Sabretooth's face, then stood up and turned to walk away. The minimum standard is punching through walls and withstanding rifle bullets with your body. An Asian elephant weighing several tons would be unconscious and powerless for a day after just one spray. You are still a bit lacking. You want to kill me? Just you bastard? After several failed attempts to get up, Sabretooth, in response to Ron's threat to kill him, coldly recounted his past before he was recruited into the current X Squad. On the Vietnam battlefield, because I disobeyed orders, raped a few women, and killed some civilians. Those idiots shot me for an hour. The shell casings piled up into a small mountain, and in the end, they peed their pants, scared by me, who wasn't even dead yet. I was so bored back then I was about to fall asleep, kid. What tricks do you have? He and his younger brother Logan had participated in many meat grinder-like wars over the years, until their immortal ability was exposed after they committed a crime and were shot, then immediately recruited into Stryker's X Squad. Injuries and pain were commonplace for him. The army couldn't kill him. They were helpless against me. When the anesthetic wears off, I'll show you what cruelty is, what hell is. Is that so? The next second, with a whoosh, two large lights in the distance turned on, piercing the darkness, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes under the dazzling light. Hum, hum, hum. Ron drove a heavy, huge road roller over, its giant steel drum rolling with a rumble, crushing gravel, and a devil-like sound slowly echoed. I wonder if you can withstand the trial of a civilian road roller. Huh? Fuck, you lunatic. The heavy road roller rumbled closer. Sabretooth's eyes widened, and he desperately tried to roll over and escape, but he couldn't. He could only lie there, terror filling his body and mind, cursing emotionally while watching the massive steel roller get closer and closer in horror. Until death closed in, crushing him mercilessly. Ah, click, click, click. In the dark of night, at an abandoned construction site, a chilling scream pierced the silence, carrying far, far away. Accompanied by the crunching sound of bones, Sabretooth was turned into a pulp of flesh. You're right, the process is a bit boring. A few minutes later, Ron drove the road roller back and forth, like crushing a giant biscuit. His expression was calm, even a little bored as he spoke of his boredom to the unrecognizable form of Sabretooth on the ground. It was like a scene from a horror story about a deranged killer. If anyone had appeared there at that moment, they might have peed their pants in fright. Half an hour. He crushed him for a full half an hour. Whenever the thing on the ground regained a roughly human shape, he would run over it again. After half an hour, Sabretooth was finally killed. His super regenerative ability was impressive, but flesh and blood couldn't stand up to steel. Ability points increased by 2,500. Sabretooth shouldn't have died at this point. He was supposed to remain active for decades, constantly clashing with Wolverine, and even participating in Magneto's major event where he tried to turn humans into mutants, although his role wasn't irreplaceable. But now he was dead, and fate had already changed. Not bad, almost recouped my investment. This was just the beginning. I have the ticket. It's time to prepare for entry. He straightened his clothes, cast a final disdainful glance at Sabretooth's corpse, which was enough to give anyone nightmares for a long time, smirked, and turned to leave. His super regenerative ability was indeed strong, but even Magneto, who constantly stirred up global incidents, had been captured alive by the military more than once and arbitrarily used as an experimental subject. What was he compared to that? If the military hadn't wanted to keep him for their own purposes, he would have been eliminated long ago. Ron had at least dozens of ways to kill him using only common everyday items. Excuse me, my name is Charles Xavier, Eric Laneshire. In a bar, the younger Magneto Eric and Professor X Charles approached a man with a Wolverine-like hairstyle. They had just friendly smiled and introduced their names before they could say anything else. Get the fuck out. The man with a cigar in his mouth took a puff, didn't even turn his head, and coldly cursed, refusing to communicate, unceremoniously telling them to get lost. Their expressions froze. They exchanged a look and had no choice but to leave. Outside the bar, Charles helplessly spread his hands. That fellow mutant was too rude. Before I even opened my mouth, he told us to leave. There's no way to communicate. Although I don't know why, let's go find someone else. Eric frowned. What was wrong with that person inside? Had he eaten gunpowder, or was he always that arrogant? Perhaps because his extremely sensitive nose smelled the mingled scents of the two of you. A slightly playful voice came. He thought you two were a pair of gays looking for some fun with him, felt disgusted, and told you to get lost. The person inside was Wolverine. At this moment, he was at his only highlight against Magneto, rudely scolding away the young Magneto. After Stryker turned him into the true Wolverine, he would always be defeated when facing Magneto. Today he was indifferent and cursed them, but soon Magneto taught him what it meant to pick up and put down. The two turned their heads to see a handsome young man leaning against a wall with his arms crossed. Gays? We're not. Hearing this, Charles quickly defended himself. He, who had always been called a playboy in college, didn't want to be misunderstood about his sexual orientation. I know you're not. Ron walked over, smiling. Not yet, at least. He added. The two in front of him were the young Magneto and Professor X. They had only recently met, brought together by a common enemy, Black King Sebastian Shaw. Using the Cerebro built by Beast Hank, Professor X dragged Magneto, searching everywhere for fellow mutants willing to join them in confronting him. Eric wanted to kill Black King to avenge his mother, who had been killed by Black King when he was a child, while Charles wanted to foil his plot to trigger World War III and save the world. Oh, what do you mean, not yet? Although we are good friends, we will never have that kind of relationship. Eric's frown deepened, but he said nothing. Charles waved his hands repeatedly, emphasizing his point with great concern. If he gained the reputation of being gay, all those beautiful ladies would stay away from him in the future. Ron smiled flirtatiously and said nothing, observing the two. The current Eric was not much different from the future Magneto, except for a long-standing gloom between his brows, like a lone wolf who had lived in darkness and pain for a long time, lacking the leadership qualities of his older, more experienced self. As for Charles, he was quite different from the saintly, benevolent, bald Professor X. The young Professor X, rather than a calm and kind sage, was more like a combination of a scholar and a playboy. His appearance also wasn't the bald head that signified a powerful figure in his old age. He had thick, curly brown short hair, combed back, exuding a hint of rebelliousness amidst his refined demeanor. I didn't expect to be misunderstood and rejected by one fellow mutant, only to meet another as soon as I stepped out. Charles, who was halfway through his defense, seemed to suddenly discover something surprising and scrutinized Ron up and down. He had telepathy and mind control abilities, allowing him to sense at close range whether someone was a mutant. In his perception, Ron was also a mutant, just like their target for this trip. My name is Charles. A friendly smile appeared on his face as he sincerely extended his hand. Eric. A fellow mutant? Eric's eyes looked over and he stated his name. Ron. After shaking hands with Charles, Ron introduced himself succinctly, his style quite similar to Magneto's. Oh, I can feel you, but I can't see through your mind. Looking at Ron, Charles's expression suddenly turned astonished. He had already encountered one person whose thoughts he couldn't penetrate, White Queen Emma, who was with Black King, but Emma was also a powerful psychic. But this fellow mutant wasn't. He didn't have any psychic abilities. How did he do that? Are you prying into my thoughts? The system could spend ability points to block the detection of his memories and thoughts, preventing anyone from knowing the system's existence. This was the system's most basic rule and ability for protecting its host. Ron glanced at the few dozen missing ability points and his face instantly darkened. I'm sorry, Ron. I didn't mean to. Caught red-handed, this newly acquainted fellow mutant seemed very resistant. Charles gave an awkward smile and quickly apologized. The current Professor X was not as steady as his older self, who would greatly respect others and exercise self-restraint. The young him, whenever he wanted to know something, would immediately use his ability to pry into others' memories and thoughts, almost as if it had become an instinct. Ron had known this all along and was prepared to spend ability points. He had anticipated it when it happened, so he was very calm inside, but he still showed this expression. Only by doing so could he make Charles curb this behavior towards him. Charles, I told you, no one likes to have their past memories casually flipped through, or all their thoughts controlled by others. At this moment, recalling his own experience of having his memories pried into, Eric's expression was displeased and his tone cold. I won't do that again. Facing their cold, oppressive gazes, the future Professor X Charles was extremely embarrassed, apologizing and promising repeatedly. Fellow mutant, we are saving the world. Do you want to join us? Then he changed the subject, winked at Ron, and uttered that very cool phrase used to recruit other mutants, extending an invitation. Saving the world, what a cool thing to do. He believed no one could refuse. Who hadn't fantasized about saving the world in their youth? A few days later, at a CIA secret base. At night, in a room used for recreational relaxation by public officials. Sitting by the bar, Ron slowly drank a glass of whiskey, looking at the few people sitting on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, shaking his head dismissively. My name is Raven. What are your names, and what are your abilities? I've decided to give myself a code name, Mystique. Equally naive, Mystique, who had followed Charles since childhood, and Beast Hank, who was involved in research matters at this base, along with the other mutants recruited by Professor X, excitedly introduced themselves to each other like they were having a social party. A bunch of giggling young Chunibu guys, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation, thinking it's cool to be recruited into a special department of the CIA and participate in saving the world. Ron accepted the so-called invitation to save the world and returned with the future Magneto and Professor X to a secret CIA base where they were temporarily staying. Not because of the extremely cool act of saving the world, but because he wanted to disrupt fate and gain ability points. After figuring out the current time in the X-Men universe, he immediately had a goal for acquiring abilities. Ron's eyes showed fervor as he took a sip of his drink. In this time period of the X-Men universe, the person whose ability I most want to obtain is not Magneto, who can manipulate magnetic fields, nor Professor X, who can mentally control others, but Black King Sebastian Shaw. The mutant Black King, controller of the Hellfire Club, possesses the ability to absorb all forms of energy, such as kinetic energy, fire, electricity, and nuclear energy, then convert it into his own energy and release it. He once completely drained the nuclear energy from the nuclear reactor responsible for powering a nuclear submarine. A supervillain whom even Magneto and Professor X had to team up to cunningly defeat in the end. And he was coming soon. According to the plot, Black King, reminded by White Queen, realized that Professor X and Charles were expanding their forces to deal with him and would launch a surprise attack tonight. However, there should still be some time. What about you? What's your name? Mystique. Raven saw that everyone else had introduced themselves, and Ron was sitting alone at the counter, so she asked out of curiosity. Inside the room, Alex, Hank, and the others all turned their gazes. Ron? He glanced at the few people and replied casually. Seeing that Ron seemed a bit out of place, the others ignored him and began excitedly introducing their abilities to each other. Raven chatted and laughed with everyone, occasionally glancing at Ron. It wasn't because Ron was handsome, but just as she would later get together with Magneto, whom she hadn't known for long, she vaguely felt that Ron was similar to her. Lonely, unable to communicate deeply with anyone, lacking love in life, out of place with the world, like a monster and ghost with nowhere to go, blending into society. Ron noticed her gaze and looked over, and Raven immediately averted her eyes. In the room, a few people began to say their desired code names and demonstrate their abilities. First was Darwin. Actually, Darwin is just a nickname, survival of the fittest. The tall, lean, and muscular black man chuckled softly, walked to the transparent fish tank in the room, and put his head into the water, demonstrating his ability. Almost instantly, 3 rows of gills, capable of breathing freely underwater, grew from his cheeks. He turned his head in the fish tank, showing off slightly to let everyone see more clearly. "Oh, that's amazing!" The others were surprised, cheering and applauding as if at a party. After Darwin lifted his head from the fish tank, he shook the water from his head, his gills disappeared, and he sat back in his seat. Good ability, but unfortunately, too weak. Putting down his wine glass, Ron watched expressionlessly, commenting inwardly. Considering other aspects, it's barely acceptable. With enough ability points, he could easily acquire these people's abilities. But not all abilities were worth his ability points. Just like buying things, money should be spent wisely. Darwin's ability, where his body can self-protect and evolve based on the environment, easily reminds people of the powerful biological weapon in the DC universe, Doomsday. But the two are worlds apart. Darwin's ability. Once the dangerous environment disappears, the evolved ability will immediately degenerate and cannot accumulate evolution, and each evolution is not particularly strong. In the plot, when Black King shoved the energy from Alex's attack into his mouth, he couldn't bear it and exploded. However, looking at his performance during evolution, such as growing ugly gills, the subsequent degeneration after evolution became an advantage. Otherwise, he would soon become a monster. This ability can help people cope with many sudden situations, such as vacuum, toxins, etc., so it's still acceptable. It was listed as one of the acquirable abilities. In the room, a man's sharp cry suddenly rang out. It was the turn of others to demonstrate their abilities. Banshee, who could emit powerful sound waves from his mouth, shattered the thick glass of the floor-to-ceiling window in the room. Angel, a former stripper who named herself Angel, showed the insect-like wings on her back, flew up, and spat acid, corroding the top of a bronze statue outside the window. Buzz. Finally, it was Alex's turn. He twisted his body, emitting a dark red, high-energy arc blade which cut through the bronze statue outside the room like a hot knife through butter. The immense power caused a series of exclamations from the crowd. Good ability, just not applied well. Ron's eyes moved slightly. After Darwin, there was finally another acceptable ability. Impact. Alex can absorb cosmic energy such as radiation, electromagnetism, or heat from the environment, convert it into a high-energy plasma form through his body, and unleash it, causing terrifying destructive power. The indestructible lightsabers in Star Wars are actually plasma form energy constrained into shape by a magnetic field. His ability can be emitted from any part of his body, but Alex's current development is very crude. He can only twist his body and use ridiculous auxiliary movements, like spinning a hula hoop to emit energy arc blades. If developed well, he could completely release plasma cyclops rays from his eyes. He narrowed his eyes. That was exactly the signature skill of his biological father, Homelander, Cyclops. Ron, everyone has shown their abilities. What's your ability? After everyone else had finished demonstrating their abilities, Raven prompted him again. Looking at the empty wine glass in his hand, Ron, expressionless, extended a sharp fingernail from his index finger and lightly drew a circle on the wine glass. Sizzle, like a sharp diamond cutter, it made a slight sound as it cut through the glass. With a gentle lift, the circle at the rim of the glass separated cleanly from the body of the glass. Oh, this ability is so cool, just like a tiger and a leopard. The few people gathered closer, their expressions surprised, especially the boys whose eyes lit up and applauding vigorously. Look at his claws. I have no doubt they could easily tear a person's throat. Hank, I think he's more suited for the nickname Beast than you. After all, you only have a pair of big feet. The impulsive Alex bumped Hank next to him with his shoulder, teasing. In terms of power, Alex actually performed stronger, but in terms of coolness, in the eyes of these young people, Ron was cooler, like an elegant hunter flicking his 5 fingers to extend his nails, reaping lives. Yeah. Hank's face showed unnaturalness as he responded. He only had a pair of deformed big feet like a beast, and the ability they brought was merely running a bit faster than ordinary people. Such an ability shouldn't exist. He looked at Mystique, whom he deeply admired, with a hint of sadness. He had to quickly develop the serum that could restore him to a normal human appearance. Ron's abilities were not limited to that. His strongest aspect was his self-healing ability. But he wouldn't scratch himself to demonstrate his ability like these immature youths, as if performing a show, just to win gasps of surprise and cheers. After seeing Ron's ability, everyone in the room started playing loud music, truly having a party in the CIA secret base, dancing and using their abilities, making a mess everywhere and creating a lot of noise. 10 minutes later, a woman in a trench coat, along with Eric and Charles, walked in briskly from outside the window, their eyes wide as they looked at the chaotic scene, asking loudly in disbelief. What the hell is going on? What are you doing? What happened to the room glass? And who broke the bronze statue in the yard? Hearing the series of questions, these immature youths finally turned off the noisy music and stood at a loss, seemingly finally realizing what they had done, pointing fingers. Banshee and Alex. Alex made the bronze statue. Sitting by the counter, Ron watched everything with cold eyes. Moira, a senior agent of the CIA. It was she who infiltrated the Hellfire Club, discovered Black King's conspiracy, found Professor X, and Professor X, by reviewing memories, became involved in this matter, leading to all of this. She was also Professor X's lover when he was young. Raven and the others caused trouble at a very inconvenient time. The 3 had just returned from the conference room. What could a group of untrained young mutants do when facing the CIA leadership's questions? The three argued strenuously, and Charles gravely said that they were not ordinary young people and would bring surprises. However, as soon as they turned the corner out of the conference room, they saw this scene. Their faces were slapped too quickly. They really are quite extraordinary. Eric glanced at Charles, shook his head, and coldly walked away. Moira's face was flushed with anger, and they left together. Except for Ron, you all have disappointed me greatly. Charles looked at Ron, who had been sitting quietly by the bar without causing trouble, then expressed his anger and disappointment to Mystique and the others, turning and following without looking back, leaving Mystique and the others at a loss. On the road leading to the nearby airport, the three walked quickly. At least Ron didn't mess around with them. Not everyone we recruited is just a party youth who only knows how to cause destruction at home. Charles's expression was grim. He's as mature as if he were our peer. Eric recalled Ron's various behaviors and said, "Should we take him with us?" Moira raised an eyebrow and suggested, the meeting was held because the CIA had obtained intelligence on White Queen's whereabouts in the Soviet Union. They needed to infiltrate enemy territory, capture the target, and obtain intelligence. The plane secretly heading to the Soviet Union was about to take off. They had originally planned to take Mystique and others to carry out this mission, but now it seemed unsuitable. Forget it. No matter how mature he is, he's still just a child. It was my mistake to involve a group of children in this. Charles shook his head, saying with distress, he had been too hasty initially. Matters concerning the safety of the world needed more mature people to handle. Entrusting them to children was too dangerous and unfair to these children. Let's go. Specialized personnel had cleaned up everything, replaced the glass, and removed the cut bronze statue. Mystique and the others, after being reprimanded, sat quietly on the sofa. Charles's extremely disappointed look when he left stung them. No longer drinking, Ron waited quietly. By now, Charles and the others should have gone to capture White Queen. Black King will also be bringing his people soon. Tonight, both sides coincidentally acted against each other simultaneously, their main forces missing each other, resulting in both gaining something. Bang! Suddenly, outside the floor-to-ceiling glass, which was blocked by electric curtains, there was a faint and strange noise. The few people looked at each other in confusion. What was that sound? Just after they caused trouble, a few government officials from the agency walked by outside, mocking them and treating them like circus freaks, so they couldn't stand it and closed the curtains. Opening the curtains, the few people curiously walked to the glass and looked out into the vast night. Suddenly, a person fell from the sky, crashed in front of them, died, and became a corpse. Ah! The few people recoiled in fear, screaming in terror. Ron, however, slowly stood up. They're here. Night sky under a bright moon. Black King's subordinate, Azazel, who looked like a red-skinned demon, suddenly appeared high in the sky, clutching a civilian from the base. The person was flustered, staring in shock at everything. He smiled cruelly, activated his ability, and left. Oh no! The person, who hadn't reacted yet, screamed and fell heavily from dozens of meters high to the ground, instantly becoming a corpse. Bang, bang! Following a peculiar sound, like air being suddenly pushed aside. Above the CIA base, people kept falling sporadically. Red Devil continuously used his teleportation ability to bring people to high altitudes and let them fall, wantonly slaughtering the personnel in the base. Corpse after corpse crashed into the courtyard and onto the rooftops, blood splattering. On the other side of the room, through the glass window, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tornado hurricane unleashed by the mutant riptide charged towards a huge spherical device. That was the Cerebro, built by Hank, which helped Professor X locate mutants on Earth. The base was under a terrible attack. Enemies on both sides. Ah, what to do? Mystique and the others screamed and retreated in fear. Even though each of them had superpowers, they were just a group of ordinary youths who had never seen blood. Panic spread through the room, except for one person. Ron's expression was calm and composed as he looked at both sides of the room, as if the terrifying wind sounds and frightening screams outside didn't exist. The others, scared out of their wits, gathered together and retreated to his side. Ron, what should we do?" Looking at the courtyard where many people had fallen to their deaths, Raven was terrified, her face pale. At this point, she was not yet the battle-hardened Mystique, who would later become a unique hero in the eyes of mutants. It must be those people Charles talked about. Alex, usually bold and reckless, nervously looked at both sides of the window. "Hide behind me, I can protect you." Only Darwin, whose ability was special and who was slightly older, swallowed hard and stood in front. Ron glanced at Raven without speaking, his gaze shifting to the system. As expected, many people had accidentally touched his body in their panic just now, and among them were two abilities he wanted. Purchasing Mutant Darwin Template, Mutant Alex Template. His body began to heat up. Aside from the heat, there were no adverse reactions or painful sensations. His genetic carrying capacity was infinite. After just a few seconds of heating, Ron looked down at his hands, a smile playing on his lips, feeling his body had changed. Weak energies continuously entered his body. The ability of survival of the fittest only manifests when in danger, but the ability of impact can already be clearly felt. Various energies in the air, such as radiation, electromagnetism, and heat, were absorbed into his body. The base's defenses finally reacted. Agents, guns raised, rushed over. Red Devil Azazel, using his ability, constantly flashed behind them, slaughtering them with two simple short knives. Da! Stop him! At the same time, gunshots and shouts came from the front door. Black King did not attack from the side of the base like his two subordinates, choosing to break through the main entrance. A well-equipped special team continuously shot at him, but only empty casings fell to the ground, all kinetic energy absorbed. Click! Suddenly, the room's glass on Red Devil's side was shattered by a stray bullet, causing another wave of tension among the crowd, especially two women who screamed. "Stay here and stop making useless noise." Ron coldly threw out a remark. His agile body, like a leopard, sprang out, 5 fingers extending into sharp claws, leaping over the window and mercilessly killing towards Red Devil. Here comes an interesting one. In the courtyard, Red Devil, who was using his demonic tail to tightly constrict the neck of a suffocating agent, pulling him around like a puppet, smiled cruelly. The next second, his powerful tail flung the man aside. He held his short knife and met Ron. Ron possessed the physique of Sabretooth, and Red Devil also had a certain degree of physical enhancement. The two quickly fought several rounds, but Ron's physique was not as bulky as Sabretooth's. The muscles beneath his clothes were streamlined, not bloated, yet explosive, combining the strength of a tiger with the agility of a leopard. Felines have always been quick-reacting, elegant, and swift hunters. Red Devil's rapidly swinging short knife, which produced hissing wind sounds, was easily dodged. In Ron's vision, his movements were completely slowed down. Ron retaliated with a swipe of his claw. Swish! Stumbling back a few steps, Red Devil touched the 5 bloody gashes on his face and looked at the young Ron. A slightly troublesome kitten. Injured, but he didn't panic, only saying dismissively, "I thought I saw a demon, but I didn't smell the sulfur of hell in your blood." Ron glanced at the bloodstains on his claws and slowly sneered. Is it just simply grotesque? In the comics, Red Devil is one of the oldest mutants, having lived for thousands of years, feared by humans under different names since biblical times. Many demons, including Satan, were his aliases. He possessed various abilities such as teleportation, physical enhancement, shape-shifting, longevity, and mind control. But in the movie, he seemed to be just a mutant from Bear Country, Russia, with a mutated appearance, his abilities reduced to mere physical enhancement and teleportation. "I'll make you see hell right now." Unable to tolerate his appearance being mocked, the enraged Red Devil prepared to send this boy to hell immediately, saying viciously. His boss was about to arrive. He needed to resolve everything before his boss came. Bang! The next second, using his ability, he instantly appeared behind Ron and swung his knife down, but Ron, with extremely quick reaction speed, easily turned and raised his arm to block it. "You seem to have forgotten my tail." Red Devil grinned ferociously, his tail wrapping around Ron's ankle. Another bang. Teleportation activated. The next second, Ron, with Red Devil, had already arrived hundreds of meters high, above thick clouds under the bright moonlight, both falling rapidly. "Go to hell and repent." Releasing his tail, Red Devil grinned ferociously at him and immediately returned to the ground. He slowly looked up at the dark night sky, waiting for that annoying kitten to fall hundreds of meters and smash into a pulp. "Ron, no!" Mystique and the others screamed, looking up at the sky in worry. Those people before had been smashed into pulp just like that. Bang! The all-too-familiar sound appeared behind him. Only before, every time Red Devil activated his teleportation ability, there was this unique sound, but this time he had not activated it. Huh? A hallucination? What are you looking at? Accompanied by a cold, magnetic voice suddenly sounding behind him. Like a hunter suddenly emerging from the shadows, sharp claws mercilessly tore open his throat. How did you do that?" Turning around, clutching his profusely bleeding throat, Red Devil stumbled backward, his expression incredulous. The person he thought was dead suddenly appeared behind him, seemingly using his own ability. "I thought about it, and your appearance is clearly more suitable for hell than mine." Ron ignored his question, tilting his head slightly, his expression icy. You. He widened his eyes, feeling life rapidly draining away, unable to stand steadily. "Goodbye." "No." Despairingly spitting out another blurred syllable, Red Devil, clutching his neck, collapsed weakly to the ground and died, his eyes wide open in death. The ability points, which had been completely depleted, increased by several thousand again. In the original plot, Red Devil didn't die either, defecting to Magneto after his break with Professor X. But now he, who possessed the strongest escape ability, met Ron, and his life came to an end tonight. "Ron, oh, you're amazing!" Mystique and Alex's eyes lit up, exclaiming in surprise. Everything seemed long, but in fact, in just a few seconds, Ron had dealt with the demon who had easily slaughtered many agents. He was too powerful. "I think I saw Ron use that demon's ability." "Among them," Hank said dazedly. "Did I see it wrong?" "I saw it too." The few who were slow to react looked at each other. Bang! Suddenly, the glass of the French window on the other side shattered. The mutant Riptide stepped in. He had just used his ability to completely destroy the Cerebro, obeying Black King's command. Mystique and 6 or 7 others blocked the window. He still didn't know that Red Devil was lying on the ground, as dead as could be. Riptide. But Ron had seen him through the gaps in the crowd. Teleportation. As long as he had been to or seen a place, he could teleport freely. Bang! "Is it already handled?" A familiar voice sounded behind him. Riptide thought it was his companion Red Devil. He gave a cold smile to the panicked and nervous Mystique and the others, and without turning his head, asked if everyone else in the base had been dealt with. However, in the eyes of Mystique and the others, that wasn't the case at all. He looked like a joker, with Ron standing expressionlessly behind him. "No, there's still one more." A cold voice like a death knell from hell suddenly rang out. Crack, crack. Before Riptide could react, his confident smile froze on his face. His fragile neck was twisted by immense power, turning in a circle, and he became a corpse, following Red Devil to his demise. Ability points, 42,000. Ability points increased again, reaching an unprecedented number. Powerful ability, but unfortunately, a fragile body. Ron looked down indifferently at the corpse on the ground. The mutant Riptide's ability could create whirlwinds, tornadoes, and even hurricanes, with destructive power comparable to a small natural disaster, but unfortunately, his body was too weak. However, this was also a common problem for mutants. Very few possessed both powerful abilities and powerful bodies simultaneously. Like later, Magneto's power was enough to manipulate Earth's magnetic field, causing global disasters, but if the timing was right, a small plastic bullet could take his life. Another one solved. Ron, you're like a cold and deadly assassin, so amazing. Raven, her face flushed with excitement, and the other exclaiming individuals walked over. At the same age, Ron felt much more powerful than them. He quickly dealt with two powerful enemies without batting an eye, instantly giving them a huge sense of security. Ron ignored these foolish individuals and looked towards the main door. Those freaks you're looking for are inside. Spare me. Ah. With a loud bang, a plea for mercy from outside the door abruptly ceased. What a beautiful night, ladies and gentlemen. The main door opened, and Black King Sebastian Shaw slowly walked into the room with relaxed steps. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, wearing a peculiar and majestic helmet, he had just dealt with a fully armed special team of hundreds of agents. Not only had he been hit by an RPG, but not even a single strand of his hair was out of place. His ability allowed him to remain elegant, no matter when or where. Riptide and Red Devil. But after entering the room, Black King, who was preparing to deliver an elegant speech to sway and recruit people, saw Riptide's corpse and the conspicuously dead Red Devil on the courtyard lawn not far away. His smile vanished. Interesting. It seems one of you has given me a surprise. His expression, which was usually indifferent no matter what happened, gradually turned cold. Black King looked up, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. His gaze finally locked onto Ron, who was standing next to Riptide's corpse. Surging energy was flowing within his body. Did you kill Red Devil and the others? Why bother looking? Ron sneered, directly admitting it, then retreated into the crowd and grabbed Mystique's wrist. Raven looked puzzled, but before she could ask anything. Bang! Taking Mystique with him, Ron activated his mind teleportation, leaving the CIA base and arriving in a dark alley. The surrounding scenery changed abruptly. Only the dim yellow light at the far end of the alley was visible. The rest was shrouded in darkness. Raven instinctively panicked, like a startled kitten pressing close to Ron's body. Ah, Ron, where is this? A safe place. Ron looked down at her and said, That man is much more troublesome than the two guys I just killed. Red Devil's ability was mind teleportation, not instantaneous movement. The speed of the teleportation was not actually fast, and there was a bang-bang sound to alert others. Red Devil and Riptide had not expected him to possess this ability, which was why they died so easily. This trick would not work on Black King. Besides absorbing and releasing energy at will, Black King Sebastian Shaw could also greatly enhance his strength, speed, and endurance, allowing him to stay awake indefinitely, recover from minor injuries, and achieve immortality. His reaction speed far surpassed that of ordinary people, and his defense was so strong that even missiles could not harm him. To prevent you from getting hurt if a fight breaks out later, I'll send you here first. The enraged Black King might do anything in the next second, perhaps stomping his foot and releasing an energy burst that would tear the entire room apart. Thank you, Ron. Raven, who had been on the verge of tears from fright, looked at him with a surge of emotion, feeling a subtle oddness in her heart. With so many people in the room, Ron chose to send her here first. Could there be another reason? At that moment, she wasn't the closest to him, and there was another girl closer who could have been protected first. I'm going back, Ron said, preparing to activate his ability to return. Mystique was a treasure. The Sentinel, which would exterminate mutants in the future, was developed based on her genes. Anyone in that room could die, but Mystique could not. Ron, you must come back quickly. Hearing Ron was leaving, Mystique looked at the dark, empty surroundings, still shaken. Like a poor, helpless little girl, she grabbed his arm, her voice trembling. Having just experienced a bloody and brutal attack, she couldn't help but feel afraid staying in such a place alone. How troublesome. A bloodbath might already be happening on the other side, and I'm still wasting time here. Feeling a bit impatient, Ron turned his head back, his voice softening. I will. He wasn't a superhero. What did the lives of those people over there have to do with him? If it weren't to go back and record Black King's abilities, and then try to kill Black King tonight, I wouldn't bother going back. Stay here and wait for me. He quietly instructed her again, then teleported back to the room in the base. In the room, he had expected a battle to have already begun with Black King, but it hadn't. Your companions have abandoned you and fled. I am about to usher in a new era on Earth, an era where mutants live like kings. In the room, Black King, as expected of a qualified leader, had no one left among his subordinates, so he would just recruit more. With a cold, deep voice, he pressured Alex and the others to make a choice. Will you embrace the new era or die clinging to the old, decaying one? Choose for yourselves. He looked at them, his gaze filled with pressure. Bang tilde. When Ron returned, he witnessed the scene of the majestic leader recruiting online. His appearance interrupted Black King's speech. How did you do that? Do you just happen to possess the same ability as Red Devil? Upon seeing Ron, who he thought had fled, reappear, Black King's eyes narrowed and he pressed him with a deep, rapid question. After seeing Ron use Red Devil's ability to take people away, he no longer thought about Red Devil being killed. Compared to that, he was more interested in figuring out Ron's situation. If he didn't just happen to have the same ability, it was hard to imagine such a unique mutant existed in the universe. That was quite a moving speech. Continue, don't mind me. Ignoring his question, Ron raised an eyebrow, put his hand on Hank's shoulder, and was about to activate his ability to leave. You still think you can escape from me a second time? Black King frowned, raised his palm, and a ball of fire carrying immense energy shot out with a bang. Your new era doesn't sound good at all. Realizing that Ron might be taking them away one by one, Darwin stepped forward, blocking the fireball with his body, which had grown layers of black stone armor. Flames splattered, and he was knocked flying. Your speech just now reminded me of a certain mustachioed man. Twisting his body, Alex forcefully gathered power and shot an energy arc blade at Black King. Good energy. I'll give it back to you. Easily parrying the energy arc blade with his palm and absorbing it in an instant, Black King praised the plasma-like energy Alex emitted, then spread his palm again. Buzz. Alex was knocked flying by a fist-thick energy ray. Stay here. Taking Hank away, Ron teleported in front of a bar, threw out a sentence, and turned to leave. Hank was a talented individual. Compared to his abilities, his mind was the most important. As one of the smartest people in the X-Men universe, he had developed things like the Cerebro and the Blackbird fighter, providing technical and equipment support for the X-Men. Black King wants to create a new era. Coincidentally, so do I. His new era needed such talents. As for how to make Hank serve him, controlling Mystique would allow him to control Hank, as Hank had always been devoted to Mystique. Enough. My patience is limited. Surrender or death. During Ron's brief absence, Black King effortlessly defeated Banshee and Angel, his murderous voice echoing through the room. He was like a silent volcano ready to erupt at any moment, filling everyone with fear. Bang! A familiar sound. Ron appeared in the room again. Quick, Ron, quick, take me away. Angel, who had been planning to surrender, saw Ron appear and changed her mind, clinging to him like a drowning person to a straw, urging him frantically. The two weakest people had been sent away one after another. Now it should be her turn, the only remaining woman. Leave? I've only recently acquired that new ability and cannot use it for extended periods. That was the last time for a short while. Ron glanced at the dark-skinned Mexican woman urging him, his cold voice shattering her illusion. In fact, the template system not only allowed him to possess others' abilities, but also developed them to the level of the original ability owner. He could have taken everyone away in one go, but he still had things to do. What? Alex, Darwin, and the third person who were knocked to the ground turned pale. They had not understood why Ron started taking people away as soon as he saw Black King, and what happened to the Ron who had so cleanly dealt with the two enemies. After clashing with Black King, they realized this man was a monster. He had easily defeated them without even trying. Leaving was indeed the correct choice. But now, even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. Good, I've always hated it when people leave in the middle of a theatrical performance. Google search reading. Especially a play I'm directing. Hearing this, Black King narrowed his eyes. not only because Ron wouldn't be able to leave his presence for a while, but also because Ron's ability to possess the abilities of others didn't seem that strong. No, no. Angel's face turned ugly. After a brief struggle, she ran to Black King's side and pleaded, "I'm willing to join you and build a new era for mutants with you. Don't kill me." Angel, you? Alex and the other two couldn't believe her betrayal. Ron's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. This stripper had already sided with Black King tonight. A wise choice. Anyone else? Black King scanned the crowd, his gaze finally settling on Ron. His eyes slightly narrowed, preparing to say something more, as he had lost 2 subordinates today. "You've talked enough nonsense today. Let me save you some spit." Ron was expressionless, not wanting to waste words with him. He swiftly and cleanly swung his claw in attack. "Charge!" Like a signal, Alex and the other two on the ground got up, shouting as they launched their attacks together. Although their hope of escape was shattered, Ron hadn't abandoned them. He used his last chance to return and face the powerful enemy with them, which greatly encouraged them. The smart people in the world are always a minority. Feigning regret, Black King shook his head, his eyes turning cold. He first punched Ron with extreme speed, sending him flying. He once again blocked Alex's energy arc blade, then backhanded an energy ray at Banshee, who was preparing to open her mouth and unleash a sonic attack. Banshee was not like Alex, who had the ability to absorb heat and radiation energy. A fist-sized hole was punched through her chest, allowing one to see directly through her. She fell down, her mouth agape, emitting a smell of burnt flesh. "Banshee, you bastard, die!" Darwin, sliding on his knees in anger, charged forward. His fists transformed into huge hammers made of black, hard rock. A several-ton force, enough to send a car flying, heavily struck Black King's abdomen. But it didn't even budge his body in the slightest. "A 7 or 8-year-old girl on the street has a more powerful punch than you." Black King glanced sideways at the stunned Darwin, then casually smashed his fist down. Bang! Darwin was struck as if by a tank falling from the sky. Under the terrifying force, his entire head uncontrollably smashed through the floor tiles, and half of his body was embedded in the ground. Pop! Angel flapped her dragonfly-like wings on her back and flew over, spitting highly corrosive acid balls, constantly attacking Alex. "Angel, you traitor!" Alex twisted his body and fired an energy arc blade. The two began to fight. Swish! Ron, who had been sent flying, agilely and swiftly pushed off the room wall like a leopard, attacking again. Steel-like spikes grew from his hands, extending along his fingernails, resembling tiger claws. Under danger, his ability to adapt and survive began to manifest. Too slow as my grandmother who died decades ago. His hands, which were thrusting down, were easily grabbed by Black King. The spikes were a few centimeters from his eyes, unable to advance further. "You should have noticed that I've been holding back against you. Ron, you are very unique. Don't force me to kill you." He warned coldly, using both soft and hard tactics, attempting to recruit Ron again and make him submit. "You can say that after you kill me." His adaptive survival ability continuously worked. Ron scoffed, not buying it in the slightest. His entire muscular system rapidly evolved, becoming denser and more powerful, and the strength in his arms grew greater and greater. Black King's expression slightly changed, finding it a bit hard to hold on. His strongest abilities were absorbing and releasing energy. His maximum amplified static strength was only about 8 or 9 tons. The strength gripping Ron's 2 arms was gradually exceeding this 8 or 9-ton limit. Enough. He controlled the kinetic energy stored in his body and squeezed hard, intending to break Ron's arms. But the next second, Ron's arms, along with his body, directly transformed into a high-density, steel-like form, shimmering with a silver luster. It was still adaptive survival, resisting his strength. "Since you won't listen to anything I say, then this is the end." After repeated failures, Black King's eyes darkened. He was a bit angry and no longer held back. After 2 rounds of probing, the young man in front of him did not seem like someone who would be subjugated, and his ability was too peculiar, perhaps with the possibility of being uncontrollable. He exerted force with both hands, preparing to use the surging energy within him to tear Ron in half. Not enough. I want to get some ash in your eyes. Mid-sentence, Ron mockingly interrupted, uttering a classic villain's famous line. Bang tilde. In the night sky, he, along with Black King, teleported to appear above a huge steel furnace. Flames burned inside the furnace, emitting rolling black smoke. Goodbye. In mid-air, Ron arched his body and kicked Black King hard in the abdomen with both feet, forcefully breaking free from his grasp. The two separated in the air, falling one above the other. Inked. If I hadn't only been here for a few days and hadn't been to the bottom of the sea, I would definitely invite you to see the Mariana Trench. As for this, if you don't die, consider it an appetizer. During the fall, besides the whistling wind, his cold voice drifted from the night sky. Where is this all? He had been tricked. Black King, who had been a Nazi high-ranking official, didn't expect Ron to also have teleportation ability. The moment before he was about to fall into the furnace, he smelled a familiar and pungent odor. His face changed, and he angrily demanded to know where this was. Suburban crematorium. With cold mockery in his eyes, Ron looked down at him, dropped the words, activated his ability, and left. Get some ash. What kind of ash? Bone ash. Ron. A roar of humiliation and anger reverberated through the night sky. He reappeared in the base room. Darwin had just pulled his head out of the ground. Black King didn't know his ability and failed to kill him. His head had turned to steel, and he survived. Where did that person go? Seeing Ron, he confusedly asked about Black King's whereabouts. Suburbs. Ron replied, looking at Alex and the other fighting outside the courtyard. He flashed and appeared above Angel, swinging a claw down. Angel, who had just flapped her wings to dodge an attack from Alex, heard the sound and looked back, but it was too late to dodge. Blood splattered from her neck, and she fell helplessly. Having ended everything, he flashed again, returning to the ground. He glanced at the template. Ability points, 78,000. Recorded templates, Mutant Black King, price, 120,000. Tonight, he gained 3 new abilities and accumulated a lot of ability points, which was a great harvest. The only pity was that he was still a bit short of obtaining Black King's ability. But it doesn't matter. There will be a second half in the near future. Charles and his 2 companions went to the Soviet Union. Their intelligence-gathering mission went smoothly, and they easily captured White Queen, using their abilities to uncover Black King's entire plan. But when they joyfully disembarked from the plane back in New York with their gains, someone called them and told them one thing. The base was gone. All the personnel were dead, and the base was almost nothing but ruins. Charles and his 2 companions rushed over after receiving the news. Ron and his 4 companions were sitting on a long bench in front of the base, where specialists were cleaning up inside. Alex and his 2 companions sat together. Mystique sat quite close to Ron, and Beast Hank occasionally glanced over there with a hint of sadness. After the battle was resolved last night, when Ron went back to pick them up, Raven, who had been left alone in that cold, dark alley for a long time, instantly threw herself into his arms with fear and unease when she saw him, whimpering and asking if he was all right and how the others were. Ron, you're finally back. Are you hurt? How are the others? In that alley, Raven was not only terrified by the dreadful surroundings, but also constantly worried that Ron and the others had been killed. Every second felt like a year, almost torture. Ron's reappearance ended her torment, and his embrace made her feel incredibly safe and warm. Furthermore, Mystique later learned that Ron's teleportation ability was limited, and he chose to send her away first. A series of events combined, and she felt a certain fondness in her heart, unconsciously moving closer to Ron. We know what happened. I'll arrange a plane for you all to go home now, including you, Ron. Professor X said to them with a heavy heart, then hesitated and looked at Ron, adding, Although you did very well, and we couldn't have done better, you are still too young. You should return to where you belong back home. What happened yesterday made him believe even more strongly that he shouldn't involve a group of immature young people. He felt deeply guilty, Even though he learned from others that Ron had killed Red Devil and Riptide, and finally sent away Black King, which surprised them, he still didn't want Ron to take any more risks. Home? Ron secretly shook his head, not believing that Professor X had a plane that could cross the universe. However, today's events seemed to make Charles begin to mature. The wanderer part of him started to fade, and he became aware of responsibility and accountability, gradually transforming into Professor X. No, we're not leaving. He killed Banshee. Banshee died right in front of us, with a large hole in its chest. Alex and Darwin said with intense emotions and hatred. They wanted to stay and fight Black King to avenge Banshee. Although young people have many immaturities compared to adults, they also have one advantage. They easily make friends. They can become friends after knowing each other for just a few days. No, for you, it's all over. Charles's expression became serious again, and he wanted to insist that everyone leave. We should avenge him. Life will give us many hardships. Constant tolerance and forgetting will never lead to improvement. Eric, who had been watching from the side, spoke in a deep voice, immediately undermining Charles's stance. We must avenge. We must fight back. Eric, a word with you. Taking a deep breath, Professor X gritted his teeth and called Magneto aside, reproaching him. Eric, what are you saying? They are still children. No, they used to be children. Hatred and love are the fastest things that make people grow. Magneto's expression was stern as he shook his head in disagreement. After what happened last night, they are different from before. When it comes to hatred giving people strength, no one has more right to speak than he does. From the gunshot that killed his mother more than 10 years ago, for a long time, he thought about revenge every moment. From a child alone to an adult, in the long darkness, no matter what difficulties he encountered, he never gave up. Because hatred was his support. Hatred, it can unleash a person's potential and give a person strength they couldn't otherwise possess. Professor X looked back and gazed at them for a while. Look at Ron. They have enormous potential. Charles, if you send them back, the matter of Banshee will become a lifelong regret, a thorn in their hearts. Professor X's heart began to waver. Ron watched Magneto's stern persuasion of Professor X from afar, knowing that he too was approaching the Magneto of the future. 18 years ago, Black King shot Eric's mother in the concentration camp to stimulate his potential. For 18 years, Eric always wanted to avenge his mother. 18 years of suffering, torment, and arduous searching. Did Magneto cause any trouble for Black King or retaliate? The answer is no. Black King was too cunning. After the Soviet Union lost power, he changed his identity and started a new organization. It took Magneto 18 years just to find Black King. During those 18 years, Black King established the Hellfire Club and befriended and socialized with high-ranking officials, while he, like a lone wolf, struggled to search in the dark night and pain. How many 18 years does a person have? The meaning of his life was almost entirely consumed by hatred. His last meeting with Professor X was also the first time he saw Black King again after 18 years. On that luxurious cruise ship, 18 years of accumulated anger and hatred overwhelmed his reason. He held a small dagger and rushed forward, wanting to kill Black King, but before he could get close, White Queen kicked him into the water. Then, in the water, although he used his abilities to destroy the cruise ship, he could only watch his enemy leave safely in the nuclear submarine beneath the cruise ship. He searched for 18 years, yet his enemy left safely in front of him. The second closest time was the near miss last night. Missing another chance for revenge, Magneto became even more agitated. He couldn't wait any longer. Hatred had already consumed him. He began to resort to any means necessary for revenge, utilizing everything he could. What if a person whose entire life's meaning is revenge ultimately fails to personally avenge, release the accumulated anger and pain, and is left with lifelong regret? Sitting on the long bench, Ron's lips curled into a smile as he thought to himself. With such a significant impact, his future destiny would surely change greatly, wouldn't it? We need special training. Professor X walked over, finally persuaded by Magneto, believing that Magneto genuinely had their best interests at heart, and tacitly agreed that everyone could stay. However, this time, he would ensure these young people were trained, mastered their abilities, and competently handled danger before allowing them to re-enter the battlefield. We can't stay here anymore. Even rebuilding wouldn't be safe. He knows this place. Alex stood up and warned that the base could no longer be stayed in, then looked at Ron with a strange expression. Ron threw him into the incinerator flue of a suburban crematorium. If he's not dead, he'll definitely come back for revenge. Thrown into an ash heap, such immense humiliation. Black King couldn't possibly do nothing. Although he didn't immediately come back to kill, when he reappeared, it would certainly be the most ruthless retaliation. The crematorium flew. Professor X and his two companions were stunned when they heard this, their eyes wide as they looked at Ron. Professor X and the others only knew that Ron seemed to have used Red Devil's ability to send Black King away, but they didn't know exactly where. It turned out to be inside the crematorium's furnace chimney. No one would have thought that Black King, as the mastermind behind the plot to start World War III and destroy the world, would be made so miserable and wretched by Ron. Well done. He killed countless people when he was doing... Magneto thought about that scene, revealing a shark-like ferocious smile, with a morbid sense of pleasure. That's where he belongs. I want to use the furnace chimney with its thin oxygen and rolling smoke from the combustion to see if he can be suffocated to death. Sitting on the bench, Ron slowly put forward his idea. In a head-on confrontation, no one in the world could kill Black King. It's hard to succeed. Professor X sighed and said, I've read White Queen's memories. One of Black King's abilities is superhuman endurance. He can go 2 or 3 hours without breathing. An ordinary person's breath-holding limit is 10 to 20 minutes, but Black King can do it for more than 10 times that. In that case, the bottom of the sea probably can't kill him either. After hearing Professor X's words, Ron whispered softly, with Black King's power, perhaps 10 minutes would be enough for him to swim from the Earth's deepest point, the Mariana Trench, over 10,000 meters deep, to the surface, or even less time. To kill Black King, they had to find another way. The training place? Come with me. Professor X thought for a moment and suggested that everyone could go to his home. My home is quite spacious and can accommodate so many people. Outskirts of New York. This is your home? In a spacious estate covering hundreds of acres, in front of an exquisite ancient castle, Darwin, who used to be a taxi driver, stammered, If I'm not mistaken, it looks like a castle. Is this what wealthy people consider quite spacious? Let alone them. Even if the number of people increased by more than 10 times, it could still fit them. For now, we will live here. Professor X ignored Darwin's exclamation and said, Charles, how much money do you have? Alex couldn't help but ask in surprise. I don't know. I never care about such things. He spread his hands, indicating he wasn't interested in such matters. He preferred to delve into academics. Magneto, standing by, was silently speechless, thinking of his childhood after leaving the concentration camp, wandering around and starving 3 times a day. The future mutant school. Ron looked at the ancient castle in front of him, his eyes moving slightly. Professor X would eventually use this castle and estate as the site for the mutant school. Let's go, it's tour time. Mystique smiled and led everyone to tour the ancient castle. Walking through the corridors with redwood floors, the interior decoration of the castle was even more classical and elegant, with antique clocks hanging on the walls and antiques everywhere. Professor X is undeniably a winner in life, a genuine New York aristocrat whose ancestors lived in a castle 200 years ago, born into a wealthy family with endless money, and as a child, he found his adopted sister Mystique stealing food in his own kitchen. As he grew up, he was handsome and talented, the most powerful psychic on Earth. With such a configuration, he should have had a happy and fulfilling life. Unfortunately, he was a playboy in his early life, didn't understand people's hearts, missed the ever-changing mystique, and allowed Magneto to capture her heart and take her away. In his later years, his benevolent heart was activated, and he toiled for mutants his entire life, until his death. Pitiable. Ron secretly shook his head. After touring the ancient castle, Professor X arranged rooms and began training for each person. In the bunker that could withstand nuclear explosions, Alex was allowed to freely practice his incredibly destructive ability. He resolved Magneto's emotional knots, telling him not to always rely on anger to activate his abilities, but to think of beautiful things and master subtle changes in tranquility. He created various environments to help Darwin familiarize himself with how his abilities would react to different dangers so he could use them with preparation. And Hank? Professor X, as a mentor in psychology, also successfully resolved his emotional knots, allowing him to let go of his inhibitions and temporarily accept his big feat. He ran faster, several times faster than an ordinary person. Of course, this was useless. They didn't need someone to transport ammunition in the trenches. Professor X gave up and let Hank do his own scientific research. Finally, it was Ron's turn. In the room. Ron, your situation is quite complex and special. Professor X carefully chose his words, looking at the young man in front of him, paused, and asked, "You seem to be able to possess the abilities of other mutants?" Mutant abilities, in the eyes of ordinary people, are like magic, like miracles. If a person could freely possess the abilities of other mutants, wouldn't he eventually become a god in various senses in people's eyes? He couldn't help but wonder if such an unrestricted, super-spec ability truly existed in the world. 5 times. On the sofa, Ron turned his gaze back from Magneto, who was practicing his abilities on the lawn outside, and suddenly said, "What?" Professor X didn't react for a moment. "I can replicate others' abilities, but I can only use it 5 times in my life. Once they're used up, they're gone." He held up 5 fingers and smiled. 5 times, so 5 abilities. If he could only possess 5 abilities, it wasn't unacceptable. Professor X secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Logically, such a powerful ability shouldn't exist. Otherwise, the future destiny of Earth would eventually not be decided by the other 6 billion lives, but by the will of this young man in front of him alone, which would be too terrible. With his benevolent heart gradually activated, he subconsciously didn't want to see such a scene. The best gods for the world are the gods that only exist in fantasy. How many have you replicated already? Professor X continued to press. Immortality and self-healing, tiger leopard physical enhancement, psychic teleportation, and Darwin's and Alex's abilities, a total of 5. Ron counted casually, putting down a finger with each one he said, finally putting them all down. "Wait a minute, you said immortality?" After Ron finished speaking, Professor X reacted and was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have heard something quite extraordinary. "How long can you live?" "About several hundred years, maybe over 1,000 years. I'm not sure exactly," Ron said casually, looking much like Professor X had when discussing his family's wealth earlier. Sabretooth and Wolverine have the same abilities. The adamantium skeleton made Wolverine who he is, integrating with his body, but it also greatly hindered his immortality and self-healing ability. Although my innate lifespan is short and there's some hindrance, with Sabretooth's ability, living for at least several hundred years is not a problem. He didn't care about this issue. His own lifespan still had a chance to become longer, even truly immortal. On the other side, Raven was lying on a fitness bench, constantly lifting a 100 kilograms barbell, training her strength. Suddenly, the barbell flew out of her hand uncontrollably and floated up. Magneto slowly walked in the training room. The barbell slipped from his grip and floated more than 2 meters high, startling Raven, who quickly sat up. If half your attention is on concealing your difference, you can't do what you're supposed to do well. Magneto walked in slowly and said. His words referred to Mystique's struggling appearance while lifting the barbell earlier. Your strength is more than this. why hide it? Mystique had blue skin covered in fine scales, and unlike ordinary people, possessed a certain degree of physical enhancement. A heavy barbell would be very strenuous for an ordinary person, but it shouldn't have been that way for her. However, she had been distracted, maintaining the appearance of an ordinary person, concealing her original look, and unable to use her full strength. Whoosh! Magneto's eyes moved, and he released control of the barbell. Whoosh! The heavy 100 kilograms barbell, with a whooshing sound, fell from midair. Raven was forced to revert to her original blue skin and yellow eyes, no longer maintaining her human appearance, and steadily caught the barbell with no effort. Indeed, just as Magneto had said, she had been distracted by hiding her true form. But no one likes to be lectured by someone they don't know well, especially after Magneto's impolite actions, which were infuriating. I guess you can stand here and say all this to me, because you've never been abandoned as a monster, wandered from childhood, had children throw stones at you, yelling for you to get away, forever unable to be accepted by society as an anomaly, she said with anger. You want society to accept you, but you don't even accept your true self. Shaking his head gently, Magneto's tone was serious, and his face showed highly infectious confidence and a smile. If I were you, I would never hide my appearance. You should be proud. You were born different. You are a miracle, a pioneer. We mutants are ahead of everyone, at the forefront of evolution. The current you is like Copernicus, who after discovering the truth, feared being labeled a heretic and tried desperately to hide himself, blending in with the foolish common people. Raven, who had experienced many sensitive things since childhood, could feel that Magneto wasn't just saying it casually. He truly believed it. If he were like her, would he really do that? Was she wrong? She was a pioneer, yet she wanted to blend in with ordinary people who were lagging behind on the evolutionary path? After Magneto finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Mystique deep in thought and confusion. I've always only thought about concealing myself, never accepting myself. Was that wrong? She put down the barbell, her eyes filled with struggle. Knock, knock. A knock sounded, and Ron leaned against the door, arms crossed. Ron, Raven exclaimed, because she was currently in her true form. She turned her head, wanting to change back, to become that beautiful girl with blonde hair and brown eyes again. But thinking of the discrimination from her childhood, she inexplicably felt some sadness and anger, stopped her movement, and turned back to look at Ron. You saw it. This is actually my true form, ugly and strange, like a beast, like a demon. I did see it. I also heard what he said just now. Lowering his arms and slowly walking in, Ron offered no comfort, indicating that he had heard what Magneto had said to her. Do you think he's right? Was I wrong to hide myself all this time? But seeing that Ron's expression hadn't changed, showing no shock or disgust, Raven's emotions seemed to be comforted, and she asked with slight nervousness. Confused, she now needed someone she trusted to help her decide and guide her out of this crossroads. In some sense, he's not wrong. Ron chuckled. This moment could be considered one of the key turning points in Mystique's life. It was after hearing Magneto's words today that she refused Hank's serum, which was supposedly able to restore her appearance to that of a normal person, and thereafter always showed herself in her blue-skinned form. Is that so? You also think I was wrong? Lowering her head, Raven murmured softly. Already wavering, she began to consider whether to face people with her true appearance from now on. No, you are not wrong. He shook his head gently, believing Raven was also not wrong, and refuted. Anyone can preach grand principles, but very few can actually follow them. People are often not as strong as they imagine. How many people can achieve a saint-like state of mind in theory, with terrifying mental resilience, indifferent to honor or disgrace, indifferent to the strange looks from others, and live their lives calmly and self-sufficiently? Magneto thought he could do it, but that was his assumption. He had never truly faced it. Copernicus was indeed a scientific pioneer, but after he concluded the heliocentric theory, He feared the consequences of this theory and did not publish it for 30 years, living well until he died of old age in his bed. In contrast, his student Bruno, after his death, vigorously propagated the heliocentric theory, was denounced as a heretic by the church, and was burned alive while people cheered and watched. Speaking of the example Magneto had given earlier, Ron said earnestly, "Raven, the new era has not yet arrived. People who are too far ahead will not be understood or accepted by people of the old era. People cannot be separated from society. People's choices must consider the progress of the times. I understand." Nodding, Raven's eyes became firm after hearing this, and she hesitantly asked a question she was very concerned about. "Ron, for you, how do I look now? Do you want the truth? Do you want the truth?" Ron scanned her up and down, then crossed his arms and asked, "Yes, of course, the truth." "Beautiful, uniquely beautiful." He praised softly. "There have always been many people with special fetishes who like succubi and she-devils." Although he wasn't particularly inclined, he wasn't completely against it. He wasn't lying. Mystique's appearance on Earth was indeed unique. "Ron, no one has ever said that to me." Raven couldn't help but softly call his name, her eyes shining, her voice softening by 3 points, imbued with a touch of emotion. No one had ever said that to her before. When she appeared in that form, all she received were exclamations and curses like monster and devil. A bunch of people who don't know how to appreciate it, no need to pay attention to them. Ron said with a smile, gently caressing her face, and then kissed her. "Life is short. One should try more things." It was just like a dish with a special flavor. He wouldn't eat only one dish his entire life. "Raven, I succeeded. I successfully developed the serum." That evening, Hank excitedly held the serum and knocked on Raven's door, saying, as early as at the CIA base, he had told Raven about his idea to develop a serum to change his large feet and Raven's strange appearance. Now, after a long period of research, he had finally succeeded. "Raven, you don't seem particularly happy." Opening the door, still immersed in the daytime kiss, Raven felt a sweet calm in her heart at that moment. She came to her senses and said with a smile, "No, I'm very happy, thank you, Hank." Of course, she was especially happy that the serum to turn her back into a normal person had been successfully developed. "It's nothing, just a minor effort. We are friends, aren't we?" Hank scratched his head, then fell into excitement again. "With the serum, we can both return to normal people and not have to endure everyone's strange looks." Moreover, he had helped Raven solve the issue of her appearance, which had made her feel inferior and sensitive since childhood. Raven would surely be grateful to him and develop more affection for him. "In that case, perhaps I can pull Raven's heart away from Ron." He looked at the person he liked and thought to himself. Hank didn't know what had happened during the day, but he had already noticed from subtle cues that Raven was somewhat close to Ron. So, after working overtime to develop the serum, he immediately rushed to find Raven without stopping. Everyone's strange looks, but Raven smiled slightly at his words, remembering Ron. Not everyone. At least she knew one person who didn't care about her strange appearance at all. "Raven, quickly use the serum." Hank impatiently handed a light green serum to Raven, saying he was about to inject himself with another one. "Wait, Hank, will there be any discomfort when injecting this serum?" Raven stopped him and asked. "Usually, yes. The serum's principle is similar to antibiotics, attacking the cells that cause our appearance to mutate, allowing us to return to normal." After a moment of thought, Hank recalled, the process would be slightly painful. "Since that's the case, could you please go back to your room? It's a bit inconvenient for me," she said, embarrassed, requesting. Raven didn't want Hank to see her in pain and crying out. All right. The excited Hank was immediately doused with cold water. Bang, the door was gently closed. He stood outside the door, holding the serum, comforting himself that Raven hadn't felt the serum's effect yet, which was why she hadn't shown him gratitude. By the next day, after returning to a normal appearance, she might joyfully embrace him out of gratitude, giving him a surprise by no longer being deliberately polite. Raven, I hope your extraordinary potential can give me a surprise. In the room, Ron stood by the window, swirling a glass of bright red wine, looking at the bright full moon in the sky, a smile playing on his lips. He had just seen Hank leave Mystique's room with the remaining serum, and he sighed meaningfully. Today's full moon is truly bright, making one instinctively associate it with the sight of monster werewolves transforming and howling under the full moon. My body, no. At the same time in the castle, painful and fearful screams came from Hank's and Mystique's respective rooms, but they were blocked by the thick wooden doors, unheard by anyone. Hank was a genius, but his attempt to solve his and Raven's problems by developing the serum had failed this time. The serum not only failed to attack and eliminate the cells causing the appearance mutation, but instead stimulated them, making the appearance mutation even stronger. After using the serum, Hank grew blue fur all over his body, his muscles bulged, and he transformed into something resembling a blue-furred gorilla, becoming a true beast. In the original development, Mystique refused Hank's serum, choosing to accept her true self, and coincidentally escape disaster. That's not what I want to see. He shook his head gently. Whether to change the destiny of Mystique, a crucial character in the X-Men universe, or out of curiosity and for the future. Mystique has enormous potential. The future mutant Bane, Sentinel, was researched and developed based on her genes. He was very curious whether Mystique could transform her hidden potential into power under the serum's effect, becoming an aid for him in establishing a new era for mutants. You are too weak now. You must also want to be able to help me, right, Raven? Ron took a sip of wine and murmured, "Knock, knock, knock. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I messed everything up. Raven, are you okay? Can you open the door? Let me see you, Raven." The next morning, inside the castle, Hank anxiously knocked on Raven's room door. "I really didn't expect the serum to turn out like this. I tested it many times," he said, full of guilt and regret. He had changed completely. His body was covered in blue fur like beast. Last night, Hank used the serum. At first, his large feet did shrink back to normal, but it only lasted for a few seconds before a more violent mutation occurred. It completely turned him into a monster, causing him to lose consciousness. When Hank woke up and painfully discovered his appearance, he immediately went to find Raven, worried about her condition since she had also used the serum. Alex, woken by the echoing knocking in the old castle, scratched his head and came out of a room a few doors down. He was startled when he saw Hank, instantly becoming alert. "Hank, is that you, Hank? Shit, what the hell are you doing? Are you playing a blue-furred Bigfoot?" He recognized Hank from his clothes, which were torn into strips. "Alex, shut your mouth and get lost." Facing Alex, who was always impetuous and spoke without thinking, Hank uncharacteristically snapped back like beast. Then he turned back and continued to call out worriedly at the door. "Raven, leave. Hank, leave. I don't blame you, just let me be alone for a while." Raven's saddened hoarse shout, mixed with pain, suddenly came from the room. Injecting the serum was her own choice. She couldn't blame Hank, but she didn't want to see anyone right now. "Do you want to call everyone here?" Hank stopped knocking, opened his mouth, still wanting to comfort her. But it was too late for Raven's words. Others had already rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "What's going on? Hank, why did you turn out like this?" Professor X, Magneto, and the others arrived, their expressions shocked as they saw Hank, who was almost unrecognizable. Ron appeared from around the corner of the corridor and walked over. Hank looked at Ron with a guilty conscience and painfully recounted. "I developed a serum, thinking it could remove my and Raven's mutated appearances, but I messed up. It greatly stimulated the cells." "You mean Raven too?" Professor X, Mystique's adoptive brother. His face changed drastically. Magneto and Moira exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Under the effect of the serum, Hank, who only had deformed feet, had turned into this. What would Raven, who was already completely different from ordinary people, turn into? The serum still failed, as expected. It seemed that on the serum front, no butterfly effect had occurred due to his arrival. Ron's expression shifted slightly, and he disappeared behind the others. Go see my Mystique. She must really need comfort right now. Bang tilde. Using his ability, he left the startled and worried crowd and arrived at Raven's room. Inside, it was a mess. Tables and chairs were overturned, and the quilt was almost torn to shreds, as if someone had struggled painfully on it. A figure, sad and despairing, was hiding in the corner by the wall on the inner side of the bed, pressing tightly against the wall, clutching her head and sobbing painfully. Hearing the sound, Raven looked up and saw Ron. She tried to pull the quilt over herself, her voice trembling, wanting to hide under the bed. No, Ron, don't look at me. Raven, it's okay. Ron crouched down, took her hand and gently comforted her, looking her up and down. Perhaps because Mystique's original appearance was already quite mutated, the changes weren't as obvious as Hank's. Besides the skin changes, the most noticeable additions were something on her head and behind her. A few centimeters of small blue horns grew on her head, and a blue tail similar to Red Devil's also emerged from behind her. Ron, do I look more like a monster now? More like a devil who should be dragged to the gallows and burned? Raven was in tears, her expression pained. Her hopeful expectations had been dashed, and the situation had not improved but worsened, almost driving her to despair. Now that she had become like this, could Ron still accept her? Raven, in my eyes, you are more complete, more beautiful. Ron's earnest and soft words made her almost despairing heart relax. More beautiful wasn't just words. Mystique's face was indeed more beautiful, as if it had been subtly refined. The uneven scales on her skin had disappeared, becoming incredibly smooth. She was probably scared by the horns on her head and her tail and hadn't looked closely in a mirror. Compared to the old Raven, who looked like a demon but was incomplete, now with horns and a tail, she looked more like a beautiful female demon. What, complete? Beautiful? Raven looked up, stunned. Could Ron accept her like this? In the 1960s, people's XPs were still not open enough. Ron secretly shook his head, then asked, Is your ability still there, Raven? It is. It is. The person she liked not only affirmed her current appearance, but seemed to like it even more. Raven's mood improved greatly as she felt her body, then hesitantly said, And it seems I have other abilities. Such as? Like this. With tears on her face, Raven looked at him with a pitiable gaze, and a mysterious blue light flashed in her eyes. Seeing that blue light, Ron's eyes became vacant, as if he had entered a controlled somnambulistic state. She was about to speak, using her newly acquired ability to make Ron give her a comforting kiss. But after only a second, the adaptability ability reacted quickly. Ron, whose brain had evolved, broke free from that strange control. His eyes regained clarity, and his brows instantly furrowed. What just happened to me? I'm sorry, Ron. I just wanted to play a joke. It's okay. You awakened the ability to control people? Looking at the nervous Raven, Ron's brows relaxed. He gently comforted her and asked, With the adaptability ability, he already had a strong resistance to telepath. He was more concerned about the help Mystique could provide. The serum seems to have stimulated another aspect of her potential. In the comics, before ancient times, mutants had two major types of groups, demonic and angelic. The angels and demons in the Bible evolved from this. Mystique's appearance clearly belonged to the demonic type. Perhaps she had unearthed the latent abilities of a demonic mutant. Red Devil in the comics was a demonic mutant. Besides being able to transform into others like Mystique, he could also manipulate thoughts and had various other abilities. The mind-controlling ability is quite good, but it doesn't seem to have any relation to Sentinel's ability. He was a little disappointed and asked, Is there anything else? And this. In the room, under Ron's gaze, Raven stretched out her hand, and her fingernails elongated, becoming like the claws of a tiger or leopard. My ability? After I touched you, I copied this ability from you. Yes, that's it. Ron's eyes lit up slightly. Mature sentinels can replicate all mutant abilities that affect the physical body. Wait, you only copied this? By rights, there should be more than just this one ability that could be copied from him. Nothing else? Raven shook her head. All right. Perhaps Mystique's ability was newly born and not strong enough, needing development, or the serum stimulation wasn't enough. She seemed to only be able to copy some lower-level physical abilities for now. Mystique's abilities became more numerous and stronger, and her own destiny was greatly changed by this. Ability points, 100,002. Ron glanced at the little over 100,000 ability points, hugged her, and continued to comfort her. Hank messed up the serum, and Raven's appearance mutated again. However, she was only in pain and sad at first, but under Ron's comfort, she quickly came to terms with it, and her mood improved. As long as Ron likes how I look, that's all that matters. Raven felt that having Ron was enough. As for everyone else, who cared? She could now more easily spare some strength to maintain a normal human appearance. After these two incidents, the relationship between Raven and Ron deepened. Ron's affirmation during her self-doubt, pain, and confusion was like a ray of light piercing through the darkness, causing her to fall into a warmth she had never felt before, never to be forgotten, never wanting to leave. For someone who has never seen light, even a simple speck of light is enough to make them abandon everything to pursue it. This is also why Mystique originally chose to leave Professor X, her adoptive brother with whom she had grown up for over 10 years, and depart with Magneto. However, she soon discovered that the unique gaze, which contained no hint of abnormality and even admiration, was because she was a mutant and Magneto was a mutant supremacist. If she weren't a mutant and looked like this, who knows how Magneto would have reacted? Over the next period, everyone trained tirelessly, mastering their abilities and preparing intensely for the plan to deal with Black King. Finally, on this day, everyone gathered in front of the television. On the black and white television, the president's solemn speech began. From a policy standpoint, any nuclear missile action crossing the Cuban embargo line will be regarded as an attack by the Soviet Union on our country, and we will respond with full force. With an unyielding and resolute attitude, the long-standing Cold War seemed to be trending towards a hot war, and on this day, the entire world watched with bated breath. People covered their mouths, sighing in dismay, wondering if the Third World War was coming, and if the entire world would be reduced to scorched earth under the impact of a war between two superpowers. The time has come. Shaw is there. In the castle, Magneto pressed off the television, a coldness appearing in his eyes. The opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. This time Shaw was there and would not leave, giving him ample opportunity for revenge. Embargo line? Alex wondered. How do you know? Didn't they say that even the White Queen didn't know the specific details of Black King's plan? We all know that Black King believes radiation helps mutants appear and evolve, and his ultimate goal is to ignite a world hot war, with nuclear radiation enveloping the world. Ron slowly analyzed. He will never miss this good opportunity. Black King first used the Hellfire Club to manipulate and threaten high-ranking officials, casting crucial votes to prompt the U.S. to deploy nuclear missiles in Turkey, irritating the Soviet Union's nerves, and used the same trick to have the Soviet Union pass a resolution to deploy nuclear missiles in Cuba, making the U.S. feel a huge threat. A series of arrangements had long been completed, just waiting for the day the Soviet Union officially deployed them. In a few days, the fleets of the two superpowers will confront each other on both sides of the embargo line, nerves taut, swords drawn. Black King only needs to move a finger there. He extended a finger and flicked it lightly, as if flicking a marble. He can control the direction of the entire Earth and bring about a hot war. The day of the decisive battle has arrived. Professor X, with a solemn expression, let out a long breath, stood up, and surveyed everyone in the room, a resolute look appearing on his face. We must not let Black King's conspiracy succeed. This matter concerns the fate of the entire world. The next day, the Cuban embargo line. Massive ships, weighing over 10,000 tons, broke through the waves like cold, silent steel beasts, unstoppable. The superpowers' fleets slowly approached, stopping across the line for a standoff. The eyes of the entire world were focused here, and everyone in both fleets held their breath nervously. A military cargo ship carrying over a dozen nuclear bombs slowly sailed towards the established embargo line, under the watchful eyes of those on both sides of the line. Once the cargo ship crossed the line, the U.S. side would immediately act, then the Soviet Union would retaliate, and the world's fate would take another direction. If they dare to cross the line, let them prepare to fend for themselves. Sound the battle alarm. All personnel enter combat readiness, ready at any time. As the cargo ship drew closer, the entire U.S. fleet issued fierce commands, and the Soviet Union's fleet did the same, the captain's roar echoing throughout via radio. All personnel prepare, armed and ready. It's starting. Inside a nuclear submarine underwater, Black King, now alone, put on his mental blocking helmet and slowly rose with indifference, walking deeper into the submarine. Draining the energy of a nuclear reactor, even for him, was a considerable burden and could not be stored in his body for long. So he could only absorb and use it immediately. The people on that cargo ship had been replaced by him, and it was expected they would ignore any recall orders and drive directly across the embargo line. But if there was an unexpected turn, he would have to resort to the backup plan. A ruthless look appeared in Black King's eyes as he slowly placed his hands on the device that assisted in absorbing nuclear energy. Backup plan. I will transform into a nuclear bomb, release energy to destroy the fleet, and ignite a world-hot war. Two super fleets faced off on the sea, swords drawn. Sea High, you are ordered to return to your original position. Do you hear me? Respond, Way High. The Soviet Union reneged, considering the consequences of starting a world war, and wanted to recall the cargo ship Sea High, which was transporting nuclear bombs. But the cargo ship was unresponsive. Black King had already arranged for people to infiltrate it. An armed squad killed everyone else and took control of the cargo ship. The cargo ship sailed straight towards the embargo line. The Soviet Union fleet explained to the other side that the cargo ship had lost control, but the other fleet didn't believe it at all, shifting their cannons to aim at the cargo ship and the opposing warships. Just as a major war was about to break out, bang, suddenly. In the distance, a Blackbird fighter broke the sound barrier and flew in at extreme speed, attracting the attention of both fleets. Inside the fighter's cabin, Professor X and Magneto, among others, wore the classic X-Men bulletproof uniforms prepared by Hank, nervously getting ready. Why are there only clothes, no hoods? Sitting inside expressionlessly, Ron scanned his own and others' blue and yellow battlesuits. He had never understood why. If the clothes were light and bulletproof and safety was paramount, they wouldn't also have hoods. Why did they have to expose their heads? But never mind. For him, it didn't matter whether there was a hood or not. That cargo ship has been controlled. It's too close to the embargo line. There's no time to turn back. Professor X pressed 2 fingers to his temples, his powerful psychic ability penetrating the plane and reaching the cargo ship, seeing a ruthless mercenary squad through the perspectives of others. The others swallowed upon hearing this. Control the Soviet Union ships to destroy their own cargo ship. At this moment, Ron turned and offered a solution. Professor X would manipulate the personnel of the Soviet Union fleet to destroy that cargo ship. Their own side attacking their own side would not trigger a war. Nuclear bombs cannot be detonated by external causes, even by another nuclear bomb. There are still people on the cargo ship. Professor X frowned. A dozen lives? Perhaps those mercenaries were just being kept in the dark, and they also had families. Fuck, there you go again, Charles. Magneto couldn't help but curse and complain. Charles told him not to use hatred and anger as a source of power to help him develop his abilities, and then immediately taught him to let go of hatred and not be controlled by it. Although he and Charles hit it off immediately, and he was grateful for Charles's help, he did not agree with this sheep-like philosophy at all. Charles, Mystique and the others shouted, hoping he would act quickly. The ship is about to cross the line. World War III is about to begin. Everyone else urged and pressured him sternly, and Professor X's face showed struggle. It's all right, Charles. Follow your heart. Ron, however, was unhurried, spreading his hands as if to comfort him. Even if your momentary reluctance leads to the deaths of billions or even tens of billions of people, no one will blame you afterwards. After all, by that time, everyone should be busy hiding underground, avoiding radiation and clinging to life. Hearing this, Professor X's face darkened as he glanced at Ron, then closed his eyes. His mind spanned several miles, manipulating a Soviet Union official to come to the main control panel and launch a missile. Against a bleeding heart, the most effective weapon is direct moral blackmail. Bang! Seconds before the cargo ship crossed the line, accompanied by a violent explosion, a missile from the Soviet Union destroyed it. The crisis was temporarily averted, and both fleets breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the cabin, everyone's tense hearts relaxed. Magneto looked at Ron, his expression thoughtful. He seemed to have learned an effective way to deal with Charles. The Soviet Union fired on its own cargo ship. Backup plan activated. Hearing the submarine crew's report of the change, Black King's face darkened. He gripped the device that absorbed nuclear energy and began to absorb the energy of the nuclear submarine. Find Shaw, this isn't over yet. Magneto sharply reminded. He should be at the bottom of the sea, in the nuclear submarine from last time. I can't pinpoint him. The seabed is too vast. Shaking his head, Professor X said that he had tried just now, but the seabed of this vast ocean was too large, and it would probably take a while. Not found on radar either. Beast, who was piloting the fighter, shook his head. Now it's your turn, Magneto. Looking at Magneto, Ron specifically called him by his nickname, reminding him. In the original plot, Banshee acted as a human sonar to find Black King, but Banshee had already died due to his influence. Sensing a metal object, isn't that your strong suit? But Magneto frowned. He had also tried just now and had not succeeded. That's not a needle, but a giant object hundreds of meters long and tens of thousands of tons heavy. Don't tell me you can't find that either. He directly waved his hand, interrupting him. There was no need to seek others. Sensing a huge object made of steel was precisely Magneto's strong suit. He just hadn't unleashed his potential. Otherwise, he could even pull out iron ore buried deep in the Earth's core. All right. Magneto said nothing, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and extended his hand beneath the sea surface, sensing carefully. Eric, find Black King, and you'll be able to get the revenge you've been seeking for so many years. Ron helped him unleash his potential, his voice low as he reminded him. Otherwise, if you miss this chance, there might not be another. Black King was, as expected, absorbing the nuclear reactor's energy. The longer he absorbed, the harder he would be to deal with. Professor X believed that maintaining psychological calm was necessary to unleash one's full abilities, and that detailed control required it. To unleash potential, emotion is key. Whatever the emotion, if it's strong enough, it can unleash potential. Magneto had Omega-level potential. In the movie, his highest display, driven by intense hatred, affected the entire Earth's magnetic field, allowing him to sense and extract metal from the Earth's core, break through continental plates, and destroy everything on the surface. Shaw, this is the third time. You can't escape. Recalling his mother being shot and the various scenes of himself being experimented on by Black King in the concentration camp. Recalling missing opportunities for revenge again and again, veins popped on Magneto's forehead. His face became ferocious, unleashing the deep-seated potential within his body. After dozens of seconds, he opened his eyes, filled with hatred, and found Black King, revealing a shark-like ferocious smile. I found you. It was Ron's words, miss this chance, there might not be another, that stimulated him. He was right. Once Black King's conspiracy succeeded, whether he could even survive was a question, let alone get revenge. This was his last and only chance. Whoosh! Hank, piloting the fighter, turned his head and saw the sea surface violently parting. A nuclear submarine weighing tens of thousands of tons was being dragged out backwards from the seabed by an unimaginable force. Its propellers were still spinning at full power, but it was useless. My God, what is this? The people on the two fleets on the sea were all stunned when they saw this shocking scene. Let's go. We're leaving. Take him to that small island to the east. Google search to read, Professor X shouted. This was not a suitable place for a battle against Black King. No need to take him. There was a small island east of the embargo line. Magneto glanced out the porthole and said fiercely. He remotely controlled it through the cabin, clenching his hand tightly. Above the sea, a grating sound of metal deforming echoed. On the surface of the sea, the huge cigar-shaped submarine was squeezed as if by an invisible hand, like a fragile toy, directly bent and deformed, then thrown towards the island. A dozen-meter-high wave of earth was stirred up, and rows of coconut trees were smashed down like small blades of grass. He directly threw the tens of thousands of tons of nuclear submarine from a mile away, violently smashing it onto the island. It seems I've once again diverted fate, Ron thought to himself, glancing at the additional 10,000 ability points. Originally, Magneto didn't have this ability at this point. He had to move it with great difficulty. Moreover, the decisive battle was originally in the nuclear reactor room of the nuclear submarine. Magneto snuck in, and after being abused for a while, he took advantage of Black King's talkativeness to sneak attack, control the wires, and remove Black King's helmet. This allowed Professor X to control him, determining the outcome of the battle. Now, Black King definitely wouldn't continue to stay in the nuclear submarine that had been crumpled into a ball. He looked out through the window. Everything was completely unrecognizable. The Blackbird fighter landed on the sea. The group walked out of the Blackbird fighter, looking at the twisted nuclear submarine that had created a huge crater in the distance. Is that guy really still alive? Under such power? Raven whispered, doubtfully asking Ron. The others were also somewhat doubtful. It's not that simple. Ron smiled. These people didn't know the terrifying upper limit of Black King. As soon as he finished speaking, bang! A terrifying energy erupted from a corner of the nuclear submarine, and the thick steel outer wall, like paper, was blasted open, tearing a several-meter-wide hole. Black King, wearing his helmet completely unharmed, radiating terrifying high temperature and nuclear energy, slowly and elegantly walked out from inside. Wherever he walked, steel melted into molten iron, sand was burned into a glassy state, heat waves rolled, and the surrounding temperature rapidly rose. You've arrived. I knew it was you, but unfortunately, you're a step too late. Black King stared at the crowd, like an infernal lord emerging from hell, radiating a terrifying aura. He had already absorbed most of the energy from a nuclear reactor. How do I feel like he could destroy the world by himself? Alex recoiled a step. His appearance gives me the illusion that this is Hawaii. Darwin muttered with a dry throat. Everyone was on high alert, extremely nervous. Hank glanced at the thick fur on his body, which seemed ready to ignite. I've never hated fire as much as I do now. Black King in his complete state. Ron looked on, sighing. In the original plot, after Black King drained the reactor, he was directly ambushed and killed, not showing much power. It was a classic case of the villain dying from talking too much, but this time it was different. Eric, send the others away. Professor X immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly told the others to get on the Blackbird fighter. Those who couldn't even get close would only die if they stayed here. The others quickly returned to the Blackbird fighter. Ron, Raven, go with them. Ron shook his head, telling the worried Raven to leave. She had a very important role in the subsequent plan, and staying wouldn't help. She couldn't be in danger here. Here, the man and woman said goodbye, while on the other side. Charles, you go too. Eric controlled the belt on Professor X's body, disregarding his intention to stay, throwing him into the Blackbird fighter and then sending the Blackbird fighter to a safe altitude. What's the use? Where can you escape to? Black King sneered, glanced back, and then ignored them. After today, the entire world will be under my rule. Only 4 of us are left. Darwin turned to look, his expression beyond solemn. Ron, Magneto, Alex, and him. Gathered. Facing the terrifying Black King, Ron's eyes flashed with fervor, and a slight smile played on his lips. His ability points had just increased again. He could now obtain the ability he most desired after entering the X-Men universe. Ability points, 136,000. Recorded ability templates. Mutant Black King. Price, 120,000. Mutant Professor X. Price, 120,000. Mutant Magneto. Price, 150,000. Purchasing Mutant Black King template. Ron's whole body began to heat up, and his genes rapidly transformed. Professor X was originally supposed to be on the island, accidentally injured, his spine broken, his lower limbs paralyzed, affecting him for life. His suffering also shaped him, but now that he had left the island, none of that would happen. First, I'll deal with them, then I'll slowly take care of you. Glancing at Ron and the others, Black King stomped his foot, energy erupting. His body shot into the sky like a rocket, intending to fly towards the center of the two fleets. Only by releasing the nuclear energy within him, there could he destroy all the warships, leaving no trustworthy eyewitnesses for the two nations. Stop him! Don't let him destroy the fleet! Professor X anxiously shouted through the Blackbird fighter's loudspeaker. Shaw, you're not going anywhere today. Magneto roared, tearing a piece of iron wall from the nuclear submarine, floating it under his feet to lift him into the air, then dismantling the huge wreckage of the nuclear submarine, which was 7 or 8 meters high, and flying it to block Black King's path. Whoosh! Alex shouted loudly, a thick energy ray shooting from his chest. See if you can still take this. After training, and with the specially designed uniform that concentrated energy, he could control his ability to a certain extent and release more energy. But he was destined to be disappointed. Black King could even drain a nuclear reactor. Thank you. In midair, rapidly absorbing the energy ray that hit him, Black King said mockingly, then raised his hand again to release it, cutting through the obstructing wreckage like a hot knife through butter, flying past without a moment's pause. Bang tilde. But suddenly, a figure appeared in midair, swinging a fist down, striking him in the face. I ignored you, and you still dare to come and ruin my plans. After taking a punch, Black King saw Ron, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and he returned an equally furious punch. Terrifying nuclear energy condensed on his fist, radiating temperatures directly approaching several thousand degrees, intending to kill Ron. Bang! Energy ripples exploded, and the surging nuclear energy that was unleashed was like a stone sinking into the sea. The several thousand-degree high temperature felt like a gentle breeze. Ron glanced at the fist that hit his abdomen, absorbed the energy from it, and then raised his head, sneering. You don't even have the strength to hit someone, yet you dare to talk about dominating the world? This is my ability, you thief. This familiar feeling. Black King's face changed drastically, and he immediately recognized it, both shocked and furious. Ready for a great story? Welcome to Fiction's Telling. Follow and get notified for tales that pull you in. And to our amazing existing followers, you rock. Multiverse. What if I were reborn as Homelander's son with a system? Volume 2. Excellent observation skills. I'll give you a 10. Ron scoffed faintly, his eyes glowing crimson as plasma laser rays shot out. But I don't accept being called a thief. What have you lost? Black King raised his hand to block the rays, absorbing the energy, but then took a heavy punch to the abdomen. You think just because you have my abilities, you can stop me? He spoke with a vicious tone, swinging his fist back, the terrifying heat in his punch enough to vaporize steel. I've been developing the same abilities for decades. How could you possibly compare to me? The last time Ron used Red Devil's abilities, it was clear that while he had copied Red Devil's powers, his development and application of them were far inferior to Red Devil's. Is that so? How do you know that all I gained was your abilities themselves? Enveloped in a red, flame-like plasma energy, Ron hovered in the air, exchanging blows with Black King, who could also fly due to his ample nuclear energy. Kid, what happened last time? Plus your interference today, I'll settle it all with you. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be, especially with his current appearance being seen. Recalling being thrown into the ash chimney, Black King's internal nuclear energy violently erupted through his attacks, the nuclear energy released from his fists becoming even more terrifying. He was certain that Ron's energy capacity limit was far inferior to his own. Since he could absorb energy just like him, he would just overload him. Terrifying high temperatures and radiation spread. The temperature of the sea surface for several miles around began to rise, and as the radiation diffused, small fish corpses floated up from the seabed. How did Ron do that? Under the powerful radiation, Magneto's head felt dizzy and he couldn't bear it, so he quickly moved away on his metal sheet, shocked and bewildered that Ron could fight Black King to a standstill. Squinting, it looked as if two small suns were fighting in the sky over the sea. He tried to control the wreckage of the nuclear submarine to attack and help Ron. Whoosh! The massive 1,000-ton steel wreckage hurtled through the air, but before it could get close, the rising temperature nearby caused it to lose its magnetism and fall into the water. How could this be? Facing his enemy, his attacks couldn't even get close. Bang! You want to overload me? It's useless. Easily blocking Black King's attack again, Ron, with even faster speed, firmly blocked his breakthrough, his face expressionless as he realized his intention. However much energy you can absorb, I can absorb even more. Alex's ability, combined with Black King's ability, meant that his energy capacity limit, especially for thermal and radiation energy, was even slightly greater than Black King's. Boom! Two fists collided and energy ripples exploded, soaring hundreds of meters high, dispersing clouds and causing the sea surface to indent, creating towering waves. Impossible, kid. You're about to collapse, aren't you? Don't force it. Black King's expression was ferocious, subconsciously unwilling to believe this. If Ron not only had other abilities but also an energy absorption capacity no weaker than his, then even if a great war destroyed the world, would he still rule the world afterwards? Black King's abilities are actually this powerful? And Ron, he actually held Black King firmly. Several miles away, on the Blackbird fighter, Professor X murmured to himself, and Raven and the others were in shock. Black King was unexpectedly powerful, like a walking nuclear bomb, and Ron displayed abilities completely on par with Black King. He copied Black King's ability, but didn't he say he could only use it 5 times in his life? In fact, this might be Ron's 5th copy. Moira beside him recalled something and said hesitantly, "After discovering you, I investigated the military secret files and found that Colonel Stryker of the military seemed to have known about your existence for a long time. He has an X squad under his command, said to be composed of various special ability users. One member, codenamed Sabretooth, has abilities similar to what Ron initially displayed: slower aging than normal people, super healing, and physical enhancement. His nails turn into sharp claws. So, 2 of the 5 abilities Ron told me about actually came from one person's ability? Yes. Oh, he lied to me. But it was a good lie." Professor X excitedly patted the top of the cabin window. He couldn't imagine who could stop such a terrifying Black King if Ron couldn't copy his abilities. My God, are these 2 gods fighting? People from both fleets on the sea surface stared wide-eyed in horror, frozen in place. This was like a scene from a mythical god war, shattering their worldview. How can humans possess such power? A dreamlike feeling arose in their hearts. Are humans fragile creatures that can be scalded by boiling water and killed by a bullet to a vital organ? But those 2, how could their fragile bodies contain such terrifying energy? Above the sea, Ron and Black King exchanged attacks, evenly matched, their fists and feet colliding, powerful energy clashing back and forth, creating huge energy ripples that affected nearly 1,000 meters around them. As any seabirds flying by were instantly pulverized into flesh and ashes. Ha! Bang! This is the first time I've found my own ability so annoying. Black King condensed nuclear energy in his fist and struck Ron, saying with hatred, He finally understood how his enemies felt when facing him before, where no attack had any effect. All energy was absorbed, with no positive feedback, like attacking an abyss that could swallow everything. Me too, Ron replied coldly. His and Black King's fight, with constantly leaking energy ripples capable of tearing everything apart, must have seemed terrifying to others. But he himself felt a bit bored. A full-power blow couldn't even push the opponent back a step or injure them. To prevent this from happening again, I'll have to ask you to die here today. With his current strength, even fighting Homelander shouldn't be like this. Black King's ability was too prone to making enemies feel frustrated and powerless. One such existence on Earth was enough from now on. Just you get lost. Black King's attacks became more ferocious, the high temperature emanating from him approaching the surface of the sun, trying to repel Ron. Let's just stay here. I don't think either of us can participate in a battle like that. Nearly 1,000 meters away, Darwin, whose body had turned into a strange brown rock-like substance to resist the aftermath, stood with Alex swallowing hard as they watched the two fighting in the air, their exploding energy ripples sweeping everything. Only they, one capable of absorbing thermal and radiation energy, and the other possessing the ability of adaptability, could stand there. A normal person would have been killed long ago. But that was all. If they got any closer, neither was sure they would survive safely. Black King's temperature is already approaching the sun's surface. We can't even get close. Avenging Banshee and saving the world can only fall to Ron. Ron, execute Plan D quickly. After the shock and excitement, Professor X regained his composure and shouted through the loudspeaker on the Blackbird fighter. Matters concerning the world's safety had to be treated seriously. Ron, Professor X, and Magneto had discussed several plans to deal with Black King. For example, poison gas, extreme cold, space. Revolving around his teleportation ability, sending Black King into extreme environments they had prepared beforehand to kill him. Plan D? Indeed, only this one will work. Hearing the reminder and having familiarized himself with the abilities, Ron didn't plan to continue and prepared to end the fight. Given Black King's current state, steel could vaporize near him, let alone poison gas or extreme cold. The range of psychic teleportation was limited, and even if he was teleported into space, he could fly back, so indeed, only one feasible plan remained. Someone's rushing me, Black King. This is the end. The end? Are you surrendering? Black King launched a fierce attack, firing arm-thick nuclear energy rays from his palms and sneered disdainfully. The helmet specially made for him by the Soviet Union was on his head, immune to any psychic abilities. With his strict defense, Ron had no chance to remove his helmet. Physically, besides a large-yield nuclear bomb, what on earth could kill him? Or are you planning to use your teleportation ability to send me into the center of a nuclear explosion to kill me? Can you really absorb the massive nuclear energy I release while also concentrating on teleporting? You're right. Absorbing massive energy while teleporting is a bit difficult. Ron said coldly, retaliating with plasma laser rays from his eyes. But there's no need to go anywhere else. I can kill you right here. Midair, Ron reached into his pocket. Google search to read. I've prepared a secret weapon especially for you. Oh? What do you plan to pull out of that pocket of yours? A large-yield nuclear bomb or a planet-destroying cannon from a sci-fi novel? As he attacked, Black King chuckled dismissively, not caring. That small pocket looked like it could barely fit a pen. Its power can't even penetrate a piece of paper, but it's enough to deal with you. Turning to dodge the nuclear energy rays, which were hot enough to destroy anything in the world, Ron pulled out a pen-shaped object from his arms. Mr. Shaw, please look here. Whoosh. As the friendly words fell, an intense, blinding light suddenly flared from above the silver pen. Ah, my eyes. Like a white sun rising before his eyes, under the extremely dazzling light, Black King suddenly couldn't see anything. He instinctively closed his eyes, raised his hand to block, and tears streamed from his eyes. A strong light that can directly blind people will only make you temporarily blind, but it's already enough. Instantly flying behind the temporarily blinded Black King, Ron yanked his helmet off. "Give it back to me. Give me back my helmet." Caught off guard and losing his helmet, Black King roared, turned around, and swept nuclear energy rays backward, covering 1,000 meters, which Ron easily dodged. You can manipulate very powerful energy, but unfortunately your other aspects are only marginally better than ordinary people. This is also why Black King's frontal attack capability is almost on par with Homelander, but his ability only requires 120,000 ability points, while Homelander needs hundreds of thousands. His voice was full of contempt as he bid farewell to the ambitious man who had failed in his attempt to ignite a hot war. Goodbye, Black King. The helmet on Black King's head was made for him by the Soviet Union using special materials and techniques, allowing him to be immune to all psychic invasions. The most powerful psychic on Earth had no way to deal with him. But now it was different. No. Opening his eyes, he could only see a vast expanse of white, as Black King, seemingly realizing what was about to happen, cried out unwillingly. Professor X, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately moved to invade his brain. He suddenly became motionless in midair, no longer emitting strong heat and radiation, like a stone statue, falling into the sea. Shaw, this is what you wanted. Another person had been waiting for a long time. Magneto shouted his enemy's name with hatred. A Nazi-issued coin appeared in his palm and shot out at supersonic speed. When he was a child, Black King told him to move this coin, or he would kill his mother. He, who had just awakened his ability, failed to do so, leading to his mother's death. Now he would move this coin, which he hadn't moved more than 10 years ago, to kill Black King, just as Black King wished. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Splat, a scarlet Cyclops ray swept across, separating Black King's head from his body. Then the coin passed through Black King's head. The body fell into the sea. Black King's ability was not a passive ability, but an active one. Although it wasn't difficult to maintain, he needed to remain conscious to do so. Without his ability, he was just an ordinary person. Mother, I have avenged you. Kneeling on the iron sheet, a tear streamed from Magneto's eye as he whispered silently. More than 10 years had passed, and the enemy who killed his mother was finally dead. Although he couldn't kill Shaw with his own hands and was a step too late, he felt great regret in his heart. The anger and hatred that had been suppressed for so long were not fully released in one go. However, he knew he couldn't blame Ron. After all, Black King was too strong, and he had to be killed immediately. Ah. Inside the Blackbird fighter, Professor X screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. Invading Black King's brain, he felt the same as Black King in the last moments before Black King's death. First, the pain caused by radiation, followed by the Cyclops' beheading, and then the coin piercing his brain. The series of intense pains almost made him collapse. "Charles, what's wrong with you?" Moira quickly embraced the pale Professor X, shouting worriedly, "It's okay, it's over, it's all over." His entire body was soaked with cold sweat from the pain, and he collapsed weakly into her arms. Professor X weakly smiled. He didn't explain, but smiled with relief that the crisis had finally passed and the World War III had not broken out. Ron saved the world and ended everything. On the other side, Raven, who had been worried about Ron, showed joy on her face, letting out a sigh of relief. No, it's not over yet. But before the others could catch their breath, Hank, who was piloting the plane in the cockpit, had a grim expression and a solemn tone. Reflected in the cockpit glass, massive warships weighing tens of thousands of tons turned their heavy cannons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After deafening cannon fire, dense missiles trailing long white exhaust trails flew through the air at astonishing speed. The missiles were fired by the 2 superfleets that Ron and the others had just desperately saved. Hundreds of missiles were enough to easily flatten a medium-sized island. A few aimed at Alex and the other person on the island. A dozen aimed at the Blackbird fighter, and the most remaining were all aimed at Ron and Magneto, especially Ron, who had displayed power that terrified them. Ron watched expressionlessly, unsurprised, and slowly put on Black King's helmet, retreating to Magneto's side. Ron, I once told Charles that even if we save the world, in their eyes, there will be no difference between us and Shaw. Standing on the thick iron sheet, Magneto's eyes showed uncontrollable murderous intent and rage as he recalled his past conversation with Professor X. The emotions that had been suppressed for many years, which he couldn't release earlier, seemed to find an outlet, erupting against the two fleets and humanity. Now you see, I was right. Man's first instinct towards the unknown and uncontrollable is fear and destruction. How wonderful the two sides, who were just at loggerheads and ready to destroy each other and each other's lands, suddenly united with great understanding. Hovering in mid-air, ignoring the missiles as if they were just air, Ron looked coldly at the two fleets a few miles away and clapped his hands. Although he had known this might happen, seeing it for real still made him surprised by the boldness and stupidity of these people. Not to mention the power he displayed. Did they not see Magneto pull a nuclear submarine from the seabed? Or did their missiles have foresight and were made of plastic? The disparities among humans are truly incomprehensible. Stop. The next second, Magneto said in a low voice, extending his palm as if giving an irresistible command. All the missiles were easily restrained and suspended in midair by a powerful electromagnetic force. Stupid, corrupt old humanity should be destroyed. He shouted loudly, his eyes chilling, and manipulated the missiles to turn around, aiming at the direction they came from, which was where the two fleets were located, and shot them back at high speed. Old humanity? Hearing this, Ron raised an eyebrow. Not being able to personally avenge himself had indeed affected Magneto somewhat. He was originally a mutant racist, but at most, he would call ordinary humans Neanderthals destined to be eliminated by nature. Now it was different. He directly called them old humanity that should be destroyed. No, Eric, the people on the fleet, they are just following orders. Professor X, helped up by Moira, quickly and anxiously persuaded Magneto through the loudspeaker, then said to Ron, "Ron, quickly stop Eric. Ron, stop Eric quickly." "Why stop him?" "Charles, can you just follow orders and wash your hands of the responsibility?" Ron didn't want to stop him. He looked in the direction of the Blackbird fighter and refused indifferently. Since they chose to act beyond their capabilities, they should bear the cost of their actions. "Ron, you..." Professor X didn't expect such a cold statement to come from Ron. There were thousands of lives at stake. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in his heart. The old Black King was dead, but would a new, more terrifying Black King be born from his corpse? Within 2 or 3 seconds, dense missiles whistled and arrived above the two fleets. Oh God. The people on the fleet watched in horror. He no longer cared to think and immediately tried to control Magneto's mind. But the pervasive pain from the radiation within the Black King's body felt almost like torture from head to toe, from outside to inside. It was already difficult for Professor X not to faint. "Eric, if you kill them, you will immediately stand against humanity." "Charles, you are too weak now. You can't stop me at all." His mind slightly disturbed, Magneto gritted his teeth, his face ferocious. Driven by a hatred for humanity, he stubbornly controlled the missiles. Hundreds of missiles struck the fleet and he laughed coldly. "Go, go, and repent in hell." Bang, bang, bang! Violent explosions, flames shot into the sky. Heavy ships weighing tens of thousands of tons were destroyed and sank. Ammunition detonated, like brilliant fireworks exploding on the sea, stirring up huge waves. No, Eric. The weak Professor X looked at the soaring flames outside the porthole, tears streaming down his face, and cried out in pain. Not only for the people who died on the fleet, but also for his good friend Eric, whom he met too late and who had made a grave mistake. Why do you do this? Don't you know what the consequences will be after doing this? Not only would America hate him, but also the Soviet Union, the two poles of the earth, human society. Everyone would hate and condemn this. Magneto would become the greatest terrorist in human history, a monster in the eyes of people worldwide. From then on, he would be doomed forever, and human society would never accept him again. Moreover, this might even trigger global hostility towards mutants. Beautiful fireworks are always fleeting. Ron's expression was indifferent as he sighed. Ron, come and help me. Although Black King deserved to die, some of his ideas were correct. We mutants are the new humans, an inevitable step in human evolution. Every mutant is a unique miracle. We should take over the Earth from the decaying old humans. This is our mission. Having destroyed 2 super fleets, Magneto's face was icy cold, as if he had extinguished 2 ant nests with boiling water. He turned back and delivered an impassioned speech, wanting to pull Ron into his camp. The power Ron displayed had the ability to influence the situation between mutants and humans. Come, Ron. Let's create a world that belongs to mutants together. His eyes were sincere and fervent, as if there was an incredibly beautiful and worthwhile vision in them, and he extended his hand. Does everyone eventually become the person they despise? Ron glanced at his hand. Magneto, as expected, still walked a path similar to Black King's after his death. This had nothing to do with him. Magneto would have become like this anyway. At most, under his influence, he might be a little colder and more extreme now. Eric, you spoke very well. Hearing this, Magneto's mouth curved into a smile. He thought Ron would agree. After all, Ron had just stood with him and refused Professor X's request. Their camps were so aligned. But I refuse. Ron gently shook his head. The next second, his smile froze and his eyes widened in surprise. Refuse? Why would you refuse? Eric, you are too cold-blooded and extreme. Mutants and humans can perfectly coexist. His expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, I'm cold-blooded, but you just now was just now. Now is now. Saying that, he swung his fist at Magneto. Bang! Magneto was sent flying, 7 or 8 meters away, and quickly controlled the iron to catch himself. Ron, don't tell me you agree with Charles that humans will accept us and treat us as their equals? He got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, knowing that Ron wasn't serious, but he couldn't help but shout in anger. Think about Mystique. Think about Beast. Mutants with abnormal appearances like them would definitely be treated as monsters by humans, and even mutants with normal appearances would be feared and ostracized by ordinary people. I understand all that you're saying, but Charles is weak and naive, and you are cold-blooded and extreme. Only I am the future of mutants. Extending his finger, Ron slowly pointed to himself, speaking unhurriedly as if stating a fact. After today, mutants would be exposed to human eyes. The mutants of the world needed a leader to guide their lives after being discovered by humans and to create a future, and neither Charles nor Magneto was suitable. Ron, we can be together. Magneto's expression improved slightly. As long as Ron didn't have such naive ideas as Charles, then Ron could still be won over. He still wanted to persuade him further. I won't walk with you. Our philosophies don't align, but we can have a competition. He waved his hand, interrupting Magneto's words. A competition? About what? You can hear me, right, Charles? Ron ignored him and looked at the Blackbird fighter. The 3 of us have different philosophies regarding mutants and humans, and it's destined that no one can persuade the other. Since that's the case, let's compete with actual actions. Each of us will use our own philosophy and methods and see who can ultimately create true well-being and a future for mutants. He wanted to usher in a new era on Earth and change the destiny of all mutants born after this new era. Although not every mutant had a role in the plot, he could include them all at once and for all. He's been chattering in my head, trying to persuade you through me. After a few seconds, Magneto pointed to his head and snorted coldly. He knew his good friend too well. He was not someone who would make decisive choices. That doesn't surprise me at all. Ron didn't care in the slightest and wasn't interested in what Professor X said. It's enough that he heard it. He'll do what he thinks is right. The important thing is you, Eric. What do you think? Outdated things should be eliminated, and so should cowardly and foolish old humans. Magneto didn't think he was wrong. He agreed. agreed to compete with Ron to prove whose philosophy was the correct path for mutants. And this was exactly what Ron wanted. Without him causing destruction everywhere, creating big news, and stirring up the nerves and fire of human society, how could humans redouble their persecution and exclusion of mutants? And how could mutants pledge allegiance to him? Sorry, Charles. We are destined not to be on the same path. After bidding farewell to Charles in his mind, Magneto flew away alone, stepping on a piece of iron. Bang tilde. Raven, do you remember the new era I told you about? Teleporting into the cockpit of the Blackbird fighter, Ron slowly spoke about the new era he had once mentioned, as Raven rushed over to hug him. I remember. In the new era, humans and mutants coexist. Every mutant can live freely in the sunlight and on the grass without having to hide their mutations. However, the new era will not come immediately. If it develops naturally, it might take 100 or 200 years, or perhaps never come at all. His expression was serious, but his words were gentle as he invited her. Are you willing to leave with me and create this new era? After dealing with the Black King, he would return to the Black Robe universe. The new era couldn't be built in a day. He needed someone to help him oversee it and guide its direction. Ron, wherever you go, I go. Raven understood that Ron intended to leave. With love in her eyes, she gave a firm answer in different words. She wasn't doing it for the new era, but for Ron. Raven. Professor X's expression was sorrowful. Hearing that his adoptive sister, with whom he had grown up, was leaving, he walked over, supported by Moira. Charles, I'm sorry. I'm going to be away for a while. Ron, why did you just... Hearing Raven's farewell, he turned his head to Ron, his expression pained. He had heard Ron's refusal to Magneto's words just now, but Ron's cold indifference as he watched Magneto destroy the fleet still made him extremely uneasy. Ron's power was too great. What if he went astray? Stop, Charles. I don't want to hear your complaints and lectures. Facts will prove who is right. Ron coldly waved his hand, signaling him to shut up. He didn't want to hear Professor X's nonsense. What Professor X did in the future never solved the mutant problem. Facing humans, he would only compromise again and again, never fighting back. Let's say goodbye here. Wait a minute, count me in. I want to leave with you. The Blackbird fighter landed on a nearby small island. Hank in the pilot's seat unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up, his voice low and muffled. He shared a slightly similar view with Magneto. Even if they participated in saving the world, his blue beast-like mouth would still be mocked by others, seen as a monster. Ron's new era moved him, and he had turned Raven into what she was now. Hank felt immense guilt towards Raven and wanted to make amends. Perhaps he could contribute to accelerating the arrival of the new era. Hank, are you leaving too? Professor X's expression was sorrowful and astonished. He opened his mouth, his exhausted body swaying as if unable to bear the continuous blows, fortunately supported by Moira. Seeing him like this, Ron secretly shook his head. In the original development, although he was paralyzed from the waist down, Hank remained by his side, supporting him and helping him establish the X-Mansion. Now his body was perfectly fine, but even his last remaining compatriot was leaving him. Sorry, Charles. Hank didn't dare to look into Professor X's eyes, fearing to see the sadness and disappointment there. He lowered his head and walked behind Ron. Ron prepared to activate his ability to take the two of them away. Wait. Moira, who had been silent, spoke up. As a former CIA agent, she took a deep breath, her sharp eyes fixed on Ron. Ron, it's fine that you didn't stop Eric from destroying the two nations' fleets. Strictly speaking, you had no obligation to stop him. But I hope you won't endanger human safety like Eric in the future. Finally, she emphasized, not saying that she would personally apprehend and judge Ron or anything of the sort, as she knew Ron's power was beyond her grasp. With you by Charles's side, perhaps his saintly nature can change. He glanced at Moira and sneered. The first half of her statement, excluding the tone, was reasonably fair. At least it wasn't moral blackmail. Of course, it might also be that she felt moral blackmail wouldn't work on him, so she didn't say anything superfluous. Goodbye, Charles. If another person had been so impolite to him, Ron might have taught her a lesson. However, Charles was already pitiful enough, so there was no need to be cruel to someone he liked. Bang tilde. The three disappeared. Raven, Eric, Ron, Hank. When they arrived, everyone was sitting together, preparing nervously. Now the vast cockpit was empty, with only Professor X and Moira remaining. He looked around, slumped to the ground, his face ashen, muttering. One by one, his family and friends had left him. Why did it turn out this way? What do we do next, Ron? The next second, they were back in a familiar alley in New York. Raven looked around and asked what they should do next. Everything had to be done step by step, so shouldn't they find a place to settle down? Before Eric destroyed the two nations' fleets, we were with him, and many people know that, Ron. I'm afraid we... Hank raised his head, his tone worried, reminding him. He wanted to say that they might be branded as Eric's accomplices by the state and even human society. If they didn't resolve this first, anything they wanted to do openly would likely be hindered. You're right. So, next... Ron's face was cold, with a hint of playfulness. Let's go meet a certain president first. The president? President? At the mention of the president, Mystique and Beast were a little flustered. Was Ron going to threaten the president to issue a special pardon for them? Doing so would only intensify the conflict afterward. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. I'm not someone who resorts to violence like Magneto. Ron smiled and denied it. In the night, a classical white building, one of America's national symbols, and also one of its most crucial national centers. Kenny, overwhelmed by a sudden global major event, returned to the second-floor living area of the White House main building, escorted by presidential bodyguards, his mood heavy. A team of professional presidential bodyguards stood downstairs, vigilantly watching their surroundings. I want to be alone for a while. After a brief moment of warmth with his wife and children, he told them to go to sleep first, while he went to his study for a while. Walking into the study, he turned and closed the door. Kenny, whose public political image usually featured a radiant smile, now looked grim and preoccupied. Today, something unprecedented in modern human society had occurred, shaking nations and terrifying the entire world. Upon receiving the news early, he had no choice but to hold an all-day emergency meeting with high-ranking national officials to discuss a series of countermeasures and preventative measures. Fuck, why did this happen? He irritably ran his hands through his hair, as if deeply troubled by something, and was about to turn towards his desk. A magnetic voice suddenly spoke. It seems our president, even after resting, still can't forget the arduous affairs of the nation. Moonlight streamed through the window. Behind the desk, a figure sat casually with hands clasped, a pair of deep eyes like black stars scrutinizing him. Beside him stood a graceful figure, a hand gently resting on his shoulder, her posture like a beautiful secretary beside her master. But this was the White House main building, the president's private residence, not some street office. Who are you? How did you get in? His expression changed dramatically, and he recoiled, pressing himself against the door in fright. The White House, guarded by troops around the clock, had been easily infiltrated into its main building. Raven, turn on the lamp. Mr. President, he doesn't have our night vision. Hearing this question, Ron, who had changed into a silver-gray suit and was wearing a silver-gray helmet, chuckled softly. Click. The classic old-fashioned green lampshade switched on. The room, previously dark and hard to see with only moonlight, suddenly brightened. The president clearly saw the people behind the desk. The man was handsome, his face like an ancient Greek sculpture, and the woman was beautiful and tall. Both were attractive individuals who easily elicited good feelings, but this brought him no sense of security. Who were these mysterious man and woman? Relax, fellow mutant. Ron gestured for him to relax and not be afraid. Tonight would be a friendly meeting between fellow mutants. He wasn't here to kidnap or threaten. Fellow mutant, are you from this country? Kenny's voice was tense, trying to ascertain their identity. These man and woman had infiltrated here without any weapons. How did they do it? No, My meaning of fellow mutant is different, you understand. Looking at him, Ron said meaningfully, "No, I don't understand." Kenny's face paled, a flicker of panic in his eyes, but with years of political composure, he calmly concealed it. He hadn't expected that the very thing he had just been fretting over would be discovered by someone that very night. Fellow mutant? Ron, are you saying You're not mistaken, are you? Raven beside him froze, her face stunned, and she asked in a low, disbelieving voice. She often heard the word fellow mutant, but Ron was actually saying that this person who frequently gave speeches on television was also a fellow mutant, one of them. Yes, it's hard to imagine that the person currently holding the highest power in this country is actually a mutant just like us, isn't it? Sitting behind the desk, Ron playfully scanned Kenny, who was pressed tightly against the door, his heart deeply uneasy, and chuckled. But he was indeed a mutant, and years later, when he was assassinated, Magneto unexpectedly discovered it and tried to save him, but was mistakenly thought to be the assassin, becoming the scapegoat and being imprisoned in a special facility. What nonsense are you talking about? Sir, madam, please leave immediately. I can pretend nothing happened. Kenny took 2 steps forward, putting on a brave face, wanting Ron and Raven to leave. Mr. President, why don't you shout? The bodyguards are downstairs. They should be able to hear you if you shout, right? Raven's expression subtly shifted and she chuckled softly. Seeing his reaction, she confirmed what Ron had said. The president, who held the highest power in the nation, was acting like a criminal caught with damning evidence, feigning composure. All right, sit down. Relax. Waving his hand in invitation, Ron's posture was like a master inviting an uneasy guest to sit. Some of us can sense whether another is a fellow mutant. He implied there was no need for him to argue. Sitting down across from them, the president remained silent, feeling awkward in the chair. Normally, he would be sitting behind the desk, giving instructions to the person sitting here. Now, he was the one sitting there. This gave him a vague sense of foreboding. Mr. President, you should know how many people are watching your position. You can't afford to make even a single mistake in this role, Ron said unhurriedly. A subtle implied warning. Even a minor political scandal could lead to impeachment and removal. If it were revealed that he was a mutant, everything he had built over years in politics would collapse instantly, and he might even be thrown into prison by political enemies seizing the opportunity. What do you want? Kenny calmed down, no longer denying it. Since they had come to him, they surely wanted to achieve something through him. He felt vaguely annoyed that he, one of the most powerful people on Earth, was being blackmailed by 2 people of unknown origin. Mr. President, you must have been very busy today, right? Don't tell me you're involved in that Cuba incident. He had a keen nose for certain matters, and hearing this suggestive remark, he immediately flinched, his face turning to one of terror. Don't look at us like we're terrorists. Seeing his gaze, Raven became displeased, her tone icy. If it weren't for us today, especially if Ron hadn't stopped Sebastian Shaw from destroying the 2 fleets and causing a major war, the White House might already be a ruin now. Mr. President, you wouldn't be sitting here listening to Ron speak right now. She coldly warned the president to drop that look. They had saved the world. Although the 2 fleets were later destroyed by their people, at least it didn't cause a world war, did it? You were one of those 2 people? Are you one of those 2 people? Hearing Raven's words and recalling the report from earlier in the day, the president's voice rose in disbelief. Actually, the Black King's conspiracy was exposed halfway through his fight with Ron. The fleet personnel reported the matter to their superiors, though at first no one believed them, thinking the messenger had lost his mind. Someone pulled a nuclear submarine from the seabed. 2 people fought like gods in the sky, emitting terrifying nuclear energy. Have you read too much Bible and mythology? Or did you illegally bring marijuana onto the warship and get high? But not long after, when the 2 most powerful superfleets on Earth were confirmed destroyed, the U.S. high-level leadership was shocked and bewildered. Following the investigation, they suddenly discovered that at some unknown point, a portion of humans had undergone special mutations, possessing various strange abilities. Among the powerful ones, There were abilities like divine miracles. Because this incident occurred in foreign waters, it was difficult to contain, and the matter was too significant. It had already spread completely, causing an uproar and panic globally. That's right, but I was the one who stopped it. As for the person who destroyed the fleet afterwards, he is a radical companion of ours, who has since parted ways with us. Ron chuckled, stating that he stood on the side of justice and had no connection whatsoever with a terrorist like Magneto. You really are. Upon confirmation, the president was so scared that he jumped out of his chair, trembling all over and stepping back. He looked at Ron with a tingling scalp, as if looking at some monstrous flood beast. According to the information reported from below, the person who single-handedly destroyed the two most powerful fleets on Earth couldn't even intervene in the battle between the young man in front of him and that Sebastian Shaw. You're always so startled. How can I talk to you? Behind the desk in his seat, Ron spread his hands somewhat helplessly. I'm sorry. Please forgive my gaffe. Forcing down his fear, the president swallowed, then sat back down. So you two came today to explain this matter, to avoid misunderstandings? He asked cautiously, no longer showing any displeasure. Everyone on the two fleets was buried at the bottom of the sea, and the black boxes on the ships were still submerged and had not yet been salvaged. Almost no one could clearly explain what happened at the time. More or less, but it's not just that. Mr. President, you are also one of us mutants. Shouldn't you do something for us mutants? Ron's smile gradually faded, and he slowly leaned forward, his body serious, exuding an indescribable pressure. The next moment, Kennedy felt that his previous ominous premonition might come true. He possessed powerful, terrifying strength capable of overthrowing a nation, and he held a tight grip on his weakness. Perhaps the person sitting behind the desk giving orders in the future might have to change. I never understood why the president always loved to smile. Now I know that was his ability. After concluding the cordial and friendly conversation with the president, Ron took Raven and left the White House, returning to their temporary hotel. Raven mentioned that at the end, she had curiously asked about the president's ability. The president hesitated before answering about his ability. His smile can release a sense of affinity to those who don't resist, accumulating goodwill. He has this ability, and I'm not surprised at all. Ron shook his head. As a boy who loves to smile, his smile is his greatest weapon. Although it can't stop bullets, it's enough to allow him to thrive in politics. Are you leaving? Taking off her lady's suit jacket and wearing a thin shirt, Raven turned around, her face filled with worry. During his discussion with the president, she felt that many arrangements were being made with her as the primary contact for the president. It made her feel like Ron was about to leave. Yes, I'll be leaving for a while. Ron, where are you going? I want to go with you. Gently walking over, Raven hugged him, her face full of reluctance. I'll come back to visit from time to time. I won't be gone for long. He indirectly refused, embracing Raven back. Before she could say anything more in her sadness, he kissed her. The two slowly fell onto the bed. In another hotel room, Hank, who had transformed into his beast form, was inconvenient to appear in public. He was still waiting for Ron and Raven to return and tell him the outcome of the matter. But he waited and waited until the middle of the night, when Ron went downstairs to buy some insufficient items. Only then did he remember him and inform him as well. After that day, with the new dawn breaking, Ron stayed with the X-Men universe and Raven for a period, spending more time with her. Another main reason he dared to entrust the matter to Raven was her ability. It was confirmed that her potential was activated, and her ability gradually grew stronger, turning her into a humanoid sentinel. She could replicate all physical superpowers of mutants below level 4. Template Mutant Raven. Price, 100,000. Except for the Black King's energy absorption, which she couldn't replicate. Her ability to store and release plasma energy, along with her adaptability and super regeneration, were all replicated by her. Additionally, she gained the White Queen's ability to turn into Diamond and be immune to psychic abilities. After Ron rescued the White Queen from the CIA through the president, he had her assist Raven. After all, Raven was too young, and some matters required a more experienced person to handle them. She just needed to grasp the general direction for him. The White Queen, who could assist the Black King in establishing and operating the Hellfire Club and developing its influence to win over high-level officials in 2 countries, was definitely capable and experienced. Not wanting to return to prison, plus the White Queen was astonished by Ron's abilities, she submitted to him, just as she had followed Magneto after he rescued her. Mutants are a global matter. Doing things only in one country is useless. You must intervene internationally or become part of the international community. What Ron wanted to do was actually very simple. First establish a small country in the early stage, then transform it into a mutant nation, taking in all mutants. Internationally, he aimed to ensure that mutants could automatically acquire citizenship of the mutant nation upon birth, and if they committed a crime, they would be extradited back to their own country for trial, avoiding all persecution. And what Raven and the White Queen had to do was prepare for the establishment of this nation. Then, when he returned, the nation would be officially established, taking over everything, and then continue onward. Blackrobe, Universe. A familiar room. Ron's figure suddenly appeared. It's really been a long time since I've been back. He looked at the familiar furnishings, sighed, walked to the window, and looked out. His younger brother Ryan was playing with a sandcastle in the yard. He opened his computer to go online, planning to check the time flow between the 2 universes before proceeding with his next plan. Regarding the Earth and the Blackrobe universe, he also had some ideas. Compound 5 is a good thing. It's only been 3 days. The time flow difference between the 2 universes was quite significant. I stayed in that universe for over half a year, but only 3 days passed here. Ron thought for a moment. He had been there for over half a year, yet only 3 days had passed here. This wouldn't do. If he stayed here for 10 days or half a month, several years would pass there, and he could easily miss some things. I need to use the system's ability to adjust the time difference. Although the system could not completely control the time of a universe, it could record spatiotemporal coordinates, allowing that coordinate to flow at its own speed over time. This achieved the effect of controlling the time difference. It would consume some ability points, but not many. Ability points, 32,000. Compared to the ability points he possessed, it wouldn't even consume a fraction. After adjusting the appropriate time flow, Ron began to ponder matters of the Blackrobe universe. Compound Phi is a good thing. Even the usually chaotic and rule-breaking DC and Marvel universes don't have something that can mass transform ordinary people into superhumans. He murmured twice, looking outside. It seemed that although he had disappeared, it hadn't affected his younger brother Ryan. He wondered if his mother Becca had told a gentle lie, perhaps saying that his brother had gone traveling or working out of town. Or perhaps his younger brother Ryan simply didn't care about his disappearance. After all, their relationship wasn't particularly close. This family hadn't given him any warmth. Becca looked at him like a freak, secretly teaching Ryan not to be like him, and he had no interest in playing with a child all day long. There's nothing worth lingering for. Looking up at the sky with a slight bang sound, Ron appeared above the azure sky, indifferently looking down at the prison-like neighborhood below. In the distance, tall gray walls formed a circle, enclosing an area of several miles. This was the place that had trapped him for 8 years. Now it could no longer hold him. If he wanted, he could even easily destroy it. But there was no need. Since Becca likes to live in this safe greenhouse with her precious little son, let them be. He sneered. Ryan, as Homelander's son, inherited Homelander's physique, but he was almost raised useless. When Homelander was the same age, his abilities had already manifested, allowing him to easily fly at several times the speed of sound. Yet, he was still playing with sandcastles and toy cars in the yard, more innocent than children his age, showing no extraordinary abilities whatsoever. However, Becca believed this was better for Ryan. Vought Corporation. His figure flickered again, Ron murmured, teleporting several miles away. Then his entire body was enveloped in crimson energy flames, instantly breaking the sound barrier. Bang! A conical sonic boom cloud exploded behind him, the sound spreading like thunder, and he continuously accelerated, flying at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound, like a crimson meteor streaking across the sky, heading towards the distant horizon. How is it? Have you found him? On the top floor of the Vought Corporation headquarters building, Vice President Madeline, having just concluded the press conference for the Seven's replacement, hurried back to her office with a decisive stride, unbuttoned her tight cuffs, picked up the phone and anxiously urged and inquired, "No, madam. We've searched everywhere. We can confirm one thing. He shouldn't be in that place anymore." On the other end of the phone, there was a moment of silence. Then a helpless voice cautiously spoke. They had searched that place thoroughly but found nothing. The Seven, Vought Corporation's flagship superhero team, had one of its members, Lamplighter, recently retire. After a company discussion, a replacement superhuman was selected, and a press conference was scheduled for that evening to introduce the new hero joining the Seven. This was supposed to be the company's top priority, but Madeline, as the vice president attending the conference, couldn't help but leave after a few hasty remarks. Because there was something 100 times more important. "Go find him, search outside. I'll send people to help you. You absolutely must bring him back. If anyone finds out about him, you and your team can expect to be fired." Madeline shouted into the phone. Besides her frustration, she also felt fear. That mother and her two sons had always been the company's and her hidden trump card to prevent Homelander from losing control. Although she had precisely grasped Homelander's abnormal psychology of lacking love and having a mother complex, keeping him under her control, this wasn't very reliable. It was like a lion tamer who seemed to make a ferocious lion obediently follow commands, roll over, and jump through hoops. But in reality, the tamer's worry and fear of the lion would never cease. "I'm walking on the edge of danger every day. One card isn't enough to guarantee control. I absolutely need another," she thought anxiously, hoping to restrain herself and protect herself when the lion lost control. "Huh. Madam, can I be of any service?" Suddenly, a slightly magnetic, playful male voice came from behind her. Madeline, holding the phone, turned to see someone sitting on the sofa in the office's waiting area, covered the phone's receiver, and instinctively reprimanded. "Who are you? Who let you in?" Lounging casually on the sofa, Ron looked at her with a playful gaze, then sneered without speaking. "Wait a minute." She quickly glanced at the photo and the data on the nearby computer. The handsome young man with deep black eyes was identical. "No need to search anymore. He's with me." Madeline stared at Ron, her face grim, and replied to the person on the phone. Then she calmly and decisively hung up. "It seems you don't value us much either." He looked up indifferently, surprised that Madeline hadn't recognized him immediately. Did she think he and Becca were just important tools? That they just needed to be found in a secret warehouse when needed and nothing else mattered? You are indeed as they said. Not at all like an 8-year-old child. Madeline walked over, showing no fear of Ron, who had suddenly appeared in the room. She was calm and poised, truly embodying the demeanor of a strong woman. After all, she was the woman who could control Homelander, the strongest superhero in the world. When your mother treats you like a freak from a young age, you also mature twice as fast. Is that so? Madeline approached him, sat down casually on the side of the sofa, and smiled gently, her eyes soft, revealing a hint of maternal warmth. So you couldn't stand that place and ran away from home, did you? I'm very curious. Can you tell me how you did it? Naturally closing the distance, like a kind female elder, she gently reached out to touch his chest. Are you treating me like Homelander? Ron pushed her hand away, frowning, and a dazzling crimson light appeared in his eyes. This kind of tactic? Did she think he was Homelander, who lacked love? That giant baby Superman who could be tamed with a comforting motherly hug and a little maternal milk drink? Madeline was instantly horrified. Being stared at by those eyes, which converged terrifying energy, was like facing a merciless and terrifying monster. There was a suffocating sensation, and every cell in her body warned of extreme danger. Calm down, calm down. Her body recoiled in fear as she waved her hands, forcing out an awkward smile, her voice trembling as she changed the subject. It seems I don't need to ask how you left that place. The familiar scene immediately reminded her of Homelander, who would activate his Cyclops to kill at the slightest disagreement, though Homelander had never shown her such a terrifying appearance. Now she also experienced that feeling and understood the fear others had of Homelander. Yet, when he was born, the Vought Corporation had checked his cells and found them to be those of an ordinary person, with a shortened lifespan and extremely weak cell vitality that died quickly after leaving the body, leading the Vought Corporation to deem him a failure who hadn't inherited Homelander's abilities. So how did he have them now? You seem to dislike and resist Homelander? Seeing him extinguish his Cyclops and move further away, Madeline swallowed and cautiously asked. She wanted to know if the young man in front of her was aware of his identity. Superheroes seem to be highly sought after outside. I want to join the Seven. Ignoring her question, Ron stood up and straightened his clothes, speaking coldly as if he wanted to be a superhero. The Seven? If the world knew we were employing an 8-year-old child to perform dangerous superhero work, the Vought Corporation would likely be in big trouble. Madeline told a joke, gave 2 dry laughs, and tried to subtly refuse. She didn't want Ron and Homelander to meet. If Homelander found out she had deceived and hidden important things from him, the cruel, man-eating lion would not be so friendly to her, his tamer. Rip, this is not a request. His Cyclops instantly cut through the thick office desk not far from them, scattering its contents. His crimson eyes glowed as he looked at Madeline. Grabbing her collar, a tremendous force easily pulled her from the sofa like a lightweight rag doll, bringing her close to his face. His voice, like a cold wind from the South Pole, slowly reminded her. Homelander and I still have one thing in common. I never hesitate to use my power to achieve my goals, even if some people have to die for it. Okay, you can join the Seven. Their gazes met, inches apart, crimson filling her vision. The intense threat of death made Madeline gasp for breath, and she quickly nodded in compromise. Seeing Ron's strong, capricious, and unpredictable personality, she immediately understood that regardless of anything else, she first needed to stabilize Ron. Otherwise, no one knew what he would do. Damn it, another Homelander. And a younger, more unfathomable, and even more terrifying Homelander. She thought in panic. It was simply terrible. The Earth had gained another large, unstable bomb. I can immediately find some reasons to kick out Starlight, who just joined the Seven. No, that's Starlight. Keep her. Walking to the window, Ron looked at the bustling night view outside, overlooking the tall buildings below, and said, Kick someone else out. Starlight was the protagonist of the story. Without her, things would be much less fun. Someone else? The members of the Seven are all decisions made by the Vought Corporation's executives after much discussion and careful consideration. Walking beside him, Madeline tried to soften her tone and cautiously persuaded him. Who do you want to kick out? That green-clad joker. He looked outside, expressionless, and scoffed. Did your Vought Corporation executives add him because he can talk to fish and perform ocean shows at the Vought Corporation's annual meeting? Or do some people like to eat his deep-sea caviar? The Seven was positioned against DC's Justice League, and Aquaman's presence and role in the Justice League were already quite low. The Deep, this ultra-low-end Aquaman, was even more useless. His most glorious moment was when he first appeared and acted like a big shot, sexually harassing Starlight. The rest of the time, he was simply a joker. The Deep? He's very popular with environmentalists, especially marine environmentalists. Almost no other hero can replace him in that regard. Everyone knew how weak the Deep was. But the Vought Corporation prioritized popularity. Regardless of power, there were no super criminals in this world, so being a superhero didn't require much power. Aren't the series of products produced by your Vought Corporation considered environmental polluting trash by environmentalists? Who would buy them? Ron raised an eyebrow, looking at her as if she were an idiot. The Vought Corporation's main business, besides the rental fees for heroes stationed in various cities to assist with public order, was primarily selling various superhero merchandise. For a commercial Vought corporation, isn't popularity meant to be monetized? What's the use of popularity that cannot be monetized? With a strange expression, Madeline seemed to have discovered a blind spot and fell into deep thought. The Deep's merchandise had always sold well, but was it because he was a member of the Seven heavily promoted by the Vought Corporation, or because he was very popular with environmentalists? Everything that happened today felt like a dream to Starlight. From participating in the audition to being selected, attending the press conference for joining the Seven, and now being led by the Deep, one of her childhood idols, to the Seven's Operations Command Center. The large door slowly opened, revealing a solemn and majestic hall, with pillars and a dome like a temple, and screens displaying various high-tech data on one wall. It combined both epic and technological grandeur. Wow. Stepping into the dream hall that opened for her, her eyes shining, Starlight couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Stepping in here meant officially becoming a member of the Seven. Pretty impressive, right? Look at this. We have 2 satellites in low Earth orbit that can clearly read the license plates of fleeing vehicles from thousands of miles up. The Deep, who had just been an old team member and participated in Starlight's joining of the Seven, was mature and confident, acting like a team leader. With his hands behind his back, he introduced the data on a nearby screen to Starlight. All crime cannot escape these 2 eyes. They have always been our capable assistants in fighting crime. Oh, this place is truly... Starlight was a bit reserved, cautiously saying that she used to fight crime with a police surveillance device bought online for over $100. And compared to here, it was like heaven and earth. Yes, you won't have to use that anymore. The Deep shook his head and smiled softly. Oh, and there's the restaurant. You must see the restaurant specially equipped for us later. They've hired great chefs. Perhaps I can recommend some of my favorite dishes to you. There, that seat is his, right? Mid-sentence, Starlight interrupted with a slight excitement, cautiously pointing. Under the dome, a V-shaped conference table like a pair of angels' outstretched wings, yet with sharp lines. And at the center of the V, there was only one chair. The other seats were arranged on either side, as if everyone else were subordinates of the person sitting in that chair. Yes. I bet your childhood home was covered in Homelander posters. Who else could sit there but Homelander? Mentioning Homelander, a trace of unnaturalness and fear flashed across the Deep's face, and he forced a smile. No, actually, Homelander feels like Jesus or something. He's too sacred, making him feel unapproachable. Walking to the end of the room, looking at the night view outside through the glass floor-to-ceiling window, Starlight, like a nervous young girl just entering university, muttered to herself. Actually, when I was little, I did have a poster of you in my room. Oh, really? A few meters away, the Deep's questioning voice came with a laugh. Of course, it's true, although, Starlight said as she turned around. She wanted to say that there were others, more specifically, Queen Maeve. But the sight that greeted her when she turned around made her jaw drop, stunned. What's wrong? Don't you admire me? The Deep, with only the upper half of his clothes on, was quite nonchalant, as if nothing was amiss, and said proudly with his hands on his hips, Oh, asterisk to... She came back to her senses, flustered, utterly shocked, and then disgusted, feeling humiliated. She quickly walked out, as if fleeing the place. Hey, no way. Are you just going to leave? As she reached the door, the Deep, with his arms crossed, spoke with a threatening tone. It looks like you don't really want to join the Seven. What do you mean? Realizing she was being threatened with an unspoken rule, Starlight turned back angrily, raising her hands, immediately wanting to use her power to teach the Deep a lesson. On the screen in the room, electric sparks flickered and energy was drawn from the air, converging on her. Her ability allowed her to absorb light and electrical energy to launch attacks. Oh, calm down. I know you might be strong, but you need to understand that I am the Seven's number 2, the biggest after Homelander. I have the right to decide whether you stay or leave." The Deep raised his hands. Starlight goes crazy, has a nervous breakdown, attacks the Sevens the Deep, and is not suitable to be a superhero. How do you like that reason for expulsion? He was full of confidence, as if holding great power and looking down from above, speaking slowly with a hidden meaning in his tone, stepping closer. "I heard you've wanted to be a superhero since you were little. Think about your mother who supported you. Think about your fans who like you. Are you going to disappoint them?" Starlight's hand, ready to unleash her power, hesitated. Her mother had sacrificed too much for her to become a superhero, working from a young age to support her in this profession, enduring a lot of hardship. And there were also the fans who had silently encouraged and supported her when she was not famous. But do I have to give in to this disgusting guy? She gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, "Relax, everything is actually not that difficult." Seeing her hesitate, the Deep smiled confidently, full of assurance, ready to persuade her further. He was confident he could make this girl, who had longed to be a superhero since childhood, taste the Deep caviar. Click. Suddenly, the high-tech door opened. A figure slowly walked in. "Damn it, who let you in?" Seeing an unfamiliar outsider enter, the Deep's momentum immediately collapsed. He quickly pulled up his pants, retreated in disarray, and shouted in annoyance. Although he was submissive within the team, he still had some power and status in Vought Corporation. "Justice compelled me to walk in." Sitting casually by the conference table, Ron leaned back, tapping the armrest of the chair with his fingers, as if watching an interesting farce. "I just couldn't stand to see a certain joker pretending to be powerful and using unspoken rules on a new team member." He said slowly, "By the way, do you know he's at the bottom of the totem pole in the Seven?" As if remembering something, he looked at Starlight, a single sentence, exposing the Deep's lie. "What?" Starlight was startled. "He's just a good-for-nothing. Even Invisible Man ranks higher than him." Unlike the Deep, who was all bluster and easily exposed, Ron exuded a faint sense of power and confidence in his every move. No, it's not like that." The Deep's face showed panic, wanting to argue, but he had already been exposed. "You disgusting bastard!" Thinking that she had almost been deceived and threatened by such a person, Starlight angrily pushed with both hands. With a crackle, a powerful current shot through the air, and the Deep was blasted away from a distance. "Who told you all this? Who exactly are you?" Blasted over 10 meters away, the Deep clutched his chest and scrambled to his feet in a sorry state, his face flushed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he furiously questioned Ron. Who leaked the secret that he was the lowest-ranked member of the Seven? This shouldn't be something outsiders could know. Me? I'm the one here to inform you that you've been expelled from the Seven. Expelled? Impossible. Why? Because I'm joining the Seven, and you need to make way for me. Ron slowly explained the reason. Why should I? The Deep's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He had rendered services to the company and earned money for it. The company couldn't just replace him so easily. Who are you? I've never seen you in Vought's superhero archives. Starlight, standing by, was somewhat puzzled. The Seven had always only had replacements, never outright substitutions. Was this true? Had the Deep's attempt to use unspoken rules on her already been discovered, and Vought Corporation was dealing with it so quickly? Because of this, Ron sat in the chair, expressionless, his eyes glowing with a scarlet light. Sizzle. Scarlet laser beams scorched the air, traveling through space at the speed of light. Homelander! The next second, the Deep clutched his lower body, screaming in agony as he collapsed. The ability, familiar beyond familiarity, made him instinctively cry out, wanting to beg for mercy, but halfway through he realized why it was being used by another person. However, his consciousness was quickly overwhelmed by pain and a mental blow. He writhed in pain on the ground, his body arched like a shrimp being seared on a hot plate. It's gone, I can't feel it, a tragic sight that would make anyone who heard or saw it weep. "Shut up. You're a bit noisy." But Ron, utterly unsympathetic, reprimanded him. His recent actions seemed to have nothing to do with him, and he coldly told the Deep to shut up and stop screaming. He probably can't do that. Starlight, by the side, was so scared she clapped a hand over her mouth. Even she, who disliked the Deep, felt this was perhaps a bit too much to ask. She shrank her neck, saying cautiously, "What male creature could endure such pain?" "No, Fear permeated his body and mind, but the Deep was in so much pain his consciousness was blurred, unbearable, and he continued to scream. Frowning at the noise, Ron's eyes glowed crimson again. Bang. "If you weren't potentially useful later, I'd kill you right now, Joker." After 2 seconds of thought, the crimson light extinguished again. Ron frowned impatiently and vanished from the spot, taking Deep Sea with him. The next second, he was back in his room. In the later plot, Queen Maeve relied on Deep Sea to find evidence of Homelander's abandonment at the bottom of the ocean. Although he could also dive to the bottom of the sea to search, such tedious and tiring tasks were better left to others. Allowing that Joker to live might make him suffer even more. "Ah, where did you just go? And Deep Sea, where did he go?" Starlight, who hadn't yet reacted, ran up, looking at Ron, who had vanished with Deep Sea, and asked in a daze. "I threw him into the sea, hoping he could calm down. Perhaps he can even find 2 female dolphins there to comfort his wounded self." He straightened his clothes and replied casually, "How to comfort?" Starlight opened her mouth, wanting to ask if it was verbal comfort or something else. She heard that Deep Sea could talk to fish, and some people were curious if he would fall in love with a fish. Now there might not be another possibility. Ron ignored her. She also realized she shouldn't have asked that, so she closed her mouth and changed the subject, looking at Ron's perfectly chiseled profile like an ancient Greek sculpture, and extended her hand with a smile. "Thank you. I'm Starlight, and you saved me from an embarrassing situation." "You're welcome. An innocent girl like you shouldn't be defiled by others." Ron glanced at her hand, stepped closer, a faint smile on his lips, like a gentleman. "If I may, I'd like to ask you for a favor." What favor?" Forced to retreat until her back was against the wall, Starlight pressed her hands against his hard chest, stopping him from getting closer, looked away, and said in a low, unnatural voice. Looking at his handsome face so close, clearly feeling the man's breath, and then remembering how Ron had appeared and saved her, helping her punish the bad guy, her face reddened slightly. "Even though I'm a superhero who fights crime, today I experienced the standard hero saves the damsel in distress trope from movies. My dear Starlight, that guy just now made me a bit hot-headed." He took a strand of her hair in his hand and sniffed it. Ron didn't answer, just leaned close to her ear and whispered, then gently stroked her head, and then applied a little force. The scene shifted. In the public restroom at Vought. Starlight was kneeling beside the toilet, vomiting in disgust. She yelled angrily at the stall door, "How are you any different from that scumbag?" "The difference might be that I'm far more handsome, more powerful than that Joker. I actually have the right to kick you out of the 7, but I didn't threaten you." Leaning against the door, Ron crossed his arms, and facing the accusation, he spread his hands expressionlessly. "Nah. You weren't that resistant either, half-willing? You ruined my fantasy of you." Starlight was silent for a moment, wondering why Ron seemed so proud. Then she retorted, shouting fiercely. She had thought everything today was as wonderful as a dream. Her dream came true, and although she encountered disgusting workplace harassment, a handsome hero immediately appeared to rescue her, and it seemed a beautiful office romance should follow. But who knew that in the blink of an eye the hero turned into a villain? "Don't say that. We just developed a bit fast, skipping some unnecessary steps." Outside the door, his tone was still indifferent, seemingly trying to persuade her. "Yes, skipping introductions, holding hands, kissing, directly." With a bang, she opened the door. Starlight became even angrier, stomping to the sink, taunting Ron. Then halfway through, she turned and accused him. "You didn't let him defile me, you drove him away, and then you did what he didn't finish." And then followed another angry tirade. "Enough. You're not some little girl who hasn't experienced anything. It's good enough that I'm willing to come here with you." Ron was a bit impatient, advising her to stop. "On the contrary, it was my first time, and your actions weren't gentle at all. Did I complain once?" She remembered that when facing Deep-Sea, that joker, she wasn't so talkative, only daring to run to the restroom alone to vomit, and not daring to say anything afterward. You're blaming me for not being gentle?" Starlight's chest heaved violently, so angry she felt like spitting blood. How could someone be so shameless? "If my body wasn't strong enough, I might not be able to walk right now. Bumps and scrapes can cause injury." To be honest, he wasn't very interested in Starlight. It was just a momentary burst of mischief that he didn't restrain. "If you have enough power, shouldn't you do whatever you want? I was born into a religious family." Starlight couldn't stand it and interrupted. "So what?" Starlight was born into a religious family, but in the story she didn't adhere to certain rules of chastity, having tasted forbidden fruit early and repeatedly. She also didn't say no to Deep-Sea's threats, easily compromising. Ron's face grew cold. Too lazy to say more, he dropped his arms and turned to leave. A muddled woman. He even wanted to comfort her a bit, but she wouldn't listen to anything. She was clearly an adult, yet she reacted like a little girl, treated even worse than that useless Deep-Sea. Walking out of the restroom, he reached a certain corridor. Ron's gaze suddenly focused on a spot, and he suddenly reached out as if gripping someone's neck, lifting him up and pressing him against the wall. "Heh, who are you?" The invisible man, who had been invisible, revealed his body and asked with a chuckle. He raised his hands as if signaling surrender, but he didn't look serious at all. "Today, I've already castrated a joker." Glancing downwards, Ron warned coldly, his grip gradually tightening. "If you don't want to end up like him, don't let me see you like this again." Invisible Man, one of the 7 members, has the ability to change his skin material into carbon super metamaterial, with hardness surpassing diamonds, allowing for optical invisibility. He likes to walk around naked and invisible, prying into others' privacy. His invisibility, if he moves too fast or if others have extraordinary vision, allows his general outline to be seen. He didn't want someone walking around naked in front of him every day in the future. "Do you understand? Who do you think you are, bastard?" Choked to the point of gasping for air and hearing that tone, Invisible Man's face showed anger, and he swung his fist, striking hard at person's face. Bang! Invisible Man furiously threw a punch, and as his fist connected, his expression immediately stiffened. His overly hard skin, combined with strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, could bend even steel plates, yet striking the head of the person in front of him did not cause the slightest tremor. There was no muffled groan or unconsciousness as he had imagined. In fact, the other person's head didn't even tilt a fraction, making his punch seem so weak and powerless. Ron casually glanced at the fist near his temple before looking away. It's less forceful than a mosquito bite. He swung a backhand punch with no sign of twisting his upper body for power. It looked like a casual strike. Crack. But like an iron hammer striking down, a crisp sound of bone breaking, and the hard skin, tougher than diamonds, was as fragile as a thin sheet of glass. Invisible Man was released, crying out as he knelt on the ground, blood spurting from the hand covering his face. His nasal bridge was shattered, caved in almost flush with his face, tears uncontrollably streaming down, looking utterly disheveled. My nose! My nose! His entire nasal bridge was shattered and could never be restored unless he underwent reconstructive surgery. What are you afraid of? With your abilities, having or not having a nose makes no difference. Looking at Invisible Man kneeling before him, he smiled, then turned and walked away, leaving a parting remark. Now you should know me. I hope there won't be a next time. Bastard, I will definitely get my revenge. I'll find you and make you know who I am." Invisible Man knelt on the ground, watching Ron disappear around the corridor corner, trembling with pain, growling in anger and resentment. He was a member of the Seven. His status within Vought Corporation was extraordinary, not someone any unknown small fry could bully. Meanwhile, in the restroom, "Who do you think you are, you bastard?" Starlight leaned on the sink, crying, her eye makeup specially applied for the press conference, smudged by tears. She wanted to say it was her first time too, that she'd never been in love, but Ron didn't listen to her explanation and impatiently left. Her first intimacy with a man resulted in this. Wipe it clean. Don't let anyone see you looking so disheveled. May, wearing a female battlesuit, beautiful and with a hint of heroism, walked out of one of the stalls, casually wiping her hands, and handed her 2 tissues. Men are like this. Once the passion fades, they discard women like trash or avoid trouble. Having heard the entire conversation, she felt no emotional fluctuation, even a little amused, mocking all women who were hurt by men. "When I was 6, my father abandoned my mother and me to leave with that heavily made-up bitch. I learned this lesson early on." May scoffed, casually recounting her childhood experience. Men are unreliable. Relationships between the sexes are merely the base influence of hormones. She turned to leave. "May, you're Queen May. I'm your fan, when I was little, in my room." Wiping her tears and adjusting her emotions, Starlight, with red-rimmed eyes, wanted to recount how she idolized Queen May as a child, and how she used May's actions to inspire herself when fighting crime as an adult. But May spoke to her to mock, not to comfort. "Stop. I don't want to hear any of that." Facing her superhero fan, May did not smile, instead coldly interrupting her. "I'm practically psychologically nauseated from hearing these words. If you remain this naive, you won't last long in the Seven." She knew Starlight was a new member. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said things that could cause a huge public outcry if leaked. But she didn't want to deal with Starlight, because seeing Starlight reminded her of her own foolish and ignorant self from back then. "What do you mean?" May didn't seem as approachable as she was portrayed on television, and the forced smile on Starlight's face froze. Naive little girl. Without explaining, the beautiful woman in the battlesuit coldly shook her head and turned to leave. "Found him. He appeared in my office, demanding to join the Seven." On the upper floors of the Vought building, Vice President Madeline nervously reported to the man behind the desk. "Mr. Edgar, I'm worried Ron is another Homelander." "No need to worry." President Edgar, an elderly black man with gold-rimmed glasses, sat in his boss's chair, calmly twirling a pen, looking at the information on the iPad in his hand. It showed that at the place where Becca and her 2 children were imprisoned, the team responsible for impersonating neighbors and monitoring the area had discovered that the anesthetic spray and some other items were missing from the backup warehouse for emergencies, and the traces indicated it had been 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years ago, that child seemed to be only a few years old, though he still wasn't big now. Did he discover the truth about his surroundings early on and plan an escape? Then, did he awaken his abilities, see a more secure method, endure and give up, and then patiently wait another 2 or 3 years? He's different from Homelander. He's smarter and more calm and rational than Homelander. Facing the nervous Madeline, he smiled faintly, as if nothing could alarm him, and said meaningfully, "And sometimes 2 lions are easier to deal with than 1. This is a good thing." The astute Edgar commented, put down his iPad and murmured, "I just don't know what he wants to do by joining the Seven." Did he lack love as a child and crave fame and adoration? Did he escape his cage to indulge and enjoy? To prove his power? Or to get revenge on an unqualified father? A myriad of possibilities flashed through his mind in an instant. He calmly instructed Madeline, then turned his boss's chair to look out the window. "Whatever else he demands, satisfy him as long as it doesn't shake the company's fundamental interests. I want to see what he wants." He, who controlled Vought, this vast business empire, and kept all the superheroes in line, deeply understood that knowing what a person desired most and what they feared losing most was the key to controlling them. "Yes, Mr. Edgar." The next day, Starlight called her mother in the morning. Originally, she had envisioned happily sharing everything with her mother. The novel sights and experiences, the excitement of working with her idols. Instead, there was only a forced smile. Deep's behavior and May's coldness made the Seven, this superhero group, seem a bit off. Perhaps her mother was too tired and excited, as she didn't detect the sadness in her voice. Click. Standing before the Seven's conference room again, the door opened. Starlight took a deep breath and walked into the bright, spacious hall. Sorry, I'm late. I had prepared a welcome speech, but Starlight, you're a bit late for your first meeting. Standing behind the chair at the center of the V shape, a blond man in a stars and stripes suit slowly turned around, exuding a leadership aura, his smile as bright as the sun. Sorry, Captain. Please sit. Just call me Homelander. I don't like the title Captain. Everyone here is an equal family member. Homelander said with a smile, hands behind his back, his words warm and friendly. Walking cautiously towards the seat at the end, Starlight suddenly saw a familiar figure, her expression surprised. He really succeeded in joining the Seven too? Unlike Starlight's last seat, Ron sat at the head of the right side of the V-shaped conference table. That was originally Invisible Man's seat. But now, Invisible Man should be in the hospital listening to a doctor recommend which type of nose is more suitable for his face. Appearance can affect a person's entire life. This is a heaven-sent opportunity to change his fate. I hope he seizes it firmly. Ron leaned back in his chair, supporting his head as he looked at the scenery outside, sighing softly in his heart. His posture was casual, showing no respect for Homelander, the captain beside him. He wore a battle suit primarily in black and silver gray. Beneath the form-fitting battle suit, seemingly made of carbon fiber, his full, solid chest muscles, well-defined abs, and other nearly perfect body parts were like forged steel, leaving no doubt that every muscle contained explosive power. Unlike the other members' gaudy, colorful battle suits that resembled performance costumes, his suit was serious and dignified, more reminiscent of a Superman's image. Starlight was slightly stunned. Today's Ron felt completely different from yesterday's Ron in a suit, possessing more masculine charm. Although she had seen some of Ron's muscles yesterday, it ultimately lacked the full impact. Ron's battle suit was self-designed, very similar to the black suit Superman wore after his resurrection, but simpler without a cape. His flight method was special, and a cape was temporarily a hindrance. On his chest was not an S representing hope, but more like a pitch-black black hole with a star ring. Do you need me to introduce you? Starlight, this is your teammate who joined the Seven with you. Oh, what was your name again? Homelander seemed to be making a kind introduction, but halfway through he turned and asked. His smile appeared brilliant, yet held a hint of insincerity. He strongly disliked this teammate who had been parachuted into the Seven without official induction, yet managed to get rid of the Deep and put Invisible Man in the hospital. The Seven had always been his territory, and he felt his authority as captain was being challenged. Silence. The atmosphere in the conference room solidified, becoming quiet in an instant. Queen Maeve remained silent, and A-Train was trembling, as it was clear Homelander was in a bad mood. No one wanted to provoke Homelander when he was in a bad mood, if they wanted to sit here safely tomorrow. Ron. Ron turned his head back from the outside scenery, completely ignoring Homelander, and looked at Starlight, saying casually, You can also call me by my codename Dark Star, or Death Star. It's inevitable for a superhero to have a codename. He just picked one casually, not planning to be a serious superhero anyway, and it was only for use in this universe. Left hanging, Homelander's smile gradually froze. No one had ever disrespected him like this before. Never. Thank you for only telling a girl you abandoned your name today. Regarding yesterday's encounter, being treated like that without even knowing his name, Starlight's heart filled with anger, wanting to blurt it out. But seeing Homelander's expression, she opened her mouth but still didn't say it. She let out a breath and gave Ron a look, signaling him to look to the side. Because the most powerful superhero on Earth was looking at him, his eyes so cold they could almost freeze steel. But unfortunately, Ron seemed not to notice or ignored her warning. Dark Star, also a star of death's omen, the star designated 80 in Ursa Major, a star representing death in astrology. This is not a good omen. Although angry inside, a smile reappeared on Homelander's face. As he spoke, he walked behind Ron, placing his hands on Ron's shoulders like a well-intentioned warning. How about changing it? With his hands on the shoulders, he could twist a person's neck with just a slight turn. Maeve became even more nervous, fearing the unpredictable Homelander would suddenly act, sending the new member to the hospital or even the grave on his very first day. Black Noir, usually silent and indifferent to others, stopped his random drawing. A-Train didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The ominous omen is not for me, but for my enemies. Ron was impolite, refusing without the slightest fluctuation in his voice. Is that so? Madeline actually agreed to that name. Homelander secretly prepared to exert force, to discipline this new team member, starting by making him change this name. To make him realize that in this team, he should respect him like God. Why wouldn't she agree? I don't see her objecting. As soon as his words fell, Maeve and the others' expressions became strange. Why wouldn't she agree? Superheroes are almost equivalent to products launched by Vought Corporation. The product's name cannot be decided by the product itself. The chosen name must help attract fans and sell merchandise. Even their life experiences are carefully designed promotional materials. How did Ron's codename pass? Parachuted into the Seven, acting as he pleased, and the company didn't stop him. How did he manage such special treatment? All right, enough small talk. Let the meeting begin. Temporarily abandoning his plan to establish dominance through action, Homelander pondered for a few seconds, then returned to his seat with a gloomy expression. This had never happened before. Among the more than 200 superheroes in the company, his position had always been the most transcendent. If the vice president wasn't his beloved Madeline, no one's status was higher than his except the president. He could do whatever he wanted. But now it seemed there was another person who could do the same. He had thought the new member simply didn't understand the rules, but now it seemed he didn't need to understand them at all. Like me, if it doesn't involve fundamental interests, the company's rules will automatically make way for him. But he was the most powerful superhero on Earth. What right did this Ron have? Homelander secretly glanced at Ron beside him. During the meeting, Ron didn't listen to the so-called content at all. Everyone took turns reporting this week's crime-fighting achievements, all prearranged by Vought Corporation. A pure waste of time. It was just small talk, not immediately revealing their true selves to avoid scaring the new members. He looked at the panel in front of him. Ability points 56,000. Recorded templates. Homelander price 340,000. With just a physical touch, the system had recorded Homelander's template. 40,000 less than Ryan. By purchasing a template, he could directly reach the level of the template's developed abilities. Ryan's template was 300,000 points. The high ability points were due to the potential of the child Homelander's physique, which needed time to grow and develop. Purchasing the Homelander template can achieve it in one step, saving 20 to 30 years of time. But currently, his ability points were far from enough to purchase the Homelander template. Squeezing out the deep, injuring Invisible Man, and having a small friction with Starlight only added more than 20,000 ability points. Ron shook his head secretly. The three were not strong, and the change in their fate was not significant. The reason for adding so much was due to them being important plot characters. He looked at Queen Maeve sitting opposite him. Queen Maeve, one of the few powerful heroes second only to Homelander. If I can make her fate unrecognizable, it should be worth over 100,000 points. Queen Maeve is a very important character in the Black Robe universe, and her abilities are comprehensively strong, comparable to Justice League's Wonder Woman. Although she doesn't have a set of divine artifacts, she is no less in other aspects. Standing still, a speeding truck crashed into her and shattered without moving her in the slightest, showing astonishing strength. And she was completely unharmed. Her defense was far stronger than Wonder Woman's, who still needed her bracelets to block bullets. And A-Train. After the meeting, he turned his gaze to A-Train again. He should also be worth tens of thousands of points. Among the 7, besides Homelander and Queen Maeve, he was the strongest. The fastest superhero on Earth, comparable to Flash, although his speed was not even a fraction of Flash's. But the main reason was that Speed Force was too overpowered. Not long after the meeting ended, someone from the company approached Ron, carefully asking if he would be willing to participate in a crime-fighting operation tomorrow night, teamed with Queen Maeve. The other team was Starlight and Black Noir, a veteran-leading newcomer, joint operation, a promotional event for the 2 new members. Crime fighting, in Vought Corporation's view, was an activity that could be filmed throughout and used for popularity promotion. Queen Maeve. All right. The 7 conference room. Hi, Darkstar. How does it feel on your first day joining the company? Have you encountered any trouble? In the conference room, Ashley, the PR director and assistant for the 7, saw Ron walk into the room, her face wreathed in smiles, fawningly greeting him and reaching out to shake his hand. Ron walked past her expressionlessly, ignoring her, glanced at Starlight, and sat down in his seat. Ashley, the assistant for the 7, had a personality completely at odds with her beautiful name. She was snobbish, cowardly, bullied the weak, feared the strong, and engaged in promiscuous relationships. He didn't want any physical contact with such a person. Sitting nearby, Starlight secretly felt envious. When she had arrived at the conference room, Ashley had only exchanged a few casual pleasantries with her, nowhere near as enthusiastic as she was with Ron. Both of you, tomorrow night you will undertake your first mission. Ashley, who had been ignored, awkwardly coughed twice, pretending nothing had happened. Although Ron was new to the company, his status was special, as Madeline, the vice president, had specifically instructed. The company has assigned me and my colleagues to explain the important points you need to be aware of. Queen Maeve and Black Noir were already familiar with these things. Ron and Starlight were different, as 2 newcomers. They needed prior training. That's great. Although Ron treated her like a stranger, which hurt and angered her. Thinking about her first mission joining the 7, Starlight's face lit up with surprise and some excitement. Vought's operations are different from what you imagine. Ron said coldly, crossing his arms. Soon this girl from a small town in Iowa would no longer be so naive, and she would witness a dark corner of Vought. What do you mean? A puzzled Starlight pressed for an answer, but received none. Ashley led the people from the crime analysis department to begin explaining the details for tomorrow night. After more than 10 minutes, as she listened, Starlight fell into confusion and bewilderment. The company had designed a separate operational route for each of them, where they would combat crime led by veteran members. At several points along the routes, based on the company's intelligence, crime was highly likely to occur, ensuring opportunities to show off their skills along the way. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Is this intelligence accurate? She hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask. Oh, our department specializes in processing satellite data, combined with other sources of information, to summarize and identify. Based on analysis, there's over a 90% chance of crime occurring at the locations you'll pass through tomorrow night. The person from the crime analysis department spoke with confidence, then added dismissively, even the New York Police's intelligence isn't as good as ours. Why don't we inform the police and cooperate? If multiple cases happen simultaneously, we might not make it in time. Having received a confirmed answer, Starlight asked hesitantly, Starlight, don't you understand that superheroes and the police are in competition? Ashley and the employee exchanged glances, as if they had heard a funny joke and mocked. Are your first publicity events going to be outshone by the police? If the police deploy a large number of personnel to simultaneously prevent and solve several crimes that night, while you and Darkstar each only solve one, please, the public will think you can't even compare to the police, so how will they like you? After saying that, she and her employee left the operational routes behind and departed, but before leaving, seeing Starlight's naivety, she sternly instructed, Starlight, this is a company order, not a discussion. You must execute it this way tomorrow night. Only Ron and Starlight remained in the conference room. Starlight sat in her seat, lost in confusion by herself. But wasn't this treating ordinary people's lives as a game? Weren't the duties of superheroes and the police both to protect citizens? How could two parties who could clearly cooperate be in competition? That's just how VOT's superheroes are. Ron stood up and scoffed, calling out to the bewildered Starlight as he walked out, signaling her to follow him to a place. Come with me. I'll take you somewhere. Where? A hotel or a guest house? Or your home? Starlight, in a foul mood, looked up, recalling yesterday's events, and couldn't help but say angrily. She thought Ron was going to try his old trick again in a different location. A place where you can see the true private lives of many VOT superheroes. Ron left after throwing out that sentence, not caring if she would follow. He believed that Starlight, who had just glimpsed a dark corner of VOT and realized something was wrong, wouldn't fail to follow. The true private lives of superheroes? Wait for me. Thinking of the Deep and Maeve, who were different from their TV portrayals, Starlight briefly hesitated for 2 seconds, then quickly caught up. Where are we going? That night, in front of a deserted alley, there was a tightly shut iron gate. Go up and knock. Ron gestured. He brought Starlight to a private club that VOT Corporation secretly arranged for superheroes' private entertainment, aiming to shatter Starlight's naive illusions. What is this place? Why don't we enter through the front door? Looking around, faint music could be heard from inside. This looked like the back entrance of a nightclub or a bar. Starlight, who had changed into casual clothes and tied up her golden hair, looking much prettier, went forward and knocked on the iron gate, while turning back to ask curiously. Tao, this club is only open to a very small number of people. It has no sign, no front door, and no windows. Why? Because everything inside cannot see the light of day. Someone inside opened the peephole, saw Ron's face, and after comparing it with their records, quickly opened the iron gate, welcoming Ron and Starlight inside like honored guests. Welcome, Mr. Dark Star. Starlight awkwardly followed the expressionless Ron inside. 10 minutes later. Superheroes? These are the superheroes I've admired for over 20 years? The scene shifted. In the alley, Starlight's eyes were blank, and she walked out as if sleepwalking, mumbling. Her entire being seemed broken, and her worldview had been shattered. Ron simply took her on a quick tour of the club. He did nothing else, yet that alone shattered her 20-plus years of admiration and longing for superheroes. Inside, she saw many familiar superheroes: Termite, Ghost, Captain Parallel, and even Ezekiel, a superhero revered as a representative figure by devout followers. But they were completely different from how they appeared under the spotlight and on television. They were surrounded by women, embracing them. Everything inside was without limits, so filthy and depraved it defied imagination. People were snorting white powder, reveling freely and shamelessly, making one nauseous. The abilities of superheroes allow them to excel in certain aspects to the fullest. Stepping out of the nightclub and breathing in the fresh air, Ron, who was also visiting this place for the first time, looked back and couldn't help but comment. In a sense, these people are also talented. Saying this, he glanced at the nearly 10,000 PowerPoints he'd gained and prepared to leave. Yesterday, you shattered my illusions about you, and today you shattered my illusions about all the superheroes in the world. Leaning against the wall, recalling the scenes inside, all that disgusting stuff, Starlight felt nauseous but couldn't vomit, her face pale. Are you just going to leave like this? What else? Otherwise, Ron spread his hands. His objective had been achieved. He wanted to see this place and bring Starlight along to break her false perceptions of superheroes and VOT Corporation in advance. As for whether Starlight, who had always viewed superheroes as her life's goal, could instantly handle this revelation, that was no longer his concern. Are all heroes like this? Everything that had supported her dream of being a superhero turned out to be a lie. Starlight bit her lip and asked unwillingly, Do you think a truly upright and kind superhero could survive within Vought Corporation's environment? He countered with a question, then turned and walked out of the alley. Did you bring me here on purpose today? So I could see others and think you weren't such an asshole? You're overthinking it. I don't want to go home. Can you take me somewhere high up where no one is? Starlight, sad and silent, quickly followed, her voice low. Everything tonight had hit her too hard. She even began to doubt the meaning of her efforts since childhood, falling into confusion, and pleaded. Using that ability you used last time. High up? Given your body, there's nowhere nearby for you to jump and end it all. Go back and try taking some medicine. Ron kindly offered advice. Although Starlight's offensive power wasn't great, her defense was excellent. Even sniper rifles couldn't injure her. No, I just want to go to a quiet place. At a time like this, shouldn't men comfort women? Her mood was sorrowful and she needed comfort. Wasn't this the opportune moment the internet talked about for taking advantage? Starlight felt a deep resentment, wondering why Ron was so indifferent to her. Hadn't Ron not yet obtained her? You left me last time, but I still had something to say. I've never been in love before. That was my first time experiencing something like that. Are you kidding? Hearing this, Ron looked back in surprise, raising an eyebrow. The next second, Starlight hugged him, burying her head in his back, her low voice coming through. Let's go outside the city, to a deserted mountain outside the city. I want to be quiet for a while. Ron didn't know if a woman needing comfort when sad was a good opportunity to take advantage. Because he didn't do anything. The woman herself actively threw herself into his arms, seeking comfort. Under the starry sky, on a deserted mountain. He also confirmed Starlight's words. The next day, around noon, in a bustling urban area filled with skyscrapers, in a room on the 5th floor of a hotel, opposite a building hosting a jewelry exhibition. It seems my initial 20,000 plus ability points had Starlight's contribution. Standing by the window, Ron thought about last night. His appearance in this world must have created a butterfly effect. Sometimes, small changes in certain things can create a chain reaction with huge impacts. Moreover, his identity was not just some insignificant, ordinary person. Under the butterfly effect he caused, Starlight, born into a religious family this time, had never been in love and dedicated herself to her superhero career. Hey, those robbers received news that the jewelry exhibition organizers would transport the jewels away early, so they decided to act ahead of schedule. They're coming fully armed to rob it right now. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice came, and Queen Maeve beside him frowned. And you're actually spacing out? Staying up late was a woman's biggest enemy to her skin. Acting early meant everything would be over before nightfall, which put her in a good mood. But she saw Ron, the protagonist of this promotional event, looking out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Dealing with robbers wielding heavy firepower was no joke. Pulling his gaze back from outside, Ron scanned Queen Maeve up and down. She followed a similar path to Wonder Woman, with a beautiful face, heroic demeanor, and long brown hair draped over her smooth shoulders. Facing Queen Maeve's displeasure, he replied indifferently. Nice suit. Among the pile of colorful suits in the 7, only Queen Maeve's suit was still somewhat appealing to him. She wore a tiara on her forehead, a women's half-body battle suit, and long boots below her skirt. It was serious, yet beautiful, with a queenly aura. Suit? I'm talking to you about the robbers. Those targeting this valuable batch of jewels will be carrying heavy firepower. Ron didn't take her words to heart at all. She gasped twice in anger, emphasizing unceremoniously. Listen, don't think I'm concerned about you. The company assigned me to work with you. If you die at the hands of robbers, my ability as a veteran member will be questioned, and I'll lose many fans. Don't drag me down, got it? Got it. Ron still gave a perfunctory, airy reply. Among the 7, Queen Maeve was the only one who still had a conscience. When she first joined Vought Corporation, she was quite similar to Starlight. Later, she suddenly witnessed too much hypocrisy and darkness, and realizing she couldn't change anything, She became depressed and severely disheartened, starting to go with the flow. But she hadn't given up on being a superhero, cooperating with Vought Corporation's false publicity and work while doing her best to save people. You... Seeing Ron completely unconcerned, Maeve grew angrier, her face clouding over. But just then, in a high-floor window of the opposite building, a robber carrying a rifle and wearing a bulletproof vest cautiously looked outside, then drew the curtains. Dark Star, Queen Maeve. They've gone upstairs on the opposite side and taken control of the exhibition hostages. You can proceed. Ashley's voice came from the walkie-talkie on the table. None. Unlike the late-night deserted dock drug bust Vought Corporation arranged for Starlight, Ron's first action was to rescue the hostages at the valuable jewelry exhibition. Many of them were wealthy and influential people in the city, a great opportunity to make a splash, gain fame, and build connections. I hope your body can withstand rocket launchers. With no time to say more, Maeve finally said with a mix of sarcasm and warning, opened the window and was about to leap from the 5th floor to quickly reach the opposite side. Bang tilde. A faint sound came. Where is he? A strange sound. Stepping onto the window, Maeve heard it and looked back, finding Ron's figure gone from the room. On the 8th floor, the large exhibition hall hosting the jewelry exhibition had been taken over. Everyone was held hostage, guns pointed at them, herded to the wall. No matter how elegantly dressed or what their status or power, they were now trembling in fear, crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands. No crying and no screaming, or I'll shut him up forever. Holding a submachine gun in one hand and firing 2 shots at the ceiling, the robber leader was tall and strong with the aura of a ruthless bandit. His exposed eyes were ferocious as he warned sternly. Some of his subordinates pointed guns at the hostages, while others ferociously hammered the exhibition hall's glass, stuffing valuable jewels into velvet bags one by one. But suddenly, bang! A handsome man, wearing a solemn and majestic black suit, appeared in the exhibition hall. Drawing the curtains, "Are you having a secret party?" With his hands behind his back, he looked like an uninvited guest, casually scanning the room. Who are you? The robber leader's face changed drastically and he shouted, "Shoot him, kill this cross-dressing freak." His sudden appearance, coupled with Ron's attire, immediately identified him as one of those superheroes with superpowers, wearing strange costumes and disguises. Da-da-da! Immediately, 20 or 30 submachine guns were aimed at him, their muzzles spitting fire. Bullets capable of penetrating human bodies hit his body, immediately losing all their kinetic energy. The clear yellow casings fell, littering the floor, without even damaging his clothes. You robbers are too impolite. Just asking a question resulted in a frantic hail of bullets. Ron, with his hands behind his back, was expressionless, his eyes glowing with deep red light. Tear. With his hands behind his back, Ron ignored the robber's attacks, his eyes glowing crimson as he called out each robber in the exhibition hall. Laser beams effortlessly pierced through bone and flesh, leaving charred through and through blood holes in the heads of the robbers, who fell straight down. No, boss. Bullets can't even hurt him. The robbers retreated in terror, trying to hide. Rocket launchers! Get me the rocket launchers! Kicking over an exhibition stand, the robber leader cowered, hiding behind it in fear and disarray, shouting at his subordinates. 2 robbers knelt, quickly shouldering the dark rocket launchers, already prepared and loaded with heavy rockets. Quick, blast him! Help, help! Seeing the rockets, the hostages screamed in fear, clutching their heads. This isn't good. Ron shook his head slightly. Tear. Crimson rays swept across, and the 2 robbers' thick legs were easily severed like a hot knife through butter. They screamed terribly, falling to the ground, blood splattering. It's all your fault. You made the scene so bloody. My legs. I'll kill you. One of the robbers, looking at his legs separated from his body, screamed in painful collapse, desperately raising the rocket launcher crookedly and pulling the trigger. Whoosh! In a mere 30 to 40 meters, the rocket, trailing white exhaust, arrived in an instant and exploded with a bang. Boom! Flying shrapnel pierced through tables, leaving deep marks on the exhibition hall's marble pillars, and glass shattered, scattering everywhere. The flames dissipated. You only lost your legs. Ron, standing by the window, was completely unharmed, his tall body seemingly cast from unshakable steel. The robbers were terrified and exclaimed, "Monster! This is a monster!" He stared at the robber. "You don't cherish your life enough." If he had just obediently lain on the ground, even though he would be disabled and lose his legs, and spend the rest of his life in prison, at least he would have kept his life, wouldn't he? "Buzz?" He raised a finger and lightly pointed. A slightly thicker crimson ray streaked across the air. The next second, that person exploded into smithereens, leaving no bones, and flesh splattered everywhere. Ah! The terrifying and brutal scene caused all the hostages to shriek. Precisely controlling his energy, the plasma energy rays Ron emitted next were no longer for cutting, but for exploding. Every ray that fell in the exhibition hall resulted in 2 or 3 robbers being blown up and killed. Retreat, quick, retreat. Even rocket launchers couldn't harm the opponent. In the short 10 seconds since the opponent appeared, more than half of his subordinates had been slaughtered like chickens and dogs. The robber leader screamed in terror, calling the remaining 7 or 8 people, carrying jewels, and firing to suppress as they tried to leave via the stairs. Bang! Where do you think you're going? Suddenly teleporting behind them, Ron grabbed the fastest-running robber leader by the neck with one hand, lifting him from the ground like he was strangling a chick. His gaze turned playfully to those people. Ah! The others, terrified and desperate, tried to raise their guns and fire, which was met with a sweeping ray. Deep, scorched grooves appeared on the wall, and the remaining robbers all fell, their chests and abdomens torn open, blood and other things spilling everywhere. Only you are left. Slowly turning his head, a coldness appeared in his eyes, as if he mentioned it casually. "Oh, what did you call me just now?" "Surrender. I'm willing to surrender." His 2 legs kicked weakly, choked by the iron vice-like hand. The tall robber leader's forehead veins bulged from suffocation, and he spoke with difficulty, trying to surrender to save his life. He would rather go to prison than see this devil again. Wrong answer. As if regretting his wrong answer, Ron gradually tightened his grip. The robber leader's eyes widened in pain, uttering meaningless, muffled sounds, his face turning purple from suffocation. A few seconds later, he died, enveloped by pain and despair. Ron casually threw the body aside like trash. He didn't care about surrendering or not. What he wanted to hear was crying pleas, terrified and desperate confessions, and remorseful apologies. Then, perhaps, he could let him die a quicker death. Not only rude, but also brainless. Crack. Crashing through the window, May, holding her battle sword, saw Ron casually tossing away the robber leader's corpse. Looking around the messy exhibition hall, she saw gruesome, twisted bodies. She was stunned. In less than 20 seconds, all 30 heavily armed robbers with heavy firepower were dealt with. She still maintained her combat stance, knees slightly bent and sword held with both hands, but there were no more robbers in the exhibition hall for her to deal with. "Oh, you're here?" Stepping forward, Ron patted her as she stood frozen with her sword raised, chuckling lightly as a reminder. "Relax, we're done. It seems you do have some ability. I can save myself some trouble." Her face was very unpleasant, and she said unwillingly. May coldly put away her sword. She was going to comfort the hostages. "I've only seen one person cause this kind of wound. How did you do it?" Taking 2 steps, she saw some of the bodies with charred blood holes in their foreheads from being shot in the head. Her pupils contracted. She stopped, turned to look at Ron, her tone extremely unsettled. And upon further observation, in a broken area of the floor, Ron had clearly been attacked by a rocket, yet not even a single strand of his hair was out of place. His hairstyle was still the same. This made her inevitably think of one person. "It's very simple. I shot lasers from my eyes, and then they died." Facing the surprised and suspicious May, Ron raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. How obvious was this process? Did she still need to ask? "Don't brush me off. That's not what I'm asking." "Isn't that what you're asking?" Stumped for a moment, May was silent for 2 seconds. From her question, Ron's answer was perfectly fine, but her implied meaning was not that. You understand what I want to ask. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes meeting Ron's, who was a head taller than her, with hidden concern, and asked seriously. This handsome young man with black hair and black eyes first received similar treatment to Homelander, and then displayed similar abilities to Homelander. The possibility revealed was too terrifying. Isn't it enough that Vought created one monster that could endanger the entire world? Did they create an even younger one? It seems I have no obligation to satisfy your curiosity. Ron chuckled softly, refusing to answer. May frowned in silence. I know what you're worried about. Don't be afraid, Homelander and I are different. Grabbing a lock of May's beautiful hair from her shoulder, he played with it from above, joking. The way you are, what you just said has no persuasive power at all. Seeing this teasing gesture, May's face turned ugly, and she slapped his hand away. I'm not interested in men. Stay away from me. Especially little boys who might have been born when I was still in high school. Having been silently ridiculed about the robbers, she deliberately jabbed at Ron's age, a mocking expression on her face as she looked at him, emphasizing the words little boy. Little boy? Ron chuckled, not at all angry. To call him a little boy in terms of age wasn't wrong, but he wasn't born when May was in high school. When May became a superhero for Vought, he didn't even exist in this world yet. However, physically, he wasn't a little boy. Had she ever seen a little boy over 6 feet tall and weighing nearly 200 pounds? I heard you and Homelander used to date. Screen couple for company publicity. Seemingly resistant to discussing this matter, May changed the subject and replied coldly. All right, it's time to go comfort the hostages. You showed no restraint when you acted. It was too bloody. She frowned, looking at the blood splattered everywhere in the exhibition hall. I don't care about them. Ron shrugged, glancing at the hostages huddled in the corner, trembling with fear and pale faces. Dark Star, you are Dark Star, the newest member of the Seven, right? After the robbers were dealt with, Ron and Maeve came downstairs, followed by the rescued hostages. Ashley had arranged for cameras and lights to be ready, and they were immediately surrounded by flashing lights. Look here, was it you and Queen Maeve who dealt with the robbers upstairs? How did you deal with them? What are your abilities? Can you demonstrate them for everyone? Reporters crowded around, asking questions one after another. Ron glanced at them, took a step back, and said softly to Maeve, I'll leave it to you. I can't be bothered with them. Even comforting the hostages earlier, he had left it entirely to Maeve. Deep red energy flames flickered around his body, and his muscular physique floated off the ground. In an instant, he soared into the sky above the city's tall buildings, leaving behind a conical sonic boom cloud with a bang, departing at supersonic speed like a deep red meteor. Oh look, it's so cool. The new member of the Seven can fly. Another hero who can fly in the Seven after Homelander. Ignored and left behind, the reporters were instead quite excited. They aimed their cameras at the sky, eagerly pressing their shutters. He can fly too. Queen Maeve was left standing alone. She put her hands on her hips and looked up at the sky where Ron had disappeared, her eyes filled with deeper worry. The world seems to be getting more dangerous. This won't do. She secretly made a decision in her heart. She must figure out Ron's personality and abilities to confirm that he isn't another Homelander. After all, I don't have the ability to live on another planet. At the same time, on a rooftop a few blocks away. Impossible. How dare they? How dare they? Homelander stood with his hands behind his back, his gloves creaking and tearing as he clenched them. He didn't utter a word through gritted teeth, but his eyes were ferocious, and his heart roared with anger, almost to the point of losing control, feeling an urge to go on a killing spree. I should be the only one. How dare they try to create another me? Through his X-ray vision, he had seen the entire process of Ron dealing with the robbers. He saw the Cyclops, he saw his powerful defense that surpassed a tank, and he saw his ability to easily break the sound barrier in flight. Although a brief glimpse didn't reveal his upper limit, and his abilities were slightly different from his own. Combined with Vought Corporation's attitude, it couldn't help but make him overthink. No, God cannot be replicated. He is, at most, a ridiculous counterfeit. The arrogance in his heart gradually calmed him down. He hadn't yet figured out if Ron could truly threaten him. I will find out. If that's truly the case, regardless of whether your birth was your intention, for humans to attempt to approach God is, in itself, a blasphemy that must be purged. His cape fluttering, Homelander's expression was cold and emotionless as he turned and flew away. His powerful flight ability accelerated, instantly breaking the sound barrier, and he vanished into the horizon. Homelander is no longer the only one. New member Dark Star appears. Red meteor streaks across New York's sky. Silent hero flies away after rescuing hostages. A series of news headlines dominated the front pages of various New York newspapers. The newspapers featured interviews with Queen Maeve and a host of grateful words from the wealthy and influential people rescued from the jewelry exhibition. Although the process was a bit terrifying, the fact that Ron saved them was undeniable. Coupled with Vought Corporation's deliberate control, promotion, and amplification, even though Ron didn't say a single word in front of the media, he instantly shot to fame, becoming a hot new superhero right after his debut. People in every street and alley were discussing him, comparing him to Homelander. They compared their suits, their abilities, their appearances. Hey man, his suit is so cool. I think his suit is the coolest in the 7. When his poster comes out, I'm going to buy one to hang in my bedroom. Dark Star's flight style is very unique, enveloped in deep red, flame-like light. He flies like a meteor streaking across the sky, even breaking the sound barrier. I wonder if his flight speed is faster than Homelander's. He's so handsome. His whole person is like a sculpture of an ancient Greek god. Actually, I've always felt Homelander's smile is a bit fake. Am I the only one who thinks that? That's great. In the conference room holding a newspaper, Starlight read the report about Ron's rescue and then found the story about her and Black Noir busting the Doc drug operation in an inconspicuous box at the bottom of the page. She leaned back weakly in her seat, looking at Ron beside her. You didn't even bother with the media, but you got this kind of effect. Now everyone outside is discussing you. I cooperated with Ashley's arranged people, posing in front of the captured gang members and saying the lines they prepared. It was like filming a movie, recorded several times before it passed and was sent to the media, and this is the result. Life had to go on. After the blow, Starlight instinctively made the same decision Maeve had made back then. While cooperating with Vought's marketing, she continued to be her own superhero, using her influence to change others and her power to help people. But despite her efforts to cooperate, the comparison with Ron was disheartening and perplexing. It's all just Vought's push. Ron propped his head on his hand in his chair, glancing at the newspaper. Have you forgotten there's another person in the 7 who never speaks? Ignoring the media isn't a problem. Not saying a word, or even not showing one's face if Capital wants to, through marketing tactics, it can make a person incredibly popular. It all depends on whether it's worth it. Right, and Black Noir. Remembering how she tried to say hello to Black Noir last night, only for the person under that black hood to act like a statue and ignore everyone, Starlight wrinkled her nose. Neke. She got up and sat on Ron's lap, intimately wrapping her arms around his neck. Her soft, delicate body pressed against his as she curiously brought up what Black Noir might look like. Invisible Man even showed his true face to the media. But Black Noir never has. What do you think Black Noir's face under the mask looks like? Since that night on the mountaintop, their relationship had progressed rapidly as something broke between them. I think it should be a pockmarked face, the kind that would make a child cry if revealed. He replied casually, drawing his gaze back from the newspaper. All the newspapers, overtly and covertly, were subtly comparing him to Homelander. Is it a coincidence, or is Vought doing this on purpose? Ron sneered inwardly. Are they testing his attitude towards Homelander, or trying to create a rift and antagonism between him and Homelander? No one wants to be replaced, especially someone accustomed to being unique and supreme. Although Homelander, who grew up in a laboratory without a family, showed great concern for Ryan in the original plot. But Ryan had completely inherited his abilities. When he saw Ryan, it was like seeing his younger self. He narrowed his eyes. If I didn't have my current abilities, if Homelander saw me as ordinary and short-lived, he would probably only consider me a defective product who failed to inherit his godlike abilities, looking at me with disdain, only treating Ryan as his son. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that Ryan might be too young for him to feel that Ryan is a threat. He could fully unleash his paternal love on his still innocent and young son, raise his son according to his own ideas, and gain a family member who would never betray him and always love him. But he was different. Why did he see Homelander like a stranger? Because he had no interest in being someone else's son, and he also understood Homelander's personality. Homelander's so-called tenderness, crocodile tears, only worked under certain conditions. His birth and childhood were a pitiful tragedy. He did crave love, but the underlying nature of his heart had always been cold and ruthless. Just like after Ryan chose to go with Butcher, Homelander considered it a betrayal, and from then on, he was no longer as concerned about Ryan's situation as before. When his deeply loved Stormfront died, he was heartbroken and furious for a long time due to his misfortunes, almost on the verge of losing control, ready to destroy everything. But when he discovered that an accidental, cathartic speech actually led to an increase in followers, he was ecstatic and immediately stopped being self-destructive, instantly casting Stormfront aside and focusing entirely on how to further boost his popularity. Homelander pathologically craves love, craves attention, but no one is irreplaceable to him. He wants everyone to play house with him, to dutifully play the role of family and love him. Once things go wrong, he will immediately turn hostile. Homelander pathologically craves love, craves attention, but no one is irreplaceable to him. He wants everyone to play house with him, to dutifully play the role of family and love him. Once things go wrong, he will immediately turn hostile. Ready for a great story? Welcome to Fiction's Telling. Follow and get notified for tales that pull you in. And to our amazing existing followers, you rock. Multiverse. What if I were reborn as Homelander's son with a system? Volume 3. Butcher, did you intercept any useful messages? Huey asked nervously, speaking to the person on the phone. Do you remember where I told you to put the bug? A man's deep, husky voice on the other end of the phone asked, like a gloomy, irritable beast. Under the Seven's conference room table. Where did you put it? A displeased query. Opposite the conference room door. Two cold chuckles came from the other end of the phone, and then silence. 2 days ago, as you said, I went to Vought to accept A-Train's apology, but Vought didn't arrange the meeting in the Seven's conference room, saying an important person was using it and just found another room. Huey explained, feeling depressed and a little annoyed as he recalled the experience from 2 days prior. Using the excuse of going to the restroom, he circled the tightly closed conference room and found a steel relief of the Seven on the wall opposite the conference room, so he could only place the bug in a gap in the relief. Conducting a spy operation in the headquarters of Vought Corporation, which had single-handedly created over 200 superheroes, was a terrifying and extremely risky endeavor for him. What's the use? Do you think those bastards would choose to discuss private, unspeakable matters in a conference room or standing in a hallway? But on the other end of the phone, Butcher, nicknamed Butcher, mocked him mercilessly. So, does that mean there's no useful information? Huey lowered his head, deflated and frustrated. No, consider yourself lucky, you bastard. After a long silence on the other end of the phone, Butcher sneered. I heard a piece of news. Don't know if it'll be useful. Who is it about? A-Train. Butcher replied. It's him. Hearing A-Train's name, Huey gritted his teeth, his face contorted with hatred. He would never forget that more than 10 days ago, he and his girlfriend were walking on the street, sweetly discussing cohabitation, when A Train, running at high speed, suddenly crashed into his girlfriend, turning her into a pile of minced flesh. Without any warning, in the blink of an eye, his girlfriend, who had been smiling gently at him, was gone, leaving only her remaining hands clutched in his, and he was covered in blood. He lost his girlfriend, and he lost the beautiful life he had envisioned. That shameful liar actually said on TV that he was chasing a villain at the time, and Robin was standing in the middle of the road, blocking the way, which caused the accident. Is he blaming Robin for everything? And then he even mocked Robin. I must make him pay the price. He and his girlfriend were clearly standing by the roadside, not in the middle of the road, but Vought Corporation and his family advised him to accept compensation and let the matter rest, but he was too angry to comply. It was then that Butcher found him, revealed the darkness of Vought to him, and took him to a club that only superheroes could enter. In the surveillance footage, he saw A Train discussing the incident with someone else, showing no remorse or guilt, and talking about his girlfriend's death in a jocular tone, which further enraged him. All right, I know how much you hate A Train. He killed your girlfriend. Coincidentally, the news I got this time is related to A Train's girlfriend. Butcher said with a malicious laugh. He was on the phone in the hallway, talking to his girlfriend, the fated superhero Demon Claw woman, who is not known to the public. They sounded like they had a good relationship, and she should know a lot of inside information. If you want, you can do anything to his girlfriend. I'll help you, an eye for an eye. Anyway, they're a pair of super bastards. After something happened to him 8 years ago, causing him to lose his beloved wife, he believed all superhumans deserve to die, no exceptions. No, I can't. Hearing this suggestion, Huey quickly waved his hands, stammering. That's not good. Oh, you bastard, I meant torture and interrogation. What were you thinking? On the other end of the phone, Butcher's voice was low and mocking, full of dark humor. I was thinking of torture and interrogation, too. His face flushed with anger, he quickly hung up the phone, deliberately emphasizing that he was indeed thinking of torture and interrogation. Vigilante justice is not allowed by law. Swish, swish, swish. Early in the morning at Vought headquarters, Starlight was brushing her teeth in front of the mirror. Having been with Ron last night, she had to go to bed very late and came to the company's dressing room to wash up. She was preparing to put on makeup and then go back to her room to change into her battlesuit. She felt a bit helpless, wondering when being a superhero had become just a job. What are you doing, Starlight? Suddenly, Ashley burst through the door angrily, swearing and holding her phone, rushing towards her. She showed Starlight a video and demanded to know what was going on. The content of the video was very familiar. Starlight had gone back to her hometown to see her mother yesterday afternoon. When she returned in the evening, she encountered 2 men harassing and assaulting a girl. She intervened and rescued the girl. They had that girl pinned against the car, about to do something. I couldn't just stand by. Starlight argued, wondering if she wasn't even allowed to fight crime. Girl? What girl? Now the online video only shows you hitting people. There's no girl in it. Do you know the impact this has caused? Those 2 people had no prior criminal record and insist they were drinking in an alley at the time, and you knocked them out indiscriminately. Ashley raged again, scolding Starlight for her foolish behavior. Now, public opinion online was very unfavorable to Starlight and Vought. She asked if Starlight knew the girl's name. I don't know. Starlight paused, stating that the girl had run away in a hurry at the time. Very well. According to past cases and experience, that girl won't come forward, and you, having just joined the team, are already dragging Vought into a public opinion storm. Ashley analyzed the situation based on past cases, furiously bombarding Starlight with accusations, and finally informed and commanded her. I don't know what your plans are for this beautiful day, but drop everything and go to CEO Madeline's office at 10 o'clock. She's very displeased with you, and people from Risk Assessment, Crisis Management, and the legal department are all waiting there to see how to resolve this matter. Then, leaving a stunned and sad Starlight, she turned and left. I just wanted to save someone. In the private room arranged by Vought for the 7 to rest, Starlight complained sadly to Ron. She had only wanted to save someone and fight crime, but she never expected such a result, being condemned online. Do you think they'll fire me? Someone online said she was a classmate of yours from high school, Ron said, holding his phone, which was playing the video of Starlight teaching those two men a lesson. He casually scrolled through the comments below the video, then reached out his hand to her and asked. She commented, revealing that you have anorexia? Mild anorexia. Seeing Ron's calm demeanor, she grabbed his hand and nestled into his arms. Her anxious and worried emotions also calmed down a bit. Anorexia generally has two contributing factors. One is an excessive psychological pursuit of thinness, and the other is usually due to overly strict parental control in the family or symptoms caused by abuse or single-parent households from a young age. Which one are you? Both, I guess. But although my mother was very strict with me, she didn't abuse me. Listening to Ron's questions, Starlight felt a wave of warmth and reassurance, and she answered softly. The small details of life were touching. Ron was concerned about her condition and health. Among so many comments, Ron had immediately noticed this particular one. You're thin enough, and your mother can't control you anymore? Aren't you already an independent superhero? He felt that Starlight would look emaciated if she got any thinner. Being too thin was neither attractive nor healthy, even for superhumans. There's no need to control your diet anymore. Starlight smiled, accepting Ron's concern. Then she remembered what had just happened and murmured, puzzled and dejected. I really don't understand. Shouldn't I be presumed innocent until proven guilty? Those two people had no evidence whatsoever, yet based solely on their one-sided account, the online condemnation against her was almost entirely one-sided. When you are a super, the situation is the opposite. Others only need to suspect, and you have to provide evidence to prove your innocence. If you can't, you are guilty. Ron smirked. Sometimes, if you are too powerful, making people uneasy is a crime in itself. Starlight hadn't been a super for long, but Superman should be particularly experienced with this kind of thing. An alien, he toiled tirelessly to protect the Earth, fought his own kind for the sake of the Earth, had to painfully kill his own people with his own hands, destroyed the hope of Kryptonian reconstruction, and saved the world more than once. But he was still often suspected and guarded. Some believed his powers were too strong and that protecting the Earth would hinder its development, so they tried to kill him. Others thought he might turn evil and threaten the Earth, secretly planning to deal with and kill him. Kryptonite, which restrained Superman, was everywhere. Even slightly powerful villains in laboratories could pull out 2 pieces of kryptonite. Superman's power could have made him a god on Earth, but he was made to look pathetic by weak, ordinary people, subjected to public criticism, and received no thanks for his efforts. That's so unfair. Starlight couldn't help but complain. Time's almost up. Didn't Ashley want you to go to Madeline's office? I'll go with you. It was almost 10 o'clock, Ron said with a smile. Let's see what they want to say. Madeline's office. Ron and Starlight walked in. Ron, why are you here? Madeline, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up surprised. Am I not welcome? No, you can come to my office any time you have anything. Madeline's gaze subtly shifted between Ron and Starlight, who were standing intimately close. Her heart skipped a beat, and she smiled. Miss Madeline. Starlight nodded, calling out a little reservedly. Please, have a seat. Besides Ashley, there were a few other people in the room. They watched Ron and Starlight sit closely together on one sofa. Oh no. Ashley, who was good at reading expressions, secretly cried out in dismay. Her face immediately became unnatural, and she leaned over, somewhat ingratiatingly. Starlight, relax, do you know? Actually, things have turned around. The victim girl you saved saw the website video and came forward to testify for you, describing the incident in detail. She no longer showed the angry, cursing demeanor she had towards Starlight this morning. She was now humble after being arrogant. What? Starlight, a little unaccustomed to Ashley's attitude, was stunned, then reacted, asking in disbelief. Does that mean this matter is resolved? She had prepared herself to be reprimanded or even fired. Yes, your popularity has soared and you've gained a large number of female fans. They feel you give them a sense of security. Madeline said. That's great. She was overjoyed. Hello, Starlight. We're from the marketing department. We have some ideas and believe that perhaps the company and you can expand your profits from this attention. At this moment, several people from the marketing department eagerly followed their prepared procedure, excitedly saying, We believe you should focus on your current female fan base, change your image, and show stronger female power. What do you mean? Starlight asked, puzzled. Ron's gaze was cold. Vought's understanding of female power was quite different from what normal people would think. Ashley's face stiffened slightly, and she secretly gestured to Madeline with her eyes for instructions, but before Madeline could say anything, clang, clang! One of the three people unveiled a half-body mannequin in the room that had been covered with a yellow cloth, revealing a revealing new suit, almost a one-piece bikini. The color and style left no doubt that it was prepared for Starlight. Oh, I won't wear that. Starlight felt humiliated when she saw that suit. Her reaction was strong, and her tone was firm. Why, it's so beautiful. The three people from the marketing department were stunned and questioned, still trying to persuade her. Look at it. In 2 days is the A-Train and Impact's race of the century. Imagine you wearing it and appearing in the stadium. You'll definitely be the center of attention. Ron let out a sneer. Yes, how could she not be the center of attention? Anyone who wears a one-piece bikini as everyday clothing and appears in public will absolutely attract attention. It's just that some organizations in this world aren't strong enough. Otherwise, they would definitely let Vought see what it means to split the sky with one punch. Ron. Frowning, Starlight looked at Ron, seeking help. She was very smart. Vice President Madeline and Ashley must have approved this decision in advance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought it before her. She probably couldn't change the decision about the new suit on her own. Damn it. Looking at the three people who were still unaware, Madeline covered her forehead, not expecting things to develop this way. She had a bad feeling. Ashley looked scared and had an even stronger urge to hide. I think it's pretty good. Ron slowly smiled. Starlight was stunned, eager to say something. He quietly gave her a look, signaling Starlight not to rush. Really? The three people from the marketing department were excited. I said how bold and brave this suit is. One of them, a middle-aged female designer with large square glasses, adjusted her glasses and said proudly, she had designed Homelander's suit before. Are there any extra suits? Yes, of course, we made several in advance, in case there was no replacement after damage. Bring them out to see. The three took out several identical new suits. Not bad, not bad. He stroked his chin, seemingly admiring, and leaned back, instructing, Put them on and let me see. Miss Starlight. The three people from the marketing department looked at Starlight with delight, holding the clothes. No, I mean you all put them on and let me see. A cold voice interrupted. Ron was expressionless. Us? The three people from the marketing department were stunned, pointing to themselves and standing frozen, looking at each other, wondering if they had misheard. Among the three of them, 2 men and 1 woman, a thin Mexican, a sturdy black man, and the remaining one was a woman, but she was a middle-aged woman with loose skin. Yes, that's right, you all. Mr. Ron, we... The three resisted and hesitated. Ron? Madeline opened her mouth, wanting to say something. I said, put them on and let me see. Don't make me say it a third time. Ron showed her no respect, his eyes lighting up with terrifying scarlet light, his voice like a cold wind from the North Pole, making people shiver, he slowly said. Unless you never want to hesitate about what to wear again. Humans are social animals. No one has never hesitated about what to wear in front of others, unless they are dead. The air in the room solidified for a moment, filled with a terrifying and trembling aura. Madeline closed her mouth, and Ashley was so scared she didn't dare to breathe. Oh, I'll wear it, I'll wear it. Under the terrifying threat, the three were scared pale, entered the room, and soon after, walked out wearing the one-piece bikini-style new suits, their hands and feet not knowing where to put them, shuffling out step by step. The scene was both comical and unsightly. "What? You all don't seem to particularly like this suit." Ron sneered, watching. The three's faces turned red, wanting to find a hole to crawl into, not daring to say a word. "That's enough, Ron." Starlight felt this wasn't very good, but for some reason she felt a sense of satisfaction. She gently shook Ron's arm. Ron waved his hand, telling them to leave. The three were as if granted a great pardon, slinking away without daring to look up. He glanced at the panel. Ability points, 102,000. It increased by a few thousand again, reaching over 100,000. His ability points had increased once before. Ron guessed it was because he had sent Invisible Man to the hospital, saving his life and preventing him from discovering the bug, thus not following the original plot to find Huey and Butcher and losing his life. And this time, not only did it change Starlight's new suit, but more importantly, it allowed Madeline to see the relationship between the two. Starlight's original difficult situation in Vought would disappear, and she would directly have the greatest freedom under him and Homelander. After the matter was over, Ashley found Starlight, humbly and awkwardly apologizing with a smile for her rude scolding that morning, hoping she wouldn't take it to heart. Starlight felt even more comfortable and was touched by Ron's actions to protect her and stand up for her. In the evening, Starlight was uncharacteristically much more proactive. 2 days later, Vought's promoted Race of the Century between A-Train and Impact arrived. A huge stadium in New York, capable of holding over 100,000 people, was packed, with every seat taken, noisy and lively. The two would compete to determine who was the fastest man in the world, representing significant meaning. On the highest viewing platform, Dark Star, look here. Black Noir. Queen Maeve and Starlight, we support you. Among the 7, Ron and 3 others appeared, receiving huge cheers. I heard Vought Corporation made nearly $100 million from ticket sales, sponsorships, and broadcasting rights for this match. Starlight, with her golden wavy hair cascading over her shoulders and dressed in a golden white battle skirt like a goddess, waved to her fans while smiling and chatting with Ron beside her. I don't know what the point is. People spent dozens, even hundreds of US dollars, just to watch a match that lasts less than 2 seconds. Ron stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at the people in the stands. Some people probably just sat down and the match was already over. This world match will decide A-Train's future and whether there will be changes to the Seven's members. Queen Maeve, with her heroic demeanor, maintained a polite and bright smile for her fans while explaining. A-Train was able to join the Seven because of his title as the fastest man in the world. If he loses that title, the company will immediately kick him out and bring in Impact, who will become the new fastest man in the world. The fastest man in the world brings a lot of popularity. Second place is destined not to attract as much attention as first. Everyone in the stadium was there to witness this event, to see if A-Train could retain his world #1 title. Bang. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A vague figure descended rapidly from the horizon, almost teleporting, cracking the ground as he appeared before the 4, straightening his slightly bent legs and waving to the surroundings. Homelander, Homelander. This caused a burst of cheers from the entire audience. The fastest man in the world? Homelander arrived, maintaining a sunny smile and waving to the crowd, but his voice was full of disdain. He had heard Maeve's words while in midair. When I was 10, my speed was already countless times faster than those 2 wastes down there. He swept a dismissive glance at A-Train and Impact warming up on the huge track below, speaking with contempt. Homelander's fastest speed is flight, but his other speeds are not slow either. A-Train has always feared Homelander because he knows that even his proudest speed is nothing in front of Homelander. These idiots spent money to come from all over, just to watch 2 kindergartners race. Homelander then turned his mockery on the stadium audience, waving at the frenzied crowd with a smile, yet speaking without reservation. The audience, oblivious, continued to excitedly shout Homelander's name. Queen Maeve and Starlight exchanged glances, not daring to say anything. Maeve had long understood Homelander's personality, And Starlight also knew that Homelander was just like the other superheroes she had met, not as bright and kind as Vought Corporation advertised. The super teenager who craves attention and adoration is unhappy again, but helpless. A smile appeared on Ron's lips. He knew Homelander was angry about Vought Corporation's suppression, probably thinking that he himself was the fastest man in the world, and that the fans who liked A-Train and Impact should all be his. Homelander, the most powerful superhero on Earth, was known to those with discerning eyes. He even had the strength to surpass almost all other superheroes when he was a teenager. But Vought Corporation never promoted him in this way. Instead, they deliberately suppressed media from evaluating Homelander as such. Vought Corporation is a commercial company. It won't put all its eggs in one basket, and it prevents Homelander from gaining capital to influence Vought Corporation through a massive fan base. The desire for attention and affection is Homelander's fatal weakness. In the current Vought Corporation, his freedom is even greater than Homelander's, except that he has no interest in being Madeline's big good boy to please her. Most importantly, I haven't shown any easily exploitable weaknesses, so Vought Corporation doesn't dare to act rashly. Looking at the huge, spacious track below, Ron smiled. A-Train, you're the best. No one can surpass you. Impact, beat him, and become the new fastest man in the world with our hopes. Not long after appearing on the platform, Homelander and Queen Maeve went down. An interview awaited them, and the match was about to begin. Below the stadium, the two true protagonists of the world race, A-Train and Impact, entered, waving to the audience, and after warming up, crouched into starting positions. Contestants, on your marks. Bang. The starting gun fired, its sound echoing through the stadium. With a whoosh, two figures, one blue and one orange, almost instantly circled the track and arrived at the finish line. The gunshot still echoed in the empty stadium, not yet dispersed. The match was decided, and everyone saw the two standing at the finish line in a blink of an eye, unable to tell who was faster with the naked eye. The large screen lit up. Everyone watched nervously. With the camera playback slowed down 1,000 times, the winner was decided. Let's congratulate A-Train for winning this championship, the host shouted, and the crowd cheered. A-Train defended his title as the fastest man in the world, breaking the sound barrier at over 370 meters per second. A-Train, A-Train. Impact lost. The match ended and cheers erupted in the stadium, calling A-Train's name. A ridiculous match. In the outdoor tent, Homelander was being interviewed, perfunctorily answering reporters and sarcastically sweeping his X-ray vision over the two who had finished the match in the stadium. In the eyes of the audience, A-Train and Impact were as fast as whirlwinds, but in his eyes, their speed was even slower than that of trembling, shuffling 70- and 80-year-olds in a nursing home. No, this match seems to have some meaning after all. But the next second, Homelander looked thoughtful, as if he had thought of something, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. At least these two wastes gave me an idea. For several days, a question had been bothering him: how to determine Ron's power limit. Directly attack Ron. If Ron's strength was truly close to his, a fight would inevitably cause a huge commotion. He didn't want to alarm Vought Corporation, nor did he want to cause any destruction or even accidentally kill people, losing a large number of fans. But without attacking, how could he know if Ron was a weapon Vought Corporation had replicated to use against him? But just now, he thought of a method: speed. In terms of speed, he had never met an opponent. If Ron's speed was far inferior to his, then he wouldn't need to worry about Ron. If he can't even keep up with my weakest aspect, it proves he's just a waste like everyone else. The test was very simple. Use super speed to circle around Ron and make some movements at him to see if he could react. However, he was currently being interviewed, so Homelander couldn't leave. He sneered inwardly. No rush. After the interview, I'll go see if my new teammate will be like a ridiculously slow turtle when faced with my movements. My ability points are almost enough. It's time to fix the last shortcoming in my strength. After the match, leaving Starlight to be interviewed about her thoughts on the game, Ron slowly turned and walked backstage, thinking to himself, He had displayed abilities different from Homelander, and Vought should have reacted, possibly doubting whether he truly inherited all of Homelander's abilities. They might conduct a probe soon, and if the result was that he hadn't, he would lose his current freedom at Vought, because Vought could use Homelander as a weapon to suppress and control him. In terms of defense and destructive power, he wasn't much inferior to Homelander, and with his other abilities, if they fought at a normal human speed, Homelander wouldn't be able to easily take him down. But Homelander wouldn't deliberately slow down to fight him. With the Black King's ability, when energy is sufficient, my speed is far beyond ordinary people, but it's not particularly fast. At most, dozens of meters per second. If I factor in the ability of survival of the fittest, I might be able to keep up with A-Train and Impact, who break the sound barrier, but I'm still far from Homelander. If we were to fight, I would suffer a great loss, even a complete defeat. Do you want to spend 300 ability points to return to a specific space-time coordinate in the X-Men universe? Yes. Backstage, Ron chose yes, and his figure disappeared. Not only was it a cross-universe journey, but this time it was also a cross-space-time journey, which required a few more ability points. However, it was still within a comfortably manageable range. X-Men Universe, 1963. 5 months have passed since the superfleet at the Earth's poles was destroyed, shocking the world and exposing the existence of mutants to global attention. People suddenly discovered that among them, there had always been a group of genetically mutated people with various abilities. Many of them had strange appearances, like monsters, and most possessed bizarre abilities, some able to read minds, create hurricanes, or even easily conquer a small country. Ordinary people seemed weak and vulnerable compared to them. Panic spread globally, and governments worldwide nervously and quickly launched different actions to cope with potential disasters brought by mutants. Ron is back, but we've made such a mess of things. New York, a safe house. Raven and White Queen Emma were in a room, their faces bitter and brows tightly furrowed. They'd been forced to stay there for 7 or 8 days. Just now they had received a call from Ron announcing his return, but Raven was only happy for a moment before falling into disappointment and self-blame. Because the plan Ron had entrusted to her, for her to execute and control, had encountered a slight problem. What's wrong? Raven, Emma. Ron, dressed in a silver-gray suit and wearing a silver-gray imposing helmet, slowly walked in, scanning the room and smiled calmly. Last time I came back, I remember you two were on the top floor of an acquired commercial building, one as president and one as vice president, handling company affairs. How did you end up here now? He was worried about the X-Men universe and had returned once during the process to check on things and comfort Raven, whom he had been separated from for over 2 months. When he returned last time, according to his plan, the two had acquired a technology commercial company, renamed it Umbrella, and on this basis, it rapidly rose to become one of the leading technology companies in America. It established connections with many industry giants, expanded its scale, attracted talent, and was in a period of rapid ascent. But this time, through a phone call, Raven told him that the company had encountered some issues, and their meeting place had changed. It wasn't at the company headquarters, but at a safe house prepared for contingencies. However, he knew there was a problem, but it wasn't a big deal. It just needed to be resolved. As long as the people were safe, it was fine. Ron, something unexpected happened. Raven, tall, in a long-sleeved shirt and blue trousers, walked up and hugged him, her eyes slightly red, blaming herself. It was evident that after this period of business training, she was no longer like the little girl who used to panic when things went wrong. Her personality had matured and strengthened considerably, and her every move exuded a sense of competence and efficiency, taking on the demeanor of a female CEO. Raven's eyes were red more because she had encountered difficulties, and seeing her lover after more than 2 months made her a bit emotional. Where did the change come from? Ron gently stroked her back, comforted Raven tenderly for a few moments, then put his arm around her waist, sat on the sofa, and slowly asked Emma, "In this country, there are few things the smiling boy can't handle, especially since the early stages of the plan only involved business. Was his mutant identity discovered, and did it implicate you too?" His usual calm tone also somewhat calmed the two, who, as if finding their backbone, became slightly more composed. Kenny's cooperation was also due to him having no choice. Knowing that after a mutant suddenly jumped into public view and became the world's biggest terrorist, the world's vigilance and defense against mutants would probably increase to the maximum. As the president, he probably couldn't hide it for long. Sooner or later, everything he had built in politics over the years would collapse, so he joined Ron's ranks and acted on his orders. No, there's no problem with the president for now. White Queen Emma, with blonde hair looking like a woman in her 30s or 40s, with an elegant demeanor, dressed in a white lady's suit, knew who Ron meant by smiling boy, and reported with a frown. Ron, after you left last time, we developed very smoothly until we were attacked. After subduing White Queen Emma, their status was naturally subordinate to Ron. They were his subordinates, but not to the extent of master and servant. Attack? Were your identities exposed? Emma began to recount what had happened during this period. With the foundation established by Emma's Hellfire Club and her abilities, the originally quite sizable technology company, after being renamed Umbrella, continuously acquired other companies. In less than half a year, it became one of the leading technology companies in America and extended its reach into fields such as medical and defense, advancing at an astonishing speed towards becoming a global technology giant. Until recently, someone attacked them. A few nights ago, after Raven and I finished company matters and were driving home, we were suddenly attacked. All the bodyguards died, including even some of our fellow mutants we had recruited. There was only one attacker. His mouth seemed sewn shut, his eyelids were cut off, and he could extend long blades from his hands. He had various abilities, like a biological weapon. We were no match for him. Raven used her newly copied teleportation ability to help me escape. Oh? Mouth sewn shut, eyelids cut off. Ron raised an eyebrow, immediately thinking of a certain miserable chatterbox, and knew who was behind the scenes, orchestrating this attack. From that guy who looked like a robot, I copied many abilities. But I wasn't familiar with using them, and there was one ability of his, related to bones, that I could never copy. Raven recalled, frowning as she added, I couldn't beat him, so I could only escape with Emma. Raven reminisced. That indestructible skeleton and the incredibly sharp bone blades seemed to be physical abilities, but she couldn't replicate them, which was why she couldn't defeat her opponent. Ron smiled, but said nothing. Raven couldn't replicate it because it wasn't an ability, but a post-modification, an adamantium skeleton modification surgery. That biological weapon was Wade, a mercenary who used to be an X-Squad with Wolverine and Sabretooth. He possessed super-fast reflex nerves and a certain degree of physical enhancement, allowing him to slice bullets. Later, Stryker modified him into Weapon 11. For many days after that, Emma and I didn't dare to appear in public, controlling the company remotely from this room. The person who orchestrated the attack already knew we were mutants. If he attacked us again in public and we were forced to reveal our abilities, everything we had built with our company would be in jeopardy now. Raven recounted their decision after the incident. Your decision was correct. That guy behind the scenes hates mutants intensely, and he definitely won't give up attacking you again. He praised them. If a rapidly rising tech giant company, which had started to venture into medical and national defense, were to expose that its controllers were two mutants, trouble would come in droves. Ron, you already know that the person who attacked us is that Brigadier General Stryker. Based on this, Raven's expression was slightly puzzled. She looked at Emma, and both of them looked at Ron. Brigadier General Stryker? Wasn't he a colonel? He was slightly surprised. It seemed that because of him, the world had changed a little again. Did you find out who was behind the mischief? After being attacked, Raven and Emma certainly didn't do nothing. They tried to find the real culprit behind the scenes and, after some investigation, found him. Smiling Boy told them that after the Magneto incident, there was a Stryker in the military who, due to his understanding and hatred of mutants, was rapidly promoted within half a year, becoming one of the authorities in the military department responsible for researching and responding to mutant disasters, leaping to become the fastest promoted brigadier general in U.S. history. He had reported to Congress multiple times, demanding an investigation into their company. The White Queen had been caught leaving some clues during her continuous acquisition of other companies using her abilities. Smiling Boy secretly suppressed him, caught evidence of him wantonly conducting inhumane human experiments on mutants, and had him expelled from the military. But the president also has political enemies. His extreme ideology aligns well with some political parties' views on mutants. After that, Stryker was protected and disappeared, and his research might have continued to receive support until we were attacked, Raven narrated. He was hiding in some dark corner, manipulating that biological weapon to attack us. Days have passed, and we currently have no leads. She and Emma had been actively trying to find him, but hadn't succeeded yet. Just a little mouse causing trouble. It's not hard to catch him. Ron chuckled, then ordered, Emma, go find someone for me. I hope that after I deal with Stryker, you can bring his whereabouts before me. Who is it? Emma asked. A rebellious young man who likes to play billiards with himself. Raven and Emma exchanged puzzled glances. How could one play billiards with oneself? Could he create clones? And what would be the point of that? Only a truly bored person would do such a thing. Stryker's son, Jason Stryker, was a mutant whose ability allowed him to create illusions in others' minds. As a child, he couldn't control his ability, which led to the death of his mother, his wife. From then on, a heartbroken Stryker hated mutants. He believed mutants shouldn't exist and didn't regard them as humans like himself, mercilessly subjecting them to various cruel human experiments. It's not difficult to find Stryker. The next morning, in the black extended luxury car driving towards the outskirts, Ron sat between the two women, swirling the wine glass in his hand. Since he wants to kill you, you are the best way to make him appear. After he took a sip, Emma promptly refilled his glass halfway. Ron, I already informed the company internally of today's schedule yesterday. President Raven will be going out of the city to inspect the factory in the suburbs. Very good. Now we just wait for that guy to release his little Wade for a second attack. Stryker couldn't possibly not come. After all, he only remotely controlled Weapon 11. As for Weapon 11 itself, it was merely a replicable biological weapon, at most a bit expensive to produce. And he had the support of some political parties in America behind him, so these were not problems. America's printing press was never just for show. If they lacked money, they would just print it. Whoosh! Clatter. The tires rolled over pebbles on the company's convoy route to the factory. Suddenly, a figure appeared by teleportation on the suburban road, mechanically raising its head. Its eyes, with their eyelids cut off and exposed, showed no emotion, cold and terrifying. Incredibly sharp silver blades pierced through the flesh from the bone seams of its hands. With astonishing physical strength, he leaped 7 or 8 meters high, raising the long blades and accurately pouncing directly towards the black luxury car, protected in the middle of the convoy, about to strike down fiercely. He's here. Seeing this through the glass, Emma's body tensed. She quickly transformed into her stronger diamond state. If it hadn't been for Raven last time, she would have almost been killed. Raven's tall, slender body tensed, ready to unleash powerful strength at any moment. Relax. Ron, taking the two with him, scornfully smiled at Weapon 11 in midair, activating psychic teleportation and appearing on the ground about a dozen meters away. Whoosh! The silver blades made of adamantium cut through the specially reinforced bulletproof car roof as if slicing tofu, almost cleaving the entire car in half. Bang! Bang! The car, weighing several tons, lost balance, rolled over, and exploded violently. Weapon 11 landed steadily on one knee, ignoring the panicked convoy, and, like a beast that missed its prey, turned its head to look coldly. In a distant underground laboratory, Stryker watched Ron on the computer screen through the micro-hole camera in Weapon 11's eye, frowning. Who is he? A question flashed through his mind, but he didn't pay much attention. He selected Ron's avatar and typed the kill code. No matter who it was, just kill them all. All mutants deserve to die. A faint, sinister expression appeared on his face. You two, step back. Ron released Raven and Emma, telling them to retreat. Ron, be careful. His blade is the sharpest thing I've ever seen. As she and Emma retreated, Raven warned worriedly. No matter what steel or alloy, it would be cut in two with one strike. Whoosh! Before she could finish speaking, Weapon 11 teleported in front of Ron, bringing a fierce wind as it struck down, breaking the sound barrier and hitting him squarely. With this strike, even an Iron Man made of titanium alloy would be cleaved open. But the next second, behind the screen, Stryker froze, his face changing drastically as if he had seen something utterly impossible. This is impossible. Nothing on Earth can stop a blade forged from adamantium. Stryker was incredulous. But there was no blood or internal organs, and Ron wasn't split in half. He was completely unharmed. Weapon 11's adamantium blade hadn't even cut his clothes. Even the sharpest blade needs force to cut through something. Wearing a silver-gray suit, Ron glanced dismissively at the blade on his shoulder. The most damage your blade can do to me is stain my clothes. He threw a punch, and a violent kinetic energy instantly erupted, a circular shockwave exploding with a bang on Weapon 11's chest. Clang! It sounded like steel being struck by a hammer. As if hit by a speeding heavy truck, Weapon 11 was sent flying backward. He was like a stone skipped hard across the water, bouncing and scraping the ground several times, flying dozens of meters in a sorry state, his body plowing a long, deep furrow before stopping. As expected of adamantium, it's quite hard. Feeling the counter-shock kinetic energy feedback from his fist, he smiled. Bang tilde. Arriving in front of Weapon 11 in an instant, Ron looked down, sweeping his gaze over the part of his face where the scarred, pitted mouth had disappeared, and shook his head slightly. If you were thrown into the alien world looking like this, you'd be a definite killer, but unfortunately you can't go there. Facehuggers would definitely be helpless against this guy, because he didn't even have a mouth. A bloody, gaping hole had exploded in Weapon 11's chest, exposing his silver adamantium sternum. It wasn't blown open by explosives, but by the terrifying kinetic energy accompanying Ron's punch. This skeleton is a good thing. It prevented you from turning into a pile of meat paste. He sneered. Thinking about it, pulling out Stryker was still very valuable. He could obtain a lot of the hardest adamantium in the X-Men universe, and also receive his research on genetic modification technology. Swoosh! Lying on the ground, Weapon 11's eyes glowed red, aimed at his head, and suddenly fired. Radiation rays carrying terrifying energy seared the air. A bit dazzling, aren't they? Easily blocking the rays that could slice through several meters of reinforced concrete, Ron merely commented that they were a bit dazzling. It was like blocking an ordinary red beam of light. Ron casually held back the terrifying rays, pressing down on his head, his 5 fingers clenching like iron claws, grabbing only his head, swinging his entire body up, and smashing him hard onto the ground. Bang! A several-meter-wide crater appeared, and the stones on the ground bounced violently. Raven and Emma, standing in the distance, both felt the ground shake violently. Static! The screen flickered with static. Through his fingers, looking up at Ron's seemingly immense figure in the smoke and dust, Stryker was incredulous. The adamantium blade was useless, and the Cyclops ray also couldn't cause him any damage. Could it be that his meticulously developed killing machine is inferior to natural mutant? He even suspected whether he had entered the wrong program, turning kill into subdue. Wait a minute, that helmet? Stryker's pupils contracted as he noticed the strange helmet Ron was wearing. A young man wearing a special helmet? I seem to have heard of him somewhere. The next second, he suddenly stood up from his control room chair, feeling uneasy. It's him. It's that person. In that sea area nearly half a year ago, the 2 most powerful fleets on Earth were completely annihilated, with no survivors. But a CIA agent named Moira McTaggart witnessed and participated in that event, and underwent layers of lie detection. In her description, the truly terrifying mutant wasn't Magneto, who destroyed the fleet, but the mutant called Black King. He possessed destructive power comparable to a small-yield nuclear bomb, attempting to spark the world's 3rd Great War, but was stopped and killed by a young mutant named Ron. Ron, who had copied Black King's abilities, finally took Black King's helmet, which could resist all psychic abilities, as a trophy and disappeared. No. Stryker, who had vaguely heard of this secret, had a panicked expression on his face. He quickly changed the input command, wanting to order Weapon 11 to retreat. No matter how confident he was in Weapon 11, he didn't believe it could contend with a walking nuclear bomb. While he was trying to recall the process, Weapon 11 attacked Ron multiple times, including teleportation combined with the alloy blade and Cyclops rays, but couldn't even break Ron's clothes. With a peculiar method of teleportation, an adamantium skeleton would appear first, followed by flesh and blood, flashing around Ron, launching attacks. I thought you'd give me a surprise. With a blade strike on his body like a child's attack, Ron shook his head. As a result, there's nothing new. He thought Weapon 11's abilities might change, but they were still the same. Super speed nerves, rapid healing, Cyclops eyes, and teleportation. Presumably, other X-gene transplantation technologies were not yet mature. Losing interest in playing further, he waved his hand. Weapon 11 was swatted away like a fly, landing dozens of meters away, then stood up with half of his face shattered, revealing a silver skeleton, which rapidly healed. A bit like a Terminator, just a smaller piece. Ron casually commented with disdain. Suddenly, Weapon 11, cold and mechanical, paused, then teleported again, but not towards Ron, instead appearing 100 meters away, and quickly teleporting further into the distance again. Not fighting, trying to escape? Did I allow you to leave? He looked at Weapon 11, his voice cold. Weapon 11's teleportation ability came from the X gene transplanted from Shadow of the X Squad. His ability allowed him to teleport quickly, but it had a fatal flaw. His skeleton would flash during teleportation. If the flashing skeleton was caught, the opponent could no longer teleport. However, he didn't use psychic teleportation to catch up and exploit the weakness to keep Weapon 11. There was no need. Let me also let you taste my Cyclops eye. Standing still, Ron, hands in his pockets, his eyes glowing crimson. Hundreds of meters away, plasma rays containing terrifying energy pierced the sky, arriving in an instant. Buzz. Weapon 11, attempting to teleport away again, was hit in the back. His flesh and blood shattered and evaporated, leaving only a glowing red steel skeleton lying on the ground. The surrounding grass was scorched black. One strike finished it. On the other side, Stryker's screen went black and he slammed his fist on the table. It's over. Weapon 11 is gone. No, I have to leave here. A strong sense of foreboding enveloped him. He felt that if he didn't leave, something bad would happen. So he quickly ordered the lab personnel to pack up and leave immediately. Quick, let's get out of here. Are you all right, Ronnie? Seeing the battle end, Raven and Emma ran up, asking worriedly as they had watched from a distance and saw Ron take several hits. I'm fine, let's go see our Terminator. Ron, who hadn't lost a single hair, smiled and led the two playfully to Weapon 11's side. On the scorched black ground, a glowing red steel skeleton remained, not recovering for a long time. Is he dead, Ronnie? After a few glances, Emma asked in confusion. He's not dead, but our Terminator needs his skeleton to cool down. Ron looked at the skeleton on the ground. The adamantium skeleton was too hot for flesh and blood to regenerate. Once the temperature dropped, Number 11 would recover his body. Like Wolverine, his self-healing factor had merged with the adamantium skeleton, so as long as the skeleton remained, he couldn't die. Bending down, Ron touched the scorching skeleton, which was over 1,000 degrees, and absorbed the heat from the skeleton's chest upwards. Soon, the cooled skeleton regenerated flesh and blood at a visible speed, restoring half of his body. However, Number 11 was severely injured and remained in a coma, not yet awake. A bit disgusting. Raven frowned slightly. Although she had self-healing abilities, she had never seen such a scene. First pink muscles and nerves, then internal organs and skin. Emma, it's your turn. He stood up with a calm expression and instructed her. Last time, White Queen tried to use her power to create an illusion to deal with Number 11, but it didn't work. At that time, Number 11 was remotely controlled by a computer through implanted neural devices, He wasn't a person, but a biological weapon. Now, all the messy things inside Number 11's body had disappeared. White Queen squatted down, placed her hand on his head, and began to read his memories. In the secret underground laboratory. Quick, destroy any data that can't be taken with us, Stryker urged anxiously, leaving his last words as several subordinates and a fully armed special squad escorted him, carrying large and small boxes, trying to leave early. Hiss. The door opened. 3 figures stood outside the door, 1 male and 2 females. Where are you going, Stryker? Ron asked expressionlessly, his gaze like someone looking at a rat trapped in a dark hole. Raven and Emma stood to his left and right, their faces as if covered in frost. Mutants say hello to you, Raven said coldly, sounding less like a greeting and more like an announcement of death's arrival. Having seen dehumanizing photo documentation of Stryker's experiments on mutants, many of which involved underage children, she was filled with murderous intent towards Stryker. How did you find this place so quickly? Stryker's eyes widened, his expression changing drastically upon seeing Ron. His ominous premonition had come true, and it had arrived so quickly that he wasn't even given a chance to escape. A dying man doesn't need to know that much. White Queen sneered. After obtaining the laboratory's location from Number 11's mind, she had transmitted it to Ron. Ron had used mind teleportation to bring them directly here. What use was an answer to someone who was about to die? Quick, Fred, kill them! Stryker immediately roared his command. A burly man nearly 2 meters tall with bulging muscles beside him, Fred, one of Stryker's ex-squad members, immediately charged forward like a brown bear, carrying immense strength and a whooshing sound, attacking ferociously. Fred possessed superhuman strength and defense capable of easily withstanding tank shell impacts. You're blocking my view. Bang! A huge shadow loomed over him, but Ron's expression didn't change in the slightest. He raised his hand, and under the impact of the deliberately controlled energy ray from his palm, the massive, thick body flew backward even faster, smashing several special squad members into a bloody mess. Without losing momentum, he crashed through several walls. A large hole opened in his chest, his internal organs clearly visible, and he was on the verge of death. Fire! Agent Zero, a terrified member of the X-Squad standing nearby, pulled out 2 pistols from her waist and, along with the frightened special squad, fired their weapons while retreating. Bullets, accompanied by flames, shot out from the muzzles. They intended to provide suppressing fire to cover Stryker's escape. Unfortunately, the 3 individuals, Ron, Raven, and Emma, were different from other fragile mutants. None of them could be harmed by bullets. Are you tickling me? Activating her adaptive survival ability, black scale-like stone armor grew on Raven's body, blocking the bullets. With a look of disdain, her figure, like an elegant leopard, leaped into the crowd, slashing and disemboweling. Emma, transformed into her diamond form, also charged forward with a cold demeanor, her diamond-hard fists, combined with simple and sharp combat techniques, easily shattering human bones. Amidst the wails and screams, Ron walked slowly towards Stryker, his hands clasped behind his back. Do you have any other tricks? Monsters, all of you monsters deserve to die. Facing a desperate situation, Stryker revealed a fierce expression, pulled out a specially made pistol, and under the pressure of death, fired madly. A series of deafening gunshots, and the magazine was emptied in 2 or 3 seconds. Silver bullet heads struck his body, lost their kinetic energy, and fell to the ground, making a distinct clinking sound. Adamantium bullets? He glanced at the bullets at his feet. Not as good as that blade. Compared to the kinetic energy of a thin blade slicing down, absorbing the kinetic energy from a rounded bullet head was much simpler. Adamantium bullets could penetrate other adamantium, but they were useless against him. Why did God create you monsters? His last resort useless, Stryker stumbled backward, knocking over a laboratory table, and roared in grief and despair. My wife, Marcy, died at the hands of you monsters, and the one who killed her was her own beloved son. You mutant monsters with special abilities shouldn't exist. Don't act like a tragic villain with a miserable past and understandable reasons. Hearing his accusation, Ron scoffed. Spreading your hatred for your own son, your obsession to an entire race? You're nothing but a deranged lunatic. He raised his hand and a dazzling crimson light ignited. Buzz. Stryker's eyes widened in terror as his right leg was blasted to pieces. He screamed terribly and fell to the ground, the intense pain assaulting his mind, almost causing him to faint. He was in too much pain to speak, his face pale, blood gushing out. Kill me. If you have the guts, kill me. Nonsensical. Do you think I would let you go? I am killing you. He raised an eyebrow at the superfluous request. However, you should at least taste the pain of those you experimented on before you die. Ah. One energy blast after another, first shattering Stryker's limbs. He lay on the ground, screaming incessantly. I forgot about your mouth. Finally finding him too noisy, he casually delivered another energy blast to Stryker's mouth, leaving it a bloody mess, all his teeth knocked out. He couldn't even utter a final curse before death, his body convulsing from the pain, only able to make grunting sounds. After a brutal torment, Stryker's eyes, staring at Ron, were filled with nothing but terror. Lying on the cold ground, his blood rapidly draining, he stopped convulsing shortly after. Thus ended Stryker, the X-Men villain who should have remained active for decades more, harming countless mutants. When you put those underage children on the experimental table, you should have foreseen today's outcome. Raven, who had easily dealt with the other Special Squad members and Agent Zero, walked up with Emma, looking at the corpse and scoffing coldly. Agent Zero's unerring marksmanship was a joke to someone impervious to bullets, and Raven mercilessly tore her throat out. Raven, that big oaf's ability is quite good, and he's about to die. Ron gestured for Raven to copy Fred's ability, whom he had intentionally held back from directly killing. If you copy his ability, your safety will be further enhanced. Thank you, Ron. Moved by Ron's concern for her safety, Raven went to copy the ability, then returned, and out of gratitude spontaneously kissed him. Amidst the corpses and crimson blood, the lovers kissed as if it were an ordinary moment, their love intertwining, as if they were in a blooming meadow, possessing a sinister beauty. There are quite a few laboratory personnel hiding inside. After we send people to take over the experiments and results here, kill them. After a long kiss, Ron turned to Emma and ordered, Ron, they were experimenting and researching on us mutants. Are we to continue? Emma, understanding his meaning, hesitantly asked, There is never a shortage of scum that shouldn't exist in this world. And in the future, we will have no shortage of enemies. So let's use them for experiments, Ron sneered. Although he eliminated the utterly evil Stryker, it didn't mean he was a morally upright superhero. Killing Stryker was purely because Stryker hindered his plans. Emma called in the secretly trained personnel to take over the laboratory. When everything was done, Ron, the most prioritized items Stryker and his special squad took were a batch of meteorites. We found out they are the raw material for the alloy skeleton of that biological weapon. Its properties are extremely powerful. In Stryker's original office, Raven handed Ron a dark fist-sized meteorite, and Emma placed a report on the table. According to the laboratory personnel, that alloy, named adamantium, is the hardest thing on Earth. If used to make weapons, it would be unstoppable. If used to make armor, nothing could break it except for an equal amount of adamantium. Ron took the heavy meteorite, played with it twice, then placed it on the table and glanced at the report. Adamantium, formed by mixing extraterrestrial meteorite components in a certain proportion into carbon alloy, is an indestructible and the hardest known metal on Earth. Once refined and cooled at over 1500 degrees Celsius, its shape will not change in the slightest, and even at temperatures of 500,000 degrees, there will be no sign of melting. If there's enough, it can withstand a nuclear bomb blast. It's very good. After reading the report, he ordered, wanting to try if an adamantium blade could deal with Homelander. Forge an adamantium blade. I'll take it with me when I leave. All right. Raven left to give the order. Ron's eyes flickered and he pondered inwardly. The center of a kiloton nuclear explosion can reach hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Although it lasts for a short time, it can almost vaporize and destroy everything. But if there's enough adamantium, it can resist a nuclear explosion. Can its hardness compare to Homelander's body? Homelander's greatest strength is perhaps his defense. No weapon on Earth, including nuclear bombs, can injure him. In common perception, how can a fragile human body compare to steel and metal? But this perception does not include superhumans. The hardest metal does not mean it can surpass the powerful flesh of a superhuman, like Superman. Homelander may have gaps in other areas compared to Superman, but his physical defense might not be much different. Better than nothing, I can give it a try. He finally thought, looking at Emma, and opened his mouth to say something. Ron, I've found the person you're looking for. Emma, without waiting for him to ask, had already guessed his question and smiled, handing him a piece of paper. Their family moved immediately after that incident 5 months ago, so it took a bit more time. In a pleasant small town in the countryside near Philadelphia, the door was knocked. The latched door was opened a crack by Mrs. Maximoff, who looked to be in her 30s, her eyes hiding vigilance as she peered outside. Who are you? On the town road, a low-key luxurious black car was parked. A young man in a silver gray suit was accompanied by a lady who looked like a secretary. Mrs. Maximoff, I'd like to see your son. Ron said with a smile. He stole something again, didn't he? In the past, what she hated most was when people whose things her son had stolen came knocking, and she had to pay compensation and resolve the trouble. But now she desperately hoped that the two people in front of her, who were not dressed like ordinary people, were simply here to demand compensation. He stole a little something from our company, but he's still young. Noticing her nervousness, Ron didn't state his identity and nodded slightly. Originally, after Quicksilver discovered his ability, he used it recklessly and without restraint, but because no one believed him, there was no trouble. But now the existence of mutants has been exposed early. I'd like to talk to him, and this matter will be over. All right then, Peter, someone's here to see you. Mrs. Maximoff breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. She called out into the house. He's in the underground room. You can go see him yourselves. Although they had moved, her son strongly insisted on buying a house with an underground room, just like before. Ron took Emma, passed through the rooms, and arrived at the underground room inside the house. A silver-haired boy, just over 10 years old, was playing a game, the classic Contra, with his back to them. Who are you? I didn't steal anything from you at all. He turned his head, appearing very precocious, and said calmly, I only ever steal from supermarkets and stores. The luxury car outside was not something an ordinary supermarket owner could afford. The current Quicksilver, still young, did not yet have the restless, rebellious teenage demeanor he would later develop. His personality seemed a bit sullen, playing games alone. I was once a friend of your father's. Ron sat down on the sofa in the underground room and said with a smile, they had faced strong enemies together and saved the world. Although they later went their separate ways, they could indeed be called friends. You know my dad? Dropping the game console, Quicksilver turned his head in surprise, his eyes showing both delight and suspicion. Really? Don't try to fool me like a child. We faced strong enemies together. Looking at the young Quicksilver in front of him, Ron said, Do you want to know his name? Of course. Quicksilver seemed a bit downcast. Everyone has a mom and a dad. But I only have a mom, no dad. Unlike even divorced families, he didn't even know what his dad's name was or what he looked like. His mother never talked about these things and never allowed him to ask. I can tell you your dad's identity. Really? However, you have to tell me first. How fast can your current ability be? Ron asked. You know my ability? The silver-haired boy was stunned for a moment, then replied, I can reach 20 times the speed of sound at my fastest. You know what the speed of sound means? Emma beside him asked in surprise. A child just over 10 years old, shouldn't he still be in elementary school? The world of speedsters and ordinary people is different. Ron smiled. Hearing this speed, he felt relieved. Ability points 132,000. Before coming, he had actually considered whether to choose Quicksilver's ability or Professor X's ability to try mind-controlling Homelander. His first choice was Quicksilver's ability. Because Professor X was too young now, his ability was not yet fully developed. To activate his ability to sense others' minds, he had to press his fingers on his temples, using the action to help him concentrate. To mentally control others required even more concentration and could not be dispersed. Homelander was also not an ordinary person. There were psychics in the shadow world, but it was said that no one could affect Homelander. Of course, Professor X was different from ordinary psychics. But even if I use Charles's psychic ability to temporarily control Homelander, who can help me kill him when even a nuclear explosion can't kill him? It would be a one-for-one trade, and the situation would be a stalemate. Moreover, Professor X did not have the rapid reaction ability to deal with speeds above 10 times the speed of sound. He could always only make the first move. If Homelander made the first move, it would be very troublesome. There's only the saying of being a thief for 1,000 days, not defending against a thief for 1,000 days. Relatively speaking, Quicksilver's ability was a better choice. But he had always been worried that the young Quicksilver's ability might not be strong enough yet. However, now he could rest assured. 20 times the speed of sound is enough. Quicksilver's body hasn't fully developed yet, which limits his speed, but I am different. Can you tell me who my father is now? Quicksilver, eager to know his father's identity, asked expectantly after stating the limits of his abilities. Here, take it. It not only has your father's name, but also his picture. Ron pulled a folded piece of paper from his embrace and, keeping his promise, smiled and handed it to him, saying meaningfully, "After you see it, it won't be difficult to know who your father is." Great, thanks. Quicksilver, overjoyed, flashed his body and impatiently used his ability to snatch the paper, not noticing the hidden meaning in Ron's words. He is indeed fast. Emma, standing nearby, sighed in surprise. I almost believe he can reach 20 times the speed of sound. At a distance of over 10 meters, she couldn't even see Quicksilver's movements, let alone his afterimages. Quicksilver's body subtly flickered while he remained seated, and the paper was in his hand. Don't underestimate him. Although he is only 10 years old, if he wants to do something to someone, perhaps only 2 or 3 people on Earth can stop him. In the X-Men universe, most mutants are ordinary people apart from their abilities. Quicksilver is the only one with extreme speed, and almost no one can keep up with his speed, making him nearly invincible. And my boss, you, are among them, right? She laughed softly. Ron smiled but said nothing. Ability points, 36,000. After dropping by nearly 100,000 and a brief warmth throughout his body, he gained Quicksilver's ability. With his nearly infinite genetic carrying capacity, what would have been an agonizing genetic modification for others, even if they survived, felt only like a slight warmth to him. He tried to activate it. Buzz! The next moment, it was as if everything stopped. Ron entered a strange perspective. The blinking icons on the game console stopped. Outside the window, close to the ground, a robin rapidly flying by paused mid-flap, suspended in the air with every feather on its raised wings clearly visible. Inside the room, the steam rising from a hot cup of water seemed to stop moving, maintaining its shape from the previous second. Time, which flows ceaselessly, seemed to have been paused, becoming still. The world was like being encased in a giant amber, with all things solidified and stagnant, except for him. Moving too fast creates an effect similar to time stopping. Ron withdrew his gaze from Emma, who was frozen like a wax figure with a smile on her lips, and understood in his heart. He didn't show ecstatic joy or impatiently get up to check his speed after gaining Quicksilver's ability. He simply maintained this state and looked around. The confirmation of his speed could wait. I suddenly understand why sometimes speedsters, like Superman and Flash, can be ambushed by people much slower than them, or even by ordinary people. After a while, he understood in his heart. A nearly static world is too boring. If a speedster constantly activates his ability, then even a casual 2-sentence conversation with someone would feel like several months of relative time. A simple good morning to a girlfriend in the morning would take a half month to hear completely. If this perspective were always on and couldn't be turned off, the speedster would likely go mad from discomfort and loneliness in no time. It seems I can partially deactivate the ability, only maintaining extreme reaction speed. Ron was initially familiarizing himself with his newly acquired ability in super speed, super temporal perception, and everything else would be turned off, only maintaining extreme reaction. In an emergency, he could activate the ability, allowing him to not affect his normal life. He partially deactivated his ability and looked at Quicksilver, who was opening the paper. Time seemed to resume its flow. The bird outside flew past, and the steam above the teacup seemed to break free from its restraint, continuing to drift. Father? Quicksilver, with a nervous heart, did not immediately open the folded paper at super speed. With movements slower than an ordinary person, he gradually opened it. What would Father look like? Would he be tall and thin, as imagined, or a bit sturdier? The person who could give birth to him surely wouldn't be a slow-moving fat man, right? The folded paper was finally opened, and upon seeing the content, he scanned it twice in disbelief. Huh? Quicksilver's eyes widened, and he looked at Ron with shock and anger, displaying the paper's contents and pointing at the face as he asked, "Is this my father?" "Yes." Ron nodded. He strongly felt he had been deceived. "This is not my father." "No, I say he is your father." He slowly nodded affirmatively in an emphatic tone. "Don't lie to me. I've seen this thing you gave me over 1,000 times." Quicksilver angrily pointed outside. "It's everywhere in town. There's an identical one pasted on that utility pole at the end of the street, dozens of meters away." He nervously unfolded the paper in his hand, only to see a wanted poster with a familiar face on it. It was a wanted poster for Magneto, the biggest terrorist in the world. It was because of that hateful guy exposing the existence of mutants that he and his mother and sister had to move from their familiar neighborhood. Actually, it's not exactly the same. This is precisely the one from the utility pole at the end of the street. Looking at the angry little guy, Emma, standing nearby, carefully pointed and said with a smile. She had personally witnessed Ron temporarily stop his car when he arrived, having someone peel it off the pole and bring it to him. Quicksilver, his face full of question marks, angrily threw down the wanted poster, even more convinced of his suspicions. "You even lie to children? I've never seen in my lord like you." "If this is a lie, it's very easy to expose, isn't it?" Facing the doubt, he slowly spread his hands and calmly said. The young Quicksilver froze, then reacted. It seemed to be true. His mother was still alive, and he could get the answer with just one question. No one would tell a lie that could be exposed so easily. But could it be? That's right. You are Magneto's son. Ron nodded, helping him say what he had struggled to utter for a long time. I have to say, I used to think Magneto was pursuing his enemies alone in shadow and pain, but when I thought of Quicksilver, I realized I might have misunderstood. Magneto's life was quite comfortable. While pursuing his enemies, he didn't forget to have affairs everywhere, and his serious and cold demeanor gave people the wrong impression. My father is a terrorist? Quicksilver couldn't believe it. Knowing who his father was, he felt no joy at all. How could my father be a terrorist? His voice grew louder, as if he couldn't accept it. Correction, he is the biggest terrorist in the entire world, in human history, Emma said. Does adding that title make it more impressive? Quicksilver, about 10 years old, broke down, his mouth twitching. Actually, Remembering that Ron had just said he used to be friends with Magneto, implying that they were no longer friends or perhaps even enemies, he swallowed and quickly forced a smile, saying, I've never seen my father since I was little, and I have no feelings for him. He abandoned me and my mother when I was young. I wanted to know who my father was, merely to get revenge on him. That's right, just to get revenge on him. Quicksilver spoke more and more smoothly, finally shouting emotionally in his childish voice, I will never coexist with evil. righteously declaring that he was not aligned with the terrorist Magneto and that he had no connection whatsoever to terrorists. "Boss, this child is too mature." A little dumbfounded, Emma turned to Ron, feeling he was overly mature. Speedsters cannot be measured by ordinary people's time. Ron said with a smile. If Quicksilver wanted to, he could easily learn in a year what others might take decades or even a century to learn, so it was quite normal for him to be much more mature than his peers. After informing Quicksilver of his father's identity, Ron and Emma left Quicksilver's home. He told Emma to have someone keep an eye on Quicksilver's family to prevent the government from discovering them. The future mutant kingdom needs powerful mutants like Quicksilver. As for him being Magneto's son, what does it matter? He himself said he was irreconcilable with evil. Finally, after spending some more time with Raven, Ron gave Emma information on several other mutants, telling her to find a way to recruit them. Then he returned to the Black Robe universe with an adamantium knife. He had been there for nearly a month. Only an afternoon and a night had passed in the Black Robe universe. The weather was clear and sunny. In a low-luxury, minimalist apartment, in front of the balcony's floor-to-ceiling windows, Ron looked at the city streets outside and drew his long blade. The silver long blade, forged from adamantium, had a blade as thin as paper, reflecting light, and was incredibly sharp. Tens or hundreds of tons of force could not bend it. It's a good blade. However, he didn't know if it could injure Homelander. With a flick, the long blade returned to its sheath and was casually put down. The X-Men universe still maintained its previous space-time flow rate. For him, establishing a nation was not difficult. But establishing a nation that could fully independently take in all mutants globally is not an easy task. A nation primarily composed of mutants would easily find itself at odds with the entire world, and mutants gathered together could very likely become targets for nuclear bombs. He was controlling the progress of things and needed to resolve this matter before officially establishing the nation. Otherwise, if he became the mutant leader right after establishing the nation, a nuclear bomb might explode in his country soon after, and he himself wouldn't have the ability to survive a large-yield blast. The exclusion and hostility of humans towards mutants in the X-Men universe should never be doubted. Mutants have been exterminated by humans more than once. Moreover, the relationship between the two in the X-Men universe is now even more tense and dangerous. I just dealt with 2 robbers on a nearby street and was heading back to the company when I happened to see you, Dark Star. A voice suddenly came from the balcony. Homelander, with his arms crossed, slowly descended from the sky, a brilliant smile on his face. My new teammate, Vought Tower, assigned private rooms to each member of the 7. Are you not comfortable living there? He looked very friendly, like a captain caring for a new team member. I'm not used to living in other people's places. Ron looked coldly at Homelander descending from the sky, not believing his words at all. Happened to meet? He probably came specifically to find him. How is it someone else's place? You've joined the 7. We're all family. He smiled and walked in, but Ron gave him no face at all. Is there something you need? Homelander's smiling expression remained unchanged. Nothing, just... Mid-sentence, he suddenly moved. The surrounding space seemed to slow down, and he reached out to press Ron's shoulder at a speed exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. Let me see what you got, kid. Do you have powers approaching that of a god? His expression was unmoving, but he sneered inwardly. Homelander was merely testing, not intending to truly fight. Faced with sudden movements from others, everyone usually reacts instinctively. He could thus judge Ron's speed. 1 meter, half a meter, getting closer and closer. Ron showed no reaction or movement, his eyes coldly fixed on him, as if completely unaware. Too slow, I knew it. After half a meter, Ron still hadn't reacted. A faint smile blossomed on Homelander's face, and arrogance welled up in his eyes. No one could approach a god. He was a great miracle. Even Vought, who created him, could not replicate another him. Homelander prepared to complete his action, naturally pressing Ron's shoulder and saying a word or two of concern and encouragement to the new team member. This pathetic counterfeit won't know that I've seen through him in less than a millisecond. But the next instant, just as Homelander was about to press Ron's shoulder, with only about 10 centimeters left. Splat. Just talk, don't use your hands and feet. Ron was expressionless, not even looking, and with a speed nearly twice as fast as Homelander's, he casually grabbed his wrist and slowly said, "Are we very familiar?" His wrist was grabbed, and Homelander's smile instantly froze. Ron had reacted, and Ron's speed just now is even faster than his, nearly twice as fast. Impossible. What's impossible? Homelander exclaimed, then immediately sneered in response. Ron saw that Homelander had just wanted to test his strength. How can you possess such speed? Homelander's face turned grim, unable to accept it. He violently flung Ron's hand away, his eyes glowing red, his gaze fierce. An unprecedented panic and rage spread through his heart. From childhood, accustomed to being unique, accustomed to being far stronger than everyone else, with arrogance deeply ingrained in his bones, he could not accept this. There can only be one Homelander in the world. With a distorted expression, he grabbed Ron's collar, looking as if he wanted to devour him alive and erase him from Earth. Want to fight? Knowing that this was anger born from fear and confusion, Ron's expression was calm. He casually picked up the blade standing beside him and said, "You think I wouldn't dare? You damn kid!" Homelander took it as a provocation, replying fiercely, word by word, as if on the verge of berserk. "In that case, let's go." Ron was actually inviting him, genuinely wanting to fight him to see if he could defeat Homelander now. Bang tilde. On a deserted island in the Atlantic Ocean. Ron appeared there with Homelander. An endless sea, waves, a deserted island, a beach. Where is this? The surrounding scenery suddenly shifted. Homelander stepped back and looked around, asking in a grim tone. Having seen Ron's ability before, he wasn't surprised at all, only asking where this was. Somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. Here, you can freely unleash your power without worrying about destroying anything, losing fans, or your popularity dropping. There's only endless water here. Red flames surged around his body. Ron spread his hands as if showcasing this world to Homelander, his tone mocking. "Of course, without your favorite audience, spotlights and cameras, I wonder if you'll be able to get excited." Good, very good. Clenching his fists, Homelander, like a surging volcano about to erupt, stared intently at Ron, gritting his teeth and roaring. "Since I was a child, no one has ever dared to tell me I can unleash my power without restraint." Although he was slightly slower than Ron, the difference wasn't significant. Speed was merely his weakest attribute. "Do you think you can challenge me with just speed? Challenge the strongest superhero on this earth?" He stomped his foot, creating a several-meter-deep crater, and sea sand flew up. In an instant, he appeared before Ron and threw a punch. "I'll show you how ridiculous you are." Tens of thousands of tons of terrifying force almost compressed the air into a solid. The wind from his punch tore through the air, roaring fiercely. Swish! Ron dodged with a twist of his body, and his long blade came out of its sheath. "You talk too much." The battle suddenly began. Whoosh! Homelander's punch missed, breaking the sound barrier. The force of the punch tore through the air, causing waves on the beach to surge tens of meters high from a distance, falling like raindrops, as if bombed by torpedoes. Ron transformed into an afterimage, passing him at nearly 30 times the speed of sound. A flash of a blade, a razor-sharp edge, made a piercing sound as it cut across Homelander's vital abdomen. The sensation from the blade caused a slight frown. Bang! In a flash, the two turned around, once again tearing the ground, and charged at each other as two afterimages. From childhood, I've always suppressed my strength because everything on Earth, whether hard stone or steel, is too fragile for me, like a sandcastle that collapses with a touch. Homelander's punching power grew stronger and stronger. It started at tens of thousands of tons, then increased, each punch like a mountain crashing down, carrying terrifying force. In my normal state, especially in the city, I only control 100 tons of power, which is enough to handle everything. But today, you will witness my true strength. His face was distorted as he continuously attacked with his fists, which were as heavy as mountains, forcing layers of air aside. You will know why there has only ever been one Homelander on Earth. Homelander's punching power was terrifying, but Ron's speed was more than twice as fast as his, and Homelander's attacks that could land on him were few and far between. Even when they did hit him, the power attached to his fists, like the explosion of thousands of tons of TNT, was immediately absorbed. The blade flashed like lightning, striking Homelander's body multiple times. After dozens of exchanges, Homelander's battlesuit quickly fell to pieces, but his body was unharmed. Rip. There's actually a metal on Earth I don't know about. Dozens of meters apart, the two suddenly stopped. Homelander hovered, casually tearing off the shattered, bulletproof, sturdy battlesuit from his upper body. His muscular body, built like steel, exuded a fierce and powerful aura, and he said disdainfully, "But it's still far from hurting me." As expected, it's not enough. Ignoring his words, Ron was expressionless, not even looking at the adamantium longblade. The next moment, he casually threw the adamantium blade like trash. It shot through the air for hundreds of meters, embedding itself like a bolt of lightning into a distant, dark cliff on the island, the blade sinking all the way to the hilt. If the blade isn't enough, try my fists. Energy flames ignited around him, his legs slightly bent, and he leaped forward like an arrow from a bow, ready to kill. Boom! The ground could not bear this force, and a sunken pit, tens of meters wide, appeared like a scar on the beach. His speed was incredibly fast. The scarlet figure arrived in an instant, swinging his fist and striking heavily on Homelander's head. Homelander reacted too slowly, like a baseball hit at extreme speed, his head thrown back as his body flew horizontally towards the horizon. He was forced to break the sound barrier, instantly pierced through the clouds, and flew straight up thousands of meters into the sky. Bang! Bang! With this strike, visible airwaves spread rapidly up and down. The sea surface was pressed down, stirring up huge waves. Whoosh! Scarlet plasma energy enveloped him, propelling him like a meteor with an elongated, fiery tail. The wind howled in his ears. Ron's eyes were cold as he rapidly pursued, breaking through dozens of times the speed of sound. He flashed above Homelander and slammed down another punch. Homelander raised his arm to block, but was blasted down heavily onto the island. Rumble. The entire deserted island shook violently. Homelander's body smashed a large crater in the middle of the dense forest on the island. The rising earth waves were like a tsunami, surging tens of meters high, submerging and crushing trees. His speed was ultimately much slower than Ron's. "Kid, you've angered me." The next second, a disheveled Homelander burst out of the pit, flew at extreme speed to Ron, and enraged, twisted his body and swung his arm to strike. The terrifying power in his fist was enough to easily split any aircraft carrier on Earth in half. Ron also swung his fist, unleashing the powerful kinetic energy surging within him like a tidal wave. Bang! The two fists collided in the air like a fuel air bomb dropped into the atmosphere. A fierce wind raged, affecting several miles. The lush forest on the island was flattened by the solid-like airwaves, and the topsoil was ripped away, as if a typhoon had passed through. Your punches don't seem as powerful as your anger suggests. Steadily taking a punch, Ron, with a cold expression, punched again, continuously exchanging blows with Homelander in the air, exploding the air and stirring up rolling airwaves. Homelander's punches, when they hit him, had their kinetic energy absorbed, feeling like a light breeze. But Ron's punches, when they hit Homelander, always sent him flying like a baseball, back and forth. Even in the air, Homelander's speed was inferior to his. In the comics, Alex's ability allows him to envelop himself in plasma energy for propulsion, reaching up to the speed of light. The X-Men universe version isn't that exaggerated, but it can reach a maximum of 100 times the speed of sound. His previous neural speed couldn't react, so he could only fly in a straight line in the open sky and couldn't use it in combat. But now, with the added extremely fast reflex nerves, it's no longer a problem. Ron abandoned the adamantium blade and fought Homelander barehanded. He had tried many times. Adamantium was indeed not as hard as Homelander's body. It was like trying to cut high-density rubber with a dull plastic knife, too tough to break through. Besides, using a blade isn't conducive to the full display of my abilities. Looking at his fist, Ron once again rapidly charged forward, unleashing punches to release the absorbed kinetic energy for attack. Although he appeared to be steadily gaining the upper hand, maintaining a relaxed and effortless demeanor in the battle, it was actually due to his ability. If he didn't get hurt, it was fine. But if he did, it would be a severe injury that would tear his body apart, followed by a relentless pursuit. Even if it seems easy, I can't be careless in the slightest. The two figures fiercely battled, airwaves surging like tides, and thunderous roars echoed far and wide, both in the sky and on the ground. Vought Corporation, 82nd floor. In CEO Edgar's office, Vice President Madeline, accompanied by several technical staff, burst in frantically, urgently saying, "Mr. Edgar, the investigation department reported to me this morning that Homelander asked for Darkstar's address. According to the tracker on him, he went to find Darkstar." The two had a conflict. Madeline quickly pressed the remote control, and a blurry street surveillance video was uploaded to the large screen in the office. It vaguely showed Homelander angrily grabbing Ron's collar on an overhead balcony, saying something, while Ron was expressionless and indifferent. "They're fighting?" Immediately putting down his documents, Edgar quickly sat up, his expression suddenly becoming serious. If it were just a verbal dispute, Madeline wouldn't have come to him so anxiously. According to the tracker, Homelander and Darkstar subsequently appeared on a deserted island in the Atlantic Ocean, covering nearly 100 square kilometers, named Gull Island. Members of the Seven usually have trackers implanted in their bodies. Darkstar refused to accept one, and Homelander's skin couldn't be penetrated by anything. However, Vought installed a tracker in Homelander's belt. Vought technicians had already located the two through the trackers. "Satellite connected, Miss Madeline." The technical staff quickly operated the computer, and the satellite connected to the office screen. Vought's extraterrestrial orbital satellite focused on Gull deserted island in the Atlantic Ocean. This is too exaggerated. When they saw the scene on the island, several technical staff couldn't help but gulp, their expressions stunned. AI model, Gemini-2.5-Flash. On the screen, on the lush green deserted island, two figures were locked in intense combat at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Everything around them was affected and destroyed, almost like a natural disaster raging. Nearly half of the island, spanning almost 100 square kilometers, had been destroyed, with large areas of trees, rocks, and sea cliffs vanishing from the surface. The land was scarred, with deep trenches and huge pits everywhere, like a tragic battlefield bombed by tactical nuclear weapons. Staring at the screen, even Edgar couldn't help but slowly rise from his seat in silence, a hint of shock in his eyes. Even he, who had always controlled and managed Vought International, had never seen such a scene. No one had ever fought Homelander to such an extent, for such a long time. Because Ron's displayed abilities were somewhat different from Homelander's, he had once doubted if Ron truly possessed power comparable to Homelander's. But now, there's no problem, it's just, this isn't a good thing. He took a deep breath, watching with a grave expression. On the screen, facing Homelander, Ron seemed to have the upper hand, with Homelander being tossed around like a sandbag, only occasionally landing a counterattack. The destruction caused by their combined power has exceeded that of a 30-megaton hydrogen bomb. If this had happened in New York, conservatively estimated, at least several million people would have died by now. A technician analyzing the data on the computer turned pale with fright and stammered. The others watching the screen also felt fear in their hearts, their teeth chattering. They actually worked and lived in the same building as monsters possessing such power every day. What was the difference between this and working on a nuclear bomb? It was even worse. At least two nuclear bombs won't fight each other because they don't like each other. They thought terrified. No matter how powerful the descriptions on paper, they were just dry lines of text. How could they compare to the shock of truly witnessing the destruction caused by such power? Madeline's mouth was slightly agape, her eyes wide with shock. She had never seen Homelander, who was always obedient to her, even infatuated with her, look so terrifying, so horrific. Just a few days ago, Homelander had, to please her, destroyed a plane carrying a mayor. And Ron. Homelander's punches landed on him, but couldn't even budge him. Instead, Homelander was often sent flying by his punches, either high into the sky or deep into the ground. A younger, even more terrifying Homelander has truly appeared. In a flash, over an hour had passed. The two continued their intense battle, without a moment's pause. "I'm Homelander. I'm the strongest." Homelander roared fiercely, flying up to deliver continuous close-range attacks. He had never felt so disheveled and powerless. He hadn't even managed to hurt a single hair on Ron's head. "No one can compare to me." Hiss. After an attack was dodged, his eyes lit up, and he unleashed his heat vision once more. The rays, capable of cutting through all matter on Earth, shot out. "It's useless. How many times have you tried?" In the sky, Ron's eyes glowed like two miniature crimson suns, both emitting rays. The two rays collided, sparking energy and evaporating everything. "I saw through your ability long ago. It has a limit. You're just pretending to be relaxed." Roaring loudly, Homelander's face was distorted in a grimace. His teeth gritted as he unleashed his heat vision with all his might. Although he said so, he knew that Ron's ability was unique, able to absorb various powers to become immune to damage, and had been trying to overload Ron. But Ron's ability to absorb energy was like a bottomless abyss, like a giant black hole without limit. This made him feel powerless, leading to uncontrollable rage and fury. "Is that so? Then give it a try." Ron sneered, unleashing his energy rays to a greater extent. Every ability has its limits. In fact, during the high-speed battle, there were a few times when Homelander came very close to the limit of his energy absorption. But he quickly released the accumulated energy, turning danger into safety. If Homelander had been faster and could have landed more and quicker attacks on him, he would have been in danger. "It's just a pity there's no if." Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The two rays collided, emitting high temperatures and rolling heat waves, and a large fire ignited on the island. At the center of the collision, because the energy output was too fast to annihilate each other, a huge energy ball had accumulated, expanding more and more. Finally, after dozens of seconds, the several-meter-wide energy ball seemed to reach a certain limit. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and endless light and heat erupted. A sun suddenly rose in midair. The heavens and earth seemed to tremble, and a black gaping crater appeared at the center of the island. The poor deserted island finally could not withstand the destruction of their combined power, becoming completely barren, with everything on its surface vanishing. A huge impact swept for dozens of miles, and both of them were blown away. After several somersaults, they stabilized themselves in the air. "Do you still want to fight?" Ron and Homelander hovered in midair, facing each other from a distance, their gazes seemingly sparking and rubbing. He asked indifferently, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Homelander, his face grim, clenched his fists and said, enunciating each word, but he did not move again. Now his hair was a mess, his face smudged with dirt, and his clothes tattered like a homeless person on the street. He had never been so disheveled. Heh. Seeing through his facade, Ron, with his hands behind his back, sneered and said nothing, then vanished with a bang. He had no confidence in killing Homelander, and continuing the fight was meaningless. Neither of them could defeat the other. Although he landed more attacks on Homelander, Homelander's most severe injury so far was only a slight reddening in some areas. Through their fight, he verified one point. Homelander's greatest strength was indeed his defense. However, relatively speaking, Homelander had even less confidence than him. Ron's nonchalant blocking and catching of his attacks was truly disarming, and after fighting for so long without any effect, Homelander had already lost heart. After Ron left, Homelander remained, his face so grim that water could almost drip from it. He stayed motionless for a long time before finally breaking the sound barrier repeatedly, leaving behind deafening sounds and turning to fly away at extreme speed. It's over. Inside the office. As the battle between the two concluded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Homelander, did he lose? A hesitant, uncertain voice broke the silence of the office. They looked at each other. It seems so. This battle seemed to have no clear winner. Both still had the strength to fight. But in their eyes, Ron's hair wasn't even messy, while Homelander was beaten to that state. It was truly hard to say that Homelander had won. Enough. You may leave now. Go sign a non-disclosure agreement. No one is to speak of today's events. Madeline, with lingering shock on her face, stopped their discussion and told them to go sign the non-disclosure agreement. After the technicians left, she looked anxiously at Edgar. Sir, what do we do now? Will Homelander think the company created Ron and thus become resentful and lose control? And what about Ron? He's younger, but his strength is no less than Homelander's, and the company hasn't found a way to firmly control him yet. Madeline, having witnessed their destructive power, was in a state of turmoil and couldn't help but feel even more terrified. Edgar, who usually took everything in stride, sat back in his office chair, expressionless, lost in thought. Given Homelander's temperament, he won't. The once incredibly arrogant him wouldn't, and now that his pride, which made him think he was unique and superior, has been shattered by Ron, he certainly won't. After a while, he finally spoke. Unlike Homelander, whom he understood very well, he fell into a period of silence when it came to Ron. As for Ron, Mr. Edgar, Ron and Starlight are very close. Could this be? Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Madeline tried to offer a suggestion. No. Edgar had been paying close attention to Ron's every move and was aware of his relationship with Starlight, but this was not a breakthrough point to control Ron. We need to subtly maintain balance, not resort to crude, uncompromising threats. He shook his finger, stating seriously. Regardless of how deep Ron and Starlight's relationship was, using a close person to threaten and control someone, once used, would push the other party into an adversarial relationship. Madeline, you are scared. You've lost your composure. Edgar stared into her eyes, his tone slightly shundao. The suggestion just now was a foolish move. I'm sorry, sir. Facing his displeasure, Madeline's voice trembled uneasily. Today's events were too impactful. Beneath her outwardly kind demeanor, she had always harbored some fear of Homelander, and now that fear had deepened, plus there was Ron, whose temperament he couldn't fathom. Not everyone could be like Edgar, who seemed to have some unknown trump card against superhumans and remained completely unfazed by any superhuman-induced events. I know, I can't entirely blame you. After observing Madeline for a moment, he, who usually presented a calm and gentle demeanor to others, shook his head. A moment later, Edgar thought for a moment and decided, time reveals a person's character. Ron's issue will be put on hold for now. He hasn't been with the company long enough to tell anything. If we truly can't find a way to control him, I will report to the board of directors and consider making him a part of the senior management, for example, giving him some shares, letting him join the board of directors, and becoming honorary president. Not everyone can be controlled like a puppet. If Ron has no strong desires or major weaknesses, other methods must be considered. Board of directors, honorary president. Madeline was greatly surprised. She had worked diligently for over 20 years after joining Vought, only to climb to vice president. Yet Ron, after only a few days, had the chance to join the board of directors and become honorary president. He is smarter and more rational than Homelander, suitable for senior management. If Vought's interests are directly tied to his, he will naturally stand on Vought's side. Edgar mused. Binding the other party with interests, making them a part of one's own, transforming a potentially uncontrollable powerful force into one's own strength, and safeguarding one's own interest group. This is one of the common methods in capital and business. People protect their own interests. This is human nature. Actually, this was originally a discarded plan by the company on how to perpetually control Homelander. He spread his hands, revealing a secret. The Vought board of directors had thought this way long ago, but the intellect and personality Homelander displayed as he grew up made him utterly unsuitable to be one of the superficial decision-makers of a business empire, even if he wasn't privy to the deepest levels of power and secrets. Moreover, if there were means to control him and make him an obedient tool, why would they elevate him to be their equal? But the newly appeared Ron was different. Did a superhuman killing occur in New York this afternoon? Madeline nodded. Behind a supermarket in the XC district, a group of gang members were killed. The scene indicates it was done by a superhuman. The police have been notified to close the case as a gang feud, and the crime investigation department is tracking the superhuman's whereabouts. Leak some of the company's inside information to Ron and let him handle this matter. See if he's willing. Edgar's expression was serious as he commanded. It was just a minor matter that could have been handled by Black Noir, who previously specialized in such things for the company, but he wanted to use this incident to better understand Ron's character. At the same time, there are many things within Vought that ordinary people would find extremely dark. Soft-hearted people cannot be one of the decision-makers of this business empire. The old captain and the new member, internal conflict in the Seven. Is the strongest superhero still Homelander? The island battle that leveled everything. The next day, a sensational piece of news quickly dominated the headlines of major U.S. newspapers. Homelander and Darkseid, who had recently joined the Seven, had a fight on a deserted island in the Atlantic Ocean called Ricengol, almost destroying the island. Each report included photos of the desolate island after the battle, where everything on the surface had turned to dust, as if ravaged by a nuclear bomb and a hurricane, which was shocking. Is this really not the site after a government hydrogen bomb test? It's too powerful. If there were such heroes during World War II, the Nazis would have been defeated long ago. Aren't they all from the Seven? Why would they fight? Vought said it was a friendly spar between members. Look at these photos. There are such powerful beings among the superheroes protecting us. This incident immediately caused public shock and discussion. The matter of the island battle sparked a craze, with discussions revolving around superheroes and primarily Homelander and Darkseid. Is this true? In the apartment, looking at the photos of the devastated island in the newspaper, Starlight, sitting at the dining table, nearly spat out her coffee, her expression dazed, and asked in surprise, "What? You fought the strongest superhero on Earth just yesterday?" Yes. Ron, who had just showered and was wearing only a simple bathrobe, came out of the bathroom, wiping his hair and nodding. But when I came to see you yesterday, you seemed perfectly normal. When she came yesterday afternoon, she and Ron went out for dinner, watched an opera she liked, and then went home and slept together through the night, just like always. But it was only this morning through the newspaper that she learned Ron had fought Homelander in the Atlantic Ocean yesterday morning, almost sinking an island. How did you expect me to look? Full of wounds, with bandages on my hands? Sitting down at the dining table, he cut a piece of omelet and raised an eyebrow, asking, "No, I mean, you don't seem to care about this at all." That's Homelander, the strongest superhero on Earth. You fought him for so long, leveled an island, and didn't get a single scratch. Starlight was very sure Ron was not injured. He had no wounds, was full of vigor, and she had known that last night. It was just a draw, not a win. Although he was certain his strength was now weaker than Homelander's, which made him feel a bit more at ease. It was just a battle where neither side won or lost. Even if he had won, he wasn't the type of person to be overly excited or proud about defeating someone. Ability points, 125,000. Ron glanced at the panel and smiled. If anything could make him slightly happy, it was the increase of 70 to 80,000 ability points, almost restoring them to their original amount. I know, but oh my God, my boyfriend has nuclear-level power. But unlike the calm Ron, Starlight was very excited. She put down her coffee cup, wrapped her arms around his neck, sat on his lap, and looked excitedly at his handsome profile. Strength represents excellence. Who wouldn't like excellent people, especially women who need strong men to give them a sense of security? Ever since Soldier Boy sacrificed himself, Homelander emerged, and people thought no hero could ever come close to Homelander. But you did it. My boyfriend is one of the two most powerful superheroes in the world. I can't eat with you like this. Ignoring Starlight's admiration, Ron chuckled. Ron, after breakfast, how about we stay home for a while before going to the company? What for? He asked curiously. After you've had breakfast, don't you want some dessert? A blush appeared on Starlight's face as she whispered in his ear, making his ears tingle. Damn it, damn it. In his room, Homelander stood with his hands behind his back, looking out at the city, his expression as gloomy as water. Although he was extremely angry at the moment, he chose not to vent by smashing things. That was for the weak. Vought, I can't believe you really replicated another me. He tried hard to suppress his rage, gritting his teeth and speaking ferociously. According to common sense, if a person creates a beast, it's impossible not to have a way to control it. Edgar on the 82nd floor, even when he intentionally showed a cold face in anger several times, never once panicked, feared, or had his heart race when facing the most powerful superhuman on Earth. Vought must have some backup plan to deal with him. He had suspected that Vought's backup plan might be to clone or replicate another him using Compound 5. But the old man clearly said I was his greatest success, an unreplicable miracle. Homelander used to believe he was unique, and Vought's backup plan might just be some highly restrictive, underhanded methods that couldn't see the light of day. But his last shred of hope was shattered by the kid named Ron. When he attacked with all his might and couldn't even scratch Ron, his years of pride were shattered. Sir? The door was quickly knocked twice and opened, and Ashley excitedly burst in with a laptop. Ashley, don't you even know how to knock anymore? Homelander was in a raging mood, almost on the verge of losing control. He turned around and asked grimly, almost unable to stop himself from using his laser eyes. I'm sorry, sir, but you really must see this. Your popularity has soared, and everyone is talking about you now. Ashley was a bit scared, but she knew where Homelander's soft spot was, so she bravely stepped forward. Popularity? As expected, upon hearing popularity, Homelander's anger vanished. He snatched the computer tablet, and as he looked, he was astonished and bewildered, a blank look on his face. His popularity had soared. In just one day, he gained nearly 10 million followers, and it was still rapidly increasing. Every refresh showed new data, making one tremble with excitement. But why? Regardless of men or women, everyone inherently respects and worships the strong. This is something written in their genes since the ancient barbaric era. No matter how strong Homelander's theoretical data was, he acted no different from other superheroes, just fighting petty thieves and robbers. What was so special? Moreover, the persona Vought created for him was too boring. A persona like Jesus, the Holy Son, detached from worldly affairs, but he wasn't a god, only old-fashioned people would like him. But now it was different. He displayed truly godlike power, shocking the entire world. Looking back at his sunny and humble crime-fighting image, it immediately felt different. He possessed power that surpassed everyone, yet had a golden spirit, humble and kind, protecting the weak. How could the public, unaware of his true character and thus deceived and fooled, not worship and like him? Knock, knock. The door was knocked, and Madeline stood outside with May. Madeline, are you also here to tell me about my soaring popularity? I already know. Homelander was all smiles. At this moment, there was no trace of his previous gloom and rage. Thinking of so many people discussing him, constantly paying attention to him, he even threw the fact that he wasn't unique to the back of his mind. Congratulations, Homelander. After congratulating him, Madeline's expression turned serious. However, I have something else to discuss. In the hallway, she led Homelander and May towards the Seven's operations meeting room, walking quickly. As she walked, she quickly explained the situation. Exclusive news from the North American Aerospace Defense Command. 7 minutes ago, Transoceanic Flight 37 from Paris to Chicago was hijacked in the air. There are over 200 hostages, including men, women, and children. You should know that the company has recently been trying to get into the Department of Defense to make our VOT superheroes part of the national defense system. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If VOT could enter the Department of Defense, it would bring endless benefits. Not to mention, VOT International's status would immediately change, a qualitative transformation. She seemed to already see VOT entering the Department of Defense, and her own status as vice president rising with it, her tone filled with joy and excitement. If we can react faster than the country and resolve this matter, saving over 200 passengers, it will most likely be our opportunity to pass the bill and get involved with the Department of Defense. Most likely? Homelander, in a good mood, secretly scoffed. He didn't like uncertainty. Compared to rescuing these people, he vaguely had a better idea. For example, the Holy Sun, who could have saved countless lives, received the news too late and couldn't provide timely rescue, leading to immense grief, and 200 passengers consequently lost their lives. The country's obstruction and suspicion and the delay in passing the bill led to the tragedy. The enraged public protests against the country, sending the Holy Sun into the Department of Defense. However, he couldn't do it openly. Homelander glanced at May beside him. He knew May's personality very well. He hadn't given up on this woman whom he had liked and almost gotten. "Madeline, you seem very happy." In Madeline's office, Ron asked from the sofa. "I'm waiting for news that could bring VOT hundreds of billions of US dollars in profit annually." Madeline chuckled from behind her desk. "Oh?" His expression shifted slightly as he remembered something. "Is that going to happen?" Ron's eyes deepened. Recently, VOT had been seeking to pass a bill to enter the Department of Defense. The so-called news should refer to Homelander and May successfully rescuing the hijacked airliner from the terrorists in advance, thereby entering the Department of Defense. This incident is Homelander's fatal weakness, enough to push him to a dead end. Even if others had this weakness, they wouldn't dare threaten him too much, fearing they might push him to destroy the world, but I am different. Madeline then revealed some of VOT Corporation's confidential inside information to Ron. For example, the existence of compound Phi. There are no chosen people of God, no innate superpowered individuals. Everyone is injected with compound Phi from infancy to become a superhuman. The so-called superheroes are actually a shocking scam to fool the public. All superheroes are chosen as infants to be injected with compound Phi, and a confidentiality agreement is signed with each family. Once they awaken suitable abilities, they are recruited into the company. Large numbers of infants were used as test subjects. If this news were to break out, it would cause an uproar across the world. But Ron's face was cold and his heart remained undisturbed. He already knew the inside story of VOT regarding superheroes and Compound V. What Madeline said next was some new information. Not everyone can awaken useful abilities, nor does everyone grow up with personality suitable to be our VOT superhero. Whenever this happens, we need to take various measures. Madeline, VOT's vice president, chuckled, her smile hiding cruel darkness and bloodiness. VOT cannot constantly monitor families around the world who have received compound Vive injections, controlling their beliefs and growth. However, when someone steps out to cause trouble for VOT, VOT can then temporarily send people to easily resolve the trouble, and afterwards easily cover everything up with its immense power. No accidents have ever occurred for many years. For example, this case happened yesterday in New York. She took out several photos and placed them on the table. Numerous fully armed gang members holding firearms, and bodies that looked like they had been attacked by a beast, faces torn, eyes gouged out, the scene bloody and cruel. Superhuman crime. He glanced at it. Ordinary people do not have this kind of strength, and the environment in the corpse photos reminded him of a character in the original plot. Kimiko from The Boys. Originally, VOT did not pay attention to this matter at first, as it was covered up by A-Train, who worked for Homelander. His influence made the plot different again. Vought's superheroes should give the public endless security. Each one is an unbeatable superhuman. Only then can the company's stock price be stable. Madeline said seriously. So there have always only been superheroes in the world, never supervillains? A playful expression appeared on his face as he slowly said, "Petty thieves and robbers cannot defeat superheroes. It is a battle with no suspense. But supervillains represent the possibility of defeating superheroes, which is detrimental to Vought's stock price. Ron, the company wants you to handle this matter." Me? Ron stroked his chin, feeling something was off. Vought had always assigned Black Noir to handle such matters. Why would they come to him? Listen, Ron. Madeline smiled and then said a few more words. Walking out of the vice president's office, Ron understood the implied meaning in Madeline's words. Edgar intended to let him enter the senior management. So he revealed the darkness of Vought that cannot be exposed to outsiders, and then asked him to personally cover up Vought's darkness as a test of whether he could become one of them, or a pledge of allegiance. Entering Vought's senior management, can I figure out Vought's trump card against Homelander? Walking in the corridor, he secretly pondered. As long as Vought's senior management is not foolish, having created Homelander, a monster capable of destroying the world, they must have contingency plans to deal with him. Homelander's clone, a more powerful superhuman, or something that restrains the superpowers activated by Compound Phi. Several guesses flashed through Ron's mind. Only by figuring these out can he find a way to control Vought, this colossal entity. Let's put Kimiko aside for now. Something interesting is happening on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, and I can't miss it. He chuckled lightly, then used mind teleportation, and his figure vanished from where he stood. How is it? The phone was answered, and Edgar's steady voice sounded from the other end. Sir, Ron agreed. Madeline reported from behind her desk. How did he react when you mentioned the internal secrets of the company that are somewhat cruel to outsiders? The real point of this matter was not whether Ron agreed or not. He seemed not to care much. She recalled and said, he was somewhat indifferent, his expression barely fluctuating. Oh, that's good then. Although Vought has over 200 superheroes under its wing, he did not want Ron to genuinely possess a naive and ridiculous superhero-like personality. Ron was very close to that innocent little girl who had dreamed of being a superhero since childhood, which made him a little worried. This also indirectly proves that in case of an emergency, Starlight probably won't be able to restrain him. Yes. Holding the phone, Madeline nodded carefully in agreement, reviewing again. Just a girlfriend who can be replaced at will. Yesterday, I didn't think things through. All right, that's enough about this matter. On the other end of the phone, he interrupted her, slowly saying, I will discuss it with the board of directors, and once this matter is completed, he will become one of us. Hanging up the phone, Madeline, in her 40s, let out a sigh of relief, picked up her work badge with her vice president title and name on it, and glanced at it, her emotions complex. Ron, who had only joined the company a few days ago, was about to surpass her in position. Deep blue, dark water, 100 meters above the Atlantic Ocean. A transoceanic flight from Paris to Chicago was hijacked by skyjackers. 4 hijackers controlled the entire plane, and the unarmed passengers became hostages. Shut up, everyone. I don't think anyone wants to get hurt, right? 2 of the hijackers, holding daggers, coldly warned the screaming, frightened passengers in the cabin. Stay in your seats. As he spoke, he fiercely pointed to the body of an air stewardess who had tried to resist not far away, undoubtedly the best example. Under immense danger, panic spread throughout the cabin, and men, women, and children on the plane trembled helplessly. Oh God, someone save us! Screech! Screech! Suddenly, the airplane door was opened from the outside, and the air pressure imbalance between the cabin and outside created a powerful suction, directly pulling one of the hijackers out with a scream. A heroic and beautiful figure jumped in. Another tall hijacker roared in anger and charged forward, only to be cleanly and decisively dealt with by having his neck twisted. May, it's Queen May. She's here to save us, thank goodness. Inside the cabin, the hostages tightly gripped their seats, and a wave of excited cheers erupted. Whenever she saved people in danger and saw the light of hope erupt in their eyes and expressions of surprise on their faces upon seeing her, she felt a surge of joy and satisfaction. "All right, everyone, stay where you are. Everything will be fine soon." May tossed her hair, looking valiant and spirited, and strode towards the hijacker guarding the cockpit door. "Perhaps you can still arrive at your destination on time." Seeing May, the hijacker raised his hands in fear, wanting to surrender. He knew how formidable Queen May was. But a heat ray, mercilessly and precisely, pierced through his chest, killing him. Homelander's eyes glowed red as he flew in, wearing his standard smile, and casually closed the cabin door. "Evil has been punished. It's all over, everyone. It's all right." His appearance caused even greater cheers. Homelander. The hostages felt even more relieved. They had all read the headlines of major newspapers and news websites that morning and witnessed Homelander's godlike power. "Thank you, Homelander. You saved us. You are a hero." No, you are the real heroes." Enjoying the cheers and adoration directed at him, Homelander feigned humility, grinning widely. Click. The tightly shut cabin door opened. The last remaining hijacker inside held a gun to the pilot's head. "Relax, calm down." May wanted to persuade him to put down the handgun. Bang! But the agitated and vicious hijacker blasted the pilot's head with a bang, then turned to shoot at May and Homelander. Sizzle! Blinding rays swept across, cutting his body in half at the waist without obstruction, and the airplane's control panel behind him was also sliced open. High-altitude cold wind rushed in through the opening. Homelander walked over indifferently. May tried to contact air traffic control but received no response. She turned back and asked, "The signal is cut. Can you fly a plane?" "Even if I could operate the plane, it's useless now." He spread his hands, motioning for May to look at the control panel, which was damaged beyond recognition. "Oh, damn it." May's expression turned grim as she said, "Perhaps you should fly outside and try to support the plane." Something had to be done to save the people on board. Just now, Homelander had precisely used his heat vision to pierce the hijacker's chest, but why was its power excessive this time? However, now was not the time to dwell on that. "The plane's fragile outer shell cannot withstand my force. I would just pierce through it like a nail. Don't think about these things, May." Homelander shook his head, refusing. Thump. The plane lost control and plummeted downwards. Suddenly, there was a jolt and some passengers were directly flung to the cabin ceiling, then fell back down. "Oh, what's happening? Save us, Homelander." "I don't want to die." The passengers, who thought they were safe, began to scream in panic and cry for help. "Calm down, everyone. Everything is fine." Homelander brought May to the cabin door. "If you take them down to the ground one by one." May knew Homelander's personality. His expression was indifferent, clearly thinking of abandoning them here. But these were over 200 lives. She said anxiously, "How?" "Me, one in each hand, running over 100 times." "There's not enough time. Their weak bodies cannot withstand supersonic speeds." Saying that, he opened the cabin door. "Come with me, May. Even saving one is good." May pulled 2 little girls from the plane. "Take them." "No, I said no." Homelander wagged his finger, his expression stern. "Let them live to tell the whole world that we abandoned over 200 people to die." He had already planned for all these people to die in the plane crash, pushing the blame onto the Department of Defense for refusing to integrate superheroes into the defense system. Not a single one of these people could survive. Some frightened passengers stumbled over, jumping out of the hatch prematurely to see if they could survive. "Step back. All of you step back." Homelander's expression was distorted, and his stern roar echoed in the wind-swept cabin, his eyes glowing red. "Otherwise, I'll immediately laser you to death, you damned things. Help, no." Looking at that devil-like figure, the passengers retreated in fear. "One more step, and you die now. Please, May, don't leave us." The passengers cried, pleading with May, who looked distressed and worried, their desperate cries for help piercing her heart. May, my daughter's favorite superhero is you. Save her. Are you going to die with them, May? A cold, ruthless voice came. I'm sorry, truly sorry. May struggled for a long time, looking at the passengers in pain, continuously apologizing as Homelander pulled her away and out of the cabin. Homelander hovered in midair with May, indifferently watching the plane plummet and crash into the distant sea. But just after the two of them left, bang tilde. Inside the cabin window, a bang sounded and Ron's figure appeared. Dark Star, it's Dark Star. Save us, Vought said you have teleportation abilities. The passengers, who had just been abandoned and were crying in fear, saw Ron appear among them like a last straw and swarmed towards him. Please don't abandon us like Homelander and May did. Homelander almost never used his X-ray vision or super hearing, except when peeking at Madeline expressing milk for her child, or checking if someone's heartbeat indicated they were lying. I'm very sorry. My teleportation speed is limited. I'll prioritize saving the children first. He raised a finger and asked, by the way, did anyone record the scene just now? Nearly a minute later, the plane crashed into the sea, exploding into fragments, and all passengers died. On an uninhabited small island. Ron held a mobile phone, with over a dozen crying, helpless children standing behind him. Although the situation was critical, and the plane was about to crash from a high altitude into the sea and turn into fragments, with his speed, he could have saved more people. However, he only saved the children on the plane. He himself had no obligation to save anyone. Adults are not like children. They have their own ideas and are difficult to control. He wanted to use this incident to threaten Homelander, not to truly push Homelander to a dead end. Because this matter was very important, fearing a butterfly effect where no one would record the process, he specifically made a trip. If there was no physical evidence, he could at least save a few human witnesses. Ron stroked the head of a little girl beside him, whom May had tried to save but couldn't, and looked at the distant sunset, his gaze profound. Now there's both human and physical evidence. These human witnesses should also be able to serve some other purpose. On the uninhabited island, after settling the rescued children, he teleported away. There's one more thing to do. I'll take care of it today. New York 8th Street subway. A group of 3 were anxiously searching for something. Fuck, where did she run off to? Frenchie, have I told you, once you see her, immediately spray her with halothane? Butcher gnashed his teeth in anger. I'm sorry, all right. Isn't the most important thing right now to find her? Frenchie was only concerned about the girl who had just run away from him. That girl had been imprisoned and tortured, sharing a similar plight with him, and he couldn't bring himself to harm her. Butcher, let's just find her first. Huey, standing nearby, advised. Regarding this Butcher's description of Frenchie as ruthless, good at modifying weapons to deal with superhumans, and a gangster who could help them, he truly hadn't seen any ruthlessness. Ever since he saw that disheveled girl behind the supermarket, he seemed to have lost his soul. I see her, she's over there. Frenchie was overjoyed, pointing with his hand like a dog seeing a bone. Ready for a great story? Welcome to Fiction's Telling. Follow and get notified for tales that pull you in. And to our amazing existing followers, you rock. Multiverse. What if I were reborn as Homelander's son with a system? Volume 4. Kimiko, the female of the species, wanted to retrace her steps back along the path she was trafficked to New York. In the crowd, Butcher and his 2 companions caught up. Kimiko, with matted hair like a homeless person, saw them, recoiled, and jumped onto the tracks, trying to escape along the railway. Suddenly, everything around her seemed to slow down. At the end of the tracks, a blue figure ran at supersonic speed, carrying Kimiko on his shoulder, intending to leave. Hurry up and get this woman back, or Homelander will definitely kill me if he finds out about this. As he ran, A-Train's heart was filled with anxiety. Homelander had him transport Compound 5 to various locations, cultivating supervillains by sacrificing lives, and Kimiko was one of them. But yesterday, a problem arose. A group of people had targeted this matter, and the imprisoned Kimiko had unexpectedly escaped her confinement. The long platform flashed by in an instant, and in a blink, he was hundreds of meters away. In the dark subway tunnel, a foot suddenly extended. Bang! A-Train's high-speed reflexes didn't react at all. He was tripped hard, and due to the immense inertia, Kimiko was flung out. He became a tumbling gourd, rolling out of control for several turns before crashing violently sideways into the nearby wall. What tripped me, damn it? Cracks appeared on the wall where he hit, and he fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain while clutching his back. If people don't watch where they're going, don't blame the road for being uneven. Walking slowly out of the darkness with his hands in his pockets, Ron's magnetic voice sounded. Don't you usually watch where you're going? I heard you ran someone over into a pulp on the road a while ago. It seems you haven't learned anything. Dark Star, why are you here? Looking up and seeing Ron, A-Train's face was astonished. Why would he encounter one of the people he least wanted to provoke here? Why can't I be here? No, you certainly can be here. Meeting his icy gaze, A-Train, whose personality was to bully the weak and fear the strong, quickly waved his hands. Ron had tripped him, and he had fallen so hard his bones felt like they were coming apart, but he dared not complain in the slightest. On Darkstar's first day as a new member of the Seven, he pushed out the deep and sent Invisible Man to the hospital. After only a few quiet days, he caused another sensational global news. As a new member, he challenged the Seven's old captain, Homelander, and fought him on a deserted island in the Atlantic Ocean, almost sinking an island nearly 100 square kilometers in size, displaying terrifying power. Darkstar, I still have some things to do, so I'll be leaving first. He struggled to get up, moving his injured arm, carefully passing by Ron, whom he couldn't afford to offend, intending to pick up Kimiko and leave. Maybe another time I'll buy you a drink. Did I tell you to leave? A low voice devoid of emotion came from behind him. Is there anything else, Darkstar? His body stiffened. A-Train turned around, forcing a strange smile onto his face. He had a bad feeling. Darkstar appearing here might not be a coincidence. Leave the person, Ron said coldly, expressionless, his tone more like an unyielding command than a request. No, I can't. This is the person Homelander wants. Years of fear of Homelander were deeply ingrained in him, and this matter concerned his own life, so A-Train blurted it out instinctively. Are you using Homelander to pressure me? He frowned and tilted his head, the killing intent emanating from him making one's hair stand on end. No. How could that be? In the dim tunnel, a good place for murder and disposal of bodies, realizing he had said something he shouldn't have, A-Train's face changed dramatically. He backed away in fear, stammering and forcing a stiff smile. Who doesn't know that your strength is not inferior to Homelander's in the slightest? What I mean is, if I don't take this person back, Homelander might kill me. Thinking of the crux of the matter, he asked nervously, Darkstar, what do you want this person for? Darkstar and Homelander don't seem to get along. Has he found clues about this matter and is using it to cause trouble for Homelander? Could that group of people have been sent by Darkstar? Don't make me say it a second time. Ignoring his question, Ron gave no answer, warning him. A-Train was Homelander's loyal lackey. If it weren't for the possibility of Homelander falling under his control soon, he might have acted directly. Kimiko, with her regenerative healing ability, recovered from her injuries, groggily opened her eyes, looked at the two figures not far away, and got up, wanting to escape. Bang, bang, bang. A-Train saw that things were going badly, disappeared from his spot, grabbed Kimiko's head, and rapidly slammed it against the nearby wall. At super high speed, she was utterly helpless, suffering dozens of violent impacts against the hard wall in an instant, her brains turning to mush, and she fell unconscious again. Darkstar, please help me this once. Having easily dealt with Kimiko, he put her down, turned around with a mournful face, and pleaded humbly. The private smuggling and leaking of the company's Compound 5 and the secret creation of supervillains was no small matter. If exposed, even Homelander might be held accountable by the company. He would most likely be killed by an enraged Homelander. Homelander will kill you if you don't take this person back? At this point, Ron asked. Yes. Thinking he was about to agree, A-Train's face lit up with surprise, and he quickly nodded, begging for mercy. But what does that have to do with me? His tone was cold. Dark Star, I really can't hand this person over to you. Seeing that things weren't going well, A-Train's expression froze. He gritted his teeth, turned, and, at his maximum speed, picked up Kimiko, intending to leave. You think you can escape from me with your speed? Ron raised an eyebrow. The so-called fastest superhero in the world, A-Train, moved like a snail in his eyes at this moment. In an instant, he was beside A-Train, casually tore Kimiko off, threw her away, pressed A-Train's head, and rapidly slammed it against the nearby wall. The banging sounds almost merged into a single continuous line. The scene replayed, only this time the one without resistance was A-Train, who had just acted. Possessing speed greater than the speed of sound, his head buzzed, his nose bled, his vision blurred, and he was about to pass out before he could even react. Crack! A foot slowly pressed down like a hydraulic press, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. My leg is broken. With both legs crushed, the nearly unconscious A-Train was awakened by the excruciating pain, his eyes wide, his face pale, screaming, and his hands trembling as he reached for his legs. Drip. The sound of a subway train starting again after entering the station came from afar. I won't kill you. Whether you can survive depends on your ability. Ron picked up the unconscious Kimiko and teleported away, leaving behind a light chuckle. Without your legs, I wonder if you can outrun a high-speed subway train with just your hands. Two beams of light illuminated the dark tunnel. The subway train was rapidly approaching from not far away, and A-Train's terrified eyes widened even further. No, devil, you are truly a devil. Under the threat of death, he cursed and wailed, enduring the agonizing pain as he quickly crawled with his hands. Ron was simply a more terrifying devil than Homelander. For a brief moment, his fear of Ron even far surpassed his fear of Homelander. Instead of killing Kimiko, Ron threw her, a former terrorist, to Madeline. Edgar and Madeline didn't know that Kimiko's ability was extremely rare, self-healing and immortality. Otherwise, their goal wouldn't have been to eliminate her, but to capture her. Every superhuman with self-healing abilities is a rare and valuable asset for laboratories. Once he obtains Vought, this will be his property, and it cannot be wasted. Homelander, who had just given a speech on the beach near where the plane crashed, returned to his Vought room with a triumphant sneer, intending to rest a bit before going to find Madeline. Having accomplished this, Madeline couldn't possibly offer him nothing in return. Pushing open the door, the sound of the television reached him. We only arrived 3 minutes after the plane crashed. Why? Because I'm not part of the Department of Defense's command system. On the TV screen, Homelander, being interviewed, spoke with tears in his eyes, delivering a sorrowful speech that was incredibly moving and brought people to tears. I could have saved their lives. Over 200 mothers, husbands, and children would have reunited with their families after a slightly bumpy journey. But his own voice from the TV, combined with the familiar figure in the armchair, made him suppress his anger as he walked into the room. Nice speech. Before he could say anything, Ron turned the chair, chuckled, and slowly clapped his hands as if praising his speech, speaking first. What inspiring rhetoric. Vought's entry into the Department of Defense is a sure thing. Why are you here? Madeline will surely reward you handsomely. He propped his head up and continued. Perhaps you'll get to drink your favorite fresh, direct from the source breast milk. I asked you, why are you here? Upon seeing Ron, all of Homelander's good mood vanished. He snarled, each word distinct, his expression twisted in rage, and his eyes lit up with laser beams. Oh, look at you. You're so scary like that. How sad your fans would be if they saw you. Ron, whose expression hadn't changed, pulled out a phone and tapped it lightly. Almost exactly like this. A video played on the phone, clearly showing the tens of seconds when Homelander, on that plane, threatened and intimidated passengers to retreat, then heartlessly abandoned them to die. Meanwhile, on the other TV, a scene of him giving a mournful speech for the people who died on the plane was still playing. How ironic and hypocritical. He glanced at the TV again and chuckled. If this video were leaked, Homelander's carefully cultivated good image and his recently acquired immense popularity would collapse overnight. He would immediately become a public enemy. How did you get this? With evidence of his misdeeds discovered, Homelander's face turned ashen, a mix of anger and fear. He snatched the phone. An electric spark flashed, and the phone was crushed into slag. His heat vision blasted the TV that was playing his speech. Those damn guys, they had the nerve to film even when they were about to die. You didn't think I wouldn't make a backup, did you? He acted as if he hadn't seen Homelander's actions. What do you want? With his hands pressed on the table, Homelander stared intently at him, his expression grim as if he wanted to devour him, speaking quickly in a cold voice. You want to use this to threaten me? If it leaks, there'll be nothing left in this world that I care about. I wouldn't mind killing everyone and destroying the world. He immediately retaliated with a threat to destroy the world. Ron's strength was only enough to match him. He couldn't completely stop him. I'll make you live in a desolate ruin for the rest of your life. Then you'll regret threatening me. Whatever, go ahead and try. With a cold, disdainful look in his eyes, Ron wasn't swayed by his tactics and sneered playfully. I also want to know, when the Earth becomes a ruin and no one loves you anymore, will you go insane from loneliness, find a doll to be your Friday, talk to it as if it's your only fan, and accept its adoration? That one sentence struck Homelander's weakness. Whether it was inadvertently caused by Vought or deliberately controlled, Homelander's tragic birth and childhood resulted in a distorted and severe psychological defect of lacking love. He would rather die than accept being unloved or unnoticed. Click-clack. His teeth ground together audibly. Homelander struggled to suppress his anger, his face filled with humiliation, his fists clenched. He could sense that Ron truly didn't care about his threats, but he couldn't lose the people who loved him now, especially since there were more people who liked and adored him than before. The scene Ron described, just thinking about it, made him feel suffocated and breathless psychologically. Just be obedient, as long as you don't go against my will. Seeing him remain silent for a long time, Ron stood up and passed him, patting his shoulder like a mob godfather encouraging his subordinates, then turned sideways with a friendly smile. You'll still be the Homelander admired and loved by millions. Ron left, and Homelander sat on the sofa, his eyes vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, a phone call came, the voice trembling, whether from pain or fear. Respected Homelander, it's me, A-Train. Something unexpected happened. Someone found my girlfriend and, by threatening her, discovered one of my delivery locations and let an experimental subject escape. In the hospital, A-Train, who had narrowly escaped death and whose knees were almost ground to a pulp, was tortured beyond recognition. He couldn't rest and quickly tried to save himself. When I found her, I discovered that Darkstar was there for some reason. He broke my leg, nearly killed me, and took the person away. He deliberately emphasized Ron in his words, implying that he might be the mastermind. After speaking, he sent Homelander a video. It was surveillance footage from a hidden pinhole camera in his girlfriend's room, showing two people threatening his girlfriend. The anxious and fearful A-Train wanted to redirect Homelander's anger towards the troublemakers and Ron. But he didn't know that Homelander's fatal weakness was already in Ron's hands, so what could Homelander do to Ron? Ron, you do hold a nuclear bomb that can destroy me, but a nuclear bomb is never used lightly, unless absolutely necessary. However, Homelander believed he could retaliate and annoy Ron, for example, by killing the subordinates who worked for him. Do you think I, Homelander, the strongest superhero on Earth, will just yield and obediently be your dog? He grinned savagely. Would a cold person like Ron really fall out with him over a few subordinates who worked for him? He would just suppress his disgust and endure it. But after watching the video A-Train sent, he suddenly frowned. This person looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? One of the people threatening A-Train's girlfriend in the video, a burly bearded man with a fierce appearance and foul mouth, looked somewhat familiar. Who is he? A sudden intuition struck Homelander that this matter was incredibly important to him, but he just couldn't remember. Billy Butcher. Turning to Vought's crime investigation department, he searched by image, went through the archives, and muttered the information. Homelander's originally sinister expression became somewhat strange. It's him, the husband of that woman named Becca? His eyes suddenly narrowed. Wait a minute, the file says his wife Becca has been missing for 8 years? After controlling Homelander, Ron, in a good mood, partnered with Starlight, who had a case, and went out to fight crime together. A case of robbing an armored car. He and Starlight walked amidst a hail of bullets, dealing with criminals and chatting at the same time, not taking those vicious criminals seriously at all. Ron, what are you doing this afternoon? Do you want to go to the coffee shop from last time? After dealing with the criminals, listening to Starlight's question, he quickly glanced at the system and was slightly stunned. Ability 240,000. What happened? How, after threatening and controlling Homelander, did his ability points surge again in a short period, reaching an unprecedented 240,000? There are still 3 votes undecided, but the outcome is set. After the phone call confirmed the voting intentions of almost all the congressmen, Madeline turned and winked at Homelander, her face practically blooming into a smile. Vought would successfully enter the Department of Defense system, and she, who had single-handedly orchestrated this, might have a chance for a promotion to go even further. You don't look happy. Is something bothering our Homelander? Madeline sat down next to Homelander, who was frowning on the sofa, and placed her hand intimately on his shoulder, her entire body practically pressed against him, as if a female elder comforting an unhappy child, and she said with a smile, Do you remember that woman from the marketing department? Homelander was unmoved, his expression uncharacteristically serious towards Madeline, and he suddenly brought up, Who, Ashley? Why bring her up? Madeline's expression remained unchanged. She feigned ignorance and smiled. Now isn't the time for us to celebrate this together. You and I have achieved a great feat, successfully getting Vought into the Department of Defense. She raised her hands, gently trying to pull Homelander into her embrace. In the past, Homelander would have already been restless, his heart itching, and would have naturally laid down. No. But today he was uncharacteristically still, not moving at all. It's Becca from 8 years ago. Ashley was currently in charge of his market public relations, but 8 years ago it was the woman named Becca. Becca? Becca Butcher? Madeline seemed to be struggling with her memory, thinking for more than 10 seconds, and asked doubtfully, What about her? She disappeared, gone for 8 years, coincidentally disappearing after that incident. As Homelander spoke, his tone suddenly shifted. What's even more coincidental is that as soon as I mentioned her, your heart rate suddenly accelerated, exceeding 100. He stared intently into her eyes, his tone hostile. You're nervous. Your heart is practically leaping out of your throat. Because of what? A woman whose name you had to think about for a long time? Confronted by the sharp retort, Madeline didn't know how to explain. Her acting was superb, flawless, but unfortunately, Homelander was a human lie detector. In the past, when he was with Madeline, he would be very relaxed, not thinking about anything, not doing anything, like a child who only needed to immerse himself in his mother's warm embrace. But today he was not in that mood. Tell me, is there something in this that I don't know about? Staring sharply, a slightly angry voice sounded. Concealment equaled betrayal, and Homelander hated the betrayal of those he loved the most, especially when he was in an extremely bad mood. Okay, calm down. Madeline, somewhat afraid, raised her hands and mumbled, You carry too much usually. I did it for your own good. That Becca got pregnant with your child after that? Child? Homelander was stunned, pointing at himself. Whose child? Mine. He suddenly stood up, losing his composure, and said loudly in shock, "You told me I couldn't have children." Vought had always told him that his tadpoles were too powerful, and women's eggs couldn't withstand them, making it impossible to conceive life. You did have a child once, but the child miscarried. I was afraid you couldn't bear the blow, so I hid it from you. She quickly continued. The child died? The joy that had just bloomed was extinguished as if by cold water. Homelander's expression was dazed, unable to accept it. Why did my child miscarry? Because the mother's body couldn't provide strong enough nutrition. The fetus couldn't continue development once it formed. Madeline showed a timely sigh of regret. I actually had a child. His eyes were red, confused, and sad, and he casually asked, "What about his body after he died?" Homelander had an unusual affection for Madeline. He was already somewhat convinced. Body? Madeline, holding his hand, froze in her attempt to comfort him. She had never expected Homelander to ask this question. It was something from 8 years ago. Why ask about the body of a dead infant? Why aren't you speaking? Feeling something was off, Homelander frowned, as if remembering something, and like an enraged evil dragon, his voice gradually turned cold. What did you do with his body? Did you dissect and research him like a lab rat? Of course not. Ignoring Madeline's denial, the pent-up frustration and anger he had accumulated for days because of Ron exploded, and he questioned coldly. Dr. Vogelbaum said that my power far surpassed other soups, that I was a miracle almost impossible to appear. Why is there a Ron now? Dr. Vogelbaum, Vought's former chief strategic officer who created him in a test tube, had proudly told him this many times. Now there was a Ron whose power was comparable to his. How could that be explained? Ron? When Homelander mentioned his child, hearing Ron's name out of the blue, Madeline was startled, thinking Homelander had discovered the truth. That's right. Did Vought create Ron by researching on the basis of my child's body? His voice was chilling, as if he wanted to devour someone. No, of course not. Knowing that he hadn't discovered the truth, Madeline didn't dare to go along with it. Homelander had lived in a laboratory since childhood, being researched, and his nightmarish childhood had given him huge psychological flaws. This was the evil dragon's reverse scale. Seeing Madeline, whom he had once depended on and considered family, becoming increasingly suspicious, he would not allow anyone to betray him. Homelander was furious and did something he had never done to Madeline before. Madeline's neck was clutched by his single hand on the sofa, and he roughly lifted her up to his eye level. Then tell me, where is my child's body, his bones, or his ashes? His eyes lit up with terrifying lasers, like a powder keg about to explode. A familiar scene. The same place, the same sofa, the same dazzling and terrifying eyes. Fear, like a tide, almost drowned her. Madeline gasped for breath, unable to fabricate any more lies. Could she tell the enraged Homelander that she had thrown his child's body away like garbage, and if she hadn't thrown it away, where were the bones? How could she produce them immediately? Your child is still alive. Helplessly, she said loudly with difficulty. Still alive? Homelander, who had not expected this statement at all, released his hand in shock. No, that's right. He's still alive, and Becca is also alive. They were imprisoned by Vought as a contingency to control you. Madeline covered her neck, coughing violently, and repeated. She wanted to hold on to Homelander as a trump card, but the way Homelander looked like he was about to laser her head off just now made her undeniably afraid. I can only push the blame to the company's board of directors. On the green lawn, Becca and her son Ryan sat in front of the yard, her face beaming with a motherly smile as she played with toys with her son. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something rapidly breaking through the air and landing came. Bricks shattered, and a figure landed on the road in front of the house. Becca looked up and froze, as if seeing her most terrifying nightmare. Is that you? The familiar star-spangled banner cape, The familiar blue and red suit and image, there was probably no one in the world who wouldn't recognize Homelander, and Becca certainly couldn't forget him. Oh, my son, what is your name? Seeing Ryan, Homelander was both surprised and delighted, completely ignoring her. He scooped Ryan up from the ground, looked into his eyes, and asked impatiently. As soon as he learned of Becca and her son's whereabouts, he rushed over at the fastest possible speed. From now on, I will no longer be alone in this world. Although I have no parents, I have a son. I have a next generation. He would have a dearest family member who would always love him and never betray him. Looking at his son, Homelander's joy and the love that burst forth were instantly immeasurable. But Ryan was frightened by the man who suddenly appeared and couldn't speak. Homelander, who was intelligent, was very patient with his son. He tried to make his voice gentle, wanting to take things one step at a time. Do you know me, Homelander? Ryan replied blankly. Very good, you are, actually. Listen, you're scaring Ryan. Although she was afraid of Homelander, who had appeared after 8 years, Becca, as a mother, could face anyone when it came to Ryan. She angrily pulled away Homelander, who had suddenly appeared and wanted to continue. She told Ryan to play in the yard and led Homelander into the house, wanting to warn him not to scare Ryan. But suddenly, inside the house, Homelander, who had been nonchalant, was drawn to a photo in a picture frame. He couldn't believe it and picked it up. Why is he here? A familiar, hateful figure. In the photo, Ron stood with a cold expression alongside Becca and her son, a man, a woman, and a child, like a family of 3. Although there was a significant age gap between Ron and Becca, Homelander, who liked older women, didn't notice anything amiss. Everything seemed so harmonious. Who? Becca frowned. Ron, of course it's Ron. Clutching the photo frame, Homelander gritted his teeth and said irritably, ever since Ron appeared in his life, nothing had gone smoothly. As a new member who had joined, he ignored Homelander the captain. After displaying his abilities, people all over the world annoyingly compared him to Homelander. In the battle on the deserted island, Homelander was in a sorry state and failed to injure him. Afterwards, Ron caught him by the handle. He was almost driven crazy by Ron. Ron? She asked with a puzzled expression, trying to clarify. Yes, why is this son of a bitch here? His thoughts somewhat skewed, thinking he had been cuckolded. The emotional Homelander raised his head and loudly questioned Becca again. He had always believed that Ron was a secret weapon created by Vought to deal with him if he lost control, and that Ron would even replace him if he became disobedient in the future. But he never expected that Ron had already planned to start replacing him. Hearing these words, Becca's face darkened. A while later in the room, you said Ron is my son? Yes. He and Ryan are twins? He's the older brother, 8 years old this year? Yes. Homelander was so angry he laughed. 8 years unseen. Was this woman in front of him out of her mind? Becca, do you think I'll believe your nonsense? He pointed forcefully at Ron in the photo, who was a head taller than Becca. Look at the photo first before you speak. Is this 8 years old? Yes, although you might not believe it, he was as tall as me at 6 and this tall at 8. Becca replied expressionlessly, then tilted her head, feigning confusion as she sarcastically said, there are thousands of strange superhumans in this world. Even a monster like you, whose skin can't be penetrated by missiles, exists. Why don't you believe your freak son could be adult height at 8 years old? Homelander's expression froze. Becca didn't look like she was lying, but could Ron really be his son? He found it hard to believe that the person who had recently patted his shoulder and threatened him, implying he should obediently be the other party's dog, was his son, and only 8 years old. The door was closed. Vought's CEO, Edgar, made a phone call, his tone unusually respectful because on the other end was the true controller of Vought. Sir, Ron has completed that matter. Should we let him join the board of directors? Go with your opinion. You don't need to ask me. The low, mature voice on the other end of the phone was lazy, yet carried an air of condescending superiority, like a god speaking to mortals from above the clouds. Edgar, you have a clever mind and an unshakable heart. You can handle many things for me. On the other side, there were sounds of waves and people playing, as if it were a sunny beach. The person on the phone was leisurely enjoying life, lying on a lounge chair, taking a sip of wine and slowly saying casually, "I'm very confident leaving Vought for you to manage. You don't need to ask me about many things, as long as you don't let me run out of money." "Thank you for your trust, sir." Edgar expressed his sincere gratitude, then remembered something and said seriously, "Recently, the Vought family has been restless, conspiring with each other. They seem to want to send someone to join the Seven. Vought was originally theirs after all. It's normal for them to be unwilling to barely survive on the board of directors." The person on the other end of the phone remained completely unconcerned, as if he possessed an incredibly strong backing. "But without your father, sir, there would be no Vought." Edgar listened and laughed. He was very grateful that Vought supported his research back then. So, before he died, he didn't let me change Vought's name and always kept members of the Vought family on the board of directors. However, hundreds of billions in equity. As long as I have enough money, I don't really care. Sir, if their goal is to win over Homelander or Ron... Vogelbaum was indeed a genius, who fortunately created Homelander, but he is still far from my father. Homelander is nothing more than a deformed child, with one leg longer than the other. He thinks he is a god. Ridiculous. True gods, besides having powerful bodies, should be omnipresent, able to perceive the thoughts of every mortal and control every person. In this regard, he is no different from ordinary mortals. That Ron is the same. Yes, sir. Edgar lowered his head, even more respectful. Because when that last sentence was spoken, the voice not only sounded on the phone, but also in his mind. 3 days later, in the newly established office of the honorary president of Vought. Behind the luxurious and understated desk, Ron sat expressionless, looking out at the high-rise buildings beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, calculating things. The so-called honorary president, his authority only extends to being able to command the vice president. He was not pleased at all, but rather disappointed. His power was greater than before. He could directly order Madeline, and theoretically his status was not below Edgar. But this was not what he wanted. Vought's senior management and Edgar had no intention of letting him access Vought's deepest secrets. Ability points, 246,000. He was less than 100,000 points away from obtaining Homelander's physique. 2 days have passed since the plane crash. Maeve's emotions have fermented enough. It's time. Changing her destiny will make up for the last missing piece. A cold smile played on his lips as he slowly stood up, preparing to go find Maeve, who was being tormented by guilt. But suddenly the door opened. The person who entered wore a blue suit and a star-spangled banner cape. Homelander walked in with complex emotions. "Ron, do you know..." "Call me President." Ron interrupted him expressionlessly and unceremoniously, pointing to the nameplate on the desk. "Call me President." "You've only been president for 1 day." The son sat, but the father stood, and the son even put on airs of a president towards his father, looking at him as if he were a subordinate employee. Nah. Homelander suppressed his anger after an enraged remark and took a breath. He didn't dwell on it. Ron just didn't understand his identity yet, Homelander said with a complicated expression. "Listen, I always wondered why someone with abilities so similar to mine, and strength not inferior to mine, suddenly appeared. I thought Vought had replicated and created you. But just a few days ago, I discovered something." He paused, then looked up, his eyes fixed on Ron, his tone much heavier and more serious. "Ron, I am actually your father, and you are the son born to Becca and me." After he finished speaking, the office fell silent. Homelander gazed at Ron's face, expecting Ron to be surprised and question him the next second. Then he could explain and reveal everything. Becca had hidden it, Vought had deceived, and Ron was unaware, which was why he treated his father that way. Once he confirmed his identity, he would surely exclaim in panic about what he had done before. Provoking his father, fighting with his father, and even threatening his father with leverage, was that something a son should do? Then Ron would apologize and repent, and he would smile gently, pat his son's shoulder, embracing him like an old father. "Are you done?" But there was no shock, no questioning. Ron, sitting in the chair, looked at him as if he had heard a trivial piece of news, interrupting his conjecture. His ability points had inexplicably surged again, and Homelander, who loved being in the spotlight and enjoying the cheers of the crowd, had suddenly disappeared for several days without a word. He had somewhat guessed the truth of the matter. "I mean, you are the son born to Becca and me." Something seemed wrong. Homelander paused, then quickly repeated, "I heard that. Is there anything else?" Looking at him calmly, Ron leaned back, his hands crossed, his expression like a president whose valuable time was being wasted by an ignorant employee. Homelander looked at Ron, whose expression hadn't changed, his throat feeling constricted, unable to speak. There's a lot waiting for me on my first day as president. Remember to knock next time you come up." He waved his hand, signaling Homelander to leave. "This is a company. Rules and regulations are very important." "Do you mean you knew?" Homelander, bewildered by his attitude, suddenly understood something, blurting out in disbelief. "You knew I was your father all along? All that time he treated his father that way, Ron knew?" "I told you to leave. Don't repeat your useless nonsense." Hearing Homelander repeat the same nonsense several times again, Ron remained expressionless. "Are you forgetting something? You need to remember when I speak, you will always just obey." He pointed at Homelander, emphasizing, How can you treat me like this? I am your father." Homelander, who had never encountered such a situation, opened his mouth, feeling a surge of absurdity, so absurd he wondered if he was dreaming. His son sitting behind the desk, displeased, teaching his father to clarify their relationship, to recognize who was the boss. On the phone on the desk, a video of Homelander on the plane, just a gentle tap away from being sent to major newspapers and websites. Ron looked at him and slowly said, "Do I need to remind you of the consequences of defying my will?" Homelander left Ron's office, a look of existential doubt on his face. He wanted to go back and figure out where things went wrong. He was threatened by Ron before he knew Ron was his son, and he was still threatened by Ron after he knew, with no change whatsoever. But how could things be this way? Could it be that the social and family relationships Vought made him memorize, having grown up in a lab, were wrong? Was it actually a good son who could casually scold his father, threaten and control his father? Today, we are here to deeply mourn the victims of Transoceanic Flight 37. In an empty, grassy area, a public memorial service was being held for the victims of Transoceanic Flight 37, which had crashed due to hijackers, a tragedy that had recently shocked the U.S. People from all walks of life, dressed in black with solemn expressions, stood in the front rows, where the victims' families sadly held portraits of their loved ones, weeping softly. May, in her battle suit, stood on the stage, her usual heroism gone, her brows weary. She looked at the audience, delivering a speech. Over 200 innocent souls vanished instantly in a senseless act of violence. Caroline Kozinski, a kindergarten teacher from Skokie. Her voice trembling, she read the speech Vought had prepared, looking at the victims' families in the audience, a buzzing sound in her ears. In a daze, May seemed to be back in the chaotic cabin, filled with screams and wails, where those suffering and despairing people begged her for help. She ignored those who had once seen her as hope, offering meaningless apologies, and cruelly abandoned them, leaving them to fall into the ocean with the plane, their bodies never recovered. The young doctor, Julian Barlow, a neurosurgeon from France. Each name of a deceased person she read felt like an interrogation and a condemnation. May couldn't help but recall their terrified faces before death, and finally, unable to bear it, she hastily ended her speech with tears in her eyes, put down the manuscript, and ran off. "I apologize. I deeply sympathize with these families who have lost their loved ones." Next were the eulogies from others. May ran to a distant roadside bench and sat down, her face pale, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. This fragile appearance of yours is quite different from the brave, fearless, and never hesitating Queen May that Vought promotes. A voice suddenly sounded. On the path scattered with a few fallen leaves, Ron slowly approached, hands in his pockets. As a member of the Seven yourself, don't you know that all that propaganda is fake? Aside from superpowers, we are nothing. Not wanting others to see her in this state, May subtly wiped away her tears, self-deprecatingly. Everything is fake. I suppose you haven't slept well these past few days, tormented by guilt and self-blame in the dark, tossing and turning. Sitting down on the bench, Ron said, because you couldn't save those people and watched them die? You know? Hearing this, May frowned and stared. Homelander and she had told the outside world a consistent story. They only arrived after the plane crashed. Oh, I forgot. You're already the president. She then relaxed her brows, shaking her head as if recalling something, her tone resentful and sad. You are qualified to know more of the company's dark secrets. May had figured it out afterwards. Homelander's laser blast was no accident. It was deliberate, possibly in collusion with Madeline, for Vought's sordid interests, to pass the bill, disregarding human lives. No? He chuckled softly. No one told me. I saw it with my own eyes. With your own eyes. May's tone was surprised and questioning as she repeated the phrase. What do you mean by with your own eyes? I was in the cabin when you and Homelander watched the plane crash. Turning his head as well, the two were very close. Ron leaned on the bench, looking into her eyes, and said, I used my teleportation ability to save the children on board. Children? You saved the children on the plane. May opened her mouth in astonishment. During her sleepless night, what she recalled most were the two little girls whom she had wanted to take away, but were stopped by Homelander, their cute, scared, and helpless little faces. But where are the children? The conclusion of the accident was that no one on that flight survived. Come with me. Ron reached out his hand. May remembered his ability, understood what he meant, and firmly placed her hand in his. With a soft bang, the two disappeared from where they stood, on a deserted small island somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. The sun was bright, and on the natural grassland from the wooden houses that had been built, a group of children ran out upon hearing the sound. Every time Ron came, he would bring them some food and things they wanted. Is it you? You're still alive. May immediately spotted two of the little girls among them, excitedly went forward and hugged them tightly, her eyes red, her emotions a complex mix of joy and tears. After May had seen the children. In the evening, the bright moon hung high and stars twinkled. The two strolled to the grassy sea cliff. The guilt and self-reproach she had accumulated over the past few days had dissipated considerably as she gazed at the sea under the night sky. Thank you for saving these children. With traces of tears still in her eyes, May looked at Ron with a joyful and grateful smile and said, so that their lives don't end abruptly before they've seen much of the world's wonders. I only saved them. No, you've done very well. Thinking Ron was blaming himself for not saving more people, she stepped forward to close the distance between them and gently comforted him. They live very well here, carefree and lacking nothing, but they might have to live here forever. Ron turned his head and said, Why? May frowned slightly in confusion. Why not let these children return to their parents? Because of Homelander. His eyes were deep as he uttered a single sentence. May's beautiful face changed slightly, and she quickly reacted. Homelander made her abandon the two children because he wouldn't allow anyone to survive and expose what he had done. Yes. She looked away, her voice strained. Having spent many years with Homelander in the Seven, and even pretending to be lovers for Vought's publicity, she knew Homelander's twisted psychology all too well. If this matter were exposed and Homelander became universally condemned, he would absolutely go insane and potentially destroy the world for it. However, May remembered something and looked up at Ron. With my current ability, I can only fight him to a draw. If he goes crazy and tries to do something, I can't stop him. As if seeing through May's thoughts, Ron frowned and shook his head. I cannot let these children go back, otherwise billions of people would be in danger. Listen, Ron, you didn't do anything wrong. May grabbed his hand and comforted him. This isn't your fault, it's all Homelander's fault. A secret known only to two people, needing to be kept, would quickly draw them closer. Especially a grave secret that would immediately endanger the world if exposed, would even create a feeling of helplessness and isolation, where only they had each other. You saved the children, and you rescued me from a lifetime of guilt. She gazed at Ron with serious concern. All the darkness and hypocrisy of Vought had always burdened May, who still maintained kindness in her heart. She had drifted with the current, half abandoning herself, and the plane incident was a heavy blow. Having suffered so much in just a few days, she couldn't imagine if she could endure the continuous torment in her heart if it continued. This man before her had done what she couldn't. He saved the children on the plane, and in a way, he also saved her. I saved you? Ron turned his head and asked in a magnetic voice. Yes. Under the moonlight, May proactively hugged Ron, resting her head on his solid chest, and answered softly. She felt a sense of peace. Ron returned the embrace, stroking May's back, and a faint smile played on his lips where she couldn't see it. Everything he said was true. He only saved the children on the plane. These children might have to stay here forever. The reason was Homelander, and he currently couldn't stop a deranged Homelander. But May automatically filled in the blanks, assuming he had a hidden difficulty in returning the children to their families after saving them, and needed someone to support and affirm his choice. After that day, Ron occasionally took May to the deserted island to see and care for the children. In an environment where it was just the two of them, guarding their shared secret, their relationship quickly deepened, gradually becoming like intimate lovers. A few days later, in the early morning on that small island, coming out of one of the wooden houses, he glanced at May's figure covered by a thin blanket on the bed, gently closed the door, and came to the sea cliff. Looking at the distant sea shrouded in thin fog, Ron summoned the system. Ability points, 358,000. Finally enough. Taking a deep breath of the cool, fresh air, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Do you want to spend 340,000 ability points to purchase the Homelander template? Yes. His whole body felt hot, as if immersed in a hot spring, warm and comfortable, almost making one groan. After more than 10 seconds, Ron opened his eyes, stretched his body, and a series of crackling bone sounds like popping beans erupted. He clenched his fists, and powerful strength surged through his limbs and bones, enough to tear apart warships and sink small islands. The toughness of his skin and bones surpassed all metals in the world, capable of easily resisting nuclear bomb blasts and surviving at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. This is different from Black King's ability. This is true power. Black King's ability needed to be maintained constantly. For his own safety, he always used energy to stay full of vitality, violating years of established routines, never sleeping, almost turning the maintenance of his ability into an instinct while awake. Because once he fell asleep, he would revert to an ordinary person, and a single bullet could easily kill him, causing him to fall on the path of limitless progress. Who? From today onwards, I can sleep soundly. Ron smiled, letting out a long breath. From today onwards, even if a nuclear bomb exploded on his head, it would at most serve to quickly wake him up. His eyes narrowed, his body gradually became suspended, freed from the shackles of gravity, and he suddenly flew into the distance. After flying for a while, he abruptly exerted force and easily broke the sound barrier. Bang! His extremely fast figure flew close to the sea, and under the effect of the conical sonic boom cloud, the sea surface several meters below was stirred up, leaving a long white wake. The cold wind blew across his face, but he felt no biting chill. His speed gradually approached 100 times the speed of sound. Ron's figure turned and he flew upwards. With continuous sonic booms, he rapidly passed through thick cloud layers, left the atmosphere, and reached an altitude of only 1,000 kilometers above Earth. His solemn and cool battlesuit, with muscle lines like cast iron. Bathed in sunlight, he was like a deity looking down at the blue planet below. With Homelander's physique, I can be bolder in probing Vought's trump cards, preparing to take control of this planet. Ron also tried some other abilities, such as super hearing, heat vision, X-ray vision, and super smell. Among them, heat vision was developed the best. Not only could it penetrate and melt all metals, but it could also control its power for extremely precise manipulation. Like Superman, using it to cauterize and close wounds for people was a minor feat. This proficiency was likely due to Homelander frequently using heat vision to warm milk. Flying back to the small island, he returned to the house. Sunlight streamed in through the window. May slowly woke up. "You're not suitable for fighting crime these next few days, so just stay here," Ron said, turning his head while frying eggs in a pan with his heat vision. Last night, May had sustained some injuries and might have difficulty moving recently. "Don't treat me like a fragile little girl." May frowned as she put on her clothes, then got out of bed without difficulty and sat down at the simple wooden table. "When I first debuted, to save children in an out-of-control school bus that was about to fall off a bridge, I didn't let go even when my arm broke, not until all the children were off the bus," she said with a smile, wanting to show her strength and tell Ron not to underestimate her or treat her like an ordinary woman. She was Queen May. Then, looking at Ron, who was frying eggs, she was a little surprised. "You can cook?" "Just a simple breakfast," Ron said, placing milk, fried eggs, sandwiches, and oatmeal on the table. A woman who has just given herself to a man is most sensitive and needs more comfort and care, and May would surely be no exception. As for him only making fried eggs and buying everything else, there was no need to mention it. He didn't want to ruin the current warm atmosphere. "Waking up this morning to breakfast made for me by one of the strongest superheroes on Earth seems pretty good." May took a sip of milk and smiled, tasted some other things, and praised Ron's good cooking, though she didn't mention the fried eggs. As they ate and chatted, Ron suddenly said, "There's one more thing about Homelander that needs to be handled." "Homelander, what is it?" At the mention of Homelander, the warm smile on May's face faded slightly. "There was a small conflict between me and Deep. If I tell him to do it, he probably won't be particularly willing." He slowly said, drinking the last sip of milk from his cup. "On that plane, Homelander used his heat vision to cut through the plane's control panel. This is crucial physical evidence that can overturn your claim of late arrival." And before that, for Madeline, Homelander cut the Baltimore mayor's plane in half with his heat vision, killing everyone on board, and it crashed into the Atlantic Ocean. Everyone on board? Oh, he's truly crazy. May had initially been grumbling about Ron's small conflict with Deep, but her expression changed to one of shock when she heard this. She couldn't believe that Homelander had not only failed to save people on a plane, but had also brutally killed everyone on another plane with his own hands. She composed herself for a moment and said, "So, you mean, have Deep gather all that evidence and give it to us, just in case." Ron planned to let May handle this, as it could be resolved with just a few phone calls. He wouldn't mind having too many weaknesses of Homelander in his hands. Furthermore, having those things outside was always a hidden danger. He didn't want others to also control evidence that could threaten Homelander. As one of the high-ranking executives, he had recently been reviewing Vought's internal files, hoping to find clues about Vought's trump cards. Vought's internal affairs seemed not so simple, with rather strange factional struggles. "Okay, I will." After entrusting May with this matter, and still advising her to rest for a few days, Ron returned to the company. Soon after sitting in his office, he heard that there had been personnel changes in the Seven. Invisible Man was kicked out of the Seven, and a female hero named Stormfront was directly appointed by the board of directors to join the Seven. Invisible Man had clashed with Ron, was beaten and hospitalized, and had thought of severely retaliating against Ron, but at that time he thought Ron was just a new, slightly capable small hero within Vought. In the hospital, he saw Ron join the Seven on TV and began to hesitate about revenge. After Ron displayed his abilities and completed his debut in fighting crime, he completely gave up the idea of revenge. When Ron and Homelander fought to a draw on the deserted island in the Atlantic Ocean, and then Ron soon became honorary president of Vought, he began to feel fear, worrying day and night. As soon as his injuries healed and he was successfully discharged from the hospital, he nervously wanted to return to the company and apologize to Ron, only to receive notification that he had been kicked out of the Seven. All his team bonuses were recalled, and he was reassigned to a remote city to be a resident hero, leaving New York in disgrace. Ron had almost forgotten about Invisible Man. Although this outcome matched what he wanted, he truly didn't cause it. Stormfront. Looking at the information, the wife of Vought's founder, a second-tier Vought hero from the last century, Liberty, was eventually crippled by Ryan, but Ryan faced no retaliation. Putting down the information and combining it with the previously confirmed strange factional struggles within Vought, Ron chuckled, discerning a deeper secret of Vought. It seems Vought International hasn't been named Vought for a long time. And it wasn't a recent development. It started long ago. Otherwise, the company founder's wife wouldn't need to humble herself to be a superhero under the company and only become a second-tier hero. If Vought was still under the control of the Vought family, given Stormfront's identity, she should be the grandmother of Vought's controller. But in the end, she was crippled, lying in bed unable to do anything, only able to comfort Homelander with one hand, and Vought made no move. Also, that grandson of Vought went out and started a shady collective church and was eventually killed by Head Popper, Edgar's subordinate. All signs prove this matter. The one who knows a person best is often his enemy. Looking at the photo, Ron murmured, "This Stormfront faction, although barely surviving in today's Vought and crushed in every factional struggle, she should know some inside secrets that ordinary people don't. For example, Vought's hidden controller and Vought's trump card against Homelander. His theoretical position as honorary president was no less than Edgar's, yet to this day, he didn't even know how many people were on the board of directors or their identities. Aside from receiving some insignificant shares, he was merely a figurehead. This path was blocked. To find out Vought's trump card, I can try this path. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated." He didn't want to make a reckless move and capsize due to carelessness. He pressed his fingers on his phone a few times, sending a message. Soon, a figure opened the door and entered from outside. "It seems you still haven't learned to knock," Ron said, sitting back in his office chair with his fingers intertwined, scrutinizing him coldly. "I went back and asked the people in that prison," Homelander said, walking in with heavy steps, his cape swirling. He looked at his son, who was completely indifferent to him, his expression complex. "I know why you're like this with me now. Ron, you're blaming me, aren't you?" In the previous 3 days, he had confirmed Ron's relationship with him and tried to build a friendly father-son relationship with Ryan, not asking too many other questions. But Ron's attitude towards him last time made him recall that Becca's attitude when mentioning Ron seemed off. He went back and asked Becca, and even questioned the Vought personnel disguised as neighbors monitoring that damned cage, learning about Ron's experiences since childhood. Becca. Her brain couldn't comprehend our uniqueness and power, and she saw you as a freak, and perhaps some of it was my fault. Letting you grow up in an environment almost devoid of affection and care. Homelander looked at Ron sincerely, thinking Ron hated him because of his actions in childhood, which led to a lack of familial affection. Listening to his words, Ron's face gradually darkened. This damned guy was starting again. Seeing this, Homelander became even more certain that his son was suffering from childhood trauma due to his words, and this was the crux of the problem. "Listen, I can understand you, Ron." Taking a deep breath, Homelander said with an unprecedentedly repentant tone, "I grew up in a cold laboratory. All I had was a towel, and only it could make me feel warm. It was the only thing that belonged to me. No family, no care." He also had an extremely bad traumatic childhood, and wanted to use this to bridge the gap with Ron, and then explain that his absence all these years wasn't intentional, to resolve his son's hatred for him. You really haven't changed. You haven't learned to knock, and you haven't learned to shut your damned mouth. Sizzle. A low sound echoed in the room, and Ron's slightly angry eyes shot out laser beams. Homelander also fired rays to block them. The two rays collided, and he still wanted to continue persuading. Ron. But he stopped halfway, quickly realizing this time was different from last time. Last time, the rays were evenly matched, but this time it was a one-sided defeat. Ron's rays were nearly twice as powerful. The rays from his eyes were quickly overpowered and annihilated, coming right before his eyes. Homelander actually felt an unprecedented sense of danger from them and quickly widened his eyes. How could this be? Bang. The next second, rays carrying terrifying energy blasted Homelander's forehead, causing a burning pain. Under the huge impact, his body spun and flew backward, smashing through the table and TV and crashing into the wall. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the wall, and his entire body was almost embedded in it. Impossible, I'm injured. How could I be injured? Struggling free from the wall, Homelander touched his forehead, which was throbbing with a burning sensation, in disbelief. In the shattered mirror nearby, his injured appearance was reflected. Although it was only like skin being burned, the injury was not serious, but it shocked him immensely. This was something even a small-yield nuclear bomb couldn't do, and just a few days ago he was still evenly matched with Ron, and Ron's laser eyes didn't have this power. How did you do that? A few days ago, you weren't this powerful. He looked at Ron, panic filling his heart and mind, his voice trembling with incredulous surprise. Before, Ron was only on par with him, but now, Ron had the strength to defeat him. Even if his other abilities hadn't changed, Ron alone with this one was enough. That has nothing to do with you. You just need to remember one thing. Ron, who had sent Homelander flying without even moving from his chair, stared coldly at the disheveled Homelander, a ruthless aura of a superior emanating from him, warning sternly. This is the first time I've said it, and I hope it's the last. Don't ever try to act as a father in front of me again. Know your place, or I won't mind making Homelander disappear from this world. A terrifying killing intent enveloped Homelander. Such rebellious words made Homelander instinctively want to angrily emphasize his identity again. How could Ron say such things to him? But facing Ron's eyes, which seemed to contain not a trace of emotion, his body stiffened, and he somehow couldn't utter the rest of his words. Homelander had never thought before that he, the strongest superhero on the original Earth, would one day fall to such a state, injured and lectured by his own son, and even feeling fear towards his son. Very good. Now come here. I have something I need you to do. Seeing Homelander silently cower and submit, Ron tapped the table and commanded in a tone like he was addressing a subordinate. A file was pushed onto the table. What is this? Walking over with a grim expression, Homelander glanced at the file and asked, Obviously a woman. Ron leaned back. What do you think of her appearance? She's short, but her looks are all right, I guess, Homelander evaluated reluctantly, glancing at it twice more. From his tone, he wasn't very interested. What if I told you she's already 70 or 80 years old? Ron said. Aside from the photo, everything on the file was almost forged. From this, he could also see his true standing as an honorary president with a board of directors seat in Vought. But it didn't matter. If others didn't give it, he could take it himself, and everything would be his. Her? 70 or 80 years old? Indeed. Some superhumans were fortunate enough to gain the ability to live long lives, and Homelander was one of them. He could conservatively live for hundreds of years, so he didn't doubt it too much, and believed it. Hearing this and looking at the photo again, Homelander, for some reason, felt that Stormfront's photo suddenly seemed much more beautiful. There was a different, attractive charm about her, with one hand on her hip, an arrogant expression like a young, rebellious yet strict mother. She seems even more beautiful than Madeline. His throat subtly moved. Homelander said nothing more, but from his expression, Ron knew that Homelander, this incurable fetishist for mature women, was already tempted. You want me to kill her? Homelander looked at Ron, his gaze reluctantly moving away from the photo in the file. The file stated that this woman named Stormfront was very powerful, even surpassing May, and perhaps only he could easily kill her in Vought. He thought Ron wanted to use him like Black Noir, specifically for unsavory dirty work. No, I want you to approach her. Halfway through, Ron shook his head. No, that's not right either. You don't need to do anything. She will actively approach you and get involved with you. You need to extract some information I want to know from her. If it were someone else, and the person standing in front was a woman, this behavior could undoubtedly be called a honey trap. What? Did I hear that wrong? Homelander was stunned. His son was ordering his father to get involved with another woman, cuckolding his mother, all for intelligence. Let's welcome Stormfront to our team. We now have another beautiful woman among us. In the temple-like conference room, Homelander, with a radiant smile, delivered a speech, applauding to welcome Stormfront. The Seven has an unprecedented 3 female members now. I believe the outside world won't say our Vought the Seven is gender imbalanced this time. He chuckled, teasing about the previous suggestions from the public for the Seven to recruit more female heroes. In the conference room, Homelander, a master of acting, showed no abnormalities, as if he were meeting Stormfront for the first time. Ron sat to the side, also attending this meeting. Although he was already an honorary president and didn't need to be a superhero anymore, no one understood his intentions and dared not remove him from the Seven without authorization, so a seat was always reserved for him in the Seven. He came this time mainly for no other reason than to accompany Starlight. Recently, while deepening his relationship with Maeve, he hadn't forgotten Starlight, managing his time with both of them very well. However, not long ago, Starlight went to a religious gathering and invited him to come along, but he refused, which made her feel a bit neglected. Clap, clap. Welcome, Stormfront. Although it was said that everyone was welcoming her, only the innocent Starlight in the conference room smiled at Stormfront, clapping by herself in response. As she clapped, she realized she was the only one, felt a little awkward, and gradually stopped. Maeve stayed on the island to rest and didn't come at all. Black Noir's usual silence, like a stealthy presence, was normal. Ron's expression was cold, without any intention of clapping. As for A-Train, ability points, 42,000. Ron glanced at the panel. A-Train's leg bones were crushed by him, breaking both his legs. He miraculously survived being run over by subway, but his injuries were too severe. The doctor determined he would never be able to stand again for the rest of his life. The fastest man in the world would begin a new legend, perpetually holding the title of the fastest man in the world in a wheelchair. This time, he wouldn't have to worry about Impact competing with him. A useless person was not suitable to remain in the Seven. At his signal, the Human Resources Department kicked him out of the Seven. Thanks for the welcome. Stormfront, always fiery and unconventional in her demeanor, rolled her eyes, clapped perfunctorily, and spoke with a sarcastic tone. Not everyone is here today, so perhaps the welcome is a bit simple. But when the company holds a press conference for the media, you'll enjoy the cheers of the public and see how much they love the Seven. Homelander spread his arms, smiling brightly at Stormfront, smoothing things over and continuing to speak. Soon after, the meeting ended. The few people dispersed. Ron and Starlight left. After the meeting was declared over, by the floor-to-ceiling window, Homelander, draped in the stars and stripes, put his hands behind his back, coughed twice, frowned, and gazed seriously at the city outside, striking a majestic pose as if constantly guarding and worrying about the city's safety, waiting for Stormfront to approach him. His son had told him that Stormfront would approach him proactively, and he just needed to play along. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't feel anyone pat his shoulder, nor did he hear Stormfront's voice behind him striking up a conversation. He secretly glanced at his reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window, which seemed to show nothing. He turned his head, scanning the room. Where is she? The conference room was empty. Homelander was slightly dumbfounded. Stormfront had already left, and he had been holding his pose by himself for a long time. This isn't what was agreed upon. He had prepared himself to resist temptation and stick to his principles to complete what his son had told him. But where was the temptation? President Ron? Ron and Starlight had just left the conference room when a voice suddenly called out to them from behind. Stormfront walked up, arms crossed, stopping in front of them. She leaned against the nearby wall, like a seductive wildcat, expecting to be taught a lesson, her eyes provocative and alluring as she scanned Ron up and down, teasingly saying, "The world's first natural superhuman. I've heard of you for a long time. The power you displayed on that desolate island scared quite a few people." The first natural superhuman? Starlight beside him looked at Ron in confusion. What did that mean? Under Ron's influence, she still didn't know that all superhumans originated from Compound 5. However, she changed her tone, feigning confusion, and then continued meaningfully, "Why did you and Homelander fight? After all, your relationship—" She paused, leaving her sentence unfinished, and then let out another feigned sigh of emotion. "It's truly a bit puzzling." Stormfront thought that the information revealed in her 2 short sentences was extraordinary and would surely shock, intrigue, and confuse Ron, leaving a deep impression on him. "None of your business. Do your job." But to her surprise, Ron merely gave her a faint glance, like a leader reprimanding a subordinate who wasn't working well and was keen on gossip, then walked past her with Starlight and left. Arms crossed, leaning against the wall, Stormfront, who was confidently expecting Ron to send Starlight away and question her, and then gradually fall for her out of curiosity, saw her smile freeze. She stood rooted to the spot. Her meticulously planned steps had gone wrong at the very first one. This shouldn't be. Why? Watching Ron's indifferent back as he took Starlight and walked away, her eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend. Why was Ron so indifferent to the secrets she revealed that she possessed? This is completely different from the reaction I imagined 1,000 times. Not confusion, not deep thought, not being tempted, not a cold threat asking why she knew these things, or threatening her to reveal everything she knew. No interest was piqued, utterly indifferent. Where exactly did it go wrong? Stormfront, left behind, fell into doubt and confusion. Walking down the corridor with Starlight, Ron frowned slightly. Stormfront's actions still surprised him a little. This centenarian woman didn't go find Homelander, but instead came to provoke him. Could it be that she thought he and Homelander had the same taste? In the eyes of outsiders, Homelander and I are evenly matched in strength. But Homelander has extremely obvious and easily exploitable major psychological flaws. I haven't been around for long, and to outsiders, I'm mostly aloof, so no one should have figured out my personality. She actually chose the harder path, abandoning the simple for the difficult. Sensing a hint of abnormality, Ron's face showed contemplation. There must be some deeper reason for Stormfront's actions. In a brief moment, many possibilities flashed through his mind, and he locked onto one sentence. The world's first natural mutant. Ron narrowed his eyes. This was the first sentence Stormfront had said to him. Was this why Stormfront abandoned Homelander to find him? Following this line of reasoning, did Vought Corporation have something specifically designed to counter mutants created by Compound 5? But in the original plot, Stormfront didn't seem particularly keen on building a good relationship with Ryan. Because Ryan was still young? But it would only take a few years, and for a century-old faction that had been suppressed for decades, and for Stormfront, who was hundreds of years old, this time wasn't particularly long. Or perhaps this point, while important, isn't particularly crucial? Ron thought to himself, having deduced some key information in just a few seconds. Ron, what did that woman mean by the first supernatural human? Suddenly, Starlight looked up, frowned, and asked, "That woman?" She, who had just been the only one to applaud and welcome Stormfront, now referred to Stormfront as that woman. because she had just noticed that Stormfront seemed to be subtly seducing Ron, and in fact, the very open Stormfront hadn't intended to hide it at all. As a superhero, have you never wondered why there have never been evil mutants in the world? Ron glanced at her and asked, because God chose. Starlight was born into a religious family, and using the mainstream explanation she had heard in church, blinked and tried to answer. Have you forgotten Ezekiel, who your followers hailed as a superhero representative, hugging and kissing two men in that club? He raised an eyebrow, speechless. The Bible clearly states that homosexuality is a sin, a detestable and shameful act. Seeing Starlight fall silent, Ron revealed the truth. Actually, Vought Corporation is not a company that signs and operates superheroes, but a pharmaceutical company, with its main product being Compound Vi. Vought Corporation is a pharmaceutical company, but if Ron hadn't said it, Starlight would have started to doubt upon hearing this. But thinking that Ron wouldn't lie to her, she instead asked, "What is Compound 5? Looking deeply at Starlight, Ron said, "A miraculous invention that can transform infants into mutants." "And you?" After a while. "Wait a minute, Ron. Are you saying my abilities aren't natural? I became a mutant because my mother had Vought Corporation inject me with Compound 5 when I was little?" "Yes." Although a bit cruel, that was the truth. How could this be? How could she do this to me? Her face pale, Starlight took 2 steps back, unable to accept it. After hearing everything, the impact of this news on her was immense, and she immediately felt a deep sense of betrayal and anger. Her entire life had apparently been secretly controlled and decided by her mother, and she had been kept in the dark until now. If Ron hadn't told her, she might have been kept in the dark indefinitely. Upon learning the truth, Starlight went home and had a big fight with her mother, leaving home in a huff. Ron comforted her well for a few days in his apartment. A few days later, Stormfront, who had been severely frustrated and lost confidence after Ron's initial move and hadn't seen him for days, turned to Homelander. One had ulterior motives and pretended to be unintentional, while the other feigned ignorance and deliberately cooperated. As one of the organizers and participants of the first superhero party, Stormfront's openness goes without saying, and Homelander liked her type. The two quickly got together like dry wood and raging fire, passionately in love. Although Stormfront had her own agenda, always wanting to implement the Nazi ideology of Aryan Superman and cleansing the entire world, she didn't forget the goal of her faction. Homelander pretended to be immersed in her uniquely charming, tender embrace and was recruited along the way, easily extracting information from her. This day inside Vought Corporation. "President Ron, I might have found a superhero suitable to join the Seven and fill A-Train's vacant spot," Ashley said cautiously and flatteringly, leading the way and bringing Ron to a spacious training room. A short man, agile as a monkey, wielded a long staff with powerful swings, then suddenly threw the staff, easily piercing through a rubber dummy, displaying extraordinary strength. "President, please allow me to introduce you to the superhero Blind Spot. If he can join the Seven, it will certainly demonstrate Vought Corporation's inclusivity and diversity," she emphasized, looking at the superhero she had chosen. Blind Spot heard their voices and ran over. He wore a gray blindfold over his eyes and, using his powerful hearing to pinpoint sounds, excitedly approached them. "Dark Star, one of the strongest superheroes on Earth. It's an honor to meet you, sir." "You can find me without using your eyes?" "Yes, I can hear the rustling of wind and grass hundreds of meters away, and easily distinguish other people's voices and heartbeats." Looking at the Japanese-American hero Blind Spot, Ron raised an eyebrow, then turned to Ashley, repeating a phrase with a pointed meaning. "Inclusivity and diversity." "Yes." Ashley looked uneasy, asking nervously, Is there anything wrong, President?" "No, you did very well. This is indeed very important for Vought Corporation. It's just not inclusive enough, not diverse enough." Shaking his head, Ron looked at Blind Spot. "You can hear the wind, hear the rustling of grass?" "That's right, sir." Blind Spot puffed out his chest, somewhat proud, Although blind, his other auditory senses were extremely powerful. Then what if I do this? Ron's gaze was playful, like looking at a ridiculous monkey. The next second, heat vision shot out instantly. Blind Spot didn't react at all, and a brand new Deep Hash 2 was created. Ah! A piercing scream echoed in the room. Blind Spot writhed on the ground, clutching his groin in pain, blood flowing everywhere. You can hear the wind, but can you hear the light? Turning and slowly walking away, a disdainful voice left 2 commands. Take him for a sex change operation. When he comes back, arrange a black boyfriend for him, have him claim he was bullied in school as a child, that he's a vegetarian, supports women's rights, animal protection, and environmental protection, and then have him join the 7. As for better demonstrating Vought Corporation's inclusivity and diversity, don't let him stay at headquarters. Arrange for him to give speeches everywhere. Yes, sir. Ashley, who had been stunned by the string of words, looked at Blind Spot, who was almost unconscious from pain, and cold sweat ran down her forehead. She quickly came to her senses and responded. Back in his office, Ron sat down and called Homelander, preparing to ask about his gains. Homelander pushed the door open, but meeting his cold gaze, he instinctively stepped back and knocked on the door. His actions were faster than his thoughts. When he reacted, he felt a little sad in his heart. This retreat was just a small step in reality, but it represented a big step in the decline of patriarchy. After letting Homelander in, Ron stared and asked, "Did you get the information I asked for?" This is the first time I've learned that Vought Corporation has so many things I didn't know about. Recalling what he had learned from Stormfront, Homelander's expression became unusually grim and serious. To recruit someone to one's own side, one cannot possibly not reveal who the enemy is and how powerful the enemy is. He pretended to be infatuated with Stormfront, which made Stormfront lower her guard and tell him some of Vought Corporation's deepest secrets. Such as? Vought Corporation has an antidote called Anti-Compound V, which can suppress the mutated genes caused by Compound V and temporarily eliminate a person's superpowers. It can be poisoned, it can be sprayed. At this point, Homelander looked at Ron. She said that because of this, Vought Corporation is never afraid of creating powerful mutants they cannot deal with. Including me. He clenched his fists, his voice difficult and tinged with anger. Had he always been seen as a self-important joker in the eyes of the true Vought Corporation executives? Although Homelander had super speed, given his usual arrogant and careless personality, it was not impossible for him to be ambushed if he was momentarily unaware. Oh? Ron looked thoughtful. It was pretty close to what he had guessed. Even people outside Vought Corporation had things to counter mutants, so it was impossible for Vought Corporation itself, which developed Compound 5, not to have research in this area. She also said that if anyone isn't afraid of Anti-Compound V, it might only be you. Homelander added. Anti-Compound V was like many things in other universes that specifically countered mutants, but couldn't counter other superpowered individuals. Might? He caught that word and asked. There have never been natural mutants before. You and Ryan are the only 2. Ryan completely inherited my abilities. Perhaps his mutated genes inherited from me and are also affected by Anti-Compound V. And you are like a second mutation, perhaps. Ron understood and waved his hand, signaling him not to say more. Let's talk about the true controllers of Vought Corporation now. Although Vought turned from the Nazi side to America last century, creating superheroes for this country to send to the battlefield and help win the war, once the war ended, the government ultimately did not like Vought, which had served the Nazis. Homelander revealed the secret internal power change of Vought that he learned from Stormfront. At the same time, the country coveted the existence of Compound V. With the government's tacit approval, they helped shift Vaught's power to Dr. Reed, who had higher prestige within the company and had single-handedly created Compound V. America thought Reed was just a scientist who only knew how to stay in the lab and was easier to control than Vought. Burning the bridges after crossing them. There was no surprise in Ron's eyes. For those in power, if someone was an eyesore, and with something as powerful as Compound 5, how could America not be interested? The true controller of Vought is indeed related to Reed. Reed, who created Compound 5, had died long ago, but Ron reviewed Vought's early personnel changes and found that scientists and high-level executives who had good relationships with Reed were all given important positions, allowing him to infer this point. Later, Homelander continued his narration. Although Dr. Reed was intelligent, he was not good at scheming and had no interest in money or business. However, in his early years, he wanted to challenge himself and meticulously created a test tube baby using his own genes combined with Compound 5, attempting to create the most powerful superhuman. After succeeding, he regarded that baby as his greatest work, named him Arthur, and carefully raised him. Arthur was different from Dr. Reed. He took over power from Reed, cut off the country's attempts to reach into Vought, and firmly controlled Vought International. Stormfront said that Adam possesses psychic abilities, capable of freely entering others' brains, with powers like mind reading and more. He is the most powerful psychic superhuman in the world. Moreover, he also possesses a powerful physique unmatched by other superhumans, perhaps not weaker than me, or even stronger. As he narrated this, Homelander's expression was extremely complex, filled with anger, resentment, and other emotions. The most powerful psychic superhuman, and a powerful physique not weaker than Homelander's. Ron's expression was slightly odd after hearing this. If Homelander corresponds to Superman, then this ability seems to correspond to another founding giant of the Justice League. I wonder if he is afraid of fire. Upon learning that the power behind Vought was a superhuman stronger than Homelander, Ron felt no worry or fear. Instead, he felt more relaxed. The unknown is the most terrifying, and now he no longer needed to overthink. And if it were other abilities, fine, but psychic abilities. I took Black King's helmet as a trophy because I wanted to guard against Charles. But now, it can be put to use again in this world. That helmet can block all psychic abilities. Although nothing is absolute, at least even the elderly professor, who amplified his abilities with a cerebro-wave enhancer, couldn't break through it. With a formidable body not weaker than Homelander, or even stronger, and having Homelander's physique plus Black King's abilities, he was confident he could easily defeat Homelander. Moreover, he still had other abilities. Next, I should figure out how to deal with this Arthur. Only by dealing with Arthur could he control Vought. After a moment of thought, a plan quickly formed in Ron's mind. He looked up at Homelander, ready to give instructions. But he saw Homelander sunken into a resentful recollection of his tragic childhood. Compared to Adam, John's original experience was very similar. One was created by Reed, who created Compound 5, and the other was created by Vought's chief scientist after Reed, Vogelbaum. Both were regarded by their creators as their greatest works. However, one grew up under Reed's careful care, while the other was imprisoned in a cold laboratory from a young age. One took over Vought when he grew up, while the other became a superhero controlled by Vought. In terms of ability, Arthur was more powerful and perfect than Homelander. Why? Why can he have a family? He muttered resentfully. However, what Homelander resented most was that Arthur, who was so similar to him, could be raised like a biological son by his creator, while he had no family, no love, and was treated as an experiment and Vought's property from a young age. Enough. Stop your useless resentment. Ron, without a hint of sympathy, spoke slowly. Complaining was useless. No matter what, it couldn't change past facts. Do something as I tell you. His eyes were deep. He tapped the table and commanded coldly, a chilling aura emanating from him, like a ruthless chess player preparing to end the game before him. After tomorrow, I want this Arthur to become history, and for Vought to fall under my control. You want to control Vought? Although Homelander had somewhat guessed it before, hearing Ron say it explicitly still startled him. What's wrong with that? But Homelander was a little worried. Did Ron not hear what was just said? Ron might not be immune to anti-Compound V, And there was also Arthur, who possessed powerful psychic abilities. Then you don't need to worry about it. Knowing what he was worried about, he waved his hand and sneered. Haven't you always disliked Edgar? You have godlike power, yet he manipulates you like a puppet. I'll give you a chance. Go kill him tonight. He wanted to use Edgar's death to lure out that Arthur. Kill Edgar? Don't you want to control Vought? Homelander hesitated even more. Although he had always resented being controlled by Edgar despite his power, he also knew Edgar's capabilities. Vought was managed meticulously, and it couldn't be done without Edgar. This world keeps turning no matter who leaves. A president of a country can be replaced at will, let alone an Edgar. Ron scoffed, stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down. Edgar thought too highly of himself. In his eyes, Homelander was merely company property. But in Ron's view, Homelander was more valuable than Edgar. There were at least 800, if not 1,000 managers in the world capable of running a business empire, but there weren't that many Homelander-level individuals. The next day, Vought suddenly discovered that President Edgar, who usually handled company matters at the headquarters, had not appeared. With no one to consult or approve major decisions, the company immediately ran into some problems. After searching everywhere for President Edgar and failing to find him, company personnel went to President Edgar's residence and found him murdered inside his home. This major incident was immediately reported to the board of directors, and someone on the board promptly informed Arthur, Vaught's true controller. Mr. Arthur, Edgar is dead. In a luxurious hotel, Arthur moved a beautiful model's leg off him, got out of bed, looked at the sea view outside, and had a couple of sips of wine, only to receive bad news. Dead? How did he die? His expression froze for a moment, then returned to calm as he looked at the tidal waves outside, asking with an unruffled voice. Edgar had always controlled Vought for him, allowing him to avoid being bothered by mundane financial matters, but he was not irreplaceable. Killed by a laser eye, his head was cut off and placed on a scenic postcard. The wound looks like a laser eye. I don't know if it's Homelander or Ron, but Ron is still at the company. Homelander is gone, uncharacteristically abandoning his company locator, and his whereabouts are unknown. Homelander, what are you trying to do? Arthur's lips curved into an amused, cold smile. Although life has been pleasant and peaceful for a long time, an occasional small surprise is interesting. However, anyone who dares to disturb my life must pay the price for it. He asked indifferently. Where is the postcard located? Upon hearing scenic postcard, he knew it was a declaration of war specifying the location. Antarctica. Deep in Antarctica, a place where humans have never set foot. A vast expanse of white with ancient glaciers everywhere. The howling cold wind, the harsh weather, and the low temperature of -80 or 90 degrees below zero made it impossible for any living creature to survive here. Bang! Amidst the snow, Homelander, draped in the stars and stripes, stood expressionless with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. A figure in a pristine white suit slowly floated down from the sky, a slight smile on his lips, his demeanor casual yet arrogant, like a god looking down on mortals. Homelander, I always thought you were a smart man. You would actually be swayed by storm and listen to them to deal with me. No, you are wrong. Homelander turned around, his expression cold. I am not working for Storm. Both of them possessed incredibly powerful bodies. The cold wind that could freeze a person to death felt like a gentle breeze to them. Oh, then who is it? Arthur asked as if genuinely interested. Unlike Homelander's obvious arrogance, he didn't appear cold, but rather like a god playing in the human world, with arrogance deeply ingrained in his bones, not putting anything in his eyes. It's... Homelander opened his mouth, wanting to say it was Ron, but the Arthur in front of him knew about his relationship with Ron's father. He was a bit uncomfortable letting outsiders know the position of Earth's strongest superhero in front of his own son. It's me. A magnetic male voice pierced through the cold wind, and Ron slowly flew over, wearing a black and silver-gray interwoven battlesuit and a majestic silver-gray helmet on his head. Ron? Arthur recognized Ron at a glance, his eyes narrowing slightly, and he sneered coldly. Interesting. Among you two, the sun is actually in the dominant position. In this cold world, Homelander's face flushed with anger, wanting to explain and save some face. You seem very confident. But as soon as Ron spoke, Homelander, who had just opened his mouth, dared not interrupt and could only close it. You and Homelander are the strongest superheroes in the eyes of the people on this planet, but to me, you are nothing more than two freaks. Arthur's eyes held a hint of disdain, and he spread his arms with strong confidence as if stating a fact. Freaks? Then come and try. The angry and humiliated Homelander stomped, cracking the icy ground with a bang, creating a deep pit, and swung his fist at Arthur. The fierce punch tore through the cold wind. But halfway through, Homelander's head suddenly buzzed and he felt dizzy, as if his brain had been struck by a sledgehammer, and his movements became distorted. Arthur, who easily took his punch and launched a mental impact, sneered. I said, he wanted to further explain what he had just said. But the next moment, he was kicked in the chest by a lightning-fast figure and sent flying. Bang! The air exploded, and a strong wind swept through, turning the surroundings into a vacuum, instantly clearing away the scattered snowflakes. You seem to have been too comfortable for too long. You've lost all vigilance. Ron's leg landed, crushing the ancient frozen permafrost, and his body shot out like a cannonball, breaking the sound barrier to catch up with the flying Arthur, contemptuously pressing his head down hard onto the ground. Facing two people, he relaxed his guard after taking one person's attack. Thud. As if a 10,000-ton meteor had fallen, a deep pit was created, and the permafrost, frozen harder than steel within several miles, trembled. His head felt as if it was being held by the arm of a giant, heavy as a 10,000-meter mountain. How dare you? In the deep pit, Arthur, whose head was pressed down and unable to be lifted, roared in shock and anger at being treated so humiliatingly. I'm going to smash your head. He tried to launch a mental impact, fiercely blasting into Ron's head. But a seemingly unbreakable barrier blocked everything. His vast ocean-like mental power could not break through. What kind of helmet is this? Arthur's face changed dramatically in surprise. Things had gone far beyond his control. Having never encountered such a situation, he reacted quickly, swinging his fist heavily at Ron's head, his face fierce, wanting to smash the helmet. Break for me. Bang! Snow swirled, but the helmet was perfectly intact, Arthur's power like a mud ox entering the sea. The kinetic energy comparable to 1,000 tons of TNT explosion was absorbed. Ron's body was like an unshakable, towering mountain range, and his head didn't even move. You try my mental impact too. His muscles, like vibranium twisted together, tensed, and a mountain-toppling power condensed. He sneered and swung his fist down hard, a terrifying impact instantly spreading, lifting the shattered permafrost, shooting out like bullets. Thud! Like an aircraft carrier smashing into his face, Arthur's head buzzed with dizziness, almost making him faint, blood flowing from his nose, looking exactly like Homelander, who had just suffered a mental impact. Bang, bang, bang! At extreme speed, several more punches landed, and suddenly Arthur raised his palm, struggling to hold up the incredibly heavy fist. The wounds on his bruised and swollen face rapidly healed, revealing a cold smile. Although I don't know where you got such a helmet, but you can resist my ability, Homelander cannot. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the sound barrier came. Homelander's eyes were empty and lifeless, flying from 1,000 meters away at an astonishing speed, and he was about to punch Ron. Is that so? Ron was expressionless and punched back. With a bang, the air exploded, and a blue figure was sent flying, carving a deep ditch nearly 100 meters long on the hard permafrost and lying in the ditch. I know, but I don't care. As if swatting a fly, Ron turned back, his eyes cold, contemptuously clutching his neck, and another punch landed. Tell me, will his memories remain when he is controlled by you? Last time inside Vought, it wasn't suitable to make a move. He had long wanted to find an opportunity to teach Homelander a deep lesson, to instill fear of himself deep into his bones, to prevent him from causing trouble when he goes to other universes in the future. Homelander's physique combined with his original abilities, Ron's strength had long surpassed Homelander's. Sometimes 1 + 1 is greater than 2. How can you be so strong? Did you and Homelander decide today's events when you were on that deserted island to lull my vigilance? Feeling something was wrong, Arthur, who had finally broken free from Ron's suppression, flew a distance, roaring in shock and anger. You're overthinking it. I've simply doubled my strength during this period. Ron sneered, swinging his fist to kill. This Arthur's physical strength was not inferior to Homelander's, and he also had rapid regeneration ability. Even without mental abilities, Homelander was no match for him, but for him it was still not enough. What are you talking about? Breaking the sound barrier and tearing through the sky, Arthur furiously swung his fist to attack. He believed Ron was toying with him. How could anyone's ability double in such a short time? With a swollen face, the controlled Homelander also flew over. Ron was completely fearless, easily suppressing both of them in a 2-on-1 fight, steadily gaining the upper hand like an unbeatable god. 3 powerful superhumans engaged in a shocking battle in the snow-shrouded Antarctic. The permafrost cracked and the glaciers trembled. Arthur had rapid regeneration ability, but Homelander was quickly beaten black and blue, and his consciousness also began to resist, forcing Arthur to disperse more mental suppression. Suddenly, 2 thick Cyclops rays blasted Arthur in the chest. He was struck to the ground, creating a deep pit, and a sharp pain shot through his chest, making him groan. Under the terrifying high temperature, the ancient permafrost quickly began to melt, becoming a muddy mess. Arthur's chest was scorched, and a bleeding hole was melted through it. You have regeneration, but no Cyclops. Continuously outputting Cyclops, Ron sneered. During the battle, he discovered a flaw in Arthur's abilities. He had no ranged attack methods. I don't, but he does. Under the suppression of the powerful ray's impact, Arthur raised his hands to block, roaring in anger, as Homelander launched a Cyclops attack at Ron. That's just perfect then. Whoosh. The tall iceberg piercing the sky was swept by a thick heat ray, its sharp peak shaved off, crashing down with a rumble. Arthur awkwardly dodged Ron's attacks. Ron was also being attacked by Homelander, but even his battle suit couldn't be broken, and the attacks only served to replenish his energy. Damn it, even this is useless against him. It's like he's absorbing it all to hit me. After fighting for a while longer, Arthur, whose body had been repeatedly damaged by the plasma Cyclops, saw Ron standing in the void, completely unaffected by Homelander's Cyclops, and his face turned ugly as he realized this. His command for Homelander to attack Ron seemed to have actually replenished Ron's energy. Although he possessed the ability to recover quickly, he couldn't recover infinitely after all. Bang! After a few moments of struggle, Arthur's eyes firmed and his body suddenly transformed into a streak of light, biting his lip as he swiftly attempted to flee. This was not a minor accident that merely pulled him out of his leisurely life, but a massive terror that could engulf him. Ron's formidable strength made him see no hope of victory. Stop him for me. He issued a command to the controlled Homelander to stop Ron and buy him time to escape. You're telling a slow sloth to intercept me? With a sneer, Ron's body glowed with a deep red energy, instantly blocking Arthur's path, exuding a powerful pressure, like a hunter indifferently watching his injured prey attempting to escape. You really have an imagination. Homelander, who flew in a half-beat late, was glanced at by him and blasted away by a Cyclops impact. By the way, in my eyes, you're just another lame turtle. Ron, I know you have some connection with that female hero named Starlight, and also your mother and younger brother. Cornered Arthur, his clothes tattered and covered in mud, threw a punch at him, threatening him fiercely. "Let me go. I have the ability of immortality. You can't kill me, otherwise you'll have to learn how to take care of a vegetable for the rest of your life." "You're using them to threaten me?" Easily catching his fist, Ron gripped his hand like an iron clamp, then punched him in the face, a wave of air exploding outwards, and his cold words came through. "Guess why I chose the South Pole as your burial ground?" Bang, another punch. Arthur, who possessed a physique no less than Homelander's, appeared weak and pathetic, unable to escape his grip as he was repeatedly struck on the head by iron fists carrying terrifying power, blood splattering. Under the continuous heavy blows, he vaguely glimpsed the realm of death beckoning to him. Because it's covered in snow and ice all year round, a vast expanse of white, and satellites can't even see it if a big battle happens? No, mainly because it's far enough. After prolonged regeneration and battle, Ron clearly felt Arthur's strength had significantly weakened. He easily grabbed him by the neck and pulled him close, his expression playful. "Tell me, where did I hide them? If you can tell me, I'll let you go." Even Professor X needed to concentrate his energy with a cerebro to scan the entire Earth and find mutants. Across half the Earth, he didn't believe Arthur's psychic range was so vast that he could find a few ordinary people. North Pole. This was a fatal question. Arthur, his neck tightly squeezed, rapidly spun his brain. Having lost a few teeth from the beating, he struggled to utter 2 words mixed with blood. "It's the North Pole." The North Pole is the farthest place from the South Pole on Earth. This was the safest distance, and in a life-or-death situation, he could only take a gamble. Wrong answer. Confirming that the person in front of him had no capital to threaten him, Ron looked down contemptuously at the terrified man, as if pronouncing his death, gripping his head tightly with strong force, and hot rays shot from his eyes. "I didn't hide them at all." "You?" Arthur, who was both startled and enraged at being tricked, found his entire vision consumed by a blinding crimson light the next second. "Ah, ah, ah!" Painful screams echoed across the North Pole. Scorching rays pierced his eyes, shot into his head, and evaporated his brain matter. Arthur's mouth opened wide, light shining through, his thoughts ceased, and his hands fell limply, forced to stop all futile struggles. Immortal regeneration? While continuously pouring energy to destroy his regenerating brain, Ron thought disdainfully, "It's over." Although he had long possessed the ability of immortal regeneration, he had never let down his guard. Because this kind of immortal regeneration had flaws. Once the head was destroyed, unless the enemy had no more fighting ability, or was foolish enough not to seize the opportunity, one could only wait to be slaughtered and given true death. Phew. After an unknown amount of time, Homelander, his face bruised and swollen, groggily opened his eyes and regained consciousness. He saw a terrifying head, its eyes black holes and its mouth wide open in a twisted expression of pain, with residual hot light in its eye sockets like 2 points of ghostly fire hovering in midair, looking at him. What is that? The terrifying sight, so close, startled him greatly, almost causing him to turn and flee in terror. "You're awake." A cold voice drifted leisurely in the chilly wind. "He's dead? You killed him?" In the snow, Homelander's heart pounded as he looked up, only to see that the bloody, terrifying dead head was not floating in midair, but being held. It was being held casually by Ron. Although the corpse's face was distorted in pain, he recognized it as Arthur's head. "Do you still retain your memories from when you were controlled?" I was controlled." Recalling the scene of being coldly beaten by Ron in his memory, Homelander, his lips aching and bruised, a flicker of fear in his eyes, swallowed and quickly explained. That cold, ruthless gaze was truly frightening. How did it feel like Ron didn't care at all if his attacks would kill him? "Good that you remember." Nodding in satisfaction, Ron turned and flew away. After getting up, Homelander glanced at the headless corpse in the distance, lying on the ground, covered by snow, and remembering how he was almost scared to death, he followed along and cautiously asked, You killed him, that's fine, but why did you cut off his head? Are you going to take it back as a trophy? Isn't that a bit too perverted? Sometimes dead men are more useful than living ones. Ron replied meaningfully without looking back. Vought International underwent massive changes. After President Edgar's death, Vice President Madeline was promoted to president, and all high-level executives who were formerly close to Edgar were fired. No one knew what happened, but the entire company experienced a chain reaction and considerable upheaval, making everyone tremble with fear. The changes in the high-level board of directors were even greater, but this was beyond the knowledge of ordinary employees. Those directors, big and small, were all extremely afraid of Arthur, who possessed godlike abilities. When Arthur's hollow-eyed head was placed before them, everything became much easier to discuss. Vought quickly fell under Ron's control. Unlike Arthur, who approached things with a playful attitude, not brainwashing everyone, and always keeping the Vought family around to amuse himself, Ron was different. Ron, whose vision was not limited to this world, had no interest in playing games with them. Those who needed to be cleared from the board of directors were cleared, and those who needed to be eradicated were eradicated. He alone was enough for the board of directors. In the future, he would only need to consult with himself about anything. Including Stormfront under Ron's strong command, Homelander had no choice but to kill Stormfront as well. Her mind was unstable, and her Nazi racist ideology had become demonic. Keeping her would only cause trouble sooner or later. That night, the bright ethereal moonlight shone through the balcony's French windows. Covered by a thin blanket, the tall, handsome Ron lay on the bed, holding the sleeping Starlight and Maeve, his gaze deep as he looked at the moon outside. After he explained his background to the two women, his childhood, imprisoned from a young age, extremely tragic and devoid of love, made the two women's maternal instincts overflow. Although his physical age made them feel strange for a while, making them sometimes feel like they were committing a crime, they eventually got used to it and accepted it. Ron showed no signs of being a child in any aspect. However, in his narration, the recent changes at Vought were due to his unavoidable alliance with Homelander to deal with the people behind Vought who conducted experiments on infants all over the world. In Vought's board of directors, he and Homelander were now both directors. He tried his best to prevent Homelander from acting recklessly and harming the public. There still needs to be a villain. Otherwise, wouldn't I become the villain secretly controlling everything at Vought? He murmured softly. Moreover, without that enormous threat to the world, that extremely dangerous feeling of needing to huddle together for survival, the two women probably wouldn't be so harmonious. The best way to shift internal contradictions is to establish an external enemy. Thank you, Homelander. Under the same bright moon. Homelander, still bruised and swollen from his injuries, stood on the extended eaves of a building. His expression was sorrowful as he stared at the moon in the sky. During this time, he discovered Maeve and Ron's relationship. Maeve and he had previously pretended to be lovers for Vought's publicity in front of the public. She was a woman he had never obtained. And Ron. Homelander felt that he had been cuckolded, and by his own son at that. Ron even wanted him to do the dirty work while playing the role of a villain to take the blame for him in the future. He also recalled Stormfront, whom he had been sternly ordered by Ron to kill. This world is full of oppression against me. I've had enough of being persecuted by my own son because of my fatherly status. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Under the moonlight, Homelander's body seemed to tremble with rage and continued for quite a while, finally stopping with an exasperated low growl. I'm Homelander, damn it. I can do whatever I want, and no one can control me. Under the moonlight, sparkling dots fell, whether they were tears of grievance or something else. The next day, Homelander, under Ron's command, obediently went to clear out the supervillains he had previously arranged and retrieved all the compound feed that had leaked out. Some time passed again. Inside Vought's top-floor office, Ron withdrew his gaze from the overlooking cityscape and focused on the panel. Ability points, 104,000. He recalled Madeline's report. Homelander, fearing that Ron would have an even worse impression of him as a father, killed Butcher to cover up what he had done to Becca back then. Huey and the other two members of the main protagonist group, whom Butcher had later recruited, were also there, and were killed by Homelander incidentally. This indirectly increased his ability points. Worlds searched. Black Robe Universe, X-Men Universe, Marvel Universe. A new universe, the Marvel Universe, was searched a few days ago. Everything is now stable and on track. I don't know how long it will take to research Compound 5 for adult use, so I can temporarily leave and go to the new universe. Strong anticipation appeared in Ron's eyes. Unlike the Black Robe Universe, the power ceiling of the Marvel Universe is much higher, and the story's setting is not limited to just one Earth. The background is the vast starry sea and the entire universe. Ancient One, who has lived for thousands of years and mastered all the secrets of magic. Odin, the king of Asgard in Norse mythology, who left his mark on Earth. Even the Celestials, who can create stars and galaxies at will. Dormammu, who controls the dark dimension, the 5 great godlike beings of the universe, and the living tribunal, who is even above them. There are also other powerful beings who have not yet appeared. The number of powerful beings in the Marvel Universe is as numerous as grains of sand. Even with his current strength, he wouldn't dare say he could rampage unchecked in the universe. However, the more powerful beings, the better. The more there are, the more powerful abilities I can obtain. Everything will become my nourishment. Spend 3,000 ability points to cross into the Marvel Universe? Yes, no. 3,000 ability points? It seems a bit much, but considering that even the powerful beings in the Marvel Universe cannot travel through universes, it's understandable to other worlds. Yes. Marvel Universe 2011, late night outside New York. Stark, who had endured the ordeal in the Afghanistan cave and created the miniature arc reactor, defeated Obadiah with his nascent Mark III, publicly acknowledging his Iron Man identity to the world and media, causing a stir. The term superhero began to enter the public consciousness. Hulk Banner was currently evading military pursuit, trying his best to get rid of the green monster within him. He worked odd jobs in South America while studying meditation and searching for a solution. The Battle of New York, the fall of Sokovia, and the snap that affected the entire universe all had yet to happen. The Marvel Universe welcomed a powerful and unfamiliar visitor from another universe. In the dark and quiet outskirts, a convoy, happily returning fully loaded, stretched along the long road. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the road. What is it? The leading vehicle couldn't swerve in time and directly crashed into it. Bang! The figure was not thrown back. Like hitting a 1,000-ton iron pillar, the car was abruptly stopped and smoke rose from under the hood. F*DK, what was that? Under the dazzling headlights, a handsome man in a suit wearing a dignified silver-gray helmet turned around. He showed no reaction to being hit by a car. Only, something like this happened as soon as I arrived. Does this universe not welcome me? He raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. The convoy suddenly stopped, as if an accident had occurred, making everyone tense. Click, click. The sound of gunbolts being pulled back echoed from inside each vehicle. What's going on? Inside a stretched bulletproof vehicle in the center of the convoy, a strong middle-aged man in a suit with a beard, his expression frivolous and somewhat wild, laughed. A police patrol stopping cars at 3:30 a.m.? So dedicated? He scanned the inside of the car, playing with his words. The drivers arranged for tonight haven't been drinking, right? Everyone in the car, with their tough faces, fierce looks like hardened criminals, holding submachine guns and grenades tucked into their waists, exchanged glances, unsure how to answer their boss. Boss, we hit someone. A subordinate from outside the car reported. Oh? That sound just now, and no scream. Did we hit a mute person? He stroked his chin. Or were they knocked out cold? No, the person is fine. It's like seeing a ghost. That person stood still and wasn't knocked down by the car. They didn't even sway. The subordinate looked strangely at the front of the convoy. What was he wearing? Hearing that the person wasn't knocked down by the car, the middle-aged man's face stiffened. His voice became much more nervous. The brand scar on the back of his neck throbbed faintly, and he involuntarily touched it, quickly asking, "Was he all in black, wearing a leopard head?" "No, it's not," the subordinate replied. "It's nothing. Tell him to get lost." Hearing that it wasn't the person who had caused him pain and humiliation in his memory, Ulysses Klau's expression relaxed. He scoffed indifferently, waved his hand, and gave the order. As a well-known underground arms dealer worldwide, he was bold and crazy. During Avengers: Age of Ultron, when the robot Ultron, leading Quicksilver and Wanda, three obviously extraordinary individuals, came knocking, he didn't show any fear and adamantly stuck to his vibranium price. "Well, my heart isn't good, and my private doctor advises me to drink more black tea, which is good for heart health." "Another all-nighter. It's past 3. Time to go back and drink tea." "Yes, master." The man was about to turn around and tell the person in front to throw the man in front of the car aside. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded from the side of the car. "Being too short-tempered is also bad for the heart." "Who?" Klaw sharply turned his head to look. The handsome young man with black hair and black eyes took off his helmet, smoothed his hair, and said with a calm expression, "Didn't your private doctor tell you that?" He sat inside the car, his posture full of ease, looking at the night outside as if he were in his own car and he was the master of this convoy. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Klaw's pupils constricted in surprise, and he was so startled he almost jumped, his body leaning to one side, pressing against the car door. He was well-traveled and knowledgeable, aware that this world was not as simple as people thought. For example, who knew that a seemingly insignificant poor indigenous country in Africa actually possessed various advanced technologies decades ahead of Earth? But the way this person suddenly appeared in the car was truly beyond his comprehension and understanding. "Don't move." The bizarre and frightening scene before them caused all the subordinates sitting on both sides inside the car to instinctively raise their firearms in unison, their dark muzzles pointed at Ron, shouting loudly, "Could there really be ghosts in the world? Is it still too late for me to go to church and confess now?" Klaw, who had killed countless people and had an unknown amount of blood on his hands, stretched his lips, his gaze serious, and forced a casual joke. "The guns in your subordinates' hands seem to have restored some of your confidence." Ignoring the submachine guns that turn a person into a sieve, Ron didn't even turn his head, still looking at the quiet night outside and saying, "As an arms dealer, if I don't believe in guns, do I believe that Jesus' cross can protect me?" With so many guns pointed at him, Ron remained unfazed. Klaw vaguely felt something was amiss. He reached out as if to rummage for something and chuckled. "By the way, you're really not a ghost, right? You know, the kind of ghost that bullets can't hit and can reach into other people's bodies and pull out their hearts. You watch too many movies. I don't have such magical abilities." He turned his head and replied with a calm voice. Klaw was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Ron glanced around, and as his gaze swept, a red laser cut through everything destructively, instantly slicing open flesh and bone. Screech! In an instant, every person in the car who had been holding a gun and pointing it at him had their heads separated from their bodies, falling and rolling on the ground, blood splattering dozens of centimeters high. Inside the stretched luxury car, it suddenly turned into a bloody hell. What was that?" Klaw, splattered with half his body in blood, couldn't help but be terrified. He tried to open the door to escape, but he couldn't open it no matter what. The car door seemed to be broken somehow. Before becoming an arms dealer, as a mercenary, he had crawled and rolled on battlefields, and being accompanied by death and blood was normal. But the scene before him was too terrifying. A dozen ruthless, fully armed Southeast Asian mercenaries, who were fine a second ago, were all dead the next second. This was far more frightening than a ghost that could pull out hearts. "You're a robot." Lasers shooting from his eyes made people think of robots. "I told you, you watch too many movies. My body is just made of ordinary flesh and blood." Ron had not a single drop of blood on him, and his eyes became indifferent. Under his gaze, Claw felt immense pressure and found it hard to breathe. What do you want to do? My subordinate accidentally hit you. I can compensate you. The damn car door wouldn't open no matter what, and the surroundings were eerily and frighteningly quiet. Swallowing, Claude dared not retort, his smile stiff as he pleaded for mercy. How about $1 million? Vibranium dealer, Ulysses Clow. Ignoring his words, Ron coldly uttered his nickname. He dealt in vibranium, which even in the underground world, few people knew about. Vibranium? You want my vibranium? Upon mentioning vibranium, Claw's face changed. He touched the brand mark on the back of his neck. Although a little scared, he still gritted his teeth and said nervously, If it's vibranium, then you'll have to pay me. Not to mention that every gram of vibranium cost $10,000, and a baby's fist-sized piece was several $1,000,000. Every gram of that precious vibranium was exchanged for pain and humiliation that he would never forget in his life. Thief. Glancing at the brand mark on Claw's neck, which was Wakandan indigenous script meaning thief, a highly insulting term, Ron said, Do you want revenge? Revenge? Do you know how this scar came to be? The person in front of him seemed to know a lot of things. Claw's expression was solemn, and he secretly worried as he glanced outside the car. Where had all his damn subordinates gone? Go find someone for me and I will let you have your wish fulfilled. Who? No rush. I need to understand the current situation first before I say anything. Ron smiled. Ulysses Clowe had not yet been turned into a one-armed man by Ultron, and the Black Panther plot had not yet happened, but other things needed to be thoroughly understood before he could make plans based on them. Go wake up your subordinates and start the car to leave here. Wake up? Claw was still confused when the scene shifted, and he suddenly found himself outside the car, with a neat row of unconscious subordinates on the ground. When? How did you do that? Ron naturally wouldn't answer his exclamation. He picked a clean car and slowly got in, looking at the night outside and waiting for the driver to start the car. All right, it doesn't matter. At least I know no one came to save me. He shrugged, but his heart was not as relaxed as his facade suggested. Fear surged in his eyes. Perhaps this isn't a ghost, nor a robot, but an all-powerful devil. Tonight, after learning about Wakanda, his worldview shattered once again. On the African border, within a private villa strictly guarded by mercenaries. A few days later, during the daytime, a few crisp bird calls occasionally came from the dense mountains in the distance. On the second-floor balcony of the villa, which offered a good view, Ron had changed into casual clothes and was casually flipping through the news on a tablet. After reading the news, he generally understood what time period it was. The Avengers had not yet been formed. Everything was just beginning. Captain America was still sleeping under the glacier and had not been dug out. Thor had not been thrown to Earth by his old father to experience a prince's journey. Dr. Stephen Strange had not yet encountered the car that would leave him with crippled hands and was still the successful, arrogant neurosurgical expert. The only widely known superheroes were Captain America from the last century and Iron Man, who had only recently transitioned from playboy billionaire to part-time superhero. Claw walked up, smiling cautiously. I found the person you wanted. I never expected there was such a capable young man in the mercenary world. He came from the Navy SEALs, participated in the Afghanistan War, and by his 20s, he had already taken hundreds of lives, earning him the nickname Killmonger, the Merchant of Death. If I had known about him earlier, I would have found a way to get him under my command. Claw exclaimed in surprise and admiration. For someone in his line of work, you can never have too many capable subordinates, especially elites like him. The man is downstairs, but can you tell me why you're looking for him? After a couple of sentences, Claw stared at Ron, asking with a seemingly curious, cautious smile. To kill for you? Aren't your abilities powerful enough? In my eyes, you look even more terrifying than a ghost. On this earth, there are very few things that concern me. Wakanda is one of them. A massive vibranium mine, technology decades ahead of Earth, and the heart-shaped herb that stimulates human potential. Standing up, Ron clasped his hands behind his back and gazed at the distant, lush green mountains, briefly explaining his purpose. Aside from constantly striving to become stronger, there were two other matters he wanted to resolve. The X-Men universe's means of defending against nuclear bombs, and the Black Robe universe's stable compound fee that could be used by adults. Wakanda, that place, might it solve both of my problems at once? Especially the country's means of defending against nuclear bombs. If the establishment of a mutant nation proceeded smoothly, he could gain a massive amount of ability points from it. All right, you really know a lot about Wakanda. But a thing? Isn't it a country? Wakanda's public image was merely that of a poor, indigenous African country. Ron, knowing so much, surprised Claw, who then looked puzzled. In my eyes, it's just something I can take whenever I want. There was no hint of arrogance, his tone indifferent, as if stating a fact. Having profoundly experienced Wakanda's formidable power, Claw couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment upon seeing him completely disregard a powerful nation with technology decades ahead of Earth. Could it be, you want to be the king of Wakanda? He looked Ron up and down with a strange gaze, then paused and added, "While that's a good aspiration, if I may be frank, you don't seem to have the qualifications to be the king of that country. You know, no matter how developed it is, it's an African indigenous country. Their skin color doesn't match, and it's a country with a hereditary monarchy, where ancient ideas are deeply ingrained, almost autocratic, and as stubborn as stone." After speaking, he turned and gave an order into the walkie-talkie. A black man was brought up. He was tall and strong, with dreadlocks, dark skin, and a fierce aura honed by war and bloodshed. "I think he's more qualified to be the king there than you." Claw spread his hands, joking with Ron. But he didn't notice that Eric, who was brought up with a serious expression, seemed to twitch an eyelid, subtly startled, and instinctively glanced at him. "You're right. He carries the noble bloodline of Wakanda, making him legitimately more qualified to be king than me." Without refuting, Ron's voice was cold as he looked at Eric, not avoiding his gaze at all. "I will achieve my goals through him." Him, Wakandan noble bloodline? Claw was initially smiling, but when he saw the future Golden Leopard Eric's difficult expression, he couldn't smile anymore. "Is he really? Who are you? How do you know?" Seeing his identity exposed, Eric, agile and sharp, pulled a dagger from his boot. Like a leopard, he quickly seized Claw, stared at Ron, and demanded in a sharp voice. Ron looked at him playfully, ignoring him. "Let go of the boss. You won't leave here alive." The two subordinates who brought Eric up quickly drew their guns and aimed at him, but dared not act rashly. Over a dozen subordinates from downstairs also rushed up, fiercely pointing their guns at Eric. "Put down your weapons." "Damn it, how did you search him?" Cursing with the dagger pressed against his neck and his life in the hands of another, Klaus raised his hands, threatening with a mix of softness and firmness. "Hey, calm down. You know this is my territory, right? Ulysses, do you think I don't know how you got your vibranium? You shameful thief, every inch of your vibranium, your wealth, your influence, is stained with my father's blood." The hatred suppressed in his heart for over a decade erupted, and the Golden Leopard Eric roared with excited and anger. "All right, it seems you really are." His heart sank. His enemy's son had come knocking. Claw's expression turned difficult as he looked to Ron for help, raising his hands with a bitter smile. "You knew his identity, but didn't tell me. You've really put me in a terrible spot. Shouldn't you resolve this?" Eric's father was Njobu, the brother of the current king of Wakanda, T'Chaka. More than 10 years ago, while Njobu was undercover in the United States, he believed his black compatriots were living in dire circumstances. He wanted to share vibranium and Wakandan technology with his compatriots in other countries to overthrow oppression. So he conspired and collaborated with Ulysses Klaue to invade Wakanda and steal a large amount of vibranium. Of course, Klaw's only goal was vibranium. He deceived Njobu as he had no interest in liberating black people. Afterward, Njobu died at T'Challa's hands. Honestly, if your father were still alive, he really should see the world now. Although the lower class hasn't changed much, the upper class of you black people are living incredibly comfortably. Regardless of anyone else's status, everyone has to treat you cautiously. You are not allowed to mock my father, Eric exclaimed. Remember our deal? In the tense, confrontational atmosphere, Ron calmly sat down, propping his head with a playful gaze as if watching two animals fighting in an arena under his arrangement. You help me find him and I'll grant your wish, letting the king of Wakanda, T'Challa, die. I remember, of course. I remember. Claw hoped Ron would save him. Now I can make a deal with you too. He turned his gaze to Eric, chuckling lightly. What deal? I'll help you escape this predicament, help you kill your enemy, and after you ascend to the Wakandan throne, you will obey me from then on. His plan wouldn't be so simple, but saying this to the Golden Leopard was enough. My enemy also includes him. Eric pressed the dagger against Claw's neck. Of course, what I said also includes him. Okay. Eric didn't hesitate for too long, quickly agreeing. There were hundreds of mercenaries here and heavy weapons. He had no confidence he could leave here alive. Only by surviving could he achieve anything. Claw felt something was off. He said in disbelief, Didn't you promise to help me get revenge? Yes, I will help you get revenge and kill T'Challa, but I didn't promise you would live. Ron smiled, his eyes turning cold, and slowly said, And do you think I don't know about your little tricks behind my back? Ready for a great story? Welcome to Fiction's Telling. Follow and get notified for tales that pull you in. And to our amazing existing followers, you rock. Multiverse. What if I were reborn as Homelander's son with a system? Volume 5. Have your subordinates mobilize heavy weapons and be ready at all times. Search Google to read. Install explosives throughout the ground beneath this house where I live. Ron possesses super hearing and X-ray vision. As long as he wishes, very little can be hidden from him. For example, after he was hit yesterday, he heard the sound of a gun bolt inside the car, and his X-ray vision instantly revealed that the leader of that convoy was the vibranium merchant, Ulysses Klaue. He glanced at the distant, lush, rolling, beautiful mountains. There are 3 snipers in the mountains, 800 meters away, aiming at me from different directions since morning. You knew all that? Claw trembled all over. His supposedly secret actions had all been seen through. Ron's calm yet all-knowing gaze made him feel like a joker. He pressed his hand, his smile ugly, and hastily explained, I was just taking precautions. I didn't intend to do anything. Your abilities are terrifying. I was merely trying to protect myself. Although the weapons and measures you arranged couldn't even scratch me. What Claw thought was a private instruction was no different to Ron than a loud conspiracy whispered into his ear. His eyes were indifferent, as if looking at a dead man. But the moment you try to strike at me, your place in hell is already reserved. Snipers? Hearing their conversation, Eric, who was holding Claw hostage, tensed up and quickly moved Claw around in various directions to dodge and probe. They're already dead. Looking at the frightened Eric, he said, When? The moment you came up. Facing Claw's terror, Ron casually took a sip of coffee from his chair and said, With his super speed, the moment Claw came up and mentioned the people he found, Ron instantly used his laser eyes to precisely kill all 3 from 800 meters away. He pierced their sniper rifles and blew up their heads without causing any disturbance. In the distant, dense mountains, in 3 different suitable sniping locations, 3 gruesome corpses with their heads pierced by laser lay on the ground, their walkie-talkies unanswered. Cold sweat ran down Claw's forehead, and he felt a chill down his spine. Ron truly seemed like a demon from Legends. Nothing could be hidden from a demon's eyes, and a demon could do anything. And the worst part was that he now wanted to kill him, filling him with both fear and anger. You can't do this. You asked me to find someone for you, but you didn't tell me that the person you found would kill me. He shouted in shock and anger, feeling like he had been played for a joker. This is too unfair to me. There is nothing in this world that I cannot do. It only depends on whether I want to. Ron shook his finger, softly correcting his mistake. He does whatever he wants. No one can restrain him with anything. There was only one transaction between them. Aren't you going to make your move? Looking at Eric, he asked. No. Listen, your father was killed by T'Chaka, and it has nothing to do with me. I was caught by T'Chaka and almost killed for helping your father steal vibranium from Wakanda. Claw tried to save himself, pulling open the brand on his neck, trying to play on sympathy. Eric didn't believe his sophistry at all and savagely slashed with his dagger. Go explain it to my father in the afterlife. They killed the boss. Open fire. Claw's subordinates, who had rushed to the second floor, roared, about to open fire. Bang, bang. Deafening gunshots rang out. Ron's eyes moved, and the world seemed to press the pause button. The smoke from the bullets fired from the muzzles had not yet dispersed, frozen in midair. He raised his finger and lightly tapped. A plasma energy ray struck the ground, exploding with energy and blowing everyone away. Fragile human remains flew everywhere. The next second, the speed returned to normal. Eric blinked and saw Ron sitting motionless in his original spot, while all those people were blown away. The world seemed to have been edited. His pupils contracted and he swallowed. How did you do that? Ignoring him, Ron stood up and stepped over the bodies. Let's go. Take your enemy's corpse. Return to your longed-for Wakanda. Claw's corpse was a token of allegiance, allowing Eric, who had never lived on Wakanda's land, to meet T'Chaka and for the people of Wakanda to accept his token of allegiance. Yes. Daring not to disobey, Eric crouched down and hoisted the still warm corpse, but a chill ran down his spine. This man in front of him was not only strangely powerful, but his mind was even more terrifying. He had Claw bring him here, but his true purpose was actually for him to kill Claw and bring him back to Wakanda. So what was his purpose in letting him return to Wakanda to seek revenge and ascend to the throne? Was it really that simple that he would believe he would keep his promise? On the way out of the manor with Eric, Ron strolled leisurely, with mercenaries occasionally rushing up with submachine guns or trying to shoot from a distance. He lightly tapped his finger, sometimes exploding, sometimes piercing, as if playing a ruthless symphony composed of screams and wails, blood and death. No matter how many enemies rushed up, the precisely controlled energy was always just enough to kill them. No matter what cover the opponent hid behind, even the thickest, hardest concrete and rebar were penetrated like tofu by his energy rays. By the time they were led out of the manor, Eric had witnessed over 100 lives perish before his eyes, while Ron's expression was calm, as if he had stepped on a pile of ants. He couldn't help but feel a deeper fear. This person in front of him seemed more like a merchant of slaughter, and even that title seemed a bit inadequate. At the entrance of the manor. Claw has a vast amount of vibranium. Aren't we going to look for it? Having walked out and looked back, Eric asked, steeling himself. Leaving aside the use of vibranium, it was wealth worth tens of billions of US dollars. Even Iron Man Tony Stark, the most famous billionaire in the United States, would not casually disregard tens of billions of US dollars. His vibranium? No, that's mine, Ron said. He didn't care about wealth worth tens of billions of US dollars. In fact, this batch of vibranium was dispensable to him. But viewing Wakanda as his own possession by extension, what Claw stole was his. That batch of vibranium now lay quietly at the bottom of a nearby lake. Claw's meticulously managed stronghold was almost transparent to him. When Claw discussed vibranium with him, he ignored him because there was no need to discuss it. Wakanda, a third-world country located in Africa, poor and backward, with its main industries being the production of textiles, wool, and clothing. Most people in the world didn't even know there was such a small country on Earth. But this was merely a facade. They saw the backward villages outside Wakanda from afar. We're here, Wakanda. I'm back. Carrying a body bag, Eric was incredibly excited. Although he was a Wakandan noble, he had never actually returned to Wakanda, only learning about it from the books his father left behind. Ron walked slowly, his expression calm. I have no identity on this earth. The Lord of Wakanda will be the first title that can define my identity. Stop. The area ahead is our territory. No closer. People from Wakanda's frontier tribe, dressed in their characteristic blue-dominated attire, rode up on horses, long knives hanging from their waists, to intercept them. Coming before the two, the leader, frontier tribe chief Wakabi, in his early 20s, reined in his horse, gazed at them and said sternly, "Turn back the way you came. Wakanda does not welcome outsiders." Ron glanced at Eric. "I'm not an outsider. I come to reclaim my country." Taking a step forward, Eric emphasized, revealing the glowing blue identity proof caused by the special markings in every Wakandan's lower lip. "And I've brought a gift for my country." He unzipped the body bag, revealing a head with eyes wide open in death. "Ulysses Klaue, it's him. He's dead. Excellent. This despicable thief and murderer is finally dead." The others shouted excitedly. Frontier Tribe Chief Wakabi, the master of the Frontier Tribe, stared hatefully at the corpse of his father's killer, breathing heavily. Though he said nothing, his expression was far from calm. Ron chuckled, his hands behind his back. More than 10 years ago, Ulysses Klaue, guided by Njobu, infiltrated Wakanda to steal vibranium and was caught and put on trial. To escape, he detonated a bomb at the border, causing heavy losses to the Wakandan Frontier Tribe, including the previous master of the Frontier Tribe, Wakabi's father. Your identity is not in the national records, but your proof of identity is not fake. You may enter Wakanda. After a long look, Wakabi took a deep breath, averted his gaze, and refused Ron entry into Wakanda. But he cannot. There are too many secrets within Wakanda that cannot be known to outsiders. The vast vibranium mine and advanced technology would be coveted by outsiders. Ron swept a faint glance at him. "I am from the Golden Leopard royal family. Without him, I couldn't have killed Claw. He must enter with me." Pulling out a ring and holding it high, Eric, carefully glancing at Ron, stepped forward and emphasized. That was his father's relic, proving his identity, left by his grandfather, the Black Panther of the generation before last. He was very familiar with Wakandan customs. Anyone who challenged and defeated the king could become the new king. T'Chaka was old while he was young, and years of killing had honed his combat skills to perfection, but he had not returned until now. T'Chaka is a despicable scoundrel and may not adhere to the ancient ritual. I must rely on this one's powerful strength to take revenge and become king. As for after becoming king, the king of Wakanda will not submit to anyone. As he argued for Ron, a glint of ferocity and ambition flickered in his eyes, unnoticed. The royal ring is real, but he helped you kill Claw? Good, he can enter. The situation was strange. Wakabi didn't understand why the previous prince in Jobu's ring was in someone else's hands. This matter would likely need the king's attention, so he agreed to Ron entering Wakanda. Wakanda had always hidden its power, remaining isolated, and with its great strength, it feared no enemy. The incident more than 10 years ago was Wakanda's most severe loss of personnel in nearly a century, almost a national disgrace for Wakanda. He helped us eliminate Wakanda's enemy. He is worthy of becoming a friend of Wakanda. Worthy of becoming a friend of Wakanda? Ron smiled silently, saying nothing. Inside Wakanda. Unlike the disguised backward village outside. Beneath a massive energy dome with optical camouflage technology, a hyper-modern city with extremely advanced technology spread across the land, with high-rise buildings densely packed, adjacent to a waterfall and a large lake. Inside the upper floors of one of the large buildings where the king handled important matters. King T'Chaka, aged 50 or 60, with an aged appearance and wearing glasses, sat on a black throne. To one side was his queen, and Prince T'Challa, the future Black Panther, stood beside him. The masters of the remaining 4 tribes sat below. After glancing at Ron twice, he didn't pay much attention, his expression complex and grave as he scrutinized Eric, more concerned that his younger brother's son had returned with a heart full of hatred. A long silence. Ron looked at T'Chaka on the throne. In the original plot, when Eric returned for revenge, T'Chaka was already dead, and T'Challa held the throne. If the future T'Chaka dies early and Black Panther ceases to exist, it should provide me with a good amount of ability points. Getting Charles's ability would then no longer be an issue. He surveyed the father and son, a cold indifference flashing in his eyes. Ability points were only just under 90,000. After arriving in this universe, he returned once a day later to check, fearing too great a time flow difference, and then adjusted the appropriate space-time flow coordinates. Charles's psychic ability was 120,000, a difference of 30,000. Affecting the destinies of Black Panther, Golden Leopard, T'Chaka, and Black Panther's sister Shuri combined should be enough. Strange, who is this person? While everyone else focused on Eric, the future Black Panther, T'Challa, secretly paid attention to Ron, even more so than his suddenly appearing cousin Eric. For some reason, he felt a subtle sense of unease from Ron. Why is T'Chaka looking at me like that? Not saying a word, are you repenting the crime of killing my father? Upon seeing T'Chaka, Eric said indignantly, T'Chaka killed Njobu? That's impossible. Apart from the master of the frontier tribe, the masters of Wakanda's other 3 tribes, the merchant tribe, the river tribe, and the mountain mining tribe, were all 3 elders. They gasped in surprise when they heard this. Royal kinsmen fighting among themselves, this shocked them. Hearing this, T'Challa suddenly looked at his father, frowning in disbelief. Bang! Silence. Amidst the discussions, the women of the King's Royal Guard heavily slammed their vibranium spears, and silence fell within the hall. My brother, your father Njobu, committed treason and attempted to attack his kinsman. I had no choice but to kill him. T'Chaka frowned, his presence commanding without anger, his voice heavy with the weathered authority of years, reverberating through the room. Enough. You and I both know the truth. If you truly had no fault, why did you abandon me in New York, not daring to bring me back to Wakanda, fearing I would grow up to take revenge and seize your throne? Eric scoffed in rage. I now, as a member of the Golden Leopard royal family, challenge you to the ancient sacred ritual. The masters of the 4 tribes looked at T'Chaka. Good, I accept. Father? T'Challa exclaimed. His father was already old, while Eric was young and fierce, not someone easy to deal with. This is an ancient ritual passed down from our ancestors. No one can obstruct it. T'Chaka, with a heavy expression, waved his hand. When a Wakandan challenges the king must remove the heart-shaped herb's power. His body is aged. Why would he agree so readily? Watching T'Chaka agree so readily, Ron smiled. This old king was probably going to play some tricks. Golden Leopard felt relieved and excited. He feared most that T'Chaka would use his father's treason as an excuse to forcefully refuse the ancient challenge ritual, saying he was a traitor's bloodline and exiling him. Now he could personally kill his father's killer in the ancestral ritual. People from the 4 tribes quickly gathered, summoned to the waterfall where the ancient ritual would be held. After drinking the herb concocted by the priest, dark blue veins appeared on his neck. T'Chaka's heart-shaped herb power was suppressed and removed. After a painful groan, he instantly aged considerably. His bare upper body muscles even looked somewhat relaxation. On the other hand, Eric stared intently at T'Chaka, eager to fight, fiercely brandishing his longsword, calculating where to strike his enemy with the first blow. Huff, huff, come, child. Your father once brought betrayal and shame to this country. You had no right to challenge me as a royal, but I, T'Chaka, still give you this opportunity. T'Challa, gasping weakly twice, his expression solemn and remorseful, held his long sword and assumed a fighting stance. Enough talk. Pay for my father's life. With a roar, Golden Leopard, his eye bloodshot, charged forward. Clang! Swords clashed. Young and strong, he immediately put T'Chaka on the defensive with one strike, then launched continuous attacks, forcing T'Chaka to retreat repeatedly, narrowly escaping danger. The Queen and Black Panther watched nervously, their hearts aching. The 4 tribes watched their weakened king being so humiliated, unable to bear it, a surge of resentment rising in their hearts. Though this conforms to the ancestral ritual, challenging an old king is by no means the act of a warrior. One old man angrily stomped his cane. Only frontier tribe chief Wakabi was different. Eric and Ron had helped him avenge his father, and he had long been dissatisfied with T'Chaka's inaction. Everyone thought T'Chaka was in dire straits. A qualified king is thick-skinned and black-hearted. Ron, arms crossed, evaluated with a playful gaze in his mind. Under his X-ray vision, T'Chaka's skin disappeared, and every inch of his muscles, bulging and tensing, could not escape his eyes. T'Chaka was not using his full strength. He was deliberately feigning weakness. The priest who had previously removed the heart-shaped herb's power had a subtly strange expression. Because he violated his sacred duty as a priest? Turning his gaze back, he discerned the secret within. T'Chaka's heart-shaped herb power had not been completely removed. Some remained. Killing his royal brother without trial and abandoning royal blood outside, T'Chaka is in the wrong on this matter. He needs a tragic play to salvage his image in the eyes of the people. In fact, Ron had no derogatory meaning. A qualified king should be like this. Human hearts are complex. Simple people cannot be rulers. Next, T'Chaka should pretend to struggle, then miraculously find an opportunity to turn the tables. Indeed, not long after. T'Chaka, with 2 new wounds on his body, was forced to the edge of the waterfall. Below him was a massive drop. He suddenly struck with his sword, a strike that seemed desperate and hurried. But his trajectory was precisely aimed at Eric's chest. Leaping up, Eric, who was about to bring his sword down, suddenly felt a bad premonition, a hint of terror appearing on his face, just as victory was about to reverse. Suddenly, time seemed to pause. The water stopped flowing, and splashing water solidified in midair. Everyone's expressions were fixed on their faces, as if transformed into a frozen painting. Only Ron could move. He slowly flew to the side of the two, like a god looking down, stroking his chin, watching this thrilling and tense battle scene with interest. He extended a slender finger and lightly tapped T'Chaka's sword tip. Returning to his original position, time seemed to resume its flow. T'Chaka was astonished to find an inexplicable, irresistible force coming from his sword, deflecting it, causing him to miss. Eric swung his sword down fiercely. He widened his eyes in horror. Blood splattered, followed by a piercing scream. No! A sharp sword slashed down, splitting open flesh and neckbone. T'Chaka's aging body fell, his head nearly severed, his neck mostly cut open, revealing stark white bone. The king, who had reigned for many years, was killed right before their eyes. King. The representatives of the 4 major tribes, who were watching, gasped, covering their mouths in dismay. The king of Wakanda was a leader who embodied political, military, and spiritual authority, representing immense significance. No, father, you won't die. Black Panther. T'Challa rushed over in a panic, his face drained of color, embracing his dying father, his voice trembling and full of extreme distress. But the light in T'Challa's eyes rapidly faded, turning into a corpse filled with shock and regret. The golden leopard, holding the blood-stained longsword, paused for a moment. He had intended to strike his insidious and despicable uncle on the shoulder, defeat him, mock him a few times, and then, in front of everyone, throw him off the cliff to his death, to vent his hatred. Your father is too old to even stand steady. He was sent up for me to kill. He flicked the blood from his sword, mocking. Never mind, the result is the same, just a bit more bloody. He had thought that last sword strike would be dangerous. If T'Chaka had still been young and his thrust hadn't been off balance, he might have lost. But unfortunately, he was already old. Now he was dead. How dare you challenge my father? He's almost 60. Black Panther turned his head and roared in anger. Facing his father's killer, a fierce killing intent surged on his face, like a provoked leopard ready to pounce, sending shivers down one's spine. T'Chaka, don't leave me. The queen, whose husband had died, rushed forward, her face pale, collapsing onto T'Chaka's corpse and weeping in immense sorrow. When your father, wearing his vibranium armor, used claws that could tear through steel plates to plunge his entire hand into my father's chest and kill him. The golden leopard scoffed twice, staring intently at him as he continued. He showed absolutely no mercy to my father. He turned to the crowd, spread his arms, and shouted loudly, "I have defeated the king. From now on, I am your new king." According to the ancestral ritual, this was indeed true. The people of the 4 major tribes fell silent, about to bow in reverence. "I, T'Challa, as the son of the former King T'Chaka, challenge you." With a low growl full of killing intent, Black Panther suddenly stood up, clenching his fists. He struggled to suppress the urge to immediately tear apart his cousin who had killed his father. But the ritual passed down from their ancestors was sacred and could not be violated. "I will use your death to bring peace to my father's spirit." The old vendetta for killing a father is settled. Now a new vendetta for killing a father has been born. Ron stroked his chin, watching the 2 men on the verge of conflict. "Claw, I've avenged you. Your wish has been granted." The act of killing T'Challa was originally Claw's doing in the comics. In the comics, he wasn't a black market arms dealer, but an intellectual, an acoustical physicist. To seize vibranium, he infiltrated Wakanda, launched a coup, and killed T'Chaka. It wasn't Ultron who made him one-armed. Black Panther, seeking revenge for his father, used Claw's sonic weapon to break his right hand. Later, he fitted a high-tech prosthetic arm that could emit sonic waves onto his stump, specifically to oppose Black Panther. "All right, I'll give you this chance," the golden leopard said, pointing disdainfully with the sword stained with T'Chaka's blood. "You can rest for a bit, then I'll take your head." Not wanting to leave any weakness for his people to exploit, Black Panther gritted his teeth in hatred, still suppressing his rage as he said, "Your father died too quickly just now. I was just warming up." But the golden leopard, who had just avenged his father, defeated the old king and reached the peak of his life, refused, sneering slowly, "No need to wait. I can send you to meet your father right away." This guy seems a bit carried away. Ron watched expressionlessly. After graduating from college, the golden leopard joined the Navy SEALs. The massive slaughter in Afghanistan was like playing a video game to him, earning him the reputation of a killing demon. After retiring, he joined the underground world with even fewer scruples. In contrast, Black Panther, after graduating, had lived a life of ease as the Prince of Wakanda. Although he had practiced martial arts, he had rarely seen blood. It's just, he probably doesn't understand what a protagonist's halo is or what behind-the-scenes manipulation means. Prince T'Challa, defeat him. If he takes power, the Queen and Princess will both be in danger. The sorrowful priest stepped forward, giving Black Panther an herb to counteract the heart-shaped herb's power, pressing his shoulder and saying in a complex, deep voice, "I will." Black Panther, thinking it was just a simple encouragement and reminder, didn't think much of it and replied. Then, gritting his teeth, he painfully knelt on the ground. Dark blue veins appeared on his neck as the medicine took effect, and the heart-shaped herb's power gradually dissipated. Oh, look, the heart-shaped herb, which only kings throughout history were qualified to consume, actually appeared on a prince. What does this mean? Have you two, father and son, already decided the throne internally? The golden leopard, who wouldn't miss any chance to tarnish the reputation of T'Chaka and his son, pointed his sword at Black Panther and shouted to the crowd, his voice echoing by the waterfall. Black Panther looked up at him with a grim expression, but couldn't say anything. Looking at each other, the representatives of the 4 major tribes had strange expressions. This was indeed a violation of ancestral tradition. A prince could only consume the heart-shaped herb to stimulate his potential and gain great power after successfully challenging a tribal warrior and being crowned king. Otherwise, he had to yield his position to a stronger person. And T'Challa and his father had clearly not followed tradition. Some things can be done, but not spoken of. The golden leopard brazenly exposed this matter. I know you hate us, father and son. Fight, Eric. If you can win today, not only is my life yours, but Wakanda is yours too. Black Panther slowly rose from the ground, his face angry as he stretched his body. After a second, his body felt subtly off. After taking the herb, his overall strength had significantly diminished. But it was only to half its extent. The power he possessed still exceeded that of ordinary humans. Why is this happening? As you wish. The golden leopard, completely unaware, grinned sinisterly and lunged forward, his moves simple and fierce, each action viciously aimed at vital points, his long sword swiftly cutting through the air. Facing the fierce and brutal assault, Black Panther continuously retreated and parried, just like the earlier T'Chaka, as if he too would follow in his father's footsteps. But anyone with a keen eye could see the difference from before. T'Challa, avenge your king. The queen, who had once served in the king's royal guard and whose husband had died, shouted with a mix of ferocity and hatred. Not good. His successive attacks were easily blocked, and the golden leopard felt terrible. He saw no panic on Black Panther's face. All his attacks were easily parried. Black Panther kept retreating, because he hadn't launched a single attack yet, only defending. What was he thinking? Why would they do this? Realizing the meaning of that previous sentence, Black Panther struggled with hesitation deep down. This was undoubtedly cheating in a sacred challenge ritual, deceiving all the citizens. This was a desecration of the Black Panther goddess. But the golden leopard's moves were surprisingly cunning and ruthless. The priest's words echoed in his ears. Amidst the fight, he looked at his sorrowful mother and his deceased father. Sorry, I have to protect my family. Black Panther, who believed he was no match in his normal state, his eyes narrowing, began to counterattack. The power in his sword was astonishingly great. With one move, he broke the golden leopard's offensive, easily forcing him back. A single sword strike cut a wound across his abdomen, giving him a great advantage. It has begun. This time it's even worse than last time. Ron glanced at the priest and thought to himself. Under the priest's control, Black Panther retained more of the heart-shaped herb's power compared to T'Chaka. His moves showed signs of rigorous practice, with a solid foundation, but his adaptability was very clumsy. He relied entirely on extraordinary strength and speed to suppress the experienced, seasoned, and ruthless golden leopard. After only a few seconds, the golden leopard had several more wounds on his body. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and a hint of panic flickered in his eyes. He felt that his defeat was sealed. This won't do. This villain is meant for me. How can I let you kill him? He shifted, disappearing from his spot. Wakanda was not only related to the X-Men's nuclear defense and the development of adult compound fear, but Ron also planned to establish himself there, using Wakanda's power to influence the entire world and gain a large number of ability points. No mistakes could be made. The next second, the precarious golden leopard suddenly felt a mysterious force on his sword, beyond his control, swiftly and ruthlessly thrusting out. That last sword strike? A deep wound, flesh turned outward, blood flowing. Black Panther grunted, painfully stumbling back several meters, his feet splashing water. He clutched his injured ribs, looking at the golden leopard with surprise and doubt. The speed of that sword? Could it be potential unleashed at the brink of death? He was unaware that the golden leopard, who had just delivered that strike, was himself somewhat bewildered. He quickly looked at Ron, a flicker of fear in his eyes, roughly guessing what had happened. Without time to think, he turned his head, pursued the advantage, and charged up, fighting Black Panther again, the clang of weapons incessant. With his ribs injured and the wound pulling, his strength was affected. Black Panther lost his previous extraordinary strength and speed, returning to normal levels. Now the situation has returned to a relatively fair stage. Ron, who had been standing still in everyone's sight, smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't done much, just reset the two to a starting line. Whether Black Panther could survive depended on his own ability, but Ron estimated Black Panther wouldn't make it. Clang! Without his superhuman strength and speed, Black Panther quickly fell into a disadvantage, parrying left and right in a sorry state. Soon his sword was knocked away, spinning 7 or 8 meters before sticking into the ground. But the cold, sharp blade cut through his flesh and pierced his abdomen, severely wounding him. "Is this your prince? T'Chaka's chosen king?" The golden leopard looked disdainfully at Black Panther, who was heavily wounded and painfully kneeling on the ground, and shouted to the people of the 4 major tribes, his voice echoing, "A king represents power and duty. He must protect Wakanda and lead you into the future. Him?" As he spoke, he was about to swing his sword down. At this moment, the priest ran out and blocked his path. "No, it was I who caused your father's death. Kill me and let Prince T'Challa go." T'Chaka had placed a spy by Njobu's side back then to know his every move. The current priest, Zuri, was that spy. Njobu, angered, had attacked him and was killed by T'Chaka. "You two will both die." Already aware of this, the enraged golden leopard swiftly swung 2 swords. The priest was killed, falling into the water, his eyes wide in death. The future Black Panther clutched his gushing neck, falling backward in disbelief, his body convulsing. In his dying moments, his head happened to turn towards Ron, meeting Ron's indifferent gaze. He vaguely sensed something, but unfortunately it was too late. "No, my son." The queen, who had just lost her husband and now her son, rushed forward and embraced her son's corpse, like a hyena queen on the savannah, turning back and fiercely shouting, "Kill him! As queen, I command you to kill him! Kill this murderer who harmed the king and prince!" The people of the 4 major tribes remained unmoved. Having killed the king, the prince, and the priest in one go, although this new king was terrifyingly brutal, according to tradition, she was no longer the queen. "Greetings, king." The golden leopard laughed triumphantly, sweeping his gaze over the bowing crowd who submitted to him. Only Ron stood still, which made him frown. "You are useless now. No matter what power you have, I am invincible in my vibranium armor." At this time, there were no superheroes flying around on Earth. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness, supremely confident in his vibranium armor. Ignoring the golden leopard, whose fate he had already decided, Ron focused on the panel in front of him. "Ability points, 125,000. Do you want to spend 120,000 points to purchase the Mutant Professor X template? Yes, no." The Boys Universe. Vought's Compound 5 created various superhumans, some with immense strength, others with super speed, and still others with abilities like fire control, telekinesis, and teleportation. Dust covered the room of a long-abandoned and uninhabited villa. In New York City, a faint blue light flickered into existence. "It's been a long time since I've been back." A middle-aged man in a black suit appeared, with slicked-back hair, a finely trimmed, authoritative mustache, and leaning on a staff with a large diamond embedded in its top. He exuded the imposing aura of a gangmaster, accustomed to controlling the lives and deaths of others, looking arrogant, though his posture was somewhat disheveled. He sighed, his eyes scanning the surrounding area, which felt both familiar and strange, tinged with nostalgia. Having just escaped a chase, he washed up, sat down, and perused the latest news. Dark Star promoted to honorary president of Vought, joining the board of directors? When did this hero pop up? The newest superhero to join the 7 in the past year, with strength comparable to Homelander's? He fought Homelander on a deserted island in the Atlantic Ocean, destroying nearly 100 miles of the surface. Looking at the shocking photos interspersed throughout the report, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Jensen's forehead. That world is indeed better. No chaotic superhumans. He put down the tablet, leaned back, and exhaled in relief. He was also a superhuman. Besides his physical prowess far exceeding that of ordinary people, he possessed an ability to travel to a parallel version of a real world. Although in that world, New York was called something else, Gotham, I still recognized it at a glance. It was New York. He curled his lips into a smile. That parallel world also had some cities he had never heard of, but the general background was the same except for one point. That world isn't like the real world, where superhumans are everywhere. I'm the only strong one there. I can do whatever I want." Comfortably reclining on the sofa, a smug expression appeared on Jensen's face. In this world, with Vought and the superheroes above him, he dared not do anything. But in the other world, he could act as he pleased. Relying on his bulletproof body, capable of lifting tens of tons, it took him only a few years to unify the Gotham underworld. People called him the king of Gotham's underworld, Vulture Jensen. The mayor often sought his opinion, and even the police director worked for him. Not to mention that batch of Gotham police, who worked for him at night and took part-time jobs at the police station during the day. It's just a pity that a short-sighted kid named Batman recently popped up. Thinking of what happened recently, Jensen's face darkened. That masked whack, Gotham's new midnight legend, Batman, appeared and disappeared like a shadow in the night, fighting crime. Those he targeted would at least lie in Wayne Hospital in the city center for several months, many ending up with lifelong disabilities. Initially, he was worried for a while, thinking he was a superhuman, but a subsequent investigation revealed he was just an ordinary person, and he promptly dismissed thought. But he didn't expect that kid to be so audacious, not content with just robbing banks or dealing white powder. He actually dared to target him. He was attacked in the middle of the night, all his subordinates were dealt with, and he angrily chased after him in his car, wanting Batman to know the consequences of offending him. As it turned out, he was careless and fell into a trap. As the car turned a corner, it was trapped by a steel box, which quickly sprayed anesthetic gas inside. "You made me have to come back to this world, Batman. You did well." Recalling this, Jensen gnashed his teeth, his sinister, low voice sending shivers down one's spine. "Do you think a rat from the gutter can fly just by growing 2 wings? I'll let you know whose territory Gotham really is." When his ability allowed him to travel between the 2 worlds, he would return to the same location where he left. He planned to order some tools online, such as oxygen tanks, gas masks, and steel cutting tools, to go back and deal with that masked kid with the butt chin. Although that kid was a bit cunning, he would definitely die at his hands in the end. No matter how difficult the situation, he could leave at any time. Could that kid really chase him to this world? In Wakanda's secret cave, where heart-shaped herb was cultivated, bonfires blazed. Through the ritual, Golden Leopard, wearing his vibranium armor and having just awakened from the red sand, ingested the heart-shaped herb, gaining speed and strength far exceeding that of ordinary humans. Burn all the heart-shaped herb. He forcefully ordered the newly appointed priest to burn all the heart-shaped herb on the ground, which resembled hearts and glowed with a mysterious purple light. Golden Leopard's eyes gleamed with greed and ambition. From now on, one king of Wakanda would be enough. Him. "You became king, immediately put on vibranium armor, and haven't taken it off since. Who are you guarding against?" From the shadows, an handsome face like a god appeared, and Ron slowly walked into the cave with his hands behind his back. "I heard that the vows made by despicable people when they are in need are broken once they escape their predicament. Are you such a person? The energy you shoot can blow open a tank's defenses, and you have some strange little tricks, but the vibranium on my body can absorb any attack." In the secret cave, Golden Leopard's arrogant voice rang out, having gained immense power. He revealed the vibranium claws of his armor, a cold smile on his face, and strode menacingly towards Ron with murderous intent. "You think you can control me?" He raised his claws, intending to eliminate the last hidden danger to his acquisition of this country. "Actually, I can." Ron chuckled softly, his powerful psychic ability radiating. "Master..." Golden Leopard suddenly felt his body unable to move. Then his consciousness faded. He, who had just intended to kill Ron, suddenly retracted his claws, bowed his head, and stood silently, like a slave or attendant awaiting orders. He patted him on the shoulder. "If you had been more observant, you would have noticed that the priest who succeeded me immediately retreated to the side unusually after I entered. Unfortunately, you don't have that kind of brain." He had never expected Golden Leopard to honor their deal, his magnetic, deep voice resonating. Go, as a villain, I allow you to perform your final curtain call, and then it will be my turn to appear. Yes. Wearing his vibranium armor, Golden Leopard walked out of the cave in silent, murderous solemnity and disappeared. The heart-shaped herb bestowed by the leopard god. Scanning the dimly glowing heart-shaped herb in the cave, Ron's gaze deepened. He wondered if the heart-shaped herb could aid in the research of Compound 5. At least it could help develop a temporary adult Compound 5. That way he could disrupt the fate of the entire Earth. Under the night sky, a vibranium spaceship flew 1,000 meters above Wakanda. A colossal 100-meter-tall projection hovered over the city. Wakanda, the place that abandoned me. I'm back. I can be your king, but I disdain to be a Black Panther. Golden Leopard, clad in vibranium armor, tightly clutched the queen, whom he had previously imprisoned for disrespecting the king, as he delivered his hateful speech. While you lived carefree on this land, I, whose father was taken by you, struggled to survive in Hell's Kitchen in New York. While your princes lived privileged lives, toasting and laughing with nobles and magnates, I had to brave gunfire and danger on the battlefield, honing my killing skills. Everyone in Wakanda looked in terror at Golden Leopard, who loomed above them like a Loki. Compared to the enormous, ferocious projection in the sky, they felt like mere ants. Enduring hardship, everything I did was to get revenge on you. I will destroy Wakanda, destroy this place that abandoned my father and me. Swish! As he spoke, his sharp vibranium claws sliced across the terrified queen's neck. Blood gushed out, and she became a corpse. First, T'Chaka's family, then you. A massive arm swept across the sky, and he pointed, like a god of death's judgment. A holographic image of the city was projected onto the night sky. It was covered in red dots, all densely packed vibranium bombs. I have installed vibranium bombs in every part of this city. They will explode in 10 seconds. You will all be buried in a sea of fire along with the entire city. Die. A terrifying, triumphant laugh echoed throughout Wakanda. 10, 9, 8, 7. The projection in the sky began to count down, giant numbers spanning the night sky. Every wide-eyed person could see them, and each countdown felt like the god of death's approach. Enjoy your last moments of despair. No, I don't want to die. Who will save us? It's too late. There's no time left, just a few seconds. Who can save us? Wakanda will cease to exist after tonight. Cries of the populace rang out in the city. They looked up in fear and despair, wishing someone would save them, but also feeling it was impossible. Leopard God, bless us. May we ascend to your kingdom after death. 4, 3, 2. Just as the countdown was about to end, a figure with a powerful and cold demeanor burst into the spaceship. Golden Leopard, your despicable fate ends here. The people of Wakanda only saw a figure in the giant projection throwing down a vibranium bomb that had been dismantled and crushed. After a few attacks, their brutal and insane new king was defeated and subdued like a weak infant. We're saved. We're actually saved. He saved us, saved Wakanda. The people of Wakanda, having survived the ordeals, wept tears of joy. How did he do it with so many bombs? He is the benefactor of all of us. Who is he? Only the representatives of the 4 major tribes who witnessed the sacred challenge had seen Ron. The others did not know him. After asking for his name, everyone shouted, and a low, reverent sound echoed. Ron, Ron. When he appeared and saved Wakanda, all of Wakanda cheered his name. A night passed. The king's power in Wakanda is almost supreme, but when a king tries to destroy his country and kill his people, he is destined to be abandoned by the populace. The subdued new king was sentenced for an unprecedented crime of treason and thrown into prison, awaiting trial and execution. No one doubted if there was anything suspicious about it. The new king's brutality and bloodlust had been witnessed firsthand by hundreds of representatives from the 4 major tribes. The highest-ranking people in Wakanda, the former king, the former queen, the priest, and the prince, were almost all killed by him within a day. Only Princess Shuri, who was 8 or 9 years old and knew nothing, survived the disaster. Before one wave settled, another rose, and a piece of bad news spread among the people of Wakanda. The heart-shaped herb was ordered to be burned by the demonic king, which means there will be no more Black Panther in the future, and no one will be able to protect us. The people were sad and confused, unable to accept it. Since ancient times, they had been accustomed to the leadership and protection of Black Panther. At the same time, discussions were constantly ongoing in Wakanda about the immense power Ron displayed last night, instantly memorizing the distribution of those bombs with astonishing memory and running throughout the city to dismantle the bombs in just a few seconds. The new king, who had taken the heart-shaped herb and wore the vibranium armor, was like a rabbit to a lion in front of him, unable to resist the lion's courage, easily subdued, his helmet pulled off and knocked unconscious with one blow. Someone started discussing whether Ron, who saved their entire country, could become the new king. Even though he is not a Wakandan, why not? Without him, Wakanda would no longer exist. But I heard he was with the new king. He was deceived by the treasonous new king, believing that the old King T'Chaka had basically killed his brother, and Klaw had deceived Prince Njobu, which is why he helped him get revenge and return to his homeland. This was said by that treasonous king himself, mocking our benefactor in prison, saying he was kept in the dark from beginning to end. He is too kind, it's not his fault. How dare he mock our benefactor? A small portion of people felt that the grace of saving the country outweighed everything. However, most Wakandans still held on to tradition and could not accept an outsider as the king of their country. I propose Ron as our new king. Central Tower, the meeting hall where the king and tribal chiefs discuss matters. The tall central throne was vacant, and the 4 tribal chiefs were fiercely discussing who should be the new king, whether the throne should remain vacant until Princess Shuri grew up, or if the entire tribe should choose a warrior. Among them, the young frontier tribe chief, Wakabi, seriously and strongly proposed it loudly. Inside the hall, the 4 thought that this meeting concerning the future destiny of Wakanda involved only the 4 of them, and even the king's guard were excluded. But they did not know that Ron was actually sitting on the high throne, resting his head and watching them discuss, saliva flying everywhere, yet they could not see him. Charles's psychic abilities include psychic illusions, mind control, mental links, forced amnesia, psychic shields, and many other abilities. One of these abilities is mental shielding, which uses mental manipulation like suggestion to make others unaware of one's own or nearby people's presence. Unfortunately, mind control requires constant concentration to maintain. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to listen to these 4 people discussing this issue here. Ron still felt a bit regretful. He couldn't control others for a long time. If he forcefully manipulated the 4 people's thoughts to vote him king today, the 4 would notice something was wrong the next day. I can only subtly instill weak thoughts and guide them within. Among them, Wakabi was grateful to him for helping him avenge his father, and he was a hawk in Wakanda, dissatisfied with the current state of Wakanda. He was most in favor of a powerful person like Ron becoming king, and was the easiest to guide his thoughts. No, he is not a Wakandan. The remaining 3 tribal chiefs were all elders, staunchly adhering to traditional concepts and strongly opposed. Your thinking is too conservative. If it weren't for him saving Wakanda last night, could we still be sitting here safely? And your grandchildren would have been blown to bits by the bombs long ago. Wakabi pointed at the 3 elderly tribal chiefs and said in a deep voice, "Without him, Wakanda would have disappeared from the earth, yet you still cling to tradition. It's true that he saved our Wakanda, but there's no need to make him king to repay him. Giving him some vibranium will suffice." After a moment of silence, the old woman from the merchant tribe, whose skin was as wrinkled as chicken skin, said, "Every gram of vibranium is priceless outside. We can give him an unimaginable fortune in our friendship with Wakanda. No matter what, ancestral traditions cannot be abandoned." The chief of the mountain mining tribe, a slightly younger old woman, said with a firm tone, "All right, if you respect ancestral traditions, let's talk about tradition." Under Ron's guidance, Wakabi went straight to the heart of the matter, using their own logic against them. I remember an ancient tradition that states outsiders are not without a chance to become the ruler of Wakanda. You mean that tradition? Thinking of something, the elder from the river tribe, with a lip plate embedded in his chin, suddenly looked up. The three people in the conference room fell silent, their faces grim. The ancient ancestors had their own wisdom for survival, such as choosing to submit and preserve their lineage when facing the possibility of destruction. The tradition Wakabi mentioned was exactly that. If an outsider came, challenged the current king and won, and then made all the tribes of Wakanda willingly submit, they could ascend to the throne. The so-called willing submission was very clever. It was actually a tradition created for a graceful surrender when things looked bad and the outsider was too powerful, so Wakanda wouldn't be destroyed. Times have changed. When our ancient ancestors established this tradition, our technology was not yet so advanced, and the world was still an era of swords and spears. That was a shameful tradition, said the chief of the mountain mining tribe in an indignant voice. In the cold weapon era, although equipment was very important, population was even more important. Wakanda, a small African country, had always had a sparse population, and at that time, they did not mind much of the vibranium they possessed. In terms of technology, no country on Earth surpasses us today. There is no force or anyone who can conquer us now. The chief of the merchant tribe said unequivocally. They no longer needed to compromise to preserve their tribe. What if he can? Wakabi asked calmly. Then what if we honor him as king? Stubborn three tribal elders said, not believing Ron could stand against their technology. The next day, whoosh on the open land, water flowed over the rocky ground, rushing down into a bottomless abyss. This was the cliff waterfall where Wakanda had always held its sacred challenge rituals. Representatives from the 4 major tribes gathered, with suspended cameras broadcasting live from a distance. People across the entire nation stood before projection screens in the cities, anxious yet excited, watching intently. I heard about the process for this challenge ritual. Can our benefactor really do it? He saved our nation. The research department said that his speed that night approached dozens of times the speed of sound, and his skin was so tough that even vibranium claws couldn't scratch it. Gods above, it sounds like he's almost a god walking among men. Countless eyes watched, and various discussions broke out across the city. Some were optimistic, others were not, more confident in their own technology. But he's challenging Wakanda's most advanced weapons. I don't think he can last until the end. I hope he stops in time and isn't severely injured or killed by our weapons. Otherwise, Wakanda will be burdened with the sin of killing its benefactor. Unlike ancient sacred challenges, where no technological elements were allowed near, this time was different. This was an extraordinary sacred challenge. It wasn't one warrior against another, but one person challenging an entire nation. If he could win, an unprecedented new king would be born, becoming the leader of Earth's most technologically advanced nation. Respected Ron, you are Wakanda's benefactor. If you feel any discomfort, please speak immediately. The gentle river tribe chief kindly reminded him. Standing in the flowing water that reached his ankles, Ron was shirtless, revealing a perfect physique like an ancient Greek sculpture. He smiled but said nothing. Ha 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 ha! The priest was about to announce the start of the ceremony. From deep within a cave in the rock wall, 7 or 8 strong men emerged, their bodies painted with white war paint. A tall, muscular man built like a gorilla walked in front, his wild, contemptuous gaze sweeping over everyone, finally settling challengingly on Ron. Ron looked at him with an indifferent expression. M'Baku of the White Ape Tribe, we are choosing a king for Wakanda. Why are you here? The new priest asked with a frown. Millions of years ago, a massive vibranium meteorite fell in East Africa, later discovered by 5 East African tribes who settled around the impact site, calling it Wakanda. However, the 5 tribes did not live in harmony and were constantly warring. It wasn't until a warrior named Bashenga, guided by the Black Panther goddess Bast, found the heart-shaped herb, which awakened his potential and granted him a powerful physique, that he unified Wakanda and became the first Black Panther. The merchant, frontier, mining, and river tribes submitted to the Black Panther, but only the White Ape tribe refused his rule and left, living in isolation among Wakanda's high mountain snow peaks. I heard you're giving the throne to an outsider and handing over all your advanced technology to him. Wakanda isn't just your place. Our tribe has lived here for generations, too. I cannot stand by and watch disaster and war descend upon this place. M'Baku stared at Ron with a challenging gaze, like he was eyeing prey, and shouted loudly. These were words meant to undermine Ron, implying that an outsider becoming king would bring disaster to Wakanda. Are you implying you want to challenge our benefactor? Frontier tribe chief Wakabi said coldly. Precisely. He admitted it without hesitation. It seems you and your tribe have been in the snowy mountains for too long. Your information is outdated. With a meaningful sneer, Frontier tribe chief Wakabi said, I hope you can still say that after our benefactor finishes his challenge. Everyone cast strange glances at them, including the 3 tribe chiefs who opposed Ron becoming king. Their expressions were also peculiar. Though their eyes were dim, they could still tell who would win a struggle between an ant and a lion on the savannah. Begin, the priest shouted. A king's guard, armed with a weapon, stepped forward, nodded respectfully, and aimed a vibranium spear at Ron, its tip glowing with an energy arc. Wait, what are you doing? M'Baku felt something was wrong. This wasn't the sacred challenge procedure. But no one answered him. Buzz. The vibranium spear began to charge, then unleashed a powerful strike. A laser bullet struck Ron's tall, slender body, illuminated by the sun. The light blue energy laser, powerful enough to pierce a 1 centimeter thick steel plate, couldn't even leave a red mark. Are you insane? How did he do that? M'Baku shouted in astonishment. The White Ape tribe members stared at each other, stunned. They hadn't come down from the mountains in so long. Had Wakanda's king's selection ceremony become this brutal? It wasn't cold weapon combat anymore. It had turned into a contest of enduring lasers. How did this handsome, tall young man do it? A vibranium spear that can fire lasers. It looks very high-tech. Looking at the spear, Ron's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. But it was too slow. On a battlefield, it wouldn't cause as much damage as an assault rifle. During the Wakanda War, when Thanos' forces attacked, in a high-tech nation decades ahead of the rest of Earth, it was War Machine, wearing an outdated version of Iron Man's armor, who caused the most casualties. It was undeniably a great irony. Next, another bald, fierce-looking black female king's guard stepped forward, carrying a short spear with a spearhead more than twice its size. Respected benefactor, be careful. This is a supersonic handheld energy cannon. One shot is enough to shatter a main battle tank outside. The power gap between this and the vibranium spear was enormous. Everyone's eyes showed tension, worried if Ron could withstand it. Ron didn't know why a cold weapon-like object was called a cannon, but he remained expressionless and unconcerned. Bang! The air boomed deafeningly. The energy cannon, barely visible to the naked eye, struck him, but he didn't even take a step back. Only the surrounding water waves were stirred up by the energy. The nearby tribe representatives covered their ears in discomfort. M'Baku's mouth hung open, his eyes wide and fixed. He understood now why those people had looked at him that way earlier. If Ron stood there and let him attack, he probably wouldn't even be able to break Ron's skin. He looked around guiltily, unsure what to do. Next, even more powerful weapons. But they still maintained the form of cold weapons, like a wide blade with an even stronger energy laser. If they were made into gun shapes, their power and speed would greatly increase. Unfortunately, these Wakandans stubbornly pursued cold weapon forms. Sacrificing power and speed for shape. What a foolish thing. After I take office, all of these must be changed. Otherwise, Wakanda would probably be mocked as high-tech savages, and he would be the savage chief. After individual handheld weapons, came energy cannons mounted on fighter jets, and finally, the main weapons of spaceships. They're Wakanda's strongest weapons. Fall back. Everyone fall back. At the open cliff, all tribe representatives moved away, retreating nearly a mile. A massive falcon-shaped spaceship, nearly dozens of meters in size, hovered in midair, its belly emitting energy flames. The River Tribe. Chief's voice was extremely unsteady, even trembling as he spoke through the broadcast microphone, unable to help himself. Respected benefactor, the weapon mounted on the spaceship is the pinnacle of Wakanda's technology, the plasma railgun. The plasma ball it emits can reach millions of degrees Celsius and can shatter a small mountain. Please be extremely careful. Ron floated up, standing in the void like a god, and nodded faintly. The entire populace of Wakanda couldn't help but cover their mouths and hold their breath. The vast nation became so silent that a pin drop could be heard. All of Wakanda's technology was built on vibranium. They had no nuclear bombs. All their weapons were energy-based. But nuclear bombs were always weapons of mass destruction. Their plasma railgun, in terms of single-target lethality, was no weaker than, or even stronger than, the center of a nuclear explosion. If he withstands this attack, it means all of Wakanda's offensive methods are useless. He is too powerful for Wakanda to resist. He also saved our entire nation, so it's only logical for him to become our king. But can he withstand it? M'Baku and his men looked guilty, wanting to find an opening to slip away. This was simply not something a human could defeat. Buzz. The plasma railgun began to charge, its muzzle glowing and terrifyingly hot plasma condensed. Ron's gaze was calm, as if he were facing only a glowing hairdryer. Boom! Earth-shattering high temperatures erupted, and a blinding light like the sun filled everyone's vision, causing them to instinctively shield their eyes. Rumble, the ground trembled. Under the energy aftershock, the entire waterfall instantly evaporated, filling the sky with water vapor. The steep 100-meter-high mountain wall vanished as if a black hole had taken a bite, leaving a spherical indentation. When Ron reappeared from the light, everyone was stunned, as if seeing a god. He was completely unharmed, not even a single hair out of place. King, King! The Wakandan citizens, wide-mouthed in utter shock, recovered themselves and shouted with excited reverence, as if seeing a god, their voices echoing throughout the entire nation. With such a powerful leader, their Wakanda would no longer have to worry about any danger. Respected King of Wakanda, the White Ape Tribe is willing to surrender to you and pledge our loyalty. M'Baku led his tribe, their expressions reverent, kneeling on one knee with hands over their chests. They were shocked and awed by this man's power. On the first day of the new king's reign, Wakanda was unified, something no previous king had managed to achieve. Everyone was even more delighted and excited. Above the sky, Ron's expression was calm and majestic, looking down at the nation that once again cheered for him. This time it wasn't his name, but a respectful address as king. From now on, he was the Lord of Wakanda. In the future, the most technologically advanced nation on Earth would follow his will as its standard. Whoosh! At this moment, outside Wakanda's invisible deep blue energy defense dome, a graceful figure easily passed through. The girl was tall, with exquisite and beautiful features. Long, smooth, shiny black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her curvaceous body was clad in a purple dress. On her head was a peculiar, high-horned purple helmet, giving her a look that was both majestic and slightly lively and playful. Her beautiful eyes, like flawless purple gemstones, stared directly at Ron, as if seeing an irresistible culinary temptation. Drool almost dripped from the corners of her mouth. So much, I want to eat. Someone? Suddenly Ron vaguely sensed something, frowned, and turned to look at a certain point in the void. A knock came from outside the villa. Jansen opened the door, ready to sign for the package. But he found a man in a blue suit wearing a cape with the stars and stripes, smiling brightly at him, yet with a playful glint in his eyes, as if looking at a trapped mouse. Everyone involved in this incident will have their memories erased later. Homelander. Jansen recoiled in fear. A character from television had stepped into reality, but this was no wonderful thing. It was a nightmare. He kept his composure, his smile stiff as he spoke. Does this delivery company have some kind of promotion? I can't believe I get to meet Homelander. Ignoring his attempts to cover up, Homelander placed a hand on his shoulder, closed the door, and led him back into the villa to sit down. You might not know this, but we at VOT are a company that often focuses on public safety, and we have a specialized crime investigation department. He looked around casually as if in his own home, then sized him up with disdain. Oxygen tanks, gas masks, welding and cutting equipment, all the things you ordered, plus the fact that you're a soup. It makes one wonder if you're planning to dig a tunnel from the sewer to infiltrate a bank and cut open safes. How could that be? His ability needed time to activate, Jansen argued, not daring to act rashly. Homelander didn't care about that. He hadn't come for such a reason. Otherwise, Black Noir would have handled a bank robbery. You know, it's hard for people to live in modern society without leaving a trace. What's interesting is that we checked globally, and you haven't had a single record in recent years, as if you vanished from this earth. Homelander stared at him with an impassive face and sharp eyes, putting immense pressure on Jansen. Can you tell me what's going on? This. Unable to defend himself, his biggest secret discovered, cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Jansen gritted his teeth and activated his ability, a mysterious blue glow emanating from his body. Whoosh! The next second, Homelander vanished from his spot, his speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person as he knocked Jansen unconscious with a chop to the neck. Too slow. Jansen had contemptuously believed that in a struggle with Batman, he would surely win, at least remaining undefeated with his abilities. But he hadn't expected that he no longer had a chance to leave this world. When Jansen woke up again, he was in a special prison inside Vought, horrified to find the chair he was tightly bound to was welded to the entire steel floor. A Vought internal psychic, after touching his limbs and sifting through his memories, knew that his ability couldn't teleport with large objects. A person who can travel to parallel worlds? Interesting. Through the one-way glass, Homelander watched him with narrowed eyes and hands clasped behind his back. A brand new world was so enticing to explore. But he still hesitated. Let's wait until Ron returns. Is it a hallucination? Ron's powerful psychic ability swept through, but he found nothing. No, it can't be a hallucination. He turned his head, pretending he hadn't noticed anything, but deep down, he didn't believe his psychic perception had failed. But who on earth could evade his psychic perception at this moment? Homelander's mental ability isn't bad to begin with, and combined with Charles's ability level when he was young, my psychic ability is now almost on par with Charles in his prime. That was close, so close, I almost got caught. Galactus patted her chest. She'd been too engrossed watching Ron, her emotions stirred, and she forgot to rein in her fluctuations. Every cell in him tells me how delicious he is. I really can't hold back much longer. A new person had appeared on Earth who could provide her with immense life energy. Aside from the little guy still unborn in the Earth's core, he was almost one of the most powerful individuals on this planet. But I can't. She forcibly restrained herself, merely watching. Standing his ground, Ron withstood all of Wakanda's weapons, and with his unimaginable speed, even the most stubborn tribal leaders of Wakanda had to admit that Ron had the power to conquer and subjugate their nation alone. Following ancient tradition, Ron's coronation ceremony was swiftly completed. A massive projection hung in the sky. Ron received the sacred anointing from the priest, a silver necklace made of vibranium panther teeth. Everyone in the entire nation, from priests and tribal chiefs to ordinary citizens, bowed in reverence, showing their new king the highest respect. At night, in the brightly lit city center, atop a towering skyscraper, in a room where every detail exuded nobility, the light was bright and soft, almost like daytime. Ron overlooked the nation that now belonged to him. Aren't you going to show yourself? Silence. There was no answer. You've been watching me all day. At first, you hid quite well, but later? A delicious and tempting meal placed before someone who can't eat it will naturally make them hungrier and hungrier, leading to weakness. Galactus, in a purple long dress, materialized from the void accompanied by cosmic energy, like a deity descending to the mortal world. Her toes lightly touched the ground as she slowly landed. Being a true deity, she rubbed her stomach and complained in response, "I initially thought you were someone else." Slowly turning around, his pupils contracted. He scrutinized Galactus with some surprise, his gaze lingering on her highly distinctive helmet for a moment before he softly said, "But then I found your psychic fluctuations to be more lively." He had initially thought it was the Ancient One observing him, coming to find him after glimpsing a future altered by his influence. But the psychic presence he later detected had no trace of calm or indifference, nor was it particularly steady, which made him dismiss that idea. "I bet what you want to say isn't that at all." Galactus's clear eyes seemed to see through some little secret as she narrowed them. "If you're hungry, why hold back?" Ron asked with a light laugh, looking at the daughter of the famous Galactus in the universe. Galactus, daughter of Galactus, one of the 5 supreme cosmic entities, was a subdivine cosmic entity. "I love this beautiful planet, and I love the creatures on this planet. I have a strict diet that prohibits eating local species, and humans are one of them." She looked at Ron, secretly sizing him up. "Even if eating you could provide me with hundreds of billions of calories, I would still endure." "If you weren't drooling while saying that, I might be more convinced," Ron said with a slight tease, knowing that this divine maiden loved Earth and would indeed not harm humans. In fact, in the comics, she often helped Earth resolve crises from aliens in the universe. What she meant by eating was actually absorbing life energy. Grrr. "You've ruined me." Her stomach rumbled twice and Galactus suddenly pouted, clutching her stomach as she complained, "Because I made you hungrier?" Ron raised an eyebrow. "That doesn't seem to be my fault." "I was already very hungry, and seeing you made me even hungrier. Thanks to you, I have to leave Earth for a while." Though she knew it wasn't Ron's fault, Galactus still felt miserable. As a subdivine cosmic entity, she was always hungry. She had to temporarily leave this beautiful planet to replenish life energy on other planets. Good luck. He didn't ask why. Galactus, as the daughter of Galactus, was tormented by constant hunger, just like Galactus himself. She was driven by a terrifying hunger that could drive ordinary people insane, constantly seeking life energy to devour, like an insatiable black hole. Otherwise, she would become delirious from hunger and her power would weaken, severely weaken. The invincible Galactus, one of the 5 supreme cosmic entities, was often defeated by some third-tier cosmic figures for this very reason. Oh, a little reminder from Gali. This is a primary place of worship for a certain deity. Before her figure vanished into the void, Galactus, who called herself Gali, gave a playful wink and a kind reminder. In her eyes, Ron hadn't been scared by her strange words, nor had he asked too many questions. He was an interesting person. "She's not here right now, and you're not one of her followers. Trying to rule the people of this land will probably lead to trouble." After saying that, she disappeared, leaving Earth for other planets. Panther God Bast. Ron's face was expressionless. He had known that Wakanda's Panther God truly existed, one of the outer gods of the universe, but having arrived on Earth relatively early, she was considered one of Earth's ancient deities, having had many divine names and changed many identities. However, he didn't pay much attention. The current me might not be a match for Odin, but dealing with a Panther God is no problem. If Bast doesn't appear, then so be it. But if she does, Ron doesn't mind gaining some ability points by slaying a god. Ability points, 42,000. He glanced at his ability points. Originally, I was wondering where to get some ability points to serve as my return ticket to the Blackrobe universe, and back here. Now it seems I don't have to worry. However, there's still one thing before he leaves. Before leaving, Ron ordered the execution of Golden Leopard to prevent him from losing control after leaving this universe. Then he issued a series of other commands. He was very dissatisfied with the current state of Wakanda. For example, weapons, cities, and various other aspects. He demanded that the weapons department quickly research laser cannons and stop clinging to cold weapon designs. Also, Wakanda, a hyper-modern technological country, surprisingly had no roads or concrete ground. Everywhere was exposed earth. Dust flew up whenever a car passed. Finally, he ordered Wakanda to prepare for public disclosure to the world in all aspects. Regarding this matter, apart from frontier tribe chief Wakabi, the three tribal chiefs subtly expressed opposition but could not stop him. But he was still a bit dissatisfied. Ron planned to brainwash several tribal chiefs, including frontier tribe chief Wakabi, who approved his orders once he returned from the Black Robe universe. His country did not need a second voice. Even the remonstrations of his ministers were not allowed. Brainwashing is a process of repeatedly instilling concepts into another person's brain. He had psychic abilities, making it more secretive and simpler. After a while longer, no one in this country will have any complaints about my orders. Go quickly and return quickly. If I remember correctly, the battle between Hulk and Abomination, Whiplash's confrontation with Iron Man, and Thor's arrival on Earth are all about to happen in quick succession. DC Black Robe Universe, Vought Corporation. He handed over the heart-shaped herb he brought back to Vought for research, to see if they could gain inspiration from it to quickly develop an adult version of Compound V. The head of the laboratory reported to him. Chairman, Compound 5 is likely to cause immediate death in adults, but if slightly modified to reduce its potency, it might be possible to create a temporary version of Compound 5. We have already made breakthroughs in this area and will soon achieve results. The 24-hour version from the original plot. Ron thought it was not bad and approved more funding for the project. He returned to his office and sat down. Knock, knock. I heard you're back at the company. The knocking sound rang out, and Homelander walked in quickly, unable to hide his excitement. In the past few days, I've caught a superhuman with somewhat special abilities. You'll never guess what his abilities are. A superhuman who can traverse parallel universes? Batman? Before he could finish speaking, Ron frowned and directly scanned his memory. His eyelids twitched, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. There's actually such a thing? The matter was significant. He closed his eyes, his mind entering Vought's prison, and scanned the memory of the person named Jensen again, confirming it once more. It's really like that. But why? Unable to comprehend, Ron's heart trembled. He didn't believe that a small bottle of Compound V could create a superhuman capable of crossing the boundaries of the DC multiverse, something that even many powerful beings who could create universes with a single thought couldn't do. It was countless times more exaggerated than Sentinel's million-star serum. Could it be? He suddenly thought of an astonishing possibility. Could it be that, just as the unsuspecting Homelander simply guessed, the Black Robe and the main DC universe are parallel universes? But wouldn't that mean the Black Robe universe is one of the DC multiverse? Thinking about the corresponding relationships between Superman and Homelander, Wonder Woman and Queen Maeve, Flash and A-Train, and so on, it seems not impossible. Anything can happen in the DC multiverse, such as good and evil being reversed, genders being opposite, Nazi rule, the Steam Age, a wasteland world, medieval magic, and some universes even having only one unique superhuman. Some supermen there are villains. Some sacrificed themselves in the fight against monsters. Some were captured by the United States government for experiments as soon as they landed. Some had their identity changed to Zod's son, and so on. What's wrong with you? I haven't even spoken, and your expression is already like that. Watching Ron's changing expression, Homelander asked curiously and doubtfully. Then, without waiting for an answer, he couldn't help but speak with a serious yet excited tone. Listen, you don't know what I've discovered. You'll definitely think I'm crazy when I tell you. A parallel universe truly exists. And there's no Vought, no superhumans. With my strength alone, I can completely rule that world. As he spoke, he noticed that Ron's gaze towards him had changed. He clapped his hands and laughed. "Yes, that's the look. You must think I'm crazy." He finally managed to regain a little face in front of Ron. But he didn't know that Ron was looking at him like a madman because he wanted to rule the Earth of the main DC universe with his meager strength. That was something countless universe-level powerful villains had failed to do. The absence of superhumans was merely because the timeline hadn't arrived yet. Oh, right. What else was I going to say? As he spoke, Homelander suddenly couldn't remember what he was going to say, or what he had just said. He looked up at Ron, his expression puzzled. "Ron, when did you get back?" Ron used his psychic abilities to erase all memories of everyone who knew about this matter. As for Jensen, after copying his ability to the panel, Ron's heat vision evaporated him, making him disappear from the world. From the world line, Batman of the DC Universe has just started fighting crime, and all the plot is still early, and the timeline of that universe and this universe are almost synchronized. There's no need to rush for now. Recorded ability template. Superhuman Jensen, 140,000 ability points. Mainly, this ability to traverse parallel universes requires a lot of ability points, which he temporarily doesn't have. Return to the Marvel Universe. Your Majesty, laser guns, supersonic laser hand cannons, and energy shield generators have entered mass production, and urban ground renovation is progressing rapidly. Preparations for various possible situations after their country's disclosure are also underway, and should be completed within approximately 5 days. Najia reported on her work. With her curly short hair and efficient style, she exuded the sharpness of a female warrior. At a young age, she was already the strongest warrior of the River Tribe. She would have become Black Panther's girlfriend. But Black Panther died early, and their romance seemed not to have developed yet. Ron had no interest in her, but all the members of the Royal Guard were bald black women with fierce appearances, only she looked somewhat normal. Oh, and Dr. Selvig, the astrophysicist Majesty asked me to keep an eye on, has recently booked a plane ticket and will be heading to a small town called Old Bridgetown on the border of New Mexico tomorrow. Oh? On the throne, Ron gently tapped the throne, his eyes subtly moving. Thor was about to come to Earth. The Asgardian royalty, in addition to their formidable physical bodies, possess the powerful characteristic of increasing divine power with age, and their lifespan can reach 5,000 years. The afternoon's dim yellow sunlight shone on Old Bridgetown, New Mexico, an inconspicuous border town on the map. "Professor, thank you for coming all this way. You must see what I've discovered. I already have over 10 data observations. Although I still don't understand what it is, it will definitely be an incredible discovery." Jane Foster, who had picked up her professor from the town entrance with her assistant Daisy, excitedly chattered about her discovery. The two discussed animatedly. Next to them, Daisy, with her hands casually in her jacket pockets, boredly kicked a roadside pebble. She was only there to be Jane's assistant and earn 6 college credits. "Jane, based on your description, that phenomenon sounds too incredible, like mythology." Walking quickly along the road, Selvig, with his half-white hair and scholarly demeanor, listened with a frown. Among his many students, Jane was one of his most outstanding, but for the past 6 months, she'd been wasting her time and energy on a strange phenomenon. Or it could just be a light refraction caused by atmospheric activity. He said it vaguely, not wanting to dampen his students' enthusiasm, not wanting to tell her that half a year's effort was just chasing a mirage. "No, Professor." But Jane Foster, with her extremely keen scientific intuition, wanted to continue to argue. "Who are you?" Upon reaching their private studio, Daisy froze and asked, confused, "What do you want here?" Inside the studio, filled with various observation equipment, a handsome man in a suit sat on a chair, while a black woman in a green dress with gold earrings stood beside him, looking serious, more like a guard than a secretary. "You left the studio door wide open. Aren't you afraid of being robbed?" After sizing up Selvig, Ron's gaze turned to Jane and Daisy, and he first asked indifferently. Selvig was considered an authority in astronomy within the Marvel scientific community. After Loki's invasion of Earth, He sought out Selvig to study the cosmic cube. He also used his own algorithms to calculate the existence and convergence of the 9 realms and knew Hulk and Ant-Man. The residents of this small town are very simple. These are all professional instruments used for astronomical measurements, and many of them I assembled myself. Taking off her sandproof scarf from her neck and placing it aside, Jane, with her delicate features and elegant demeanor, answered while looking at the two with confusion. Daisy, with her fair skin and voluptuous figure, pushed up the glasses on her beautiful face, summarizing it for her in one sentence. These things are expensive and unsellable, and the penalties are extremely severe. If no one wants to spend more than 20 years in prison for a pile of scrap metal in the latter half of their life, no one should be interested in these things. Because of this, they dared to leave both the front and back doors of the studio open and walk across the street to pick up Selvig. By the way, who are you? Ron, Nagia. This is my Professor Selvig. After learning their names and introducing the three of them, Jane Foster tilted her head, curiously asking, "May I ask why you are here?" "Jane Foster, I intend to invest in your research," Ron said. Jane Foster, apart from her future identity as the female Thor, was also a very young astrophysicist, one of the rising stars in the scientific community. Invest? My research is indeed very short on funds, but Jane Foster was very short on money. Her research over the past 6 months had nearly emptied her savings. But she couldn't understand why someone would invest in her. Astronomy had always been a niche science, extremely difficult to apply commercially, so private investment was rare. $10 million has already been transferred to your personal account. Nagia, who was beside him, pressed a miniature earpiece in her ear, gave an instruction, then turned her head and interrupted in a crisp tone. $10 million. Skeptically opening her phone, Jane Foster was startled. The message notification showed that she indeed had an extra $10 million transferred. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, and Daisy, who was beside her, leaned over to count, also covering her mouth. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Jane, actually, I've always wanted to tell you that during my time as your assistant, I've deeply fallen in love with astrophysics. Suddenly grabbing Jane's arm, Daisy was serious, as if she intended to dedicate the rest of her life to science. Daisy, stop messing around. After saying something speechless to Daisy, Jane Foster turned back and asked in disbelief, "Who exactly are you?" $10 million was not a small sum, and it was transferred without even asking. Moreover, the well-trained aura about Nagia made one involuntarily think of official organizations. I merely have a little money to spend as I please. At this moment, Ron, as the king of Wakanda and the richest man on earth, said calmly and slowly. After calculations, his net worth was now close to $98 trillion. If one were to include the profits from various high-tech technologies after Wakanda's founding. Buying the entire globe was impossible, but buying Europe as a backyard garden was not a problem. Selvig, who had been silent, suddenly flushed slightly and coughed twice. For this scientist who liked to take off his pants and run naked when deep in thought, his personality was not that rigid or serious. In fact, I also have some research in astronomy. Professor Selvig, I have some research under my command that perhaps you could help with. Ron said slowly, accepting all comers. Both of them had significant roles in the Marvel Universe storyline and were top scientists, so investing in them would not be a loss. Especially after learning that Wakanda's shield was better at defending against energy attacks and couldn't withstand a slightly larger yield nuclear bomb, he was somewhat dissatisfied. True geniuses in Marvel often had multiple degrees. Selvig could tinker with the cosmic cube, so he must have some research in energy, which might be useful. I also study science. I recently had an idea for an academic project. Looking at Ron, Daisy said eagerly, I think you're more suited to be an assistant. Under her expectant gaze, he looked her up and down and said mercilessly, Daisy studied social sciences. Did social science count as science? And she didn't seem very smart. At night, Ron, now an investor in the studio, proposed going to the wilderness with the three of them to observe data, and naturally no one refused. The three only thought that this person, who seemed like a wealthy young master, was merely curious. Outside the town, an RV was parked in the vast wilderness, under a magnificent night sky filled with stars. A cool night breeze blew through the window. Sitting calmly inside the spacious vehicle, Ron looked at the distant night sky while Jane and Selvig fiddled with their equipment. Daisy, sitting next to them, boredly took out her phone. The driver, originally Daisy, had been replaced by Nadia at his signal. "Appear? Why aren't you appearing yet?" Jane anxiously watched the data on the instrument screen, but when the predicted time reached 0, no phenomenon occurred in the night sky. She couldn't help but murmur anxiously, secretly glancing at Ron. "For the past 17 times, the prediction has been accurate to the second. What's wrong tonight?" After the studio received investment, problems arose on the first day in front of the financier, making it hard not to panic. But in reality, he looked indifferently at the night outside, not caring at all about her research. At this moment, a huge rolling light suddenly lit up in the sky. "Jane, didn't you say there would only be tiny auroras?" Selvig stared blankly at the distant sky, stunned. "Nadia, drive quickly. We need to get there for a close observation." Although this time was different, it was clearly an unusual astronomical phenomenon. Jane excitedly shouted impatiently, "Buzz!" The RV suddenly started chasing after the light. Ron narrowed his eyes, looking at the changing celestial phenomenon in the distance. He was very curious if Thor, who had been cast down to the mortal realm, was still being watched and protected by his father, Odin, who used his divine power from across the 9 realms, even while in Odin's sleep. No. After all, Odin did not have the ability to resurrect people. He was powerless when Queen Frigga died. If it was the former, remote control and protection would likely consume a lot of energy. Then, if Thor encounters danger a few more times, will Odin, the king of the gods whose fearsome reputation once shook the 9 realms, be directly exhausted to death? Whoosh, whoosh. The RV sped at its maximum, racing towards the horizon. Jane leaned halfway out of the window, using a thermal camera to record the astonishing celestial changes, her face radiating excitement and enthusiasm, the yearning of a young scientist for the unknown and for truth. After subtly implanting a mental suggestion in Nadia, who was driving, to not slow down no matter what happened, Ron quietly waited for events to unfold. "I remember when I first arrived on this earth, I was also hit by a car, but I encountered a group of fierce armed mercenaries, whereas Thor had a wonderful encounter." A faint smile appeared on his lips. Was this perhaps unfair? On the night sky's horizon, dense clouds swirled to form a cloud pillar, dozens of meters in diameter, connecting heaven and earth, with the massive, colorful energy of the Bifrost Bridge hidden within it. The prince, cast down to the mortal realm by the God King, fell dazed onto the ground. Just as he was about to stand up, a huge mud-splattered car front rushed into the cloud pillar, speeding wildly and filling his vision. What was that? Clang. His head and the bumper made a swift, intimate contact. The rubber wheels rolled over him. With a huge jolt, Daisy uncontrollably fell into Ron's arms beside her, her hand inadvertently pressing against his firm chest, her fair face slightly flushed as she moved her hand away and asked as if nothing had happened. "What did we run over?" "It must have been a small stone." Ron seemed to ponder carefully before saying. Daisy hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. If he had said it was a wash-basin-sized rock, she might have believed it a little. Having completed its mission, the cloud pillar quickly dispersed. Stop the car, quick!" Jane shouted loudly. At this moment, her kind heart disregarded data and phenomena. "I think I just saw a person, and we hit him." The car stopped. Selvig was skeptical. This is a wilderness. Besides us, how could there be anyone? But after they got out of the car, oh my goodness, there really is a person. Looking back in the moonlight, they could vaguely see a man as strong as a bear lying on the ground, his life unknown. Is he still alive? Hiding behind Ron, Daisy asked fearfully. Don't be afraid. She was driving. We can push all the blame onto her when the time comes. With his arms crossed, he calmly pointed at Nadia and said, Hearing this peculiar comfort, Daisy's expression was strange, but strangely, Nadia, who was spoken of this way, wasn't angry at all. Jane and Selvig nervously wanted to go forward and check. As they were about to get close, suddenly they heard a person gasping violently, like someone surfacing from suffocating water. Thor suddenly opened his eyes wide, wiped the blood from his head, and abruptly sat up, still a bit dazed, wondering what had just happened. But he immediately disregarded it, pacing back and forth, anxiously shouting towards the sky. Father, Father! There was no answer. Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Open the Bifrost Bridge and let me return. He then ordered Heimdall, but no one responded. Old Father Odin is indeed constantly watching his son. Ron chuckled. He didn't believe Thor as a mortal still possessed such defensive power. What is his body made of? If there really was a person, then the collision and bump just now would not be difficult to explain. Jane looked at Thor, who was covered in blood but lively in surprise. Rubber? I don't think he's that powerful. At least he, has a problem here. Daisy pointed to her own head, looking at Thor like he was an idiot, her expression regretful and helpless. Where is this? Which kingdom is this? Alfheim, Nornheim? No one answered. Thor turned and pointed at Selvig, asking. His tone was very impolite, almost a rude command. Alfheim, along with Asgard and Vanaheim, are at the top of the world tree. That kingdom is inhabited by light elves. And Nornheim is a place within Asgard. The others were confused, not understanding what he was saying. This is New Mexico. Seeing how tall and big he was, with a rude attitude, swaying a bit menacingly, Daisy pulled out her self-defense taser and shouted, You dare to threaten me, Thor, son of Odin, god of thunder, with such a weak weapon. Feeling scorned and enraged, Thor stepped forward to snatch it away. Before he could finish speaking, Daisy fired the taser. Thor convulsed all over, fell stiffly, and passed out. What god did he just say he was? She tilted her head and asked with a puzzled expression, God of beer. Jane raised her shapely eyebrows, uncertainly saying, He's swaying around like he's drunk. Or maybe he's just dazed from us hitting him, Selvig said fairly. Snap. The flash lit up. Nadia took a few pictures of Thor, who was still twitching on the ground. What are you doing? Daisy asked curiously. A keepsake, the great god of thunder being knocked out by a taser. How interesting. Ron, who had used his psychic ability to make her take the photos, looked at Thor on the ground and slowly smiled. What kind of god is so weak? Completely disbelieving that this crazy strong man was Thor, Daisy pouted and blew on the taser like blowing on a smoking revolver. If he's Thor, then this is my infallible eternal spear. Oh, you're so strong. Dragging the unconscious Thor by his collar, Ron casually tossed him into the car, Daisy's small mouth slightly agape. She gasped in surprise looking at Ron. This muscular, strong man was definitely close to 200 pounds, yet he dragged him as easily as a chicken or duck. The data's collected, we can go. Jane hastily collected the data, and the group took Thor to the hospital. Thor, upon waking in the hospital, mistook the doctor taking his blood for someone attacking him, flung him away, caused a ruckus in the hospital, and ended up being held down by a group of doctors and security guards, having his pants pulled down and being given a tranquilizer. Midgardian Thor, the god of thunder, will forever remember this day of humiliation. Covered in big men, before losing consciousness, he had never suffered such humiliation. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes, and he roared internally. Ability points, 92,136,000. In a town hotel, Ron looked at the increased ability points. His guess was correct. Odin was indeed constantly watching Thor, using divine power to protect him across the world tree. As for why the ability points increased again just now, it was reasonable for a careless new nurse at the hospital to make a mistake, leading to a fatal overdose of anesthetic. Every time Odin uses his divine power, he gets one step closer to death. He is strong, but that doesn't mean he is omnipotent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been deceived by Loki. He wasn't afraid that Odin would detect his subtle psychic suggestion. Even if he detected it, it wouldn't matter. Now is both the strongest and weakest time in Odin's 5,000-year life. He is strongest because Asgardian divine power grows with age. The older they are, the stronger their divine power. The remaining lifespan of Odin, if viewed from a mortal perspective, is only 1 or 2 months. In this situation, his divine power is incredibly strong. He is weakest because his aging body cannot withstand such powerful divine power. It was like a balloon filled with water, about to burst. Even a slight tremor in the water inside could pop the balloon. If Odin were to exert his full power, his own body would be the first to give out, torn apart by the surging divine power within him. Why was Thor banished to Earth by his All-Father? The reason was that he was about to be crowned king by Odin, a moment of immense pride in his life, which was interrupted when Loki secretly led frost giants into the treasury. An enraged Thor believed they should retaliate, to make the frost giants understand the cost of their actions, but Odin stopped him. In a fit of pique, he disobeyed his All-Father's command, taking Loki, the Warriors Three, and Sif into Jotunheim, where he engaged in a fierce battle with Laufey, who mocked him as a little princess. After nearly being killed in the siege, fortunately, Odin arrived in time via the Bifrost Bridge to end the battle, and upon returning to Asgard, father and son had a huge argument. Thor believed his father was old, senile, and weak, no longer the All-Father who commanded awe across the 9 realms. Thor wasn't entirely wrong. If a kingdom's most important place was invaded and no retaliation was given, it would certainly invite suspicion. But alas, Odin no longer had that ability. He was indeed old, not in spirit, but in body. Ron shook his head slightly. With only 1 battle's worth strength left, he would die after even a slight use of his divine power in a fight, but Asgard was not yet ready for his death. What worried him most was the bold and reckless Thor, which was why he stripped him of his powers and threw him onto Earth to act out the prince's trial. Odin had high hopes for Thor, hoping he could protect Asgard when the unavoidable Ragnarok arrived, because Thor's potential far exceeded his own, and he possessed the possibility of transcending Ragnarok. Template recorded: Ancient God Bloodline, Asgardian Thor, 1 million. Thor is half Norse god, with the other half of his bloodline coming from an ancient god. Late at night, he came to the wilderness alone with Nagia. Burning sparks covered the ground in a massive meteor crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Passing through the scorched earth, Ron arrived before the hammer. "Your Majesty, did this hammer fall from the sky?" At the center of the meteor crater, there should have been a meteorite, but instead there was a hammer. Nagia's eyes widened. From the marks, this hammer didn't look like it had been placed there afterward, but why would a man-made hammer fall from the sky? Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. He murmured softly. The brown handle was said to be a branch of the world tree, and the silver-gray, square hammerhead, engraved with intricate and profound patterns, was forged from Uru alloy and a dying star. The hammer's surface read, "Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor." "Nagia, try to lift it." Hearing the command, Nagia stepped forward, first with one hand, then with both hands. As the strongest warrior of Wakanda's river tribe, she exerted all her might but couldn't move it an inch. "Your Majesty, it's probably made of a unique, extremely dense metal, like vibranium. I can't lift it." "It's not just the weight, it also has Odin's blessing on it," Ron said slowly. "Odin's blessing, the power of Thor. Not everyone is worthy, so not everyone can lift it. However, the standard for worthiness is unknown. Those who have lifted it include Black Widow, Captain America, Beta Ray Bill, Jane Foster, Vision, and others. Black Widow being able to lift it means the requirement isn't a pure heart. Isn't it a joke for an agent with blood on her hands to be considered pure-hearted? As for the others, strong will, willingness to sacrifice for the world, There are countless heroes on Earth who fit that description. So, I really don't understand this hammer. He reached out and gripped the hammer, exerting force, his tough, powerful muscles and bones, superior to any alloy, suddenly tensing. Rise. Boom! Dark clouds gathered in the starry sky, and silver snake-like lightning streaked through the clouds like the glowing branches of the world tree, tearing through the night sky as if the heavens and earth were shaking. Crack! In the darkness, an arm lifted the incredibly heavy Mjolnir. A thick, barrel-sized bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking him fiercely. Nagia was thrown back, and Ron's tall figure was bathed in lightning, like a god. The lightning continued. He tossed it twice in his hand, then put it back in its original place, and the lightning dissipated. It is a bit heavy. Your Majesty, why did lightning strike you when you lifted it? She asked, shocked and confused. Perhaps because I didn't lift it normally, and Odin's blessing deemed me unworthy. Ron didn't care about this in the slightest. This proved nothing. In the Marvel universe, in terms of worthiness, most heroes and all villains are unworthy of Odin's blessing, but that doesn't prevent some of them from having enough power to crush Odin. He lifted Thor's hammer with brute force. The power of Odin's blessing does not represent Odin's own power. Otherwise, if Odin were to bless his Gungnir, wouldn't that be equivalent to one Odin wielding another Odin as a weapon in battle, and the 9 realms would have long been shattered? Thor's hammer, with Odin's blessing, is not that strong. Even if Hela, Mjolnir's original owner, doesn't count, the cursed warrior of the Dark Elves once punched the flying Mjolnir away. Bring the item. As if thinking of something interesting, he said, let's enchant Thor's hammer and make his beloved hammer even more powerful. Yes, Your Majesty. Nagia obeyed, handing over a strangely colored piece of vibranium. Vibranium is the most versatile material on Earth. Vibranium's natural color is silver, but Wakanda discovered that combining it with other substances can change its color. For example, Black Panther's suit is black, and there are other different color reactions. Holding the fist-sized vibranium, his eyes glowed with a fiery light, and plasma rays heated and melted it. Soon, the vibranium melted and was poured onto Thor's hammer. He gently bent down, his fingers arbitrarily outlining and shaping the desired forms and lines on it. Come on, push harder. The next day, in the previously unnoticed outskirts, a group of men gathered in the meteor crater, enthusiastically competing in a test of strength. Although the hammer in this meteor crater was strangely colored and shaped, it didn't prevent them from using this heavy hammer to determine who was the true strongman. But not a single person could move the hammer. There was even a busybody old man with white hair who tried to pull the hammer with a chain from his car, only to pull his car apart without moving it, which caused a burst of laughter. In the distance, a black sedan drove up and stopped by the edge of the meteor crater. A middle-aged bald man got out and looked at the center of the huge meteor crater. His expression changed. What was this thing? So strange. Director, the item has been found. The call connected. How is it? Director, are you sure the agency's predict landing spot was here? He hesitated. What's wrong, Coulson? The director, with a black, spiced, corned egg-shaped head on the other end, asked. I'm not sure if it's extraterrestrial. Why? Looking back again, Coulson said, because I don't think Hello Kitty merchandise has reached outer space yet. Jane Foster's research was originally about atmospheric changes. Every night, the sky in that direction would occasionally have unique changes, with the constellations near Ursa Minor disappearing, revealing an unfamiliar star field. But after what appeared last night, this is relatively unimportant. According to what was captured by the magnetic field display, the flashing cloud pillar last night exhibited the characteristics of an Einstein-Rosen bridge, also known as a wormhole, a connecting tunnel between 2 different spacetimes. If this can be confirmed, humanity will take another step forward in discovering the universe, and they can gain countless honors in the scientific community through this. The saved data even showed that Thor had appeared at the center of that magnetic storm. His experience is valuable information. We must find him and ask him what that felt like. Her expression was serious and earnest. The door to the mysteries of the universe had fortunately opened a corner for her, and she could not do nothing. But the hospital called last night and said he was a violent madman who attacked a doctor. Selvig hesitated. Going to find him might not be a good idea. Can a madman say things that provide accurate data? What are you afraid of? We have Ron with us. Daisy patted Ron's sturdy shoulder, took out her reassembled taser, and breathed on it to wipe it. And my eternal spear. Ron smiled but said nothing. As the group, driven by Nagia, had just turned a street corner, they hit a tall figure walking carelessly in the middle of the road, sending him flying several meters and landing heavily on the ground. "Oh, it's him!" Jane Foster exclaimed in surprise. "It's him again?" Seeing that the person hit was Thor again, Daisy didn't know what to say. Did this Thor have an inexplicable connection with cars? "Are you all right?" Everyone got out of the car, and Selvig asked worriedly. Thor, acting as if nothing had happened, stood up from the ground, nonchalantly patted the dust off his light green hospital gown, looking very energetic, and said with a warrior's arrogance, "It's you again. Don't worry. The great Thor is not like you fragile Midgardians." After last night, he knew where he was. Among the 9 realms, only the people of Midgard were so weak and pathetic. As for being subdued by a group of big men, having his pants pulled down and getting an injection last night, he had selectively forgotten it. It seems the old father can't stop worrying. Ron smiled, scanning Thor up and down. Thor's strength might not have recovered, but his physique might have recovered somewhat. At least anyone else would have been in the hospital after being hit and flown several meters just now. "Listen, I, Thor, God of Thunder, already know where my Mjolnir is, but my power is currently sealed by my father king." Looking at everyone, Thor passionately said in a tone like inspiring soldiers before battle, "As long as you send me to the place 50 miles west, and I retrieve my precious Mjolnir, unseal it, and return to Asgard, I will give each of you a wealth unimaginable to Midgardians." He pointed his hand to the west. After escaping the hospital, he heard someone on the road talking about a hammer no one could lift, but when he said it was his Thor's weapon, others looked at him twice and then inexplicably ran away in fear. How does this line sound strangely familiar? Ron's eyebrow raised slightly. Meow, meow. The pronunciation of Mjolnir was very similar to meow, meow. Daisy tried calling out in confusion. "It's Mjolnir, the great Thor's hammer." Thor corrected her, displeased. He did not allow others to mispronounce the name of his beloved divine hammer. It was a majestic artifact feared by warriors of the 9 realms. Meow, meow hammer. I've only heard of the eternal spear Gungnir. Daisy pouted. In terms of the renown of Norse divine weapons, the eternal spear, said to always hit its mark when thrown, was much more famous. That's because you haven't truly seen it. My father king's Gungnir isn't as good-looking as my Mjolnir. As Thor spoke, he first looked around guiltily to see if anyone was there, then puffed out his chest and resumed his arrogance, continuing. Having been disciplined by his old father and stripped of his divine power, he was not as bold as before and knew to maintain basic reverence for his old father. At least, he couldn't speak ill of him to his face. Good-looking? Ron chuckled. Hopefully, when Thor sees Mjolnir transformed into the appearance he set, he will still be inseparable from it and love it as before. The group drove west. On the way, Jane asked Thor about his feelings, but he couldn't say anything, impatiently saying he felt nothing, that he had used the Bifrost Bridge countless times, which greatly disappointed Jane. His entire heart had flown to Mjolnir. Soon, they arrived next to the meteorite crater. However, this area had been taken over by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and even a temporary base had been established with barbed wire densely surrounding it, preventing anyone from approaching. It's all right. Your mortal armies cannot stop me. Having gotten out of the car dozens of meters away, Thor scoffed at the guarding agents, crouched down, and stealthily moved to the other side, intending to break through a weak point on one side of the base. His more than 1,000 years of combat experience were not for nothing. Come back, Thor. Are you crazy? Those agents might shoot, Jane and Selvig called out, but not too loudly, afraid of attracting attention. He's not particularly crazy, At least he didn't walk directly to the gate and say he was Thor descended, asking the soldiers to welcome his excellency. Ron commented. Wait a moment, what's in that car? On the dusty road, small trucks drove over, seemingly loaded with their studio equipment. Stop, stop! Jane shouted, stopping the vehicles. She saw clearly. That was their studio equipment, much of which she had personally assembled, and her half year of hard research and last night's invaluable, unique data were all inside. That's my stuff. The vehicles carrying important data were stopped. Agents pulled out their guns, using the car doors as cover, aiming at the few people with cold expressions. Facing the black muzzles, the few people couldn't help but feel a little scared. Only Ron's eyes didn't even waver. Put them away. Coulson got out of the car, slowly looked at the dazzling sunlight, waved his hand, telling them to lower their guns, and with a smile like a good-natured old man, said to Jane, It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Jane Foster. I am Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why are you doing this? Facing Jane's question, his attitude was soft yet firm, with an air of unyielding authority in his smiling expression. I apologize. We're investigating a security threat. Your records and your data might provide assistance, and we are requisitioning them. Does requisition mean stealing? Ron's eyes narrowed slightly and he smiled. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. always handle things without such class? There were never any good-natured old men among agents. Facing villains, S.H.I.E.L.D. never showed such initiative, directly breaking in to steal. Do good people have to be bullied? May I ask who you are, sir? Although he said, may I ask, Coulson's tone was not so polite, and after casually asking, he paid no attention and continued to emphasize to Jane, I apologize. This is for world security. S.H.I.E.L.D. can give Miss Foster some money to buy new equipment and redo it. Redo? Jane said in a slightly excited, trembling voice. Those were half a year's worth of hard-earned records from not eating or sleeping well, and last night's unique, precious data that no amount of money could buy. I'm about to figure out something very incredible. You can't do this to me. Everything I possess, all my efforts, are in those devices in this notebook. You can't just take them, she said, holding a black notebook with dense footnotes and markings in her hand, pleading as much as she could with Coulson, who always maintained a smile. These were all her painstaking efforts. Whoosh. But immediately, an agent walked over, reaching out his hand to coldly take away the notebook as well. What are you doing? She clutched the notebook and retreated in panic. She couldn't believe this group of people was completely unreasonable, not even leaving her last bit of hard work. The agent was about to move forward again, wanting to snatch the notebook. Jane, listen to me. Selvig's expression was grave, mixed with fear, as he tried to persuade Jane to give up. He had heard of this S.H.I.E.L.D., and people who got involved with it often didn't end well. A friend he knew named Bruce Banner was like that, disappearing since that day. He was so thin and scholarly, perhaps he was beaten by these guys and eliminated from the earth for refusing to cooperate. People who are inconsiderate and push their luck deserve a lesson. But as soon as he spoke, Ron said indifferently. Najia, hearing this, kicked out sharply, sending the agent flying. He crashed heavily into the front of the car, breaking several ribs, and was directly knocked unconscious from the concussion. Don't move. The other agents raised their guns and shouted, as if ready to shoot at any moment. An inconspicuous white wristband on Najia's hand suddenly lit up. Holding a light blue human-height energy shield, her eyes were fierce like a female leopard, acting as a loyal guard, blocking in front of him. Oh. Facing the gun muzzles, everyone else was scared and hid behind Ron. What is this thing? Can it block bullets? Clutching his sleeve, Daisy said fearfully. It can even defend against RPGs, he calmly reassured her. Seeing the energy shield emitted by the wristband, Coulson's pupils contracted. An energy shield generator, and made so portable. S.H.I.E.L.D., whose technology was far ahead of Earth's, didn't have such advanced technology. At least, they were 3 or 4 generations behind. He looked at Ron, whose expression hadn't changed at all, and asked in surprise, Who are you? An extraterrestrial? My foolish brother Thor. Inside Asgard's golden palace, Loki, wearing a golden horned helmet and wielding the eternal spear, sat high upon the throne that rightfully belonged to the All-Father. Through a green mirror formed by magic, Thor, braving bullets, fully displayed his valor, charging wildly and sending the agents flying in disarray. The god of mischief murmured, mocking his own naivety. I actually truly believed that the All-Father, in his thunderous rage, intended for you to live as a mortal for this life. But even while in Odin's sleep, he, at the cost of his body and lifespan, retained a portion of his consciousness to repeatedly watch over and protect you. Watching Thor, who had recovered some of his abilities in the mirror, killing intent surged in Loki's eyes. He gripped his scepter tightly, his body trembling with anger. I even hesitated whether to spare your life, using a small lie I'm good at to make you live out your mortal life in Midgard, filled with lifelong regret as a token of my pity for you. He stood up and went to the heavenly palace's treasury, unhesitatingly summoning the destroyer, the armor Odin had worn in his early years to conquer the 9 realms, and slowly turned to enter it. The iron armor opened, embraced, and closed, and the huge opening above its head lit up with flames that seemed capable of burning and destroying everything. As expected, an adopted child is just an adopted child. My Asgardian bloodline is ultimately different from yours. I'm nothing but a little frost giant's cub, used to scare children in stories. For over 1,000 years, everything had been a beautiful illusion. The throne never belonged to him from the beginning, and he was nothing but an outsider. Touching the ancient winter coffin and discovering his true bloodline, Loki's heart was filled with sorrow and fury. Asgard had no place for him, and he had nothing left to yearn for. The tall, dazzling silver armor, with divine radiance flowing over it, moved its indestructible body with powerful strides towards a treasure deep within the treasury. The ancient winter coffin, capable of freezing a planet, had already been taken by him from the treasury and carried with him using magic. Aside from the destroyer he was wearing, he also wanted to take one more item as a backup plan. On the shelf, a slender, majestic golden horn lay silently, as if a terrifying monster long in slumber. He picked it up, touching it carefully. Lulamena horn. Loki's eyes were deep as he looked at this treasure, softly uttering its name, a magic horn that, once blown, would bring death and disaster. He then left the treasury. Now he was returning to that dark, cold place he disliked to accept his people. Then he would advance towards Midgard. He would kill his foolish brother, first conquer Midgard and Jotunheim, and from then on stand in opposition to Odin. If the throne of the 9 realms wasn't given to him, he could fight for it himself. After the energy shield blocked in front, Nagia's other hand, holding a bracelet, gathered energy, ready to strike, looking like a portable energy hand cannon. Agent Coulson and the other agents were even more surprised. Alien? I am merely the king of a small African country on Earth, Ron said indifferently. Strictly speaking, Thor, who was currently beating S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to a pulp a few hundred meters away, was the alien. King? Jane Foster and Daisy exchanged surprised glances. All right, Ron. If you had just said you were a king, I would have thought you were infected by that big oaf. Looking at the energy shield that usually only exists in science fiction novels, Daisy, whose face was slightly red, was hiding behind Ron with her hand on his strong back, and asked in confusion. But now, even if you said you were an alien king, I'd believe it, but an African king. She stopped herself from speaking further. Coulson scanned him up and down, also unable to see how Ron looked like he was from Africa, except for bringing a black female secretary. Standing before you is His Majesty Ron, our new king of Wakanda. Behind the energy shield, Nagia's expression was serious, and her tone solemn. Although Wakanda had not yet made its technology public, the new king's ascension had already been announced, but no one cared about a change of power in a small African country. Wakanda? Where is that? Coulson looked confused. It sounded vaguely familiar. Officer, he is indeed the king of Wakanda. Wakanda is a small country in East Africa, one of the poorest countries on Earth, mainly producing wool, ornaments, and clothing. Its people usually live by farming and hunting. The agent behind him leaned closer, reading the searched information. The words, hunting for a living in modern society, felt out of place and awkward to read. Hunting, do you believe it? Hearing this, Coulson turned back and gave the agent a strange look, saying, "Look at that energy shield, which is at least decades ahead of Earth's technology before you speak. Do they in Wakanda usually hunt steel dinosaurs from Transformers? Or do they hunt with laser cannons? I remember now." He frowned, suddenly recalling where he had heard of Wakanda. "Your place produces an extremely rare and valuable metal on Earth, although it's said that the output is very low and it's all been stolen." Coulson had seen Wakanda's files at S.H.I.E.L.D. before. His idol, Captain America, and his iconic shield, the metal used to make it, was produced in Wakanda. However, that news might need a question mark now. "Show him and tell them to put down their things and leave." Ron signaled Nadia with his eyes and commanded. Thor was about to reach the hammer, and he didn't want to miss a good show, especially one he was orchestrating. "Agent Coulson, immediately hand over those items." Turning off the energy shield, Nadia presented a document, speaking without ceremony. "Miss Jane Foster's studio, funded and supported by our king, has signed a contract, and all her studio's research and achievements belong in part to our king. You are stealing our king's property. This..." After seeing these, Coulson frowned upon hearing her words. Involving the king of another country. If not handled well, it could escalate into an international dispute. And he looked confused. Nadia, who hadn't finished speaking, efficiently pulled out another document, a land ownership certificate, gesturing around. "This 100 li of land near the scenic old bridge town was purchased by our king in his private name 2 days ago. According to the laws of this country, wherever a meteorite falls, it belongs to the owner of that land. So that hammer-shaped meteorite is also our king's property." Her dangerous eyes fixed on Coulson, her tone growing more unfriendly with each word. "Which means S.H.I.E.L.D., without permission, has arbitrarily cordoned off land and built illegal structures on our king's land, and is even researching our king's property." The documents were all real, but 100 li of land, truly wealthy. Cold sweat ran down his forehead, and Coulson found it extremely difficult to handle. By both reason and law, they were in the wrong, and this was the king of a not-so-simple country, unlike Jane Foster. However, neither the wormhole data nor that hammer were ordinary items, and they couldn't give them up. "King Ron and this lady, S.H.I.E.L.D. is directly accountable to the International Security Council. I can request instructions from above." He gritted his teeth, his words trailing off halfway. "You don't intend to hand over the items and withdraw?" Ron interrupted. "Yes, we are also for..." Coulson defended himself. He didn't know what that hammer was, and they couldn't just leave it. What if it caused some danger, possibly threatening the entire Earth? "I recall that the laws of this country seem to stipulate that the landowner has the right to shoot thieves who trespass on his land," he said slowly, raising his long, well-defined fingers to form a gun shape, pointing it at Coulson's chest. "King Ron?" Just a finger. Coulson didn't take it seriously, smiling and about to say something more. Whoosh! A red laser instantly pierced through. His chest was pierced, sharp pains spread throughout his body. He stumbled back 2 steps, looked down in disbelief, and fell to the ground. How could this be? Has this world changed too fast? First, there's a scrawny doctor who can turn into a big green guy, and now people can shoot lasers from their hands? Or is it some incomprehensible high technology? "Shoot, protect the officer." The agents shouted in panic, gunshots erupting. Jane and the others screamed in fright, while Nadia used the energy shield to block the incoming bullets. Whoosh, whoosh. With an unperturbed expression, he tilted his head to dodge the bullets. He casually tapped his fingers, and one by one the agents' hands exploded with bloody holes, exposing white bones, as they screamed and their guns were blasted away. Soon, screams merged into one continuous wail, and all the agents lay on the ground, clutching their mangled hands in pain. They wouldn't be able to hold a gun for the rest of their lives, nor anything else. Not a single agent remained standing intact. He slowly retracted his fingers. Ron, how did you do that? Daisy, a little scared by the scene before her, couldn't help but ask in surprise, pointing at Ron's fingers. What kind of technology was this? She hadn't seen him wearing any weapons. King Ron. Coulson, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, was in too much pain to speak. Coulson, a small lesson for you. I hope you and S.H.I.E.L.D. behind you remember not to cross me. Looking indifferently at him on the ground, Ron slowly said again, Now, are you willing to leave? Of course. Coulson nodded with difficulty. It was clear Ron had shown mercy. Otherwise, killing all of them here wouldn't have been a problem. Although his chest was pierced by the laser, he wasn't deliberately aimed at a vital spot. Tell your people to leave. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s disability and medical expenses will increase by another batch. Coulson, injured and disheveled, quickly left with his injured and frightened subordinates, calling the base on the way to tell them to retreat. Ron, thank you for helping me get my things back. This is half a year of my hard work and the goal for the rest of my life. Walking forward and looking at Ron, Jane Foster felt a bit touched deep down. When she was in a difficult and embarrassing situation, Ron stood out to protect her and helped her get her things back, although the process was a bit violent. But the cold-hearted, unreasonable agents first pointed guns at them and then shot at them, which didn't leave a good impression. No need to thank me. Didn't Najia say that a portion of your research profits belongs to me? He said with a faint smile. I wonder how that big oaf is doing. Daisy said curiously, remembering him. Trespassing into the agent base, she wondered if that big oaf was still alive. Now that the people there were withdrawing, they could go and take a look. I hope he's all right, Selvig said. In his opinion, that blonde oaf wasn't a bad person, with a hint of adorable foolishness. Of course he would be fine. Odin was always watching Thor. Loki is coming soon. Looking towards the base, Ron wondered if Odin would appear to stop him if he were to kill the god of mischief. If something happened to Thor, Odin would definitely appear regardless of his body. So what about Loki?